Yo, welcome to Jeepa Manhwa Recap. Sit back, grab snacks, and let's watch insane plots, crazy power-ups, and zero boring moments. Let's go! I am stuck in a world that used to be just a game to me. My name is Lhasa. In my past life, I was a streamer, but now I am just an ordinary person living inside dungeons and portals. I have no special powers, no money, and no system to help me. To make things worse, I know a terrible secret. In 2 years, monsters will invade this land, killing most of the people. I refuse to just sit and wait for death. I have spent my last copper coins on cheap, second-hand gear, and basic training. My goal is to enter the portals, mysterious gates that appeared 47 years ago. These gates lead to dangerous underground worlds filled with monsters and treasure. I am not alone in this. My friend Maggie, a small but incredibly strong girl from the Dufflin race, is my partner. While I worry about the future, she is full of energy and dreams of becoming a famous adventurer. She is the reason I haven't given up. After weeks of searching, she finally found a veteran archer named Todd, who is willing to take us into a low-level, white portal tomorrow. We are joined by Todd's nervous nephew and a silent, giant warrior named Nurkin. Our first mission is in a dark cave filled with goblins. Even though I am terrified, I realize that I have to fight to survive. During our first battle, I found that my training paid off. The goblins were weak, and my sword moved just as I had practiced. Maggie was even more impressive, crushing enemies with her heavy shield and hammer. The pay won't be great at first, and the equipment is falling apart, but this is my only chance to grow strong enough to face the coming disaster. I have left my life as a dock worker behind. Now, I am an adventurer. In my new life, meeting Maggie the Traveler was my greatest of luck. When I first saw her working at the docks, I didn't recognize her because she was wearing simple clothes. However, a dream helped me remember her from my past life. Back then, she was the little captain from a famous game trailer, a legendary leader of the Royal Knights. Even though she is just a porter now, I know she is destined for greatness. My survival instinct told me to get close to her, and we eventually became best friends. We spent our nights sleeping on wooden crates in a quiet warehouse. While Maggie felt excited about our first adventure, I felt restless. She spent her time reading a guidebook by a man named Master John. I suspected he was more of a talker than a real hero, but Maggie took his advice to heart. She asked me why I wanted to go on adventures, and I told her I wanted to save the world. She thought I wanted to be like Arthur, a famous hero who vanished in a dangerous portal years ago. To Maggie, adventuring is a family tradition. In her clan, the greatest person is the one who returns home with the longest stories to tell. She wants to see every portal and explore the world, even though things are peaceful between the different races right now. She doesn't know about the disaster I am expecting. I tried to tell her that the world might change one day, but I mostly wanted her to rest for the big day ahead. While Maggie fell asleep instantly and began to snore, I stayed awake with my worries. In my old life, I was a gamer, but I never actually fought anyone. Now, I have only 2 months of training, and my teacher says I am barely a beginner. We are poor and desperate. Tomorrow, everything changes. We will either win and finally have enough money to stay in a real room, or we will die in the dungeon. There is no middle ground. I stood outside the Adventurers Guild in the morning mist, feeling exhausted from a sleepless night. Next to me, Maggie was full of energy, her excitement a sharp contrast to my tired eyes. We checked our gear, specifically our Adventurer ID cards. These metal cards are vital. They record our progress and allow us to enter the portals. A replacement costs a silver coin, which is 100 copper coins, an amount far beyond what I currently own. My card is mostly empty, waiting for the emblems that prove I have survived the lower-level dungeons. Soon, we met up with the rest of our temporary team. There was Jamie, a thin 15-year-old who looked even more terrified than I felt. Seeing his shaking hands actually made me feel a bit more composed. Then our leader, Todd, arrived with a massive man named Nurkin. Nurkin is from the Ohak tribe, a group of people often called savages because of their fierce appearance and history of war with the Eldians. He was nearly 2 meters tall, covered in tattoos, and carried a giant axe. As we entered the guild, the hall was packed with all kinds of people. It felt like a strange costume party from my old world, but the tension was real. Most people carried swords or axes, and I didn't see any of the powerful mages you find in stories. Maggie pointed out a Saran woman at the registration desk. The Sarans are like elves, with pointed ears and fair skin. Maggie, being a Duflin, clearly had a grudge against her. Their races have argued for generations because Sarans love forests and Duflins are famous for cutting down trees. Even though there is peace now, the old insults remain. Todd checked us in, and we found out we were 7th in line. The system reminded me of a shopping mall back home. While we waited, the hall was mostly quiet. The air was heavy with the fear and focus of people about to risk their lives. Above us, on the 2nd floor, the wealthy adventurers were trading expensive treasures, but for a beginner like me, that world was still out of reach. While waiting in the hall, Todd taught us about gear. He explained that items found in dungeons have white crystals that show their durability as they wear out, the crystals until the item disappears. I realized how profitable adventuring could be. A single successful run could earn us 10 silver coins, which is more than I ever saved working years at the docks. However, most of our early finds will have to be kept as our own equipment. The Adventurers Guild has a system for the portals based on color: white, yellow, red, purple, and black. White is the easiest, while the black portal is a legendary death trap where no one has ever returned. Our team was called as number 7. We stood before a massive marble frame filled with thick white mist. Following Todd's orders to stay close, we stepped through and were instantly transported. I emerged into a dark, damp cave lit by glowing green moss. The smell of decay was everywhere, and the entrance had vanished, replaced by a stone wall. The only way home is to defeat the dungeon boss. Because the tunnels were too narrow for a giant like Nurkin, Maggie and I had to take the lead. Soon, we encountered our first monsters, goblins. They were ugly, green creatures with red eyes and wooden clubs. My heart raced, but my months of training kicked in. I blocked an attack with my shield and killed a goblin with my short sword. It turned into black dust instantly. Maggie was even more impressive, easily crushing them with her hammer. Seeing how weak the goblins were helped us all relax, especially Todd's nephew, Jamie. We continued deeper into the cave, past animal remains and a foul stench. Maggie fought with pure joy, while I focused on staying alert. The cowardly goblins kept running away after we killed a few of their friends, but I knew the real challenge. The monster leader was still waiting for us somewhere in the dark. After walking for a while, the passage ahead grew wider, and a large cave appeared before them. Blue flames flickered from torches fixed to the rocky walls. Inside the cave, a dozen goblins were dancing strangely around a pot hanging over a campfire. These goblins looked different from the ones before. They were taller, their skin covered with brownish spots, and a few carried crude wooden baskets on their backs. "Let's see if we can take out a few by surprise," Todd whispered, signaling everyone to crouch low as he drew his longbow. Lothar and Maggie hid behind a stalagmite. Neither of them had ranged weapons. Unlike swords or daggers, bows required long practice to use well, and more importantly, they were expensive. Even the cheapest ones at the blacksmith shop cost more than Lothar could afford, not to mention the extra cost of arrows. As for hand crossbows, those were far beyond his reach. The open space gave Nurkin a chance to show his skill. He aimed his throwing axe at the strongest-looking goblin and prepared to strike. Jamie stayed close to Todd, guarding him carefully. He had just managed to defeat 2 goblins himself, though rather clumsily. The first one had taken many stabs before it finally fell. Focused on the goblins dancing wildly ahead, he didn't notice that his metal shield was about to hit a nearby stone pillar. At the brief moment when the goblin's shrieks paused, the sharp clang of metal against stone echoed loudly. The goblins turned toward the sound, their red eyes filled with rage. Todd's arrow and Nurkin's axe flew through the air almost at the same time. The axe split one goblin's head cleanly, while the arrow pierced another through the chest. The first goblin vanished with a cry, while the second staggered but managed to stay on its feet. With a furious roar, it grabbed a sharp stone from its basket and hurled it toward Todd. Todd tried to dodge, but the stone grazed his leather armor, leaving another in the white crystal embedded in it. "Uncle, I'm sorry," Jamie cried out in panic. "These monsters are different from the ones before. Everyone, stay close and hold the formation. Nurkin, let's take care of those throwing stones first." A dull pain spread through Todd's chest, making his face tighten. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his pupils had turned into golden slits. Level 1 Battle Skill, Eagle Vision. Todd quickly drew his bow and released an arrow. This time, it pierced straight through a goblin's head. Lhasa exchanged a glance with Maggie. The two raised their shields and charged together, knocking down a rushing goblin. Their short sword and hammer struck at the same time, ending the creature's life. On the other side, Nurkin had already pulled the giant axe from his back and cut a charging goblin clean in half. The goblins didn't seem to care about their fallen companions. They kept attacking fearlessly, while those throwing stones from behind continued to support them. The stalactite pillars in the cave became cover for Lhasa and the others. Only Nurkin ignored the flying stones completely, swinging his huge axe with all the frustration he had built up earlier. Todd dodged the stones while shooting at the goblins attacking from a distance. Jamie still looked guilty about the earlier accident. He moved nervously, guarding Todd's side. But few goblins managed to reach them. Most were either cut down by Nurkin or blocked by Lhasa and Maggie. From the feel of his sword cutting through their skin, Lhasa could tell these goblins were much stronger than the ones that had fled before. After fighting side by side with Maggie to defeat several of them, his arms felt sore, and his wooden shield was full of dents. It probably wouldn't last much longer. Lhasa, I'll hold them off. You focus on attacking, Maggie said, her small face covered in sweat. The strain of continuous fighting and intense focus made her far more tired than any heavy work she had done before. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, only 3 or 4 goblins were left. Lhasa seized the chance, kicking down the last one throwing stones, while Maggie and Nurkin finished off the rest. Except for Nurkin, the other 4 sat down to recover their strength. Todd, who had used his battle skill, looked pale. He took a small glass bottle from his belt, the blue liquid inside shimmering as he raised it to his lips. After drinking it, his face looked much better. The mental energy potion, a fine product from the dungeon. Mine is a quarter portion, you can buy it in the trading area, Todd explained to the 3 newcomers. Let's rest a bit and eat something to regain our strength. Lhasa also took out a water flask and some sliced rye bread from his backpack. To be honest, the environment really killed his appetite. Not far away, a goblin's iron pot gave off a terrible smell from the unknown meat inside. Fortunately, Lhasa's past experiences had made him less sensitive to such odors. He forced himself to ignore his curiosity about the pot. Jamie, however, couldn't resist taking a few glances inside and immediately started gagging. Nurkin and Maggie were much calmer. One chewed on a piece of dried meat while looking around, and the other quickly finished her portion and then glanced longingly at the bread in Lhasa's hand. Uncle Todd, was that your combat skill just now? Maggie asked, crumbs moving on her lips as she spoke. Lhasa was curious too, but he found it hard to ask. After all, such things were often an adventurer's secret. Todd didn't seem to mind. In fact, he sounded rather proud. That's right. It's one of my strengths as a veteran adventurer. The skill is called Eagle Vision. It lets me aim more accurately for a short time. Then he added mysteriously, but that's not my best move. When we meet the monster leader later, I'll show you something special. To survive in the dungeon, adventurers need more than good equipment. We rely on our own skills too. Those monster leaders are far stronger than the green-skinned creatures we just fought. Uncle Todd, what about profession badges? The guild books say that adventurers with professions are the real elites, Maggie asked. Todd looked at her helplessly. You think profession badges are easy to get? Only treasure chests from yellow portals might contain them. Combat skills are different. If we're lucky today, we might find a skill crystal. But whether you can master a badge or a skill crystal depends on luck, or some say, on talent. I'm saving money to buy a suitable badge in Moonlake City. Oh, and the most important thing, always choose your teammates wisely. Having trustworthy companions matters more than anything. Otherwise, when it's time to open a treasure chest, it could turn into a fight. Todd saw that the 3 newcomers were listening carefully. Suddenly, he remembered the days when he used to go on adventures with his older brother and couldn't help but sigh. The road of an adventurer is long. I've only taken a few steps, and now I'm already going in circles. He looked at Lhasa and Maggie. The way you two performed just now, few newcomers could match that. If you stay careful, you'll go much farther than I did. Lhasa recalled what many people said about Todd, a kind-hearted veteran among adventurers. After today's experience, that seemed completely true. Luckily, thanks to Maggie's outgoing nature, they had managed to join Todd's team. He had heard that some experienced teams in Deerwood Town were known for using newcomers as bait, like the infamous Black Fong Squad. Compared to them, Todd was truly a friend to beginners. After a short rest, Todd stood up. "Everyone, I have a feeling the Lord is just ahead. The dungeon behind the white gate shouldn't be too large. What comes next will be the real battle." Lhasa looked ahead. Beyond the cave was a wider tunnel slanting downward into the depths. The dungeon's lord and treasure chest were waiting ahead. At the deepest part of the cave was a chamber even larger than the Adventurers' Guild Hall. Under the ceiling of stalactites, 12 strong goblins surrounded a creature, their king. It was hard to imagine a goblin so huge. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its back hunched, with sharp yellow bone spikes jutting from its spine. Its dark green skin was covered in black markings, and its head was more than 3 times the size of a normal goblin's. Long, pointed ears were decorated with bone ornaments, and its deep red eyes glowed with a strange, menacing light. In one hand, it dragged a massive bone club stained with dark red marks. In the other, it held a broken skeleton, biting into it with sharp fangs. Was this thing really still a goblin? Lhasa felt a voice inside him shouting, "Run. Don't throw your life away. Go back to carrying crates. You'll live longer." Maggie's face turned pale. The small iron hammer in her hand looked no more useful than a toothpick against such a monster. Jamie was even worse off. The courage he had gained from defeating a few goblins earlier vanished completely. His legs trembled, and one thought filled his mind: to run back to the previous cave. It might have been disgusting, but at least it wasn't deadly. There was no turning back. Lhasa quietly reminded himself that from the moment he stepped into the portal, his only choice was to kill the monster lord. Even if he ran back to the cave, he would only starve to death or be surrounded and killed by goblins. "Uncle Todd, how do we fight it?" Lhasa steadied his breathing, trying to calm down. Todd gave him an approving look. "That big monster is for Nurkin and me. You 3 handle those 12 smaller ones. Whether you kill them or lure them away, just don't let them interfere with us. Jamie, you go with them. Those little creatures are no match for you." Jamie, pale-faced, nodded weakly. "Maggie, cover me later. When we get back, I'll treat you to a big meal at the White Stone Tavern." Lhasa threw a few stones at the goblins in front. They bared their teeth and charged forward with wooden clubs. "I want the most expensive number 9 meal. Don't forget, Lhasa, I can eat a lot." Maggie banged her small hammer against her shield, drawing the goblin's attention. Jamie slammed his round shield against a stalactite pillar, and the echo boomed through the huge lava cave. The mutated goblin lord dragged its massive bone club and rushed toward them. Before Lhasa and the others could panic, an arrow flew from the side, striking the goblin lord's arm. The monster roared in anger and turned toward Todd and Nurkin, who were circling around. Todd frowned as he saw that only the metal tip of his arrow had pierced the creature's tough skin. Nurkin roared and charged forward with his axe raised high. The goblin lord was much larger than Nurkin, but Nurkin's charge still made it stumble. Its crimson eyes burned with fury as it swung its bone club down hard. Nurkin dodged quickly, avoiding a direct hit, and the 2 giants clashed fiercely in the cave. Meanwhile, under Maggie's shield, Lhasa stabbed 2 goblins with his short sword. His wooden shield shattered under another goblin's club. He kicked down a goblin that Maggie had knocked off balance and finished it with a swift strike. The simple sword skills he had learned at the Kosi's training ground had become smoother after today's battle, blending into his body as muscle memory. But it hadn't come without a price. When many goblins charged at once, it was impossible for the 3 of them to escape unscathed. Lhasa and Maggie were both hit several times, and the wooden spikes on a goblin's club tore Lhasa's clothes, leaving part of his back exposed. Lhasa could feel several bruises where the goblin's clubs had struck him, but the rush of adrenaline made him ignore the dull pain. He also ignored the heaviness and soreness in his arms as he kept thrusting his sword again and again. The 4th goblin fell, leaving 5 still surrounding him and Maggie. Lhasa had thought Jamie would slow them down, but to his surprise, after killing 1 goblin, Jamie lured 2 others to a corner of the cave and fought them from behind a stalactite pillar. Maggie gritted her teeth. Lhasa saw her hands trembling slightly as she held her shield. She was taking most of the attacks. Lhasa took the small iron hammer from her, holding a sword in one hand and the hammer in the other. He struck a goblin in the forehead, making it dizzy. Maggie slammed into it, pinning it to the ground with the edge of her shield. As the goblin struggled, Lhasa dodged 2 incoming clubs and finished it off with 2 quick strikes. For left, he counted silently. Then a beast-like roar echoed. It was Nurkin. His left hand was covered in blood, and the goblin leader, pierced by several arrows, still moved fiercely. It laughed harshly and swung its huge club at Nurkin. In response, Nurkin's body glowed red, his already strong frame seeming to grow larger, radiating a powerful aura. First-tier battle skill, Rage. Nurkin gripped his great axe with both hands and struck hard at the goblin leader. The mutated goblin tried to block with its bone club, but a terrible cry followed. Nurkin's axe cut through its wrist, and it continued, slicing a deep diagonal wound across the goblin leader's chest. Instead of blood, dark mist poured from the wound. Seeing the goblin lord stagger after being wounded, Todd realized it was the perfect time to attack. He focused his mind, activated eagle vision, and drew his longbow to the fullest. The arrow shimmered with red lightning, crackling with energy. The arrow shot forward and struck the goblin lord's chest wound. A burst of dazzling red light exploded, and electricity tore through the injury. The air filled with the smell of something burnt, and the goblin lord let out a painful roar. First-level combat skill, Explosive Arrow. This was Todd's true trump card. The bright red flash caught everyone's attention, even the few remaining goblins. Lhasa snapped back to focus and cut down a goblin that was still staring blankly at the scene. Lhasa, that combat skill is amazing, Maggie said in awe. We'll all have one someday, Lhasa replied with a reassuring smile. This was only a first-level skill. According to the association's teachings, combat skills, like portals, had 5 levels. It was hard to imagine how powerful the final level must be. Only 3 goblins remained near Lhasa and Maggie. On the other side, Jamie slowly finished off another one, leaving just one still circling him. The battle seemed nearly won, but the goblin lord was not dead. Though its chest was covered in burn marks, thick black mist poured from the large wound. Todd met its blood-red eyes and felt a sudden chill of dread. The goblin lord let out a sharp scream and began smashing the sharp stalactites around the cave with both arms, seemingly unaware of its own pain. The enraged Nurkin tried to stop it, but his giant axe got stuck in the creature's bony back. Seeing what was happening, Todd shouted, "Everyone, take cover." The goblin lord hurled countless shards of stone in all directions, no longer caring if it hit its own remaining followers. It only wanted to destroy the human who had attacked it from afar. Todd was the first target. Most of the flying rocks came his way. He dodged quickly, avoiding most of them, but a few still struck him. The sound of shattering crystal echoed as his leather armor broke apart into white light and vanished. Even worse, the mutated goblin moved too wildly, causing a stalactite from the cave's ceiling to break and fall, piercing his right leg. Next came Jamie and the goblin chasing him. The goblin was crushed by falling rocks and turned into black dust on the spot. Jamie, who had been partly shielded by a stone pillar, was hit on his exposed left shoulder, and a sharp rock pierced near his shoulder blade. Lhasa and Maggie were hiding behind a shield, with 3 goblins acting as cover, so they were the least hurt. Maggie was completely unharmed, while Lhasa only had a few scratches. Only the enraged goblin lord remained, but the team was clearly in bad shape. Hold on, time's running out. Nurkin gave up on the giant axe stuck in the goblin lord's back and pulled out the hand axe from his belt, swinging it with both hands in a furious attack. The power of his rage was fading fast. Nearby, Todd pushed himself up, enduring the pain in his right leg, and drew his longbow with gritted teeth. Maggie, we have to move. Lhasa flexed his sore wrist. In every game he had played before, rage always came with exhaustion afterward. If Nurkin lost his strength, no one would be able to stop the raging lord. I'll hit its leg, Maggie shouted, charging forward with her shield. Lhasa, catch this. Jamie, bleeding heavily and covered in cuts, threw his small metal shield toward Lhasa. Lhasa nodded at him. No matter how unreliable Jamie had been before, right now he was a good teammate. Lhasa picked up the shield and ran toward the battlefield. The Goblin Lord was covered in wounds, but Nurkin wasn't doing well either. His battle rage was about to end, yet the struggle between them continued. Nurkin dodged the monster's snapping jaws and swung his hand axe at its neck, but the blade got stuck in its tough flesh. The wounded lord lifted its long, twisted leg to kick Nurkin away. At that moment, Todd used the last of his strength to shoot an arrow that hit the monster's leg, but without any special power, the arrow didn't do much damage. Maggie hit the leg with the arrow. "Trip it," Lhasa shouted. Maggie suddenly sped up, slamming herself and her shield into the monster's injured leg. Nurkin quickly used his body to pin down the monster. With a loud crash, the Goblin Lord fell to the ground. Nurkin pressed on top of it, holding down its arms. His berserk state had only 2 seconds left. Lhasa ran forward, stepped on the monster's head, and leapt high into the air. In the Goblin Lord's red eyes, the tip of Lhasa's short sword grew larger and larger. Ignoring the monster's screams, Lhasa gripped the sword tightly with both hands and twisted it deep into its eye socket. Black mist poured out from the wound, spreading along the blade. A wave of weakness hit Nurkin, and he could no longer hold the monster down. The Goblin Lord pushed Nurkin and Lhasa away, struggling to stand. Black mist gushed from its many wounds, almost covering its whole body. The short sword was still stuck in its eye. Its movements slowed, and with one final cry, its body turned completely into black mist. As the mist faded, a huge metal treasure chest appeared in the center of the cave. "We did it." Maggie jumped up from the ground. When the monster fell, it had knocked her aside, but she seemed completely fine. Nearby, Todd and Jamie supported each other, leaning against a stone pillar that had escaped the Goblin Lord's destruction. Jamie's face was pale from blood loss, but his eyes shone with excitement. Todd smiled and stroked his small beard. Nurkin, now exhausted and looking thinner, turned to Lhasa and Maggie. "You all did great." Nurkin is happy. A rare smile appeared on the strong man's face. "Todd doesn't praise people often," Todd said with a grin, pulling 2 small glass bottles from his belt. Inside was a red liquid, quarter-strength healing potion. "This time, I'm really spending big." He drank 1 bottle himself and handed the other to Jamie. After a moment's hesitation, Jamie drank it too, and both of them looked much better almost instantly. "If only Ivan were here," Todd murmured softly. The 5 of them sat on the ground, the large metal chest in the middle reflecting a faint, eerie light. "Hey, little one, aren't you going to open the chest?" Todd asked, squinting. "Uncle Todd, by the rules, you get to choose first," Maggie said. Though she was eager to rush over and open it, she managed to hold back her excitement. Lhasa had the same thought. Along the way, Todd and Nurkin had been the real strength of the team. They had already discussed how to divide the rewards before joining. So if Todd and the others had planned to use him as in the dungeon, this would have been the time to turn against them. Thinking it over, Todd might not be completely open with him and Maggie, but he was at least very friendly. If possible, next time he would try to join Todd's team again, and maybe suggest a better reward plan. Todd and Nurkin exchanged a glance and smiled. "Let's rest for a bit. Later, Nurkin can open it. I've saved 2 items that suit you best. By the way, this treasure chest is unusually big. I wonder if there's something special inside." Lhasa and Maggie had only seen pictures of portal chests in books before. This was their first time seeing a real one. "Do treasure chests look different?" Jamie asked curiously. "Usually, the ones from white portals look like wooden chests and are only half this size," Todd nodded. "It's said that yellow portal chests are made of metal, but even those aren't this large. Could they have given us the wrong chest?" Maggie said excitedly. "Haha, if that's true, we've struck gold. The items from a yellow portal chest are worth at least dozens of silver coins." Hearing the laughter behind him, Lhasa smiled and shook his head. He picked up his second-hand short sword, its blade now full of nicks. He had wanted to return the shield to Jamie, but Jamie told him to wait until they got back. His body ached all over, but the thought of dividing the loot soon, then heading to the tavern for a good drink and a long sleep, made it hard for him to hide his smile. In the center of the cave, the treasure chest lay quietly on the ground, waiting for someone to open it. After resting for a while, the team sat on the ground. Nurkin was the first to stand up. Though still weak from his earlier frenzy, he could walk a few steps without trouble. His face showed the relief that comes after a fierce battle. He was already imagining going back to the casino to win back what he had lost that morning. The other four looked at him with eager faces. Though each of them carried some injuries, the moment of receiving their reward felt especially sweet. The huge treasure chest had no lock, and Nurkin opened it easily. He hesitated for a moment, muttered something under his breath, then bent down to search inside the chest. The newcomers with Lhasa didn't find anything unusual. It matched what they imagined opening a treasure chest would look like. However, Todd frowned and said, "That's strange. Normally, after opening a chest, it disappears and the items appear on the ground. Why is this one different? And usually, a portal back to town appears right after. But this time, there's no portal. Really strange." Hearing Todd's words, Lhasa suddenly felt uneasy. In his previous life, he had been a gaming streamer who specialized in single-player games. He knew all about the tricky designs in those games. This strange chest reminded him of a certain infamous monster. No, this was a trap. "Nurkin, get away from it," Lhasa shouted. The other three were startled by his sudden cry. Before anyone could react, Nurkin was still leaning into the chest. Suddenly, there was a sharp cracking sound. The chest snapped shut, and countless sharp teeth appeared along its inner edges. With a powerful bite, it trapped Nurkin inside. He let out a cry and struggled weakly before falling still. The others froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Then the ground of the cave began to shake. The soil cracked open, and a huge creature that looked like a giant lizard crawled out. It was nearly 4 meters long, its body covered in layers of rock-like yellow scales. Its limbs were thick and strong, ending in sharp claws. A long, spiked tail swung behind it. Where its head should have been was the same treasure chest, glowing faintly with blue patterns around its neck, giving it a strange and eerie look. The chest-shaped creature opened and closed its lid as if chewing, with blood dripping onto the ground. A long, blue-purple tongue stretched out from inside, wrapping around the remaining half of Nurkin's body. It was like a black widow that had patiently waited in its web. Now that the prey had fallen into its trap, it began to savor its victory. Lhasa suddenly felt a surge of anger. He could still see Nurkin's smiling face when he had praised him earlier. They had known each other for less than a day, but after fighting side by side in several battles within the dungeon, the strong warrior from the Ohak tribe had already become a trusted companion in Lhasa's eyes. Yet now, he had died so quietly at the break of dawn, just after their victory. Todd's hands trembled as he drew his longbow. When he reached for his quiver, he found only 3 arrows left. He had used too many against the Goblin Lord, and the rest were likely too damaged to use. His injured leg had made him plan to restock once they returned to town, but he hadn't expected another fierce battle to come so soon, and their strongest fighter had already fallen before it even began. He took out his last bottle of mana potion. The cold liquid felt as bitter as his heart. This was the weakest moment for their team. After defeating the Goblin Lord, the 4 remaining members were exhausted both in body and spirit. But Lhasa refused to give up. He knew that only Todd's combat skills could deal real damage to this monster now. His job was to create the best chance for Todd to strike. "Uncle Todd, the 3 of us will draw its attention," Lhasa said, turning to Maggie and Jamie. "Let's show this ugly thing what we can do," Maggie said, pulling out her small iron hammer. Jamie said nothing. He simply stood up, gripping his short sword tightly with his uninjured hand. The chest-headed monster was still chewing on what was left of Nurkin, the warrior's feet faintly visible inside. It ignored the remaining 4, as if certain that these wounded fighters posed no threat. Lhasa and the others seized the moment and charged forward together. Lhasa his short sword at the creature's belly, but the recoil numbed his hand. Normally, a creature's soft abdomen would be its weak point, but to his surprise, even that area was covered in hard scales. His attack couldn't pierce its defense at all. On the other side, Maggie and Jamie, who were attacking the monster's legs and back, were also struggling. Todd, who had been ready to shoot, lowered his bow with a troubled look. Even if he pushed himself to the limit, he could only fire 2 explosive arrows, and most of the damage would be absorbed by the monster's hard, rock-like scales. If their attacks failed, they would all be swallowed by the creature's huge, gaping mouth. The chest-headed monster, barely hurt, grew impatient as its meal was interrupted. It swung its long, spiked tail toward the three of them. Lhasa and Maggie barely dodged, but Jamie, slowed by his injuries, was struck and thrown to the ground with a cry of pain. His short sword flew from his hand. Before Jamie could get up, he sensed a huge shadow looming over him. Looking up, he saw the massive chest monster right in front of him. Inside its half-open lid, sharp teeth gleamed, and a strong metallic smell filled the air. Its blue-purple tongue stretched out, covered in tiny barbs that made Jamie's skin crawl. Jamie gave a faint, bitter smile, letting go of fear. He pulled out his last weapon, a dagger that had once belonged to his father, ready to face his fate. Lhasa knew the team couldn't afford to lose another member, not even the unreliable Jamie. From a distance, he struck his shield hard with his sword hilt, trying to draw the monster's attention. The sound of metal clashing echoed sharply through the empty cave. Closer to the monster, Maggie rushed forward and slammed her hammer against its tail, but was quickly knocked aside. Hearing the noise from Lhasa's direction, the monster actually turned its head, leaving Jamie behind. It crawled toward Lhasa, its movements resembling a desert lizard, though its huge head rested unnaturally on its back. Strange runes around its neck glowed faintly. Lhasa froze for a moment. Then a thought flashed through his mind. To test his guess, he threw his damaged short sword toward a nearby rock wall. The metal struck the stone with a sharp clang. The chest monster, only a few meters away, instantly changed direction and lunged toward the sound, its claws scraping deep marks into the wall. As expected, this creature had no vision. It relied entirely on sound to locate its prey. The other three people quickly realized this too. They stopped talking and froze in place. Losing track of its targets, the lizard-like monster began crawling back and forth through the cave. Whenever it got too close to one of them, another teammate would throw a stone to draw its attention away. This might let them rest for a short while, but unless they could break through its defenses, it would only delay the inevitable. Lhasa calmly observed every move of the chest-headed monster, trying to find any clue or weakness. Aside from the parts covered in hard scales and that seemingly indestructible chest-shaped head, the only exposed area was the small ring at the neck where glowing runes connected the two. However, when the creature crawled, that ring was more than 2 meters above the ground. To reach it, the monster would have to be knocked down. Otherwise, their short sword and small hammer couldn't even touch it. Their only options were Todd's bow and arrows, or climbing onto its back. The wild idea flashed through Lhasa's mind and quickly took over all his thoughts. Yes, if he could climb up, the height of the creature's back would let him strike that glowing weak point easily. The only problem was that it was as dangerous as those extreme stunts people did for thrills. Low chance of success, high chance of death. What if the creature's back was too slippery to stand on? What if he lost his footing? What if it threw him off while moving? What if the glowing runes were actually a trap, just like that giant chest they had seen before? Any of these could end with him becoming the monster's next victim. Conflicting thoughts battled in his mind. Lhasa took a deep breath and looked at Todd, just as Todd looked back at him. Todd had always been the team's backbone. He had lived in Deerwood Town for many years, growing from a rookie into a seasoned adventurer. He had faced countless white portals, each leading to a different dungeon, never the same twice. He had brushed past death many times and witnessed the loss of many teammates, even close family. But this time, he felt true despair. As he looked at the 3 remaining arrows in his quiver, a teammate's old words echoed in his mind. Sometimes, the weapon in your hand is meant to give you a dignified end. Among the 3 newcomers, he knew Jamie was already on the edge of giving up. The girl from Dufflin seemed fine, though she might have been silently praying to her god. Only the young man, Lhasa, still had a strong desire to survive in his eyes. Lhasa pointed at the strange-looking lizard and then made a gesture across his neck toward Todd. He mouthed the words, "Shoot an arrow, try it." Todd understood. He drew an arrow, set it on the bow, and aimed carefully. The creature was growing more restless, its tail swinging wildly. Its movements became larger, making it harder to hit. The other 3 held their breath. As the creature twisted its body, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow flew past, grazing its neck. Todd looked disappointed, but Lhasa was thrilled. He clearly saw the ring of runes dim slightly, with a few wisps of black mist drifting away. The neck was indeed the creature's weak spot, The monster was enraged. It turned toward the direction the arrow had come from, the chest on its head opening wide, more than 90 degrees, and it let out a sharp, unnatural scream. They were only a few steps away from carrying out their bold plan. Lhasa made a few hand signals to Maggie, but she looked confused, not understanding what he meant. To Lhasa's surprise, Jamie nodded at him instead. The determination in the boy's eyes felt unfamiliar to him. The creature seemed to decide that Todd was the one who had heard it and began crawling quickly in that direction. But a voice made it turn. "Hey, monster, over here." Jamie stood at the entrance of the tunnel leading to the cave. He shouted loudly while striking the rock wall with his dagger. The tunnel was too narrow for the creature to pass through. It slammed its head against the rock in vain, stretching out its long tongue to try to reach Jamie. Jamie dodged carefully while continuing to shout. His throat was dry and his voice rough, but he didn't lower his volume. Meanwhile, Lhasa and the now-aware Maggie crept up behind the creature, holding the short sword Jamie had dropped earlier. The creature's spiked tail still swung back and forth, forcing them to move cautiously. As the monster got closer, Lhasa's heart sank. He noticed a detail he hadn't seen before. On the monster's back, on the surface of the rocky scales, there was a layer of sticky, slippery liquid. Standing on it would make balancing very difficult. Lhasa remembered that when he first tried to attack it, there was no such slime. Could it be? He looked up. A drop of liquid had gathered on the stalactite above in the cave and just dripped onto his face, feeling cold. He had to change his plan and put all hope in Todd's fighting skills. Now, Maggie and he just needed to limit the monster's movements so Todd's bow and arrow could hit more easily. Before they could act, Jamie's voice suddenly became panicked from the corridor. Everyone inside the cave felt something was wrong, but the treasure chest monster blocked the entrance, so they didn't know exactly what was happening inside. In the corridor unseen by Lhasa and others, Jamie looked toward the path they came from. Several sneaky, small figures appeared there, holding wooden sticks and cautiously looking this way. It was the goblins that had escaped earlier. "The goblins are here. They blocked my way." Jamie's trembling voice reached Lhasa's ears, making his heart tighten. "There's no time to wait." At this moment, the monster lowered its head to attack Jamie inside the corridor. It might lift its head at any second. This was the best chance. Meanwhile, inside the passage, Jamie glanced at the goblins approaching from one side, and then at the blue-purple tongue of the treasure chest monster writhing around on the other side. He made up his mind. He stabbed his dagger fiercely, pinning the monster's tongue to the ground. The pain made the monster's head slam into the rock wall, and its tongue twisted wildly. "Now's the time. Hurry," Jamie shouted. The tongue curled around one of his legs, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. The goblins saw this seemingly helpless human and grinned, drooling foul-smelling saliva from their teeth. They raised their wooden sticks and closed in. Inside the cave, as soon as Lhasa and Maggie heard Jamie's voice, they rushed out together. They used their bodies to hold the monster's head, which was attached to the treasure chest, against the wall at the entrance of the corridor. The monster's body twisted violently, and Lhasa felt a sharp pain in his back. Its claws were tearing at his flesh. He tried to slash at the monster's neck with his short sword, but was always just a little short of hitting the target. Fortunately, Todd's longbow was already ready behind him. He had been holding the bow in position for a while, and his arm soreness was deliberately ignored by his mind. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. "Get out of the way," he shouted loudly. Skill used. Explosive arrow ×2. The last 2 arrows in his quiver were shot almost simultaneously. Repeatedly, using his skill drained all of Todd's mental energy. "Goddess Afra, although I often show disrespect, just this once, please protect your followers." In his blank mind, his final thought flashed. Lhasa and Maggie rushed to the sides. Bright light burst from the necks of the treasure chest monsters. At that moment, Lhasa thought this was more beautiful than any fireworks from his past life, even though half of his body was touched by the electric light. In the corridor, Jamie had already been hit on the back by a goblin's wooden club. Another goblin sneered and raised his club high, aiming at the human's head below. Jamie sadly realized that he now had to look up at this inferior creature. He spat blood at the goblin. In that instant, he wondered if his father, who had died in adventures, faced the monster that killed him in the same way. Jamie didn't wait for the expected heavy. Instead, he saw those arrogant goblins turn into black ash, drifting away in the wind, like the dandelions his father once blew away for him in his memories. Lhasa felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and the wound on his back was bleeding. But all these pains seemed insignificant the moment the monster died. He watched helplessly as the monster, struck twice by explosive arrows, twisted futilely. The rune circle had already shattered, and the connection between the treasure chest and the lizard's body was broken. The large chest fell to the ground with a dull thud, turning into black powder along with the weak lizard. The disaster 2 years ago no longer seemed so terrifying now. Every part of Lassa's body was in pain, but his heart was filled with the joy of victory. Maggie got up from the ground. Her leather armor was torn apart by the monster's claws, revealing her cloth shirt underneath. She was uninjured, as if her body, like steel in their forge, had been tempered through countless trials. Maggie was among the best. She quickly ran to Lhasa and helped her companion up. Lhasa, you are badly hurt. Her worried and caring tone made Lhasa feel very touched. It's okay, Maggie. I'm fine. I have some ointment here. I'll put it on you first. Next time I must find a teammate who can heal. Maggie applied the light green ointment to Lassa's back. At first, it was cold, then numb, and finally it stung. Lassa's face showed several changing expressions. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the center of the cave. A metallic-looking treasure chest appeared there. This chest was much smaller than the previous trap chest. At the same time, Jamie and Todd helped each other walk over. During the fight, Todd was the least injured, but now he looked worse than Nurkin, who had just been exhausted. His face was pale, covered in cold sweat, and his pupils trembled slightly. The four of them looked at the treasure chest together. Seeing the other three's fearful faces, Lhasa picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the chest. Because of his injuries, he didn't throw hard enough and missed. Maggie understood his intention and threw her iron hammer directly. The hammer spun in the air and hit the lid of the chest, making a clear metallic sound. It should be fine, Lhasa said to Todd. Uncle, do you want to open it? Todd waved his hand, his voice very deep. Let's split it evenly. 1 item each. Maggie rushed forward and lifted the lid of the chest. The chest instantly turned into 6 golden lights that scattered on the ground. Then, a blue teleportation portal appeared inside the cave. This is a real treasure chest, and it's a yellow one, Todd said excitedly. That blue door is the way back. Jamie, standing nearby, had red eyes and choked up. Great, it's finally over. Lhasa looked at the 6 items on the ground. The 3 on the left were a silver-bladed sword, a small badge, and a yellow cube-shaped crystal. The 3 on the right were a short bow, a belt, and finally, Lhasa's eyes widened. The last item on the far right was very familiar to him, but it shouldn't be in this world at all. I'm choosing this, Lhasa said firmly, with a very decisive tone. Todd and the others didn't expect him to choose so quickly. They all looked at the item he pointed to. It was a strange-looking object that was hard to understand. Its shape was like a trapezoid with the 2 sharp corners stretched and deformed. The surface was smooth and matte, made of an unknown material. It had many round and square bumps on it, and on each side, there was a mushroom-like structure. It might be a weapon, but its dull, rounded shape and smooth surface wouldn't cause much harm. As armor, it was too small, and as jewelry, it was too bulky. Todd hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. If I'm right, this should be the legendary Demon World collectible. It has no real use. Some nobles in the royal city might like these things, but it's very likely to be useless. Lhasa, are you sure you want this? I personally suggest you pick something more practical. Yes, I want this, Lhasa said firmly, taking the item directly to show his decision. Todd found it strange, but didn't argue about his preference. Maggie had never seen Lhasa like this. She looked at the item for a long time, but couldn't see what was special about it. She planned to ask about it later. As for the remaining 5 items, Todd didn't hesitate and picked up the badge. Everyone there already guessed what it was. It was a professional badge. Todd had saved money just for this. It was engraved with 2 crossed curved knives, with a silver edge around it. Your turn, little one. Maggie also chose the yellow cube-shaped crystal without much hesitation. Uncle Todd, this is probably a skill crystal, right? Exactly, and it's a 2nd-level skill crystal. Todd examined it carefully, but was a bit unsure. Skill crystals are generally divided into combat skills, magic, and miracles. Inside this one, there's a human-shaped pattern. It should be a type of combat skill, but whether you can understand it depends on you. If you can't use it, you can sell it to the guild. You'll probably get at least 40 or 50 silver coins. Jamie, which one do you choose? Jamie looked at Todd and took the short bow with a yellow gemstone embedded in it. There were 2 items left. Maggie looked at Lhasa and saw he seemed distracted, which made her even more curious. After spending so much time together, this was the first time she saw Lhasa so fascinated by something. Previously, when they passed by the casino and the Flowing Song Pavilion in Deer Forest Town, Lhasa had shown no interest. I really don't understand what magic this strange object has. In critical moments, Miss Maggie is still the best choice. Uncle Todd, let's give them this sword. Maggie's tone reminded Todd of when she came to the tavern earlier, wanting to join their team. Todd glanced at Lhasa, who seemed a bit off, and understood Maggie's idea. He nodded. I happen to want this belt. Belt-type gear is rare. It has never appeared in the white portal treasure chests. This treasure chest is clearly a yellow portal level. After we go back, everyone should stay low-key. Especially you, the newcomers. If you want to sell these items, it's best to go to Moon Lake City, where there are many yellow crystal gear, and it won't stand out. But actually, it's better to keep them. High-level weapons and gear like this are powerful tools against the white portal in Deer Forest Town. No one gave me such good items back then. After we return, you can visit the church. Some priests there can perform healing miracles. Relying only on those broken potions from the alchemists isn't enough. Todd gave a few more instructions, then pointed to the blue portal. This adventure ends here. Let's go back. He looked at the empty cave behind them. Farewell, Nurkin. May your soul return to Kirsch's temple. Your bravery will be carried by the storm across the northern snowfield. Lhasa followed the others into the portal. He knew he probably looked a bit like Gollum from the stories, but the moment he saw this thing, he knew he couldn't choose anything else. He had forgotten all his pain and just wanted to find a quiet corner to study this strange object carefully. Are you and I the same, having traveled here too? Maybe you are the special tool I've been waiting for. He looked at the item tightly clenched in his hand, something unique in this world, yet common in another. A wireless game controller. In Deer Forest Town Adventurers Guild, the round-faced girl Karen sat at a wooden table behind the white portal. She was responsible for recording the details of the teams returning from dungeon adventures. As a local of Lulan Town, she had a natural advantage when joining here. Many ordinary staff members in the Adventurers Guild were her neighbors. Honestly, when she first saw the huge teleportation gate, she was startled. She had often heard people say that the most magnificent place on the continent was the Royal City. Whether it was the proud Selene City built by the Saren people or the Dragon Crown Fortress on the mountain built by the Duflin people, none could compare to the Royal City of Erdia. She had never been there. Since seeing the teleportation gate, she wondered if the city gate of the Royal City looked like this. Her imagination of the Grand Royal City seemed to be made real by this teleportation gate. She had been working at the guild for 3 or 4 years now. When she first started, Aunt Susan, an experienced staff member, told her meaningfully that the most important thing in this job was to maintain a good attitude toward adventurers. Her work was not easy. If the adventurers returned victorious, it was simple. She just needed to congratulate them and note down their success. But if the adventurers came back injured or with incomplete teams, it was much more complicated. She had to be very careful in handling these situations and avoid provoking these fierce individuals. For someone like her, a low-level staff member, the guild leaders didn't pay much attention. Being cursed at by emotional adventurers was almost a daily routine. Karen suddenly thought that her ideal situation would be for every team to be completely wiped out. That way, she could just jot down a few notes and go home early, so easy and relaxing. Oh Goddess Afra, please forgive my wicked thoughts. Karen was repenting for her terrible ideas. At that moment, the mist from the teleportation gate started to change. She knew someone was about to come out. Once again, a group of disheveled figures appeared. Each person was wearing ragged clothes, with blood and dirt mixed on their bodies, and a foul smell lingered. Karen suppressed her nausea and disgust, trying to smile. Welcome back, everyone. Todd nodded at the round-faced girl in front of him. He knew they probably looked terrible now. The team had set out in the morning, and from the skylight in the room, It was now evening. Please give us some packages. This was a service the guild provided to adventurers, costing only a few copper coins. Most adventurers didn't have space equipment. Such items were only in the red teleportation portal chests. The adventurers who just came back from the dungeon usually carry equipment and items they just obtained from treasure chests. Walking casually out of the front hall, they are often noticed by others. They pack their belongings into cloth bags, making them look more like street wanderers. Karen also recognized the leader of the small team in front of her as Todd, the archer from Deer Forest Town, a familiar face, known for being one of the more easygoing adventurers. Nearby, a staff member wearing gloves stepped forward and asked, "Is anyone here a first-time user of the white teleportation gate? If so, please show me your adventurer ID card." This was to engrave a crest on the ID card. Lhasa and the two others took out their metal cards and handed them over. The cards were stained with blood, but the staff didn't seem surprised. She put the adventurer ID cards into a cloth bag and spoke in a formal tone. "Please come to the second floor of the association to pick up your ID card in 3 days." Whenever this happened, Karen felt very jealous. Standing behind the door, she thought that her job was much harder. The adventurers were happy to hand over their ID cards because the more crests on the card, the stronger their strength was believed to be. It was almost a symbol of an adventurer's honor. Karen cleared her throat and asked carefully in the gentlest tone, "Could you briefly tell me about your recent adventure? The association will not share this information. If there is any special intelligence, the association offers generous rewards." This was part of her job and also the main reason she often got scolded. When adventurers returned from the teleportation gate, they were usually at their worst. They often wanted to go to the church for treatment, or drown their stress in a tavern, or visit the red light district or casino to vent. But the association made her force them to recall everything they had just experienced: the dark, terrifying dungeon, the fierce battles with monsters, and the injuries or deaths of teammates. As for the generous rewards, they were usually just a silver coin at most. Many adventurers were attracted by her mention of generous rewards, then spent a long time talking with the association's record keeper, coming out parched and exhausted, only to be handed a handful of copper coins and then vent their anger on her. She thought to herself that it was fortunate that there was a kickback for bringing people over. Otherwise, she really couldn't keep doing this job. "Maggie, you go with her. Just a simple explanation is enough. You might get a little money," she said. "You two just need to part ways." Todd tidied up his belongings. "I'll take Jamie to the church first. I need to give those priests some money again." He suddenly realized something and changed his words. "No, I mean we're going there to seek spiritual salvation and support the priest's work." The round-faced girl looked at Maggie, who had dirt on her small face. "Dufflin Warrior, please follow me to this room." Her title made Maggie very happy. She nodded her head, her braids bouncing as she did. Maggie cleared her throat and said seriously, "Yes, ma'am. I promise today's adventure story will really open your eyes." Lhasa looked at the staff with pity. He thought, she must be working overtime today. "I'll wait for you at the dock." Lhasa waved the handle at Maggie. This item didn't need to be hidden. Its black shape was not very noticeable and could be easily slipped into a pocket. The main reason was that the cloth bag to carry it cost 3 copper coins. The warehouse at the dock was not far from the Adventurers Guild. Lhasa had walked back and forth many times on this route, but today was definitely the hardest. He carefully thought about it. Seems like he didn't earn a single copper coin today. The handle in his pocket might be priceless or worth nothing. The valuable items were all with Maggie. But if Maggie could use both of those items herself, she wouldn't sell them. Lhasa paused, wondering if all his effort today would be worth it. No, he had to try the handle first, hoping it was the key to everything. Ignoring the pain, Lhasa quickened his steps. When he reached the warehouse, he immediately hid in a corner surrounded by wooden crates. It was dinner time, and most workers were gathered at the dock chatting and eating. Lhasa took out the handle and examined it carefully. It had 2 joysticks, shoulder buttons, trigger buttons, a D-pad, system button, home button, and ABXY buttons, all present. There was also a small groove in the middle of the front, which he hadn't seen on other controllers. It had no brand logo or data port. If it were in his previous life, this handle wouldn't be usable at all. He pressed the system button first, but there was no response. Then he pressed the home button, still nothing. Lhasa got anxious. He pressed various buttons randomly, but the handle still didn't react. Could it really be that the demon is just messing around for fun? Lhasa felt a wave of disappointment. He sat down heavily on the ground, filled with regret. After risking his life and fighting hard all day in the dungeon, getting injured all over, was this all he got in return? A broken controller? At that moment, his wound on his back seemed to tear open again with his movement. Lhasa reached out and touched it, only to find his fingers covered in blood. A thought suddenly appeared in Lhasa's mind. Could it be that he needs to use blood to claim the controller? He looked at the small groove in the middle of the controller. If that was the case, then he should pour the blood there. Slowly, the blood dripped from his finger and landed right in the groove. In the next second, the blood seemed to be absorbed by the controller, vanishing instantly. Then, the controller emitted a familiar vibrating sound, and red patterns lit up on it. At that moment, Lhasa felt very excited. He pressed the system button on the controller again. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "You do not have permission." "That's not what I wanted to hear," Lhasa shouted inwardly. He pressed several other buttons in quick succession. "You do not have permission. You do not have permission. You do not have permission. You do not have permission." A series of mechanical sounds continued. Lhasa felt a bit speechless, but at least he was relieved that there was some response, which meant he could still study it. While thinking, Lhasa recalled scenes from playing games in his past life. None of those scenes seemed to match this strange controller. Why do I not have permission? What kind of permission is that? Who else has it? Lhasa closed his eyes and carefully thought about everything. Why do I lack permission? Is it because I am just an ordinary adventurer from Kelvin County in the kingdom of Erdia, a common civilian? A flash of insight suddenly appeared in his mind. No, that's not right. Even if I am a noble or a king, it wouldn't matter, because my true identity is an NPC. Of course, NPCs don't have permission to use a game controller. The only one who has permission is the player. Only the player can operate this controller. Understanding this made Lhasa feel excited, as if he had solved a great mystery of the world. But he quickly calmed down again, because the real problem hadn't been solved. How can he become a player? Is this device meant for physical body transmigration? I am a soul transmigrating into a young man named Lhasa Gret, so I can't use it? Lhasa looked at the game controller in his hand, which was still flashing with a red light. The buttons seemed carved, and the characters could only be seen clearly when the light hit them at the right angle. Up, down, left, right, A, B, X, Y. Could it be that? A strange expression appeared on Lhasa's face. Indeed, if normal methods don't work, I can only try some unconventional ways. Like cheating. Lhasa picked up the controller and pressed the buttons one by one, ignoring the long message in his mind that said, "You do not have permission." Up, down, left, right, B, A, B, A. The most classic cheat code from his past life. After pressing all the buttons, the controller vibrated again, and the red light flashed more quickly. A blue screen appeared in front of Lhasa with the words, "Hello, virtual character Lhasa Gret. Activation system requires player identity. Your current status is virtual character. Do you want to change your identity to player?" Without hesitation, Lhasa immediately chose yes on the controller. The blue screen changed. Identity changed. Your current status is player Lhasa Gret. The screen disappeared. Lhasa pressed the system button on the controller again. The controller vibrated once more, but this time, the bright red was replaced by a soft blue and white glow. Player system starting. A cold mechanical voice sounded again. Its tone was the same as before, but this time, Lhasa found it very pleasant to hear. The controller started shaking violently, almost slipping from his hand. Then it suddenly exploded into countless light spots, swirling around his left hand for a few moments before vanishing on the back of his hand. The controller disappeared, but a gray, controller-shaped mark remained on Lhasa's left hand. Lhasa used his right index finger to tap the mark. It gradually turned blue, and a pleasant female voice rang in his mind. "Welcome to the game, player Lhasa Gret." His personal info panel unlocked. The character growth system unlocked. The task and achievement system unlocked. Your character level has increased to level 1, and your status has been fully restored. A tingling sensation spread through his body. All his wounds healed instantly, and both his physical and mental exhaustion disappeared. If someone saw this scene, they would think the goddess Afra had performed a miracle and blessed Lhasa. If he ignored his torn clothes, his current state was even better than when he first set out in the morning. The power of the external system was truly terrifying. Lhasa closed his eyes again to feel it. Suddenly, his mind seemed to load a game system. It displayed more information, and strangely, he could control it with his thoughts, just like using a mouse or controller, playing a game in his mind. He carefully checked what he could access now. Only the character info and quest achievement screens were unlocked. The rest of the system was still locked. He first opened his character info panel. Name, Lhasa Gret Race. Eldia Class. None Level. 1 Current Experience. 0% Current HP. 100% Current Mental Power. 100% Current Status. Normal Basic Attribute Strength. 6 Agility. 5 Spirit. 7. Base 5-2 from Eldia Race. Faith. 0 Constitution. 5 Free Attribute Points. 2 Special Attributes. Max 10. Perception. For Willpower. 2 Charm. 3 Current Equipment. Known Skills, Talents, and Specializations. Basic Swordsmanship. Has beginner-level sword skills, increasing damage by 2% when using swords. Lhasa pondered. Since he was an atheist, his faith was 0. His other basic attributes were average. But why was his charm so low? Lhasa was a young man about 20 years old. His appearance wasn't stunning, but at least he looked like a young Brad Pitt. Plus, he had a well-proportioned, muscular build. How could his charm be only 3? He had many questions inside. However, the system in his mind was completely unintelligent. It wouldn't answer his questions or communicate with him. It was a product with no intelligence. As for how to allocate his free attribute points, Lhasa already had a plan. In his previous life, there was a famous saying among soul travelers. First, raise your blood points to 30. Lhasa was not that extreme. He planned to improve his strength and stamina little by little. Since his fighting mainly relied on close combat, increasing his strength would definitely boost his fighting power. Adding some stamina would also make him a bit tougher and more durable. He used his mind to allocate the attribute points. A warm feeling spread through his body, and his hands seemed stronger and more muscular. He thought about testing his strength with Maggie by arm wrestling when she returned. He imagined her surprised face when she lost to him tonight, and a small smile appeared on his lips. Next was the task achievement system, which was very simple. Main Quest 1. Clear the white teleportation gate once. Quest Reward. Unlock the Eye of Insight. Special Achievement 1. Clear the white teleportation gate solo once. Achievement Reward. Unlock the exclusive profession system. Main Quest 2. Clear the yellow teleportation gate once. Quest Reward. Special Achievement 2. Clear the yellow teleportation gate solo once. Achievement Reward. Main Quest 3. Clear the red teleportation gate once. Quest Reward. Special Achievement 3. Clear the red teleportation gate solo once. Achievement Reward. Main Quest 4. Clear the purple teleportation gate once. Quest Reward. Main Quest 5. Clear the black teleportation gate once. Quest Reward. Final Quest. Final Reward. Note: you can only view the next level's information after completing the achievements and quests of the previous level. There were no side quests, only main quests, and all tasks and achievements were related to teleportation gates. The requirements for those 3 special achievements were even more intimidating for Lhasa. Clear a dungeon solo? Even the easiest white teleportation gate, based on Lhasa's experience today, attempting it alone was basically a death sentence. Looking back at today's adventure, even experienced explorers like Todd and Nurkin couldn't clear it alone. Even if someone had both Todd's ranged combat skills and Nurkin's melee attack abilities, they would still need help to share the large number of monsters and attract some of their attention. Unless he could upgrade his attributes to a level far beyond all explorers in Deer Forest Town and be fully armed with powerful combat skills, then maybe he could give it a try. However, the words exclusive profession sound very exciting. But that is too far from who I am now. I should focus on the present first. Lhasa tapped the glowing pattern on the back of his left hand. All the complex information from the system suddenly cleared from his mind. The pattern on the handle turned back to gray-black. It felt like his mind had shed some weight, making his thoughts clearer and smoother. Lhasa found a few clothes in his storage luggage and changed into them. He counted all his money, 20 copper coins. The system gave him a wonderful vision of future adventures, but it couldn't solve his current money problems. Maybe because his level had increased, he wasn't hungry at all. He left the storage, sat on a wooden post at the dock. It was already nighttime. The summer sky, free from industrial pollution, was full of stars, with thin clouds at the horizon. The evening breeze caused small ripples on the Luva River, and some fireflies flickered over the wetland by the riverbank. There were no goblin screams, no strong smell of damp caves. Everything was peaceful and beautiful. In the distance, a figure ran quickly toward him. It was Maggie Troop, who seemed to have finally let go of that poor guild member. "Lhasa, let's go see the church. You're badly hurt," she said, feeling guilty. "We should have gone to see the priest first. It's all my fault. I couldn't stop talking when I started telling stories." "It's okay, Maggie. I'm all better now," Lhasa said, showing her his fully healed back. Maggie's eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked at him several times. "Oh my goodness. Did your goddess perform a miracle just now? Remember that keepsake I took? That's its special power," Lhasa explained. It might be hard to fully explain this to Maggie, but if he just wanted to fool her, it was simple. "Really? It has that power? When I saw how you looked earlier, I thought maybe it was cursed or possessed by some demon," Maggie said, clearly adaptable. "By the way, we can stay at an inn tonight. Did you sell your longsword?" Lhasa knew Maggie only had about 10 copper coins before they left in the morning. Now, they could only sell their loot to get some money. No. The sword and the skill crystal are still in my backpack. They are treasures and can't be sold casually," Maggie said mysteriously. "Miss Maggie, I have a new way to make money now." Her words easily make people think the wrong way. She took out some coins from her pocket and handed them to Lhasa. "These are your share. Don't think it's too little. I only have one more than you." Lhasa opened his hand and saw 7 silver coins. "Maggie, where did these come from?" Dufflin Girl was very happy to see the surprised look on Lhassa's face. "And girl from the association gave them to me. She took me to a small room where an old man with a white beard was. I told him some things, and he listened. In the end, he said I provided very important information today, so the girl gave me 15 silver coins. I was also surprised when I received them. This was truly unexpected wealth." Lhasa thought it was probably because Maggie told them about the treasure chest monster. If such monsters were common, Todd and Nurkin wouldn't be caught off guard. Maybe this kind of monster only appeared for the first time, so the association rewarded the informant with a lot of money. "We've made a lot this time. If Uncle Todd finds out, he will definitely regret giving us this opportunity," Maggie said happily. "We'll go to the inn to store our things first, then head to the tavern. Miss Maggie is going to drink 20 mugs of beer today." She turned around and ran excitedly toward the warehouse. "You're drinking so much. Don't you want to try the number 9 meal I invited you to?" Lhasa remembered their promise in the dungeon and called out to her. "Hey, don't think you can skip out on paying," Maggie's voice came from the warehouse. Whitestone Tavern. Willis, the owner and bartender, watched the lively scene inside the tavern with satisfaction. When he was young, he once traveled alone to the largest city in Kelvin County, Sice. He was broke and started as a helper, eventually learning some skills in a tavern. He planned to settle down in the big city, but unfortunately, after drinking, he said some nonsense to the tavern owner's wife and was kicked out. Over the past 10 years, when he returned to his hometown, he saw a business opportunity. From the owner of the Wine Barrel Nose in West Side City, he learned 2 things. First, do not provoke others' wives, especially your bosses. Second, make money from adventurers, as these people have lots of money but short lives, making them ideal customers. Using various methods, he secured this prime location. With each batch of adventurers, Deer Forest Town grew bigger, and the Whitestone Inn's business improved. His own figure also became more prosperous. At this moment, at the center table of the inn, a middle-aged man dressed in brass armor stood up. "Everyone, I am Odom from the Grey Wolf Squad. Our team will set out tomorrow for Moon Lake City to prepare for the Yellow Portal. As a farewell gift, I invite everyone here tonight to have a cup of beer." The atmosphere in the inn grew even more lively. Willis knew it was his turn to make a move. He raised the best beer in the inn, Lua Craft Brew, and approached Odom. "I, Willis, on behalf of Deer Forest Town, wish the brave warriors of the Grey Wolf Squad a successful adventure." "Long live adventure." Odom quickly drank the wine Willis handed him and shouted along, "Long live adventure." The excitement in the inn reached its peak, with almost all adventurers standing up enthusiastically, shouting, "Long live adventure!" Willis smiled, feeling proud inside. This is where I, Willis, am clever. No innkeeper in the world understands what these reckless adventurers want better than me. A few years ago, a reckless adventurer team, out of impulse, asked everyone in the inn to toast farewell before leaving. Willis's eyes lit up at the idea. After some planning, this impromptu event became a tradition at the Whitestone Inn, happening every 2 or 3 months. The main characters changed each time, but he, the supporting role, never did. The adventurers received blessings and enthusiasm, while he gained coins and silver from those who couldn't take them into their coffins. Willis's eyes scanned every corner of the inn, hoping to see all the adventurers happily spending money and enjoying themselves. When he looked at the small table near the north window, he couldn't help but frown. It was a young Eldian man and a Dufflin girl. They were unaffected by the lively atmosphere, staring silently at their plates of food. The only drinks on the table were the 2 mugs of beer Odom had given them. He still remembered these 2 people. Recently, these 2 poor guys kept coming to the tavern every day, but they never left a single coin. Forget it, at least they spent money tonight. One of them even ordered the number 9 meal set, and Willis comforted himself. Lasse looked at the food on his plate. It was the Whitestone Tavern's number 2 meal set. The main dish was a mushroom pie topped with a thick layer of jam, a sweet and salty combination from another world. There was also a grilled river fish with a lemon scent, which had many bones but tender meat and crispy skin. Additionally, there was a small bowl of overcooked beans sprinkled with unknown spices. He had been eating black bread for so long just to get such a good meal. Lasse thought to himself, this is what it means to live well. Meanwhile, Maggie's meal was even more lavish. The Whitestone Tavern's number 9 set was the most expensive, costing 2 silver coins and 30 copper coins. The most luxurious part was the stewed deer meat, tender, juicy, and perfectly cooked. The spices and meat aroma mixed together, making his mouth water uncontrollably. Lasse almost finished his boiled beans just by smelling the delicious meat from the table across. Maggie's eyes shone even brighter as she ate. At first, both of them were looking around the tavern, but once the food was served, everything else in the tavern became unimportant. Huh, why is there an extra mug of ale on the table? Maggie patted her stomach. Lasse, did you order this? It seems someone sent it over, Lasse said. Never mind, let's drink first. Cheers to our first adventure. They both drank in one gulp and then let out a big burp. Oh, Lasse, here's something for you, Maggie said, pulling out a long package from behind her. Lasse knew what it was. That was the yellow crystal sword. That's not fair to you, Maggie. The old broken sword didn't suit a skilled person like you. Consider this a thank you gift for treating me to the number 9 meal, Maggie said with a smile. I've never had such a good meal before. I've never received such an expensive gift either, Lasse whispered. Hey, Lasse, we're good partners on this adventure. If it were you, and you got a nice iron hammer, you'd definitely keep it for me, Maggie said, standing up and looking at him intently. I'd sell the expensive one and buy a cheaper one to give you, Lasse said, laughing as he spoke. I don't believe you would do that. Maggie sat back in her chair, looking at the nearly empty sauce on the plate. She sighed softly. I can no longer enjoy eating rye bread. We don't have much money left. We need to prepare for the next adventure, Lasse said, holding 7 silver coins in his pocket. After a trip to the inn and tavern, most of the coins were gone. Let's talk about the adventure tomorrow. Now is time to relax. By the way, Maggie, come arm wrestle with me. This time, I will definitely win, Lasse said confidently, recalling the little strength he had gained. Friend, even though you've lost to me many times, I still accept your challenge with enthusiasm, Maggie said happily, pushing her plate aside. A few minutes later, Lasse's face turned red, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His fingertips turned white from gripping so hard. At this moment, he again felt the gap between effort and talent. Maggie smiled as she pressed Lasse's wrist down onto the table. You're a little stronger than before, but you're still far from Miss Maggie, she said bluntly. How strong is this guy? If only I could see her stats, Lasse thought secretly. Lasse, wouldn't it be cheaper if we shared a room? Maggie's eyes were full of innocence. Maggie, you're already 18. We couldn't do that before because of the warehouse. Now that we live together, It wouldn't look good for you if people found out, Lhasa said helplessly. The real reason was that living with Maggie affected his sleep. Her snoring kept him awake every night, just like in his college dormitory in his past life. I don't care about that. Duflin couples usually get married in their 30s or 40s. My mom is almost 50 now. Good night, Maggie. Sweet dreams, Lhasa said, gently guiding Maggie into her room and quickly closing the door. They stayed in the cheapest room of the town's inn, Deer Forest Inn. It had only a bed and no other furniture, and the space was very small. If they shared a room, each would probably have to sleep on the floor or under the bed. This inn only costs about 10 copper coins per night, offering great value comparable to the cheap rooms in Lhasa's past life. After closing his room door, Lhasa opened the package Maggie had given him. The hilt of the long sword was embedded with a small yellow crystal about the size of a fingernail. The blade looked very sharp. Maybe it was just his feeling, but Lhasa always felt a flash of silver light flickering across the sword at times. There was no sword sheath, so tomorrow he needed to find a suitable one at the blacksmith shop. As he thought about this, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Lhasa. Gred. Occupation: none. Level: 1. Current experience: 0% current HP, 100% current mental power, 100% current status. Normal. Basic attribute: strength 8, base 7, embedded with silver longsword 1, agility 5, spirit 7, base 5, LD erase 2, faith 0, constitution 6. Free attribute points to distribute 0. Special attributes: max 10, perception, for willpower 2, charm 3. Current equipment: silver embedded longsword skills, talents, and specializations. Basic swordsmanship, has beginner level sword skills, increasing damage by 2% when using swords. Lhasa was pleasantly surprised to find that the equipment called the silver embedded longsword actually added a bit to his strength attribute. No wonder it was in a yellow treasure chest. Its effect was much better than the second-hand goods from the blacksmith shop. He wondered if Maggie's skill crystal could be successfully understood. If so, both of their combat powers could be greatly improved. Previously, he had only trained or fought with a short sword, partly because it was cheaper and partly because it was lighter and easier to swing. Now that his strength had increased, a long sword might suit him better. He planned to go to the training ground tomorrow to practice and get used to the new weapon. Then he would visit the blacksmith and the flea market to see if there was suitable armor. Lhasa was thinking about his plans for tomorrow when fatigue suddenly hit him. He lay on his bed, ready to sleep. At that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from Maggie's room next door, as if a dinosaur was roaring there. Lhasa then remembered that the soundproofing in the cheap rooms was not very good. In the morning, Lhasa was still asleep. In his dream, he held a sword and cut off the head of a fierce dragon. Next to him, the princess of the kingdom and a noble elf girl were shouting his name excitedly. The scene changed. He was holding the princess in a white wedding dress with his left hand and the elegant elf girl in a beautiful long dress with his right hand. Inside a grand hall, the king smiled and nodded at him, while the people cheered for hero Lhasa. They entered a richly decorated room. Servants bowed and left. On a huge velvet bed, two shy young girls looked at him nervously. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Does this world also have a tradition of a wedding night? Lhasa mumbled in his dream. The knocking grew louder and more urgent. Lhasa, are you still not up? Maggie's voice came from outside the door. Waking up from his dream, Lhasa remembered the lovely scene and opened the door. Outside, Maggie's hair was messy and hanging over her shoulders, with a few curls sticking up, looking a bit funny. This girl was quite restless when she slept. Lhasa knew this well. When they were in the warehouse before, Maggie often fell off the wooden box in the middle of the night and then went back to sleep on the floor with her head down. Maggie, have you learned any fighting skills yet? I was too sleepy last night and fell asleep right away. I forgot about that. Maggie shook her head. She took out a yellow crystal cube from her pocket. Lhasa, how do you use this again? It's written in the Newcomer Adventurer Guide from the guild. I think the book is with you, right? They went into Maggie's room. Lhasa flipped through the book in his hand and explained, sit cross-legged on the bed, hold the crystal in your hand, close your eyes, and meditate. After a minute, the crystal cube in Maggie's hand slowly floated up, emitting a gentle yellow glow. Lhasa watched nervously. It was their first time, and the instructions in the book were a bit brief. 2 or 3 minutes later, The crystal cube turned into countless light spots and sank into Maggie's body. Maggie's small nose twitched slightly. This should be a success, Lhasa thought. The book said that if it failed, the skill crystal wouldn't disappear. But at this moment, he didn't dare to disturb Maggie, afraid something might go wrong. After an unknown amount of time, Lhasa felt his legs going numb from standing. Suddenly, Maggie tilted her head back and collapsed, snoring loudly. This girl actually fell asleep? Lhasa found it both funny and frustrating. He walked over and shook Maggie awake. Hey, Lhasa, good morning. How did you get into my room? Maggie looked at him sleepily. Maggie, combat skill. Combat skill. Lhasa simply couldn't get through to her. Oh right, I just learned a second-level combat skill. Let me think for a moment. It feels like my mind has gained some new things, Maggie said, looking like she just woke up. She frowned and carefully recalled. After a while, she jumped out of bed. Lhasa, I remember now. It's a very powerful combat skill. Let's go to the training ground and try it out, Lhasa yawned. First, let's wash our face and brush our teeth, then change clothes. We'll meet at the inn's entrance later. On the way, Maggie kept chattering about how amazing her new skill was. In her words, even the strongest monsters would turn to ash under her attack. Rocket headbutt. Sounds really impressive, right? Maggie said proudly. Could it be a headbutting attack? A version of Iron Head skill from another world? Lhasa nodded perfunctorily, glancing at Maggie's head. Duffling girls had just finished tidying up and braiding their hair. Lhasa wondered if he should suggest she buy a helmet later. Lhasa and Maggie arrived at the training ground. Cortez, a scar-faced man, nodded at them. He used to be a military instructor, skilled in swordsmanship. After getting injured, he retired and came here, earning money by guiding new adventurers and renting out the training grounds. Lhasa had trained here for a few months with his money. After paying a few copper coins for entry, they found a corner. Lhasa, watch this, Maggie said confidently. Startled, Lhasa quickly shouted, Maggie, aim at the wooden, not at me. Maggie responded with an, oh, then turned. She shouted, rocket headbutt, then slightly crouched. Her legs suddenly pushed off, and she lunged forward with incredible speed. Her head shot out like a missile, creating a loud compressed air explosion. The wooden was hit and flew into the air, then shattered into pieces. Maggie, having flown forward, rolled several times on the ground and finally stood up, touching her head. Lhasa was stunned. Although it looked very funny, the power was undeniable. Maggie, are you okay? Lhasa asked. Maggie shook her head. I'm a little dizzy. Do you have to shout the name of the skill before using it? Lhasa inquired. Not really. I thought shouting it would make it more impressive, Maggie chuckled. Lhasa quickly warned her to just use it directly next time. He really didn't want Maggie to shout loudly in the dungeon, making him feel awkward. At that moment, Kothes walked over with a serious face. The noise earlier was too loud. He didn't mind the adventurers practicing with dummies, but seeing it shattered like that, he couldn't pretend he didn't notice. Maggie quickly took out a silver coin and handed it to him. The two spent the whole morning at the training ground. Lhasa tested his new weapon and found that Maggie could only use rocket headbutt 3 times at most. If she forced it, her body would become as exhausted as Todd's. It couldn't be used repeatedly without a break in between. Lhasa first practiced alone with the. When he checked the system, his experience was still at 0%. He then asked Maggie to practice with him for a while, but her experience remained at 0%. It seemed he still needed to go to the portal. He wondered whether defeating monsters there gave experience immediately or only when opening treasure chests. Lhasa pondered. Right now, the system's only useful functions were increasing attributes and restoring health points through level-ups. Other features could only be unlocked by completing quests and achievements. If he didn't go on adventures at the portal, he was no different from having no system at all. Maggie, are you feeling okay? I was thinking about asking Todd to set up our next adventure, Lhasa said. After using her skill, Maggie was a bit breathless, but when she heard Lhasa's suggestion, she perked up instantly. Yes. I was worried you'd need to rest for a while. Their adventurer IDs were still with the guild. Lhasa planned to rest for a couple of days, prepare, and see if he could meet Todd at the tavern. They returned to the tavern after training, ate something, but unfortunately, they didn't meet Todd. In the afternoon, they went to the Iron Fist blacksmith shop. The owner was Barnhammer, from the Iron Melt clan. He looked exactly like a dwarf from the game Lhasa played in his previous life. A bronze-colored skin, a thick beard with food crumbs on it, and a rough voice when speaking. His sturdy linen clothes have small holes from sparks during blacksmithing. And of course, he always carries a skin bag filled with strong liquor around his waist. "Come in quickly, buddy. My guys here are just as good as those at the teleportation gate," he shouted. "Look, there's a young girl with light steps." You know, Goblin never cheats his own people. Only newcomers who just arrived in Deer Forest Town would believe this. Most experienced adventurers who have been to the dungeon several times rarely buy things here. They only sell him their outdated gear. Lhasa asked about second-hand teleportation gate equipment. Barn put away his sales pitch and led the two of them into another room. "These are all sold to me by veteran adventurers. The durability is a bit lower, but it doesn't affect use. The price is fairer than at the guild." Barn pointed to a leather breastplate. "A piece like this would cost at least 15 silver coins at the guild, but I sell it for 8. Lhasa had checked the guild's trading area before. A brand new white crystal equipment costs 12 silver coins, and there's no room for bargaining. Barn's items definitely have some wiggle room. The crystal in the middle of the leather chest armor also had a few cracks, similar to the one Todd had before. "Is this for my companion? Do you have a smaller size?" Lhasa picked up one and looked at it. "You sound like a newcomer." Barn chuckled loudly. He took out one to try on himself. At first, it didn't fit well, hanging down to his knees, but after a couple of minutes, the armor seemed to adapt to his body, slowly changing shape. After 3 minutes, Barn spun around to show Lhasa and the others. The armor fit him perfectly, as if made for him. "This is the magic of teleportation gear," Barn said with admiration. "People in our line of work have to respect it." Lhasa asked about the prices of a helmet and a hammer, then gave Maggie a look and went outside the blacksmith shop, leaving the stage to the eloquent Maggie. Goblin would not let down anyone who spends copper coins. That was Maggie's words. After about 10 or 20 minutes, Maggie also came out. He fixed the price at 7 silver coins, but he whispered, "If you're quick, I can give you a cowhide hood for free. Let's go see the flea market again." Lhasa and Maggie had just left the blacksmith shop when Barn's voice came from behind. "Little girl, trust me, you'll come back to old Barn's place." At the flea market, they looked at several shops, but found only everyday goods. Just as Lhasa was feeling curious, he saw a person in a black cloak nod slightly in his direction from a small alley. He and Maggie cautiously followed as the person led them deep into the alley. In the corner, a few homeless people with bundles sat huddled. The cloaked person whispered, "Adventurers, huh? Want to buy something?" Lhasa explained what he needed. One homeless man looked at them and opened his bundle. Inside were 2 or 3 white crystal leather armor pieces, but the armor had dark red bloodstains on it. Lhasa checked and saw that most of the crystals were cracked. "If you want them, 5 silver coins per set. There's nothing cheaper in Deer Forest Town," the cloaked person whispered. Lhasa started to doubt where these items came from and slowly backed away with Maggie. "Sorry, we only have some copper coins," they said. The cloaked person cursed a few times, but then ignored them. The homeless people whispered among themselves and looked at Lhasa and Maggie with disdain as they left. Outside the alley, Lhasa and Maggie looked at each other. "Let's go to Barn's place," Maggie said softly. She nodded and added, "These people don't look good. I just noticed they all have a skull tattoo on their hands. Maybe they're part of some underground gang." Lhasa agreed. "Maggie, how many silver coins do you have left?" "Only 6. Maggie counted carefully twice. "I'll give you one more." "Buy a set from Barn," Lhasa said, pulling out a silver coin. They earned money faster than before, but they also spent it quickly. In less than 2 days, they didn't have much left. Both sighed. When they returned to the Iron Fist blacksmith shop, Barn was sitting comfortably on a tall chair, drinking wine. He somehow managed to climb up, making his short legs look even shorter. Seeing Lhasa and Maggie come back, he looked even more proud. Maggie stepped forward to try bargaining, but Lhasa knew that once they returned, Barn wouldn't agree to lower the price. Sure enough, in the end, Maggie reluctantly handed over 7 silver coins and took the leather armor and hood. "Barn, can you customize a sword sheath here?" Lhasa took out a silver-inlaid longsword from the package. Barn carefully examined the sword, and when he saw the yellow crystal on the hilt, his pupils shrank for a moment. "That's a good sword." Barn returned the sword to Lhasa, stroking his beard. "Customization costs 1 silver coin and takes 5 days. You probably can't wait that long, right?" Lhasa nodded. Even one silver coin was a bit over his budget. Barn rummaged through a cabinet behind him and took out a worn, brown sword sheath. This can barely serve as a quick fix. If you want it, let's count it as 30 copper coins. Lhasa tried it and found it usable, at least better than wrapping the sword in cloth. He paid happily. As they left the blacksmith shop, the two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but sigh. Money really flies fast. Lhasa didn't expect to find Todd after several visits to the tavern, but surprisingly, they met by chance one afternoon on the street. "Lhasa, are you also going to the guild to get your ID card?" Todd greeted. "Aren't we supposed to wait 3 days?" Lhasa found it strange. "It seems you still haven't dealt much with the guild. They always take an extra day or two." "Today, it should be ready," Todd said with a smile. "I'm about to pick up Jamie. Want to come along?" Lhasa and Maggie nodded. Jamie returned to Haggle County yesterday. "Things are a bit unstable near Yufeng Mountain. I'm going to the dock to see him off on his boat. When I left, he was thanking both of you," Todd said with a sigh. "I thought the last adventure would make him give up, but instead, fighting with you made him braver than before." "Uncle Todd, don't you want him to become an adventurer?" Maggie asked. Todd nodded. Jamie was born, but his biological mother died in childbirth. His father, my brother Stanson, was out adventuring at the time. Later, his stepmother, Barbara, raised him. She's a good wife, but not a good mother. Jamie's personality isn't very likable. Stanson had been avoiding his son until the day he died. Only at his death. Todd's voice grew softer. "Anyway, he asked me to take good care of Jamie, but I only do risky things, and I don't want him to follow his father's old path. I didn't expect the portal adventure to change him. His final action surprised me. He wanted me to teach him how to use a bow and arrow. I wonder what Stanson would think if he knew how I was teaching him." Todd shook his head with a smile. As they spoke, the three arrived at the guild. Sure enough, as Todd said, the adventurer ID card had been engraved with a crest. The first blank circle on the card now had a beetle emblem. According to the guild, the 4 crests represent 4 races. The beetle emblem stands for the Duflin race. In their mythology, their ancestors came from underground riding beetles to reach this continent. Maggie happily looked at her ID card, and Lhasa felt proud too. Outside the guild, Todd pointed to the Whitestone Inn. "Let's go have a drink." "It's on me," Lhasa and the others happily agreed. As soon as they sat down, Maggie asked eagerly, "Uncle Todd, when do you plan to go to the dungeon again?" Todd smiled and shook his head. "Maybe in a month or 2. Do you remember the badge I got last time?" It seemed he couldn't rely on others anymore. Lhasa felt a little disappointed, but was curious about the profession badge Todd mentioned. "Uncle Todd, did you activate your profession badge?" "It's a ranger badge," Todd nodded. "After I got the profession, I realized how narrow my previous view was. Before, I got lazy after learning 2 combat skills, thinking that was enough for an adventurer. But after activating the badge, I gained 3 new skills, including a powerful second-tier skill." Todd paused and looked at Lhasa and Maggie. "How do you think adventurers can be classified?" Maggie answered without hesitation. "New adventurers like us, and experienced ones like you." Todd shook his head, his expression serious. "That's just a very basic classification. It only applies in places like Deer Forest Town." His gaze became deep and distant as his finger traced the 4 circular symbols on his ID card. "The true classification is novice adventurers without emblems, ordinary adventurers with the beetle emblem, professional adventurers with the blue deer emblem, and elite adventurers with the white eagle badge, and the legendary adventurers who have the golden lion badge. When I first arrived in Deer Forest Town, some people in the tavern, including me, were complete beginners. Now, after many years, many of them have become professional adventurers, a few have become elite adventurers, and 1 or 2 have become legendary adventurers. Of course, most have died in the dungeon. Only I have been spinning in place like a top all these years. Every time I make some money at the portal, I spend it with Nurkin and the others on East Street. When I run out of money, I go back to the dungeon to hunt for more. It's a never-ending cycle." Todd finished his strong drink and smiled as he said, "So, now that I have a professional badge, I want to see more distant places." Lhasa and Maggie were both unsure how to respond. They were still processing what Todd had just said. After a moment of silence, Lhasa asked, "If I wanted to pass through the white portal alone, do you think I could do it?" Todd was surprised by his question, then pointed at Maggie and asked, "Why don't you bring her along? She's a good teammate." Maggie looked at Lhasa with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Lhasa quickly waved his hands and said, I was just curious. Todd looked at him with a strange expression but replied, we all go to the portal for the treasure inside the chest. What you might not know is that the number of items in the chest depends on how many people go through the portal. If there are fewer than 3 people, the number of items will be significantly less. The team limit for red and lower level portals is 5 people. So, it's best to keep the team between 3 and 5 members. However, lone wolves do exist, and most of them die over there. As far as I know, only one person has gone through the red portal alone the entire time. Todd called the waiter to bring another drink and continued, his name is Yuden. He is now a legendary adventurer and a member of the Swift Eagle team. The Swift Eagle squad was formed by the princess of the kingdom. It is now one of the most famous teams on the continent, and all its members are Eldians. Rumor has it that the team has crossed the purple teleportation portal many times. Why did he go in alone? Isn't that dangerous and not worth it? Maggie glanced at Lhasa and asked. Because at that time, he was quite infamous in Deer Forest Town, and other teams wouldn't accept him. Todd took a sip of his wine and recalled. He arrived in Deer Forest Town a year after I did. At first, he had a small team, but when they used the white teleportation portal, only Yuden survived, and he stayed inside for 10 days. He wouldn't talk about what happened inside. Soon, rumors spread that he had caused the deaths of his 4 teammates. The dungeon connected to the white teleportation portal is usually completed in a day or 2 if the team is strong enough, but 10 days is very suspicious. In the dungeon, trustworthy teammates are very important. If someone gains a bad reputation, everyone will keep their distance, so he had to fight alone. No one expected him to go so far. Truly unpredictable, Todd sighed. Are you two planning to explore the dungeon again soon? Lhasa and Maggie nodded. You should ask the Mazo brothers. They used to be my teammates, but they left the team for some reason. I heard they are now at the church. Todd then described the appearance and personality of the brothers in detail. After that, he said he needed to go back and practice new combat skills. He paid the bill and said goodbye to them. Lhasa and Maggie trusted Todd's recommendation and decided to visit the church in the afternoon. The small church is located on the right side of the main road in Deer Forest Town. It is dedicated to the light goddess, Afra, whom most Eldians worship. Lhasa was visiting the Deer Forest Town church for the first time. Perhaps in his previous life, he still believed in the goddess, but now he had zero faith. A priest, upon hearing their purpose, pointed inside the church and said, Ivan is talking about something important with Father Makoni, regarding that Demet. She showed a look of disgust that she couldn't hide. He should be hiding in the confession room, drinking. Lhasa remembered Todd's description of the Mazov brothers. The older brother Demet is cheerful, loves making inappropriate jokes, is very brave in battle, and is a reliable fighter. The younger brother Ivan is calm and steady, a devout member of the Light Church, capable of casting healing spells to help teammates, and skilled with a sword. This Demet is really bold, probably a wild and free person, Lhasa thought. On the way to the confession room, Lhasa heard 2 people talking behind the wall. Asteria has already approved your request. Don't waste your future because of that drunken fool, said an older man's voice. Father Makoni, please give me 1 more month. A young man's voice pleaded and apologized. Lhasa didn't want to waste time eavesdropping, so he and Maggie quickly headed toward the confession room. The door was wide open. Inside was a small space, even smaller than the inn room Lhasa was staying in. There was only a chair, on which a man about 30 sat slouched. He had dark skin, looked messy, with a scruffy beard, and curly brown hair that looked like a broom at the church entrance. He was swaying a half-empty bottle of alcohol, and several empty bottles were scattered on the floor. An Aldi is civilian, a dwarf little guy, he squinted. What does a lowly sand dune want with me? Seeing his appearance, Lhasa and Maggie both felt this trip might be pointless, but since they were here, we are adventurers. We plan to visit the teleportation gate in the next few days. Todd said we could come find you 2 brothers, Lhasa explained. To his surprise, Demet suddenly jumped up from his chair, knocking the bottle aside. Today? No problem, he said with a crazed look in his eyes that caught Lhasa off guard. We plan to go tomorrow morning, Lhasa replied, feeling Maggie pin his leg. If Todd hadn't spoken so highly of them, Lhasa might have turned around and left. But in the dungeon, having a teammate with healing skills meant everything. Demet hiccuped and said seriously, Lhasa looked at the empty wine bottle on the ground and thought, we should be the ones saying that. He and Maggie had just left the church when she couldn't help but ask, are we really going on an adventure with this guy? Won't he take the wine bottle into the portal? Lhasa sighed. I just hope Todd's words are right. Let's see how Ivan is later. If it's not good, we'll cancel. They sat on the steps outside the church for a while, hearing faint arguing from inside. Soon, a young man in a church robe hurried out. When he saw Lhasa and Maggie sitting at the door, he quickly approached. Are you Todd's friends? I'm Ivan Mazov. His voice sounded very similar to the young man Lhasa had overheard earlier. Ivan looked about the same age as Lhasa, around 20, and resembled Demit in many ways, darker skin and deep-set eyes. But their personalities were very different. Ivan looked lively, gentle, and dressed with a serious, religious air, unlike the lazy, scruffy Demit. Sorry, I just talked with my brother. We can't go on the adventure tomorrow. I'm really sorry. Ivan bowed sincerely. Before Lhasa and Maggie could reply, Demit stormed out of the church, cursing. He casually threw down his wine bottle and pointed at Ivan, grumbling. If you're not going, I will. I've been hiding here for 2 months. Do you want to keep me locked up forever? Demit, listen to me. Ivan tried to hold his brother's hand, but Demit ignored him. Demit looked at Lhasa and Maggie seriously and said, I'll be waiting for you there tomorrow morning. He turned and went back into the church, leaving Ivan with one last word. If you're afraid I'll die there, come with me, my good brother. Ivan nodded quickly at Lhasa and Maggie and hurried after him. Under the sunset glow, Lhasa and Maggie looked at each other. In the tavern, they sat silently eating bread and stew. Maybe we shouldn't go after all, Maggie said softly. We don't have much money left, Lhasa replied, feeling a bit helpless. These two brothers, one wants to go on an adventure but seems unreliable, while the other seems dependable but doesn't want to take the risk. Maggie counted the money in her pocket and could only sigh. At that moment, the tavern door opened. Lhasa saw Ivan walk in, look around for a while, then walk straight over to them. Good evening, Mr. Greet and Lady Targa, he said politely. Just call me Lhasa, Lhasa replied with a greeting. Ivan sat down and continued. I checked with Todd about the situation. He speaks very highly of both of you. Actually, I refused to help you earlier because of Demit. He sighed deeply and said, Demit wasn't always like this. He used to have a few drinks with Todd after adventures, but he never drank like he does now. A few months ago, he told me that the girl he liked, Rusa, was about to marry someone else. Her father, a sneaky merchant, said he would sell Rusa for just 5 gold coins. Since then, Demit has been going into the underground city more often. He hid it from us, joined many temporary groups under different names, and came back covered in injuries every day. It wasn't until some people called us crazy that I realized what was happening. So, 2 months ago, I asked Todd to let me leave the team. With help from the church, I stayed here to watch over him and stop him from going out. I saved some money, but it was still far from 5 gold coins. Then he started drinking more, Maggie asked. Yes. The priest told me it might help him focus if he drank in moderation, but his drinking got worse. I didn't expect that the money he earned from reckless adventures would all be lost to the alcohol traders. Ivan's bitter tone made Lhasa and Maggie fall silent for a moment. Tomorrow morning, I will come with him. Maybe avoiding the problem isn't the answer. Can he still fight? Maggie asked carefully, remembering Demit's worn-out look. His bravery, you will see tomorrow. But more than that, I worry that his reckless courage might ruin your plans, Ivan said seriously. Anyway, I will try to watch over him tomorrow. Lhasa, you don't need to worry about us. Let's split into 2 teams and act separately. Lhasa didn't expect that relationship problems had turned Demit into this, but since Ivan had already said so, he couldn't change his plans. These two were definitely better than Jamie was the first time. Hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow, Lhasa muttered softly. Ivan nodded to the 2 of them and then left. He was strict about following his vows and definitely wouldn't drink alcohol. Lhasa, Demit is so pitiful. Why do you think he didn't run away with Miss Rosa? Maggie's eyes shimmered with tears. Her sad love story touched her. Lhasa curled his lips. Ivan never said what Rosa thought of Demit. Maybe she was just a lovesick fool with unrequited feelings. He could understand that, but he couldn't feel the same. Still, 5 gold coins was a lot of money. Demit's despair wasn't without reason. In the early morning, sunlight shone down. To Lhasa's surprise, he saw the Kazov brothers waiting at the guild entrance. Demit had arrived even earlier than he did. Although he still looked disillusioned, he was dressed in new gear. He held a long iron spear decorated with white crystals in his hand, a square shield in his right. His leather armor was dirty and stained with unknown marks. Ivan still wore a white church robe. On his left wrist, he had a bracelet with a white crystal pendant, and a short sword was tied to his waist. A large backpack was on his back. Seeing their outfits, Lhasa felt more confident. "You're not too late," Demit said, his tone still making others feel a bit annoyed. Since he had arrived earlier than Lhasa, he decided not to argue with him. "I'm going to register at the guild," Lhasa said, ignoring Demit. He nodded politely to Ivan and entered the waiting hall. Maggie looked at Demit with pity in her eyes, which confused him a little. At the registration desk, a blonde girl from the Ceylon race was filling out information for Lhasa and his team. Maybe because of some exotic feelings, Lhasa couldn't help but glance at her pretty face a few more times. But as soon as she spoke, Lhasa felt his Ceylon obsession shattered. "Number 13. Wait until your number and team name are called before entering." Her voice was hoarse, and her common language was spoken stiffly. Lhasa silently took his ID card and number and walked away. "How about that pointed-ear guy?" Maggie leaned in and asked. "Not much," Lhasa shook his head. He thought it would be nice if Maggie's voice matched her face. Speaking of which, Maggie looked pretty good, but unfortunately, her height made her seem like a young student from her past life. The other two members of the team were hiding in the corner of the hall, far away from Lhasa and Maggie. Most other adventurers probably couldn't tell these four people were in the same team. Suddenly, there were some shouts and insults in the hall. Lhasa heard a few adventurers yelling things like, "Get out of the way." He looked over and saw an older man from the Ohak tribe walking away unsteadily from a group of adventurers who had just shouted. The man looked to be in his 50s, with gray hair and beard. Unlike the young wild people, who had shiny silver-gray hair, he looked hunched over. Even so, he was taller than many adventurers. His clothes were clearly old and torn, and he carried a large wooden bow on his back. Is he a beggar? Why is he here begging? Many questions flashed through Lhasa's mind. The old man didn't seem affected by what just happened. He continued asking each adventurer team one by one, but unfortunately, he didn't get a friendly response. After a while, he approached Lhasa and Maggie. "Dear sir, may I join your team? Don't judge me by my appearance. I am skilled with a bow and won't hold your team back." His tone was sincere and humble. He spoke the common language very fluently, so much so that it was hard to tell he was from the Ohak tribe. Lhasa suddenly understood why he had been rejected by the other adventurers. If this 50-something Ohak man was a professional adventurer, people would think he was very capable and experienced. But he was just a beginner, probably never even used a portal before. For someone his age, he was too old to be a novice, and everyone would doubt his abilities. "Sorry, our team is already registered," Lhasa politely said. After a moment, he added, "If you want to join a team, you should ask at the tavern. The ones here are already formed." The old man's eyes widened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, sir. If it weren't for your words, I might have wasted even more time here." He walked heavily out of the association's door, and his lonely figure reminded Lhasa of the sunset fading into the night sky. "That old man is even older than my dad," Maggie said beside him. "You think he's still out here risking his life because of some coins for an old woman?" "Maggie, not everyone goes on adventures just for love," Lhasa replied, feeling a bit annoyed. He suspected that the girl had been influenced by Demit's stories. "I think he is," Maggie argued. After a while, the girl with glasses from the association came out and called, "Lhasa Team 13. Hearing her, Maggie rolled her eyes. "Lhasa, why do you have no taste like Uncle Todd?" Lhasa touched his nose awkwardly. "I couldn't think of a good name right now. After this adventure, we'll come up with one together." The Mazov brothers also approached. Lhasa glanced at Demit and saw how excited he looked, almost impossible to describe. The four of them followed the association staff into the teleportation room. After experiencing it once, Lhasa didn't feel anything special this time. His only wish was that Demit would get into some trouble. As they entered the portal, Ivan closed his eyes and moved his lips, probably reciting a prayer from the church. According to church teachings, the other side of the portal was considered a heretical realm needing purification. Next to Ivan, Demit opened his eyes wide. When the fog surrounded him, his expression relaxed a lot. as if all his pain and worries had been soothed. He whispered something that made Lhasa shiver. "I'm back. I've finally returned." The system's pleasant female voice sounded in Lhasa's mind. Entering the white teleportation portal. Generating a random white difficulty dungeon. The current dungeon has been selected. Entering the dungeon. Outer dark forest. When Lhasa opened his eyes, he saw a dark jungle in front of him. Twisted trees covered in dark green moss, with some branches bearing purple mushrooms glowing faintly with a purple light. The canopy was thick, blocking out most of the sky. Only a few rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps. There is a faint earthy smell and a strong fragrance from unknown plants in the air. Compared to the goblin nest last time, this place feels much more comfortable, Lhasa thought. However, strange sounds occasionally come from the forest, and the limited visibility under the hazy mist makes one feel constantly on edge. The system's prompt also made Lhasa realize that it provides some information about the dungeon, which is a small addition but better than nothing. He silently gave it a good review. He looked again at the two brothers. Demet was looking around nervously, as if searching for prey, while Ivan was serious, carefully observing the surroundings. The forest was full of weeds, with no clear path. The group moved in one direction while marking trees with their swords as they passed. This is a common method used by adventurers, as detailed in the Guild's Adventurer's Guide. Some dungeons, like the Goblin Nest last time, are tight spaces with limited routes. Others, like this dark forest, seem to stretch in all directions with no clear path. Marking trees helps prevent getting lost. Perhaps because the sword was too sharp, Lhasa felt that the rough bark could be easily cut when making marks. Suddenly, a small black shadow appeared in the forest ahead. Lhasa looked carefully and saw a giant toad sitting there. Its yellow-brown back was covered with lumps of various sizes, slowly oozing green mucus. It puffed out its cheeks, and its pale belly showed dark red blood vessels that moved with each breath. The team instantly became alert. The toad monster opened its huge mouth, and a bright red tongue shot out, sweeping toward them. Lhasa focused intensely, dodging to the side, then swung his sword. A writhing tongue dropped to the ground, and in the next moment, it turned into white mist and disappeared. Lhasa felt strange. His reactions seemed much faster. The monster's body hadn't turned into black powder. He looked toward where the monster had been, but it was gone. The surrounding mist had thickened again. For some reason, Lhasa felt his body tense up, as if something was wrapping around him. In the distance, more giant toads appeared in the fog. Lhasa felt his breathing grow heavier. Everything in this forest seemed strange and eerie. These snake monsters are so weak. No matter how many there are, they can't compare to Miss Maggie. Maggie's confident voice comes from nearby. Snake monsters? Lhasa's heart tightens. He looks at the other three. In his view, Maggie is fighting a toad, while the Mazov brothers are dealing with another one. It's an illusion, Lhasa quickly realizes. He hurriedly checks his status in the system. Current status. Confused. Sure enough, Lhasa quickly recalls everything that just happened. He closes his eyes and feels around his body. Countless rough vines are wrapped around him, tightening more and more. Everyone watch out. What we see now is all an illusion, he shouts while tearing off the vines that are spreading over him. Close your eyes and get rid of the vines on your bodies. A rustling sound comes, and the other three also cry out in surprise. Lhasa hears Ivan loudly reciting an unknown prayer nearby. He feels a warm sensation on his body, and the strange smell in the air diminishes significantly. First-level miracle, light drive. Lhasa, I used a miracle for you. Quickly check the real situation around us, Ivan urgently shouts. Lhasa opens his eyes. There are no monsters in sight, only twisted trees surrounding them. Countless vines hang from the branches, writhing as if alive, reaching toward the four people. On the ground, these vines form a snake-like pattern, wrapping around their legs. The miracle Ivan cast has a limited duration. The strong scent in the air becomes more noticeable. Lhasa feels the world around him slowly changing. He quickly scans the environment and finally spots glowing purple mushrooms on the tree trunks. They look the most suspicious, these mushrooms. Lhasa breaks free from the vines on his feet and rushes forward, swinging his sword at the purple mushrooms. One by one, the mushrooms fall from the tree trunks, and the fragrant smell in the air gradually fades. It's those mushrooms on the trees causing all this. Lhasa explains to the others. Maggie, the smallest, is almost wrapped into a bundle by the vines on her body. She looks terrified and says, I thought I was being wrapped by many snakes just now. Lhasa, good thing you noticed the abnormality in time, Ivan says with relief. Only Demit shows a look of displeasure. Perhaps in his illusion, he is engaged in a fierce battle against the monsters. Lhasa examined the tree trunk and found no markings at all. From the very beginning, the entire team had been affected. Actually, the hallucinating effect of these purple mushrooms only influences the adventurer's vision. It does not affect hearing or touch. If the team had communicated actively, they would have quickly noticed the problem. Unfortunately, this team lacks good communication. A strong idea grew in Lhasa's mind, to form a real Lhasa team with fixed members, rather than the current haphazard group. But first, they needed to get through this dungeon. The 4 team members continued forward, carefully watching their surroundings and promptly clearing any purple mushrooms they saw. What was most unsettling was that many large trees resembled gallows, with vines hanging from their branches, suspending dried corpses that swayed in the wind, telling of the tragic fate of those who entered. Ivan stopped and pointed at the ground. We've reached the edge of the dungeon, he said. Ahead was complete darkness. Nothing could be seen, and no light shone, as if the forest was wrapped in a void. Lhasa knew it was time to change direction. Although the dungeon is called the Dark Forest, it actually only covers a small part of the forest. It's like a tiny piece cut from a map and placed in a vast, black emptiness. Meiji picked up a dry branch from the ground and threw it into the black area. The branch disappeared into the darkness without a sound. Don't try to go beyond the edge of the dungeon, or you'll end up as bones, was the original warning from the Adventurer's Guide published by the association. The team continued exploring along the edge. Soon, through gaps in the trees, they saw a clearing. A group of small white figures surrounded a stone statue half buried in the ground, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. Oh no, we're surrounded, Meiji suddenly said. Suddenly, sounds came from the bushes around them, and a group of mushrooms of various shapes appeared in front of the 4. This group of mushroom people are a little shorter than goblins. Their short, thick limbs grow from mushroom stalks, and their caps are decorated with colorful spots. Their round bodies are covered with a fuzzy layer of mycelium, making them look harmless and far less evil than goblins. However, there are many of them. They slowly crawl toward us, roughly 30 or 40 in number. Demit sneered and charged forward, stabbing his spear through 2 overlapping mushroom people. The mushroom creatures flopped a few times, and their caps suddenly expanded and burst open, releasing a cloud of spores into the air. After contact with the spores, Demit's skin quickly developed sores and began to rot. Seeing this, Ivan raised his pendant in his left hand and recited a prayer. A soft green light appeared around Demit, and his skin healed rapidly. First-level miracle, life revival. Seeing this, Lhasa couldn't help but feel glad that there was a healer in the team. Maggie also started to act. Her hammer was not very effective against these mushroom creatures, so she could only use her shield to push them away. Lhasa swung his sword like a divine weapon, chopping through the group as if cutting vegetables. It reminded him of cooking at home in his previous life, slicing king oyster mushrooms. But the real threat from these mushroom people is their self-destruction after death. They have no weapons, relying on their numbers to block the team's movement. Demit tried to stab through the mushroom's cap from above, but as soon as he stepped on it, the cap exploded. Luckily, his legs were covered with clothing, and a sticky substance smeared his legs. Lhasa cut a mushroom in half with one sword strike, then quickly changed direction to avoid the spores. Still, after a few exchanges in the limited space, some sores appeared on his body. Not far away, in the woods, faint sounds of whizzing could be heard. Lhasa's right arm suddenly prickled with pain. Looking down, he saw a thin, long poison needle embedded in his arm. His eyes swept around and caught a glimpse of a black figure flashing past. Then, continuous whooshing sounds rang out. Ivan and Maggie were also hit. Ivan was pierced by 2 poison needles, and Maggie had one stuck in her hood. Fortunately, it didn't hit her head. Monsters are ambushing us in the woods, Lhasa shouted. We must break through this mushroom swarm quickly. The other 3 also knew that the situation was bad. The surrounding mushroom people couldn't be defeated quickly, and it was hiding in the woods, shooting silent arrows at them. If they waited any longer, they would surely die slowly. The four of them ran toward the open space in the woods, pushing or knocking down the mushroom people along the way. They didn't care about avoiding the spores anymore. Lhasa felt itchy and painful again. His right arm, pierced by thin, poisonous needles, was numb. This dungeon made him feel very frustrated. Its tricky traps and designs were overwhelming. Compared to the goblins from before, these mushroom creatures looked much more normal and easier on the eyes. When they reached the clearing, the colorful mushroom people stopped inside the woods. They moved slowly. They had been chasing the four, but when they saw the group enter the open space, they all quietly retreated deeper into the forest. Seeing this, the four of them relaxed and sat down to rest. Ivan pulled out the poison needles from their bodies and used his magic to heal them. Maggie, who was the least injured, looked cautiously toward the woods. The monster that had shot the poisonous needles was gone along with the mushroom people's retreat. A faint green glow flickered over their wounds. Lhasa felt the rotting skin and the puncture wounds healing quickly, but the numbness in his arm didn't go away. "I used a miracle that doesn't work against poison," Ivan said helplessly. The monster that shot the silent arrows had been especially careful with him. He had just pulled out 4 or 5 poison needles, but luckily none were in vital spots. Still, as the poison spread and he kept using his magic, Ivan felt very weak. Dmitri was also in bad shape. His old clothes were covered with sticky spore secretions. He had fought at the front and wasn't afraid of getting hurt. His spear was not very effective against these mushroom creatures. Lhasa stood up and looked toward the center of the woods. That's when he saw a group of white figures, another group of mushroom people. They were smaller than the others, with all white caps on their heads. They gathered around a stone statue, kneeling and bowing in worship. It looked strange and a little creepy, yet also a bit funny. "We need to find the dungeon's leader quickly," Lhasa said. Many adventure books from the guild mention that it's best to avoid unnecessary fights. The real goal is to defeat the leader. Ivan nodded. The team is not doing well right now, and this dungeon is very tricky. The best way is to ignore these mushroom people and go straight to the deeper parts to face the dungeon boss. "Could these white mushrooms be the boss?" Maggie asked. "Have you noticed that after these mushroom people die, their remains are different from other monsters?" Rosa said. "They leave a sticky liquid on the ground instead of turning into black powder and disappearing." Rosa also checked the system earlier and saw that his experience was still at 0%, with no change. "You're right. The monsters I and Demit met before didn't leave anything behind after they died," Ivan agreed. "So I think either these mushroom people are some kind of trap in the dungeon, and we should go around them, or that statue is the real boss, and it's connected to these mushrooms," Rosa analyzed. "Wow, Rosa, you're so clever to think of this," Maggie said sincerely, her eyes shining like she could see stars. But Rosa didn't feel proud. What he said was common knowledge for anyone who had played some games. There are 2 options now. One is to lure away these white mushrooms and then check the statue they are surrounding. The other is, Rosa's words were cut off as someone else made a choice. Demit had already rushed toward the mushrooms. "Let's try your way," Ivan said with a resigned smile. "We'll distract the mushrooms, and you go check the statue." Demit was already fighting the white mushrooms. He stabbed them with his spear, looking a bit like the grilled mushroom skewers Rosa saw at a food stall in a past life. These white mushrooms were tougher than the colorful ones before. Their caps didn't explode to release spores, but they couldn't be truly killed. The spears pierced into them turned into a sticky web of mycelium on the ground. Soon, a new white mushroom formed and wriggled in the slime. Even worse, the mycelium from the mushrooms behind was spreading to one side of their bodies. The mycelium tangled, wrapped, and formed into new mushrooms, like cell division. In other words, these mushrooms couldn't be killed, and their numbers kept growing. Demit's actions disrupted the plan, but they also successfully drew away most of the mushroom people. Only a few remained around the statue. Lhasa and Maggie quickly ran over. Most of the statue was buried underground, with only the upper part of the torso visible above the ground. It appeared to be a human-shaped sculpture, but it was badly damaged. Many vines grew through the cracks in the statue, and the face looked blurred from years of rain and acid erosion. The only thing shining brightly was a green gemstone in the center of the forehead. Lhasa thought, it must be this gemstone causing the problem. Meanwhile, Ivan and Demit were in a bad situation. They were completely surrounded by mushroom people, almost overwhelmed. Their bodies were covered in white fungal secretions, and tiny mushroom creatures had formed on the slime. Some fungi were trying to crawl into their mouths and noses. Maggie, throw me the hammer, Lhasa called out. Maggie was also fighting the mushroom people around the statue. Thanks to her small size, the fungi hadn't yet taken root on her, but her shield was covered in thick white slime, with several short, thick limbs forming on it. She threw her iron hammer toward the statue, nearly hitting Lhasa's feet. Lhasa caught it and aimed at the gemstone in the middle of the statue's forehead. If he could take the gemstone to the other world, he might sell it for a good price. Unfortunately, in the dungeon, only items and treasure chests could be taken through the portal. Everything else remained behind. Lhasa struck the gemstone, sparks flying. When he looked, the gemstone was intact, no cracks or damage. Lhasa, hurry. We can't hold out much longer, Ivan shouted from nearby. Without hesitation, Lhasa drew his sword and swung at the green gemstone. A clear cracking sound rang out. Lhasa knew it was working. He didn't have time to check if his sword was damaged and swung again and again. The gemstone developed more cracks. Just as he was about to deliver the final, he noticed his right hand was wrapped in a circle of fungi. Somehow, several mushroom creatures had already crawled close and attached themselves to him. Lhasa felt something invading his ear canal, and tiny mushroom creatures were writhing and crawling on his back. His right hand was too weak to use, so he took the long sword with his left hand and forcefully stabbed at the damaged gemstone on the statue. Finally, the green gemstone shattered completely, and the statue's head split into two halves. Lhasa supported himself with his hand, gasping for breath. The surrounding mushroom creatures silently turned into black powder and disappeared. If Lhasa had moved any slower, the fungal threads might have pierced his eardrum, possibly causing deafness. The three others over there also fell to the ground. Demit had been suffocating for a while and was unconscious. Ivan was breathing heavily. I never want to see mushrooms again, Maggie said, panting. Lhasa looked at the long sword in his hand. The blade was fine, but a had appeared in the yellow crystal on the hilt. Lhasa felt heartbroken. He hadn't expected this good sword to be used for chopping stones instead of fighting monsters. With the mushroom creatures gone, the forest area felt a bit emptier. Lhasa's heart sank. What seemed dangerous just moments ago was actually a waste of effort. These mushroom creatures were just small minions, not the main boss. The real challenge in this dungeon was still ahead. Ivan was healing Demit nearby, but Demit still hadn't woken up. Lhasa approached and checked. He found Demit was still breathing faintly, so he advised Ivan to rest for a while and observe the situation. Lhasa took out some dried meat and water from his bag. It was probably afternoon now, so he decided to rest briefly and figure out the next steps. He thought about the recent fight. These mushrooms were weak against fire. If someone in the team knew fire magic, everything would have been much easier. If they had fire bombs or similar weapons, they could have handled the situation more easily. But the general store didn't have such items. Due to the randomness of the dungeon, most adventurers didn't carry items that only work in specific situations. Only skills he possessed himself were truly useful for the adventure. When opening the treasure chest later, he must choose a skill crystal. While thinking, Lhasa suddenly remembered something. So far, the Mazo brothers hadn't discussed loot distribution with him and Maggie. Ivan didn't seem very interested in the adventure, so it was understandable if he didn't care about the contents of the treasure chest. But what about Demit? Demit may have given up completely on saving money to marry, but he probably still needs money to buy drinks from the alcohol seller. From his behavior this morning, it's clear he only cares about exploring the dungeon, not the final treasure chest. Lhasa's doubts grew stronger. He couldn't imagine someone being so passionate about the adventure itself and feeling nothing for the rewards it brings. After a while, Demit finally woke up. He suddenly sat up, with bloodshot eyes. Not enough, he muttered. Ivan saw him wake up and felt relieved. But when he saw blood flowing from his brother's ear, he felt a pang of sadness. Demit was already half deaf. Look over there, Maggie suddenly shouted. Following her finger, they saw a pointed building faintly through the trees. Could the lord of this dungeon be there? After resting for a while, the 4 members of the team stood up. Ivan, who had been casting miracles repeatedly, looked tired. He probably didn't bring potions like Todd's that could restore mental strength. When they approached the pointed building, they realized it was a wooden house. The house sat on an open patch of land, with signs of trimmed grass around it. It was quite large, made of thick logs. The design was simple, with no extra decorations. There was a chimney on the roof, smoking. The 4 of them circled the house. Inside, it was silent. There was a window on the side of the house, without a frame, glass, or curtains. It looked like just a big hole. The window was large enough for even the strongest among them, Demit, to crawl through easily. Looking inside through the window, they saw a scene. A pot on what seemed to be a fireplace, boiling something. 3 stools in the middle, 2 big and 1 small. The small one was just right for Maggie's height, and the big ones could even serve as tables. On the walls, there were animal limbs and a string of giant dried mushrooms, making it look like the mushrooms had just been sun-dried. It was clear someone lived here, but the owner was not home now. Suddenly, a whistle and angry roars came from the open space in front of the house. Lhasa and the others moved closer to see. In front of them appeared 3 monsters with pig heads and human bodies. The one in the middle is the tallest, over 2 meters high, with rough, dark skin. Its bulky body is covered with a few pieces of iron armor to protect vital areas. Its head looks like a wild boar, with large, exposed tusks curved like a dagger. It has 2 meat-cutting knives hanging from its neck, chained together at the end. Its nose exhales heavy breath, and its dark red eyes are full of anger. The head on the left looks more like a domesticated pig with white skin. It is smaller than the middle boar man, without visible tusks. Its ears are large and fan-shaped. It wears a leather chest armor and holds a sharp pitchfork in each hand. The smallest monster on the right looks like a walking porcupine. It is about the same height as Maggie. It has a flute tied around its neck and only wears a loincloth to cover its lower body. Its back is covered with long, thin spines. It holds a bamboo tube-shaped pipe, inserting its own poison quills into it. The creature that previously ambushed them in the woods was this porcupine monster. Rosa quickly understood. The middle boar monster gestured and howled at its companions, while the other 2 nodded in response. Everyone in Rosa's group thought, these 3 monsters are somewhat intelligent. They are planning and dividing tasks for battle. This should be the leader this time, Rosa said. I'll handle the biggest one with Demit. The other 2 are yours. How about that? Ivan suggested. Demit, standing beside him, was already gripping his spear, looking eager. Rosa nodded. In his opinion, the smallest porcupine monster should be dealt with first. Its poison quills had caused a lot of trouble for the team before. The monsters seemed to have divided their roles too. The 2 larger pig-headed monsters charged toward them with their weapons, while the porcupine monster hid in place, raising its blowgun. Be careful of that monster's hidden darts. Rosa clenched his sword and prepared for battle. Maggie, can you use your combat skills to get close to that distant pigman? I'll try, Maggie said, crouching down and then shooting out with a burst of energy. I didn't expect the pig-headed creature wielding a pitchfork to predict this scene. It stood in front of the porcupine monster, using its body to block Maggie. The rocket-headed hammer just hit its chest armor, denting it deeply. If it had ribs, probably 1 or 2 would be broken. The pig-headed creature was knocked back several steps before stabilizing itself. Its fat jiggled violently. It quickly stabbed back with its pitchfork. Maggie was also shaken by the impact, but luckily she instinctively raised her shield to block the pitchfork. During training with Lhasa earlier, he had noticed her weakness in combat skills and advised her to raise her shield immediately after finishing an attack to protect herself. Seeing this, Lhasa charged at the porcupine monster with his longsword. However, the monster was clever. As soon as it sensed danger, it curled into a ball and rolled across the open ground. Lhasa tried to slash at it several times, but all attempts missed. Lhasa frowned, worried that Maggie's combat skills might not hit it either. He decided to first deal with the white pig-headed creature, then have Maggie and himself work together to hunt the porcupine monster. The team's lack of ranged attacks was now clearly a disadvantage. Lhasa turned to look at the pig-headed creature attacking Maggie and quickly stabbed his sword forward. The porcupine monster immediately pulled out a blowgun, loaded it with its poisonous quills, and aimed at Lhasa. Lhasa had no choice but to try to quickly kill the pig-headed creature in front of him first. His sword, the sharp blade piercing through the pig-headed creature's back armor into flesh and blood. He then swiftly pulled out his sword and slashed at its neck. Suddenly, a poison dart shot out, hitting Lhasa's back. The pain and itching returned, but he had no time to worry about it. The pig-headed creature, hurt by the sword, turned sharply. Lhasa's sword struck its chest, destroying its already damaged armor, which fell to the ground. Feeling the threat of death, the pig-headed creature abandoned Maggie, jumped to the side, and held its pitchfork aimed at Lhasa. With a furious roar, the air around it seemed to spin faster, and the pig-headed creature charged forward at a speed that defied its size. Lhasa had been alert when he heard the creature roar. He instinctively dodged to the other side. However, the pig-headed creature's speed was too fast. Its pitchfork pierced through and tore a piece of flesh from Lhasa's waist. Lhasa was knocked to the ground by the charging pig-headed man. The pig-headed man approached and stepped on Lhasa's chest, showing a cruel smile. He raised his pitchfork, ready to take a life. "Foolish pig, I was just pretending to attack. The real killing move is over there," Lhasa said, enduring the pressure on his chest. The pig-headed man felt a huge impact on his back, like being hit by a heavy object at high speed. His fat body was thrown backward. The wound Lhasa had stabbed was now a large hole, bloody and torn, with broken vertebrae visible. The pig-headed man's face, full of fat, had lost all color, only showing fear of death. He tried to lift himself with his pitchfork, but was too weak and fell down. His breathing grew weaker. Next to him, Maggie's hood was covered in blood and flesh. She was still instinctively holding her shield. Lhasa stood up, grabbed his sword, ignoring the few more poison darts behind him. He stepped on the pig-headed man's head. Now, the situation has turned. He stabbed his sword through the pig-headed man's throat. The body trembled a few times before turning into a large cloud of black ash and dissipating. "Your turn, little fly." Lhasa looked coldly at the distant boar monster. On the other side of the open space, the largest wild boar attacked fiercely. It had many blood holes from Demit's spear, but still fought with fierce energy. It swung two large meat-cutting knives at the Mazov brothers. Ivan was still carefully dodging. His short sword was not very useful, but he kept swinging the magical medium in his hand. Demit was covered in blood. He didn't care if he was cut by the meat knives. He kept stabbing his spear repeatedly. His face was more ferocious than the wild boar. If not for the green light constantly healing his wounds, he might have fallen already. The wild boar roared and pulled back its two meat-cutting knives with chains. It swung them behind its back, then jumped at Demit, throwing the chain. The knives behind it quickly slashed toward Demit. Demit showed no intention of dodging. He grinned, twisted both hands to generate force, and his spear shot out with a black vortex. First-level combat skill, armor piercing. While the wild boar man's blade cut into Demit's shoulder, Demit's spear also pierced through the boar man's metal armor, entering his chest and stabbing out his back. Damn it! Ivan saw that his brother's half-shoulder was about to fall apart under the butcher's knife. Knowing that even his healing magic couldn't save him, Ivan was filled with sadness. He jumped at the boar man, stabbing wildly with his short sword. The boar man was hurt in the arm by Ivan's attack. It impatiently pushed Ivan aside, pulling Demit's body closer with its chain. It lifted Demit's body, which had been cut in half, with its hands. It slowly increased its grip, enjoying this moment. It crushed every bone in Demit's body, watched his fear before death, listened to his screams, then used its tusks to pierce the poor creature in front of it. It didn't notice that the human face in front of it was full of bloodthirsty joy. The remaining arm still tightly held Demit's spear. Demit's actions seemed unaffected by his deadly wounds. In the moment the boar man looked at him, Demit's spear, wrapped in a black whirlpool, shot out. Finally, relief, I will be eternal. The boar man's head was pierced by the spear, and its strong body fell to the ground. Its body slowly disappeared. Its head tilted to one side, just in time to see Rose's sword stabbing toward his brother, holding a pitchfork on the other side of the battlefield. At the same time, Demit's shattered body fell to the ground like a withered leaf. Seeing this, Ivan's short sword dropped from his hand. He ran to Demit's corpse, tears streaming down his face. The pendant in his hand trembled as he recited a prayer, but his voice was broken and uneven. His reason told him that Afra wouldn't respond to his prayer this time. But memories from childhood kept flashing in his mind. He repeated his now meaningless actions over and over again. Demit's pale face bore a faint, satisfied smile. Rosa didn't know what was happening with the Mazov brothers. She was fighting alongside Maggie to trap the wild boar monster. The frightened wild boar, sensing his brother's death, became panicked. It curled into a ball and rolled into the wooden hut, probably thinking it was the safest place at that moment. Now it was truly a trapped animal, Rosa thought. When she climbed through the window, her poison-tipped spike hit something, making the pain even sharper. He hated this porcupine-like monster even more. This creature was much more sneaky and clever than its two brothers, causing many problems for the team. Maggie, you block the door over there. I'll cover the window. Let's finish it here, said Lhasa. Okay, Lhasa. I must smash its head. Maggie also clenched her fists, with a poisonous thorn still stuck in her hood. The trapped porcupine monster let out a sharp cry. It turned around, facing away from Lhasa and Maggie, then shot out several bloody poisoned thorns from its back. Maggie quickly used her shield to block, and after Lhasa protected his head, he ignored the extra poisoned thorns on his body and kicked the monster over. In the monster's frightened eyes, a long sword pierced through its body, pinning it to the wooden floor. Now I see where you can run, Lhasa said fiercely. Maggie came over, holding a hammer, and struck the monster's head hard, which made Lhasa feel very satisfied. The porcupine monster's body disappeared inside the wooden house. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in Lhasa's mind. You have cleared the current dungeon. Your character level has increased to level 3. Your health is fully restored. Unlocked ability, Insightful Gaze. Unlocked information related to main quest 2. The pain and fatigue in his body instantly vanished. Lhasa felt full of energy again. It seemed the battle over at Ivan's side was also finished. When Lhasa checked the system, he saw 4 more free attribute points. He decided to save them for now and think about how to distribute them later. He turned to Maggie, recalling how to use the Insightful Gaze. His gaze sharpened, and several lines of green subtitles appeared before his eyes. These were Maggie's attribute details. Name, Maggie Liga Template. Hero NPC Race. Dufflin Class. None Current Status. Slightly Injured. Tired Basic Attribute Strength. 9 Agility. 6 Intelligence. 5 Faith. 3 Constitution. 15. Base 13. Dufflin Racial Talent 2. Special Attributes. Attribute Cap 10. Perception. 3 Willpower. For Charisma. 8 Current Equipment Standard Leather Armor Skills Rocket Headbutt. Use the head to strike enemies. The higher the Constitution, the more damage the skill causes. Talents and Specializations Lucky Shorty. Gains extra positive bonuses on certain checks. Social Butterfly. Increased success rate in communication and negotiations. Sturdy Fortress. Reduces all types of damage taken by 5%. Future Star. Faster attribute growth rate. Lhasa was increasingly surprised, only able to say that Maggie truly deserves to be the main character in official CGs. With so many talents and specializations, she's truly enviable and a bit jealous. But luckily, she is my teammate. Her attributes completely surpass mine. Her strength and constitution are higher, which I expected, but how is her charisma so much higher? The cap is only 10, yet Maggie's charisma is close to the maximum. The problem is, Lhasa thinks Maggie has a girl-next-door vibe, not the kind of stunning beauty or dangerous charm that would turn heads. Suddenly, Lhasa remembered a joke about Lu Xuanda, a charming demon from the Eastern Han dynasty, she saw on a forum in her previous life. Could it be that this charisma refers to that kind of charm? Lhasa looked at Maggie, staring so intently that Maggie started to feel a bit uncomfortable. Lhasa, why are you staring at me so directly? Maggie asked confused. I'm just thinking, this world really isn't fair, Lhasa replied softly. The Eye of Insight that was just unlocked sounds very impressive, but after understanding what this ability actually is, Lhasa realized it's something every game player has. When focusing on an object or character, you can gather some information about it. The simplest use is to check the attributes of equipment or characters, like the sword I'm holding now. Equipment name, Silver Inlaid Long Sword Equipment Grade. Yellow Crystal Equipment Requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 7 physical attack boost. See special trait, sharp enchantments. Holy, increased damage against undead and demon creatures. Special ability. Holder's strength 1 durability. 90%. This is quite clear. Such abilities are basic functions and fundamental logic in games, but in Lasse's world, they are extremely valuable skills. In this world, whether an equipment can be used, whether a skill crystal can be understood, or whether a profession badge can be activated depends mostly on guesswork. According to the association's explanations, only a few people with appraisal skills can identify these details. However, Lasse is confident that even the world's master appraisers cannot match his insight. It can only be said that NPCs and players are inherently unequal. Lasse is thinking about using this skill later to find some treasures on the second floor of the association. But first, he needs to check on Ivan's situation. When he and Maggie step out of the wooden house and see Ivan sitting quietly beside Demit's body, Lasse's joy is somewhat diminished. Lasse isn't surprised by Demit's death. Since entering the dungeon, Demit's behavior has been very strange, completely different from normal adventurers. He walks over and gently pats Ivan's shoulder. He doesn't know what to say to comfort this teammate he has known for less than a day. Go open the treasure chest, Lasse. Just split the contents with Maggie. I don't need anything. Ivan forces a smile. I want to stay here a little longer. Lasse nods and says, my condolences. I believe Goddess Afra will grant him peace. Are you also a follower of the goddess? Ivan looks a bit surprised. Lasse shakes his head and replies, honestly, I am not a follower of any deity. But right now, I want to believe that a kind goddess is watching over us. Ivan's grief seems to lessen a bit. He smiles and asks, Lasse, would you mind if I say a few more words? Lasse sits cross-legged on the ground and points to Maggie. We both want to rest for a while. Ivan begins to tell about his past with Demit. There is a well-known saying about my hometown, Sean. It is said that there are more abandoned babies and illegitimate children in Sean than grains of sand in the Sulu Desert. Sean is located in the northeast of the kingdom. It is a notorious lawless area on the continent, home to bandits, smugglers, pirates, and other criminals. In the past, people often called it the Blood Port. About 20 years ago, a bounty was issued targeting the royal family of Eldia, and soon after, a member of the royal family was kidnapped and went missing. The angry king decided to clean up this dirty place. Even today, Sean still has many problems. Overall, it is considered the most discriminated part of this continent. Since I was born, I have never seen my father. When I was a child, a riot also took away my mother, who was a servant. Demit took my brother Alicia and me to escape from Sean. We wandered for a long time. He was only 10 years old then. Once, Alicia died from a high fever. Demit buried him in an empty land. He told me that when we become successful, he would come back to bring Alicia home. He endured many hardships with me, and finally, we arrived here. Ivan looked at Demit's peaceful face after death and said slowly, I don't have parents, but the goddess Afra let Demit stay with me. I am very grateful. He turned to Lasse and Maggie. Thank you for your patience. Now let's go back. Ivan took out a blood-stained adventurer ID card from Demit and stood up. The three of them walked to a wooden chest in front of the cabin. It was a wooden chest that matched the cabin behind it. Maggie was about to open it, but Lasse's system prompt sounded in his mind. The dungeon is now locked. A special challenge has appeared. For dark purple runes appeared around the chest, wrapping it. Lasse quickly pulled Maggie away. A hoarse voice entered their ears. Master, Ugris, offer a sacrifice. They looked behind them. Demit's mutilated body was being lifted by thin black threads, like a puppet on strings. Black mist wrapped around the corpse, repairing its missing parts. Demit's head was still bowed, and his calm smile looked very strange now. In Lasse's eyes, 3 lines of red characters appeared on Demit's corpse. Monster name, newborn apostle monster type, demon challenge difficulty, D. Below was a long red bar. Lasse looked at Ivan, hesitating to speak. Ivan, he was worried that the other might act on emotion at this moment. Unexpectedly, Ivan's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Blasphemer. Heretic. Demon. He was extremely angry and shouted at Lasse and Maggie. Help me kill this guy disturbing Demit's rest. Lasse nodded. The silver-inlaid longsword in his hand flickered with a silver glow on the blade. Over there, Demet also moved toward the three. His movements were completely unlike a human. His legs dragged on the ground, and the iron spear he held was raised high by an arm formed from black mist. Maggie raised her shield to block the incoming spear, but the black mist elongated and changed shape, turning the spear's direction and attacking from another side at high speed. Lhasa quickly stepped forward, using his sword to block the attack. A tingling sensation spread through his palm. This apostle was much stronger than Demet. During the newborn apostle's attack, Ivan rushed forward and slashed at its neck. The latter had no chance to dodge, and Demet's head fell to the ground. Undying. Immortal. A harsh, screeching sound like nails on a chalkboard rang out again. Demet's headless body still stood upright, with the place where his head had been replaced by a mass of black mist. Physical attacks couldn't harm it. Lhasa looked at the health bar, which remained unmoved, deep in thought. Now, perhaps only the holy enchanted longsword in his hand could help. Let me try to get close, Lhasa said to the others. Facing such a monster immune to physical attacks, adventurers might easily despair, but Lhasa was different. He believed that as long as he could see the health bar, he could kill it. Lhasa allocated all 4 free attribute points to agility. Strength was useless against this monster. Only speed mattered. After assigning the points, Lhasa felt a lightness in his body, as if he had shed a heavy burden. His eyes also became better at tracking the movement of the apostle's black mist. The newborn apostle's spear struck again, its black mist arm moving like a snake, with the spear as its venomous fang. Lhasa charged forward, dodging by bending down, then swung his sword, breaking the spear with a sharp clang. The black mist arm quickly gathered the broken spear tip from the ground and continued to attack. Lhasa's attack was ineffective. Lhasa moved as if dancing on a knife's edge, dodging between the apostle's attacks. He tried to strike the creature with his long sword, but the apostle's health bar showed no change. He thought to himself, he could only try to get closer to Demet's body again. Perhaps this new apostle was overconfident in its invincible defense, or maybe its intelligence was lower than that of the 3 pig-headed creatures. Lhasa's approach was very obvious. The apostle didn't try to stop him, and even turned to attack Maggie and Ivan instead. The black mist arm stabbed out with the spear tip, creating a black whirl around the spear in the air. It was Demet's fighting technique. Maggie's iron shield was pierced instantly. She shouted in surprise, quickly releasing her shield and stepping back. The spear still struck her chest, causing 2 more cracks on the crystal on her second-hand standard leather armor. Over there, Lhasa finally reached the apostle's front. He swung his sword at Demet's body wrapped in black mist. The silver flash of the sword tip made the apostle's health bar finally change. 100% 97% it had some effect, but not much. The new apostle also sensed that this human was not helpless. Black silk threads pulled the corpse away from Lhasa. Vile. Mortal. Dare to offend. The apostle's tone remained unchanged, but all 3 could feel his anger. More black mist poured out from the remains, forming several arms. They held no weapons and reached directly toward the 3. Lhasa dodged while moving toward the apostle, but the demon didn't plan to give him another chance to get close. It kept sliding and changing position. Meanwhile, Maggie and Ivan could only defend passively against the attacks of those black mist arms. Endless stamina, physical attacks ineffective, and a strange, agile movement style, its terrifying appearance. If an ordinary adventurer team encountered such a monster, they would probably despair and flee in chaos, eventually becoming so-called sacrifices. This was a multiplayer online role-playing game, and I am the player. There must be a way to beat it. My goal is to find its weakness and seek a glimmer of hope. Lhasa kept giving himself mental reassurance. Thanks to the upgraded sensitive attributes, Lhasa can barely dodge the apostle's attacks while thinking about the current problem. Demet's body is clearly not the true form of the monster. The damage to the body does not affect the monster at all. However, this monster seems to be attached to the body because the damaged corpse is being dragged around by black silk threads. If the body had no connection to the apostle's true form, abandoning it would be a better move. By carefully analyzing the new apostle's behavior, it becomes clear that it resembles something from old animated games. A parasitic creature. Lhasa is increasingly convinced of his guess. This demon is parasitically attached to Demeet's body, feeding on his combat memories and using them as nourishment. That's why its initial attack style is similar to Demeet's, and it can use Demeet's fighting skills. When Ivan attacked Demeet's body, it didn't harm the parasite's main form, so it didn't care. But when Lhasa used his silver-edged sword, the holy damage touched a part of the parasite controlling the corpse, causing it to start avoiding Lhasa's attacks. At this moment, Lhasa has a scarier suspicion. If this monster has absorbed everything from Demeet, then its next target will definitely be the remaining 3 people. The sacrifice it mentioned is the one it plans to parasitize next. If Ivan dies, the apostle will gain the power to perform miracles. If Maggie dies, it will get the rocket-headed hammer. And if Lhasa dies himself, this demon might not gain the system's power. The more Lhasa thinks, the colder he feels. If his guess is correct, this demon will become stronger over time. Now, he can only find a way to force the parasitic demon out of Demeet's body and then use his sword to kill it. What can drive it out? Lhasa quickly recalls the abilities of the 3 people on the field. Suddenly, his eyes light up. Ivan, when I get close to it, try using that dispelling miracle. Lhasa shouts excitedly. Ivan looks confused. His light dispelling miracle can only help allies escape abnormal states. What effect could it have on this demon that is desecrating Demeet's body? But he chose to trust Lhasa. At least today, since entering the dungeon, every time the team faced trouble, it was Lhasa who found a way to solve it. Last night, Todd also said that this young man was very clever. Lhasa, we're waiting for your instructions, Ivan shouted. Lhasa suddenly ran faster toward the apostle. He could feel his leg muscles tighten, and his rapid breathing made his lungs seem to carry a heavy load. But he knew that if this method didn't work, the only thing waiting for the 3 of them was slow death, as they would all become nourishment for this monster's growth. He had to kill this newborn apostle before it fully developed. The monster seemed used to Lhasa's previous evasive actions and didn't react immediately to his swift run. Lhasa was getting closer to the monster. Now, Ivan's shoulder was pierced by a black mist arm and spear tip, but he clenched his teeth and raised the miracle device in his hand. Hopefully, there was no range limit for casting. Lhasa silently prayed. Golden light flickered over Demeet's corpse. The black mist temporarily dissipated, then a fist-sized shadow tore out from the body, connected by countless black threads. Lhasa saw that it was a black spider demon, its back occupied by a crimson one-eyed creature, looking very evil. Lhasa knew that the time for the bright light to dispel was limited. He only had 2 or 3 seconds to attack. He quickly stepped forward and launched 3 swift slashes at the spider demon. The first slash reduced the apostle's health to 57%. The second slash brought it down to just 17%. The bright light had finished dissipating. The black threads pulled the spider, and the demon was about to escape back into Demeet's body. At that moment, Lhasa's third slash fell. The apostle's health was fully depleted. All the black mist dispersed, and Demeet's headless body fell to the ground. Lhasa supported himself with his long sword, standing in place. That last 1 or 2 minutes had drained all his strength. Special challenge completed. Your character level has increased to level 4. Your current status has been fully restored. You have unlocked a special skill. Demon Hunter Alpha. The black spider hovered in midair. After a moment of turning its red eye on its back, it fixed its gaze on Lhasa. I remember you, mortal, when you meet with me. You will regret not dying simply today. The black spider suddenly exploded and disappeared into the air. Lhasa felt a chill in his heart. Killing this messenger didn't seem to mean the end, but rather the start of some ongoing feud. Ivan came over. His shoulder wound had stopped bleeding, probably healed with a miracle spell he cast himself. Lhasa had to admire him. Since entering the teleportation portal, Ivan had used many miracles. He still looked fine, unlike Todd, who needed potions after using 2 battle skills. Thinking of this, Lhasa used his insight eye to check Ivan's stats. Name: Ivan Elliot Mazov Template. Elite NPC Race. Eldia Class. None Current Status. Injured, Tired. Basic Attribute Strength. 5 Agility. 6 Spirit. 10, Base 8. +2 from Eldia Race Talent. Faith. 12 Constitution. 5 Special Attributes. Max 10. Perception. 2 Willpower. 3 Charisma. 3 He also seemed to have potential. Lhasa thought to himself that it would be great if he could recruit him into the team. Lhasa, I won't hide it from you. I was just praying to the goddess, Ivan sighed. I have to thank you again. Without your help, I might have died at the hands of that demon. Actually, Maggie and I were the ones who brought you here today. If we hadn't gone to find you yesterday, none of this might have happened, Lhasa said. Ivan shook his head. That has nothing to do with you. I know Demit's condition well. He'll come back again sooner or later. Meanwhile, the seal on the treasure chest had disappeared. Maggie couldn't wait and opened it. A flash of white light, and the chest turned into 5 items lying on the ground. The blue teleportation portal for returning also appeared. Ivan didn't even glance at the chest and headed straight for the portal. Lhasa, I must report what happened today to the church, Ivan said seriously. I've never seen such evil monsters. Everything about it fits the profile of a true demon. I think you should also inform the guild. Thank you again, Lhasa and Maggie. I might come back to the tavern later to find you, as I want to investigate some things first. After saying this, Ivan walked into the portal. He doesn't ask for anything. Such a teammate is really great, Maggie sighed as she watched Ivan's figure disappear into the mist of the portal. She looked up and down at Lhasa, praising, You must be fully healed again, just like last time. That's a really impressive ability. I'm also jealous of your attributes and talents, Lhasa thought silently. He activated his inside eye and looked at the 5 items on the ground. The first was an old acquaintance. Maggie was wearing the same leather armor. Equipment name, standard leather breastplate quality. White crystal equipment requirements, strength greater than or equal to 5, and constitution greater than or equal to 4. Wearing it without enough attributes will reduce the wearer's agility. Physical defense increase. D special attribute, toughness durability, 100%. The second was a small iron hammer. Equipment name, small iron hammer quality. White crystal equipment requirements, strength greater than or equal to 8, physical attack increase. D special attribute, heavy strike durability, 100%. The third was a metal chainmail. Equipment name, metal chainmail quality. White crystal equipment requirements, strength greater than or equal to 8, and constitution greater than or equal to 8. Wearing it without enough attributes will reduce agility. Physical defense increase. D special attribute, buffer durability, 100%. Lhasa turned to speak to Maggie, but found her staring blankly at him. Lhasa, what are those words scrolling in your eyes just now? She asked. This inside eyes concealment effect is too weak. Lhasa couldn't help but think. He cleared his throat and said, Maggie, I just learned a new ability that can help us understand the information inside these chests. Is that the same as appraisal skill? Great. We can save a lot of money in the future, Maggie clapped happily. Usually, adventurers' guilds near yellow portals have professional appraisers to provide paid services for adventurers. Is this the ability that Strange Thing gave you last time? Maggie asked curiously. Lhasa nodded. This girl is really good at making connections. She understood immediately. Once you finish identifying everything, we can decide how to split it, Maggie said sensibly, walking to the side. Lhasa looked at the last 2 items. One was a white crystal cube with a sword-shaped pattern inside. Skill name, spiral skill type, combat skill rank, level 1 learning requirements, strength greater than or equal to 6, agility greater than or equal to 6 skill effect, can be used with sword, spear, or lance weapons. Consumes mental energy to perform a sudden straight-line attack, stabbing directly at the enemy, with a low-level armor-piercing effect. Lhasa was excited. This was the skill used by the pig-headed creature with a grass spear, and he had been caught off guard by it before. The description clearly showed it was a combat skill suitable for him. The other item was a green gemstone shard. Name, Vitality Gem Fragment Type, Special Material Rank, None description. A fragment of a vitality gem obtained from a statue. Giving it to the blacksmith inside the dungeon can yield corresponding equipment. It seemed to be the gemstone on the forehead of the stone statue Maggie saw earlier. Lhasa remembered smashing it out of curiosity and felt a bit regretful, but now he found it again in the treasure chest. Earlier, those mushrooms could revive and multiply endlessly under the influence of the gemstone. If this gemstone is made into equipment, it probably has a healing effect. The dungeon's blacksmith was a bit confusing. Are there NPCs inside the dungeon? Lhasa called Maggie over and explained the effects of the 5 items. Maggie's eyes widened in amazement. Having identification magic is so convenient. Lhasa, you can handle the distribution. I trust your judgment, Maggie said. The skill crystal and leather armor are mine. The hammer is yours. Also, swap out that leather armor you're wearing for this chainmail. When we go back, we can sell the replaced armor to Barn, Lhasa said after thinking. He picked up the gemstone shard. As for this, I think we should keep it. It might be useful later. Just do as you say, Maggie nodded firmly. They immediately swapped their gear. Maggie happily swung her new iron hammer. After putting on the chainmail, she looked more like a brave dwarf warrior. The only flaw was her ugly iron shield, which looked plain, and it even had a hole punched in it by the apostle's spear. Lhasa thought about going back to find Barn to see if he could repair or sell the item for a new one. Overall, Maggie will always be the frontline tank in the team. Her talent and skills clearly show she is a true tank. After putting on his standard leather armor, Lhasa picked up the skill crystal. The system voice sounded in his mind. Skill crystal detected. Spiral. Would you like to learn it? After choosing yes, the white cube dispersed into light points that entered Lhasa's body. Just as Maggie said, he gained a lot of information about this skill. Lhasa held his sword upright, aiming forward, and activated his combat technique. He suddenly pushed off the ground with his toes, causing his body to lunge forward quickly, with spirals of air trailing from the sword tip. Unlike Maggie's rocket headbutt, which needs charging, Spiral is very fast to activate. Lhasa looked back and saw he had moved over 3 meters from his starting point, so this skill can also be used as a small dash. Unfortunately, there were no monsters around for him to test the power of the skill. Maggie, let's go back together. The two headed toward the teleportation portal, and their second adventure finally ended. Lhasa and Maggie stepped out of the portal, and the association staff immediately approached them. The round-faced girl, Karen, asked if they needed any packages. Lhasa shook his head. All the items from the treasure chest had been equipped, and only the remaining gemstone shard could be stored anywhere on him. Karen then asked, "Can you briefly tell us about this adventure?" The association. Before she finished, Maggie raised her hand and shouted, "Me? Me." Hearing her, Karen looked at her carefully, her face changing dramatically. She remembered clearly that last time she took this Dufflin girl to the records room. She thought it would only take 10 minutes, but the girl took almost 3 hours to finish, and Karen stood outside the room with a sore back, missing the association's dinner. Record keeper Neshwari solemnly told her that in the future, whenever she encountered this ponytailed Dufflin girl, she must have her teammates come along. Karen forced a smile, her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Lhasa. "Sir, could you come with us too?" Maggie's great skill is turning a simple story into an 800-1000 word speech. Karen took the two of them to the association's record room. She knocked on the door, and an old but strong voice responded inside. "Come in." Karen signaled to Lhasa and Maggie to go in, then closed the door and stayed outside. The room looked very much like the offices of leaders Maggie had seen before. Sitting across the table was an elderly dwarf man, dressed neatly in a shirt with a tie. His white hair and beard were carefully trimmed, and he wore small gold-rimmed glasses. "Good afternoon, adventurers. I am Neshinwari Steel Anvil, the association's record keeper," he said, looking at Lhasa and Maggie. His gaze paused a moment longer on Maggie. Lhasa and Maggie greeted him back. Last time, Maggie Travel Song told her adventure story. "Was Mr. Greed also there?" Neshinwari asked, flipping through a notebook. "Yes, I was there too," Maggie replied. "Can you briefly tell us what happened last time?" Starting from when the monster with the treasure chest had appeared, Neshinwari requested, taking notes. Lhasa thought for a moment and then described the last adventure. Neshinwari listened carefully and took notes. Maggie pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. She thought Lhasa's story was less lively and interesting than hers. "Concise and clear, very good," Neshinwari said after listening. Then he asked, "Mr. Greet, what do you think about this monster?" Lhasa organized his thoughts and said, "First, I believe the appearance of this treasure chest monster was completely random. My teammates said they had never seen anything like it before, and I didn't find any similar records in the books published by the association. Second, it disguises itself as a treasure chest to lure adventurers, then ambushes them. If adventurers aren't careful, they can easily fall for it. But there are ways to prevent this. My teammate noticed that the size and material of the chest seemed off. I guessed that attacking the chest from a distance when it's disguised might force it to reveal its true form. Third, defeating this monster upgrades the treasure rewards in the current dungeon, Lasso explained. Neshinwari nodded as he listened. Very impressive, Mr. Greet. Your summary is very insightful, and your suggestions are also very helpful. Lhasa just smiled slightly. He said these things mainly to get more silver coins later. The information he had was useless to him. Exchanging it at the guild for silver coins was the best option. At this moment, a stomach growl sounded. Naxinwari looked at Maggie, who had a blushing face. Naxinwari called Karen at the door to take Maggie to the guild's dining area to get some food. Mr. Greet, do you need something to eat? Lhasa shook his head. He had just leveled up and wasn't very hungry. He was only hoping Naxinwari would give him more silver coins later so he could go to the tavern and enjoy a good meal. Then tell me about your adventure today. Lhasa started from entering the portal and told everything up to killing 3 ogres. This dungeon has many strange things. It's really not easy to pass through smoothly, Naxinwari said while writing in a notebook and sighing. Mr. Steel Anvil, what's truly frightening is what happened afterward, Lhasa said seriously, thinking about the demon apostle they had just seen. Did another treasure chest monster appear? Naxinwari asked curiously. No, it's much scarier than a treasure chest monster. Lhasa began explaining what happened after Demit died. As Naxinwari listened, his eyes grew wider. Suddenly, he loosened his grip on the pen, and it fell to the ground. This is really... Naxinwari took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. This is truly a nightmare. Mr. Steel Anvil, do the guild have any records about this kind of demon called an apostle? Lhasa asked. Mr. Greet, no. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to call you Lhasa. According to guild rules, I shouldn't reveal this information to you, Naxinwari said seriously. But what you told me today is too shocking. I can tell you personally that the guild knows nothing about these apostle monsters, just like I just did. Then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that these monsters are truly appearing for the first time, Lhasa said with a serious face. Naxinwari interrupted him. The second possibility is that everyone who has seen these monsters has been killed by them. They looked at each other, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Nashwari picked up the pen from the ground. He took a black envelope from his drawer, pulled out a sheet of paper, and started writing quickly. Lhasa sat quietly, waiting for him to finish. After about 10 minutes, Nashwari put down his pen. Lhasa, the information you provided today is beyond my ability to judge. I can only reward you based on the highest standard, Lhasa nodded. Since he learned that the association had no records about the apostles, he knew this information would cause a big stir. I will send this information to the headquarters as fast as I can. When I get any news, I will come to find you. Can you tell me your current address? Lhasa told him the name of the inn. Good. I believe the association will send someone to verify today's information and will give you an extra reward. Nashwari then called Karen inside. Miss Karen, please take them to receive 20 silver coins, Nashwari instructed. He looked at Lhasa again. This is the maximum amount I can use. Lhasa immediately expressed his thanks. He was already happy to get more than last time. After watching Lhasa leave, Nashwari stared at the letter in silence, then suddenly slapped his own head. I should also tell Jimly. Maggie was eating a nut pastry. She had been holding back her desire to express herself, feeling a bit frustrated. But when she saw the snacks in the dining area, she immediately forgot her worries. Lhasa, why did you finish so quickly? I haven't tried some of the snacks yet, she said, with crumbs sticking to her chin and moving with her lips. She then took out a few cookies from her pocket and handed them to Lhasa. I haven't forgotten your share. Is this charming 8 really okay? Lhasa thought as he took the cookies. Karen, who was leading Maggie, also looked complicated. She often ate at the association, but this was the first time she saw someone eat so happily. She didn't expect this little person to even sneak some treats. We should go get the money. This time, it's more than last time. Lhasa patted Maggie's head. Due to their height difference, the gesture was quite natural. Really? Then I want to eat a roasted deer today. Maggie suddenly jumped up. I'm going to indulge a bit today too. Let's each have the number 9 set meal. Lhasa couldn't help but smile. After a satisfying meal and drink, Lhasa and the others returned to the Cuckoo Inn, patting their round bellies. Next door, Maggie had already started a new round of snoring. She hadn't recovered her stamina from the upgrade, even with her impressive physique. After a busy day, she was now tired. Lhasa entered the system and allocated 1 point each to strength and constitution. Name: Lhasa Gret Race. Eldia Class. None level. For current experience: 25% current health, 100% current mental strength, 100% current status. Normal basic attribute strength. 9. Base 8. Equipped with silver inlaid longsword 1. Agility. 9 spirit. 7. Base 5. Eldia Race 2. Faith. 0 constitution. 7 free attribute points available. 0 special attributes. Max 10. Perception. For willpower. 2 charm. 3 current equipment silver inlaid longsword standard leather armor skills spiral talents and specialties basic swordsmanship. Has beginner level sword skills, increasing damage by 2% when using swords. Demon Hunter Alpha. 3% of damage dealt to demon-type creatures is converted into holy damage. Also, in the presence of some powerful beings, you become more striking. Looking at the attributes alone, he felt much stronger than before. But somehow, it seemed like he was heading toward the water bucket level. Lhasa scratched his head, thinking that the situation at the time was urgent and survival was the priority. As for the Demon Hunter Alpha talent, demon creatures weren't very common in the dungeon, but each was quite powerful. Increasing damage was always good. Although some terrifying entities had taken notice of him, Lhasa didn't believe any major monsters would come chasing him in the beginner village later on. He opened the quest and achievement system. The main quest 1 was already completed, and information about main quest 2 appeared. Main quest 2. Clear a yellow teleportation gate. Reward: unlock the bestiary system. The bestiary system? He remembered many games had this feature, but probably many players wouldn't bother to check it until they finished the game. Currently, it doesn't seem to have any particularly significant effect. However, like the Eye of Insight, many things that seem ordinary and familiar to players now become incredibly powerful abilities when in their hands. Maybe this illustration system will also have unexpected uses. Anyway, we'll find out when it's unlocked. Lhasa relaxed, covered himself with a blanket, and fell asleep. Stone Fist Blacksmith Shop. Barnhammer took the leather armor Maggie handed him and examined it carefully before giving his price. 4 silver coins. I just bought this here a couple of days ago, and it costs 7 silver coins, Maggie exclaimed. Don't think I don't know where your new gear came from. You should thank this treasure of mine for bringing you back here safe and sound, Barn said with a squint. Lhasa stood nearby, lost in thought. Whether in his past life or now, he hated back-and-forth bargaining and outsmarting shop owners. After some haggling between Maggie and Barn, they finally agreed on a price of 4 silver coins and 30 copper coins. Both of them looked disappointed, as if they had lost out. Lhasa then paid a deposit to have Barn make a sword sheath for him. Are you not planning to buy a new shield? Lhasa asked. Maggie shook her head expressionlessly. As soon as they left the blacksmith shop, Maggie said with a dark face, how could our honest and kind Dufflin be such a dishonest merchant? After all, Dufflin won't let a single copper coin go to waste, Lhasa teased. Hey, Lhasa, why are you sticking up for him? Lhasa ignored Maggie's annoyed face and said seriously, Maggie, I've been thinking since our last adventure. That is, to form our official team and find some reliable teammates. Maggie put aside her displeasure with Barn and asked, you mean the real Lhasa team? The name can be changed later. If you like, we can call it Maggie's team too. Maggie actually paused to think for a moment, then said seriously, Maggie's team is much better than Lhasa's, but it still sounds a bit old-fashioned. Lhasa looked at her with a bit of annoyance and said, let's sit at the tavern and talk more slowly. When they arrived at the tavern, the two of them found a quiet table to sit at. Lhasa looked around at the adventurers in the tavern and noticed that none of them could be identified using the Inside Eye ability. When used on monsters and dungeons, this ability only reveals their names and health bars. When used on NPC characters, it requires enough goodwill. On items and equipment, there are no special conditions. Let's put aside the team name for now and talk about recruiting new members, Lhasa said. But a good team name can attract more people, Maggie replied as she took a sip of her beer. All right, I'll handle the team name. I'll keep changing it until you're satisfied. You, on the other hand, are responsible for recruiting suitable teammates, Lhasa said, thinking that if all else failed, he could just copy something from old anime or novels. Lhasa, I'm worried I might mess up such an important task, Maggie said, feeling a bit unsure. Of course, you can do it. Your charm is 8. After all, Lhasa thought to himself. But he still said aloud, I believe in you, Maggie. As the team leader, I trust you to take on this responsibility. Maggie nodded and then asked, what kind of teammates should we look for? Maggie, what do you think we need most right now? Lhasa asked back. Maggie thought carefully for a moment and then said, I think we need archers like Uncle Todd or healers like Ivan who can treat teammates. Yes, you're right. Lhasa felt very pleased. This girl was reliable sometimes. In the current team, Maggie was undoubtedly the best at attracting enemy attention as a tank. He himself was responsible for melee damage. If they added a ranged archer for support, a healer for assistance, and a mage, it would be the most classic adventuring team setup. However, Lhasa also knew that hoping to find a mage to join the team was just wishful thinking. Most professional adventurers were over at the Yellow Portal, not wasting time in Deer Forest Town. Most healing-related roles were with the church, and Lhasa was pessimistic about convincing Ivan to join. If it weren't for Demit, Ivan probably wouldn't even want to enter the dungeon. So, the most realistic option now was to recruit an archer. Lhasa shared his thoughts with Maggie, who nodded thoughtfully. This matter is on me, Maggie said, patting her chest. Maggie, from now on, you will be the deputy team leader and the HR manager, responsible for recruiting and managing team members, Rosa said, then pointed to himself. And I will be the team leader, setting goals and plans for our team's growth. It seems like everyone in our team is very important, Maggie nodded, seeming to understand. This afternoon, I will practice my combat skills at the training ground. If you find someone suitable, bring them over to me. I'll check them out, Rosa said. Although he said this, he knew it was unlikely to find an archer so quickly. Most adventurers prefer close-range weapons, and those few who don't are either already in a team or probably wouldn't want to join their small team of just 2 people. If needed, he could ask Todd. He wasn't sure if Todd was still in Deer Forest Town. Rosa only took a short nap at noon before getting up. He dressed and went to the training ground. He first practiced some sword moves on a wooden, getting a feel for it, then found an open space. Thanks to Maggie's lesson last time, he didn't dare use his combat skills directly on the. He wanted to save his money to visit the guild's 2nd floor. He checked his status. His mental energy was still 100%. Then he activated his combat skill, Spiral. Rosa quickly his long sword, kicking up a cloud of dust. He excitedly checked his status again. His mental energy was down to 72%. It seemed that if he didn't recover in the middle of a fight, he could only use his skill about 3 times. Rosa rested for a while, then continued practicing his skills. The sun was gradually setting. Maggie appeared, walking over with a gloomy look. Rosa, I asked several people, but no one wants to join our team, Maggie said, looking discouraged. Maybe my way of inviting isn't right? I think it's better if you do it. Rosa thought, with only 8 charisma, he wouldn't be very convincing. If Maggie, with only 3 charisma, tried, it might be even worse. He quickly comforted her. Maggie, don't be discouraged. I believe in your potential. The main reason is that our team's reputation isn't well known yet. Keep trying. I believe you'll succeed. Hearing this, Maggie's face looked a little better. She then asked, Rosa, have you thought of a team name? Lhasa took out a small piece of paper from his pocket, which had the team names he had just written during his break. Pick one you like from here. Maggie took the paper and looked at each name carefully. Sky Eagle Team, this one doesn't work. It sounds too similar to that legendary adventure team. Vengeance Team, this one also isn't good. We don't have any serious enemies. Justice Team, that sounds too stiff. It feels like something the church elders would choose. Leaf Team, that makes me think of those annoying pointy-eared folks. Maggie shook her head and rejected each name one by one. Seeing her like this, Lhasa was ready to write another list. Hey, this one isn't bad. Red Star Team. Maggie finally found a name she liked. This one feels like it was chosen by you. Lhasa was surprised. Among all the names, only this one was chosen by him himself. Women's intuition can be a bit scary. Lhasa, does this name have a special meaning? Maggie asked. If she had asked about the meaning of the other names, Lhasa wouldn't have been able to answer. But since this was a name he picked himself, he could say a few words. Maggie, look. Do stars have 5 points? Lhasa gently drew a 5-pointed star on the paper. Oh, so stars really look like that? Maggie looked at the drawing with surprise. Yes, our team will probably have 5 members, so it fits perfectly, doesn't it? Wow, that's a great choice. But why a red star? Aren't stars usually yellow? Maggie asked curiously. Because there's a red star in my heart. It always guides me forward, Lhasa replied mysteriously. All right, let's use this name for now. Maggie repeated the team name a few times. I'll go check the tavern now. Maggie, take your time. We can wait a few more days. My sword sheath isn't ready yet. Lhasa comforted her. He felt like a boss who had promised his employees a big reward but hadn't delivered yet. Early morning at the Cuckoo Inn. Maggie went to the tavern early to look for new team members. Lhasa slept in late, and when he finally came out, he saw Ivan waiting outside the inn. Ivan looked serious. Lhasa followed him to a tree next to the inn. After our last adventure, I went to Flea Street and found the girl Demit liked, Ivan said. That girl named Rusa? Lhasa still remembered her somewhat. Yes, but she told me she was already engaged to someone else a long time ago. The story about Demit paying 5 gold coins was false, Ivan continued. Lhasa was still a little sleepy at first, but suddenly he became alert. He organized his thoughts and asked, So, Demit hasn't been going to the underground city just to earn money to marry her? Ivan nodded. Now I suspect that the demon started influencing him months ago. Lhasa also began to think. Maybe those months were the incubation period for the parasitic demon. When the host dies in the underground city, it fully hatches and matures. Ivan waited quietly nearby. Lhasa remembered a book about parasites he had read in his past life. It described a parasite that initially lives inside an insect. It would make the insect climb to the tip of a plant leaf, which makes it easier for predators like birds to find. After the bird eats the infected insect, the parasite enters the bird's body and begins the second stage of development. Thinking about Demit's strange behavior in the underground city, it was very similar. I have a theory, Ivan, Lhasa said, feeling more and more nervous. This demon might have parasitized Demit months ago, like an unhatched egg. It influences him to keep going into the underground city, aiming to have him die there. When that happens, it can hatch and become the monster we saw before. Unexpectedly, Ivan smiled after hearing this. Lhasa, your intelligence really surprises me, Ivan praised. Then he added, Actually, after I returned, I went to see Father Makoni, who patrols the church. He told me some things we didn't know, possession by demons, or what we might call the underground city addiction syndrome. These 2 terms made Lhasa pause. He almost thought Ivan was possessed by a modern doctor from another time. Ivan found Lhasa's reaction normal. When he first heard these words, he had the same surprised look. Demit's symptoms have appeared in a few cases among the Holy City's protectors. The same sudden personality changes and an uncontrollable desire to explore underground dungeons. Although they are called protectors, they are actually a group of adventurers formed by the church. All members are church clergy, strictly managed by the church. These groups must hand over everything they find in the dungeons to the church, which then distributes the resources. The first priest to notice this was a friend of Father Makoni. He was responsible for coordinating between the protector groups and the Adventurers Association. At that time, one group entered the dungeon very often, and he reported this to the church. However, the church did not pay much attention. Later, the priest investigated himself and found that several similar cases had appeared within the church. Those showing symptoms were all considered crazy and were locked up. Lhasa asked, Did anyone die inside the dungeon? Ivan replied with a complicated expression, Yes, but it was the entire group that died inside. No one knows what happened there. Hearing this, Lhasa felt a cold chill run down his spine. The appearance of the apostles is not accidental. It seems more like a conspiracy to infiltrate adventurers. Lhasa hesitated for a moment and said, That day, I also told the association's record keeper what happened. He told me there are no records of this monster in the association's files. Lhasa also knows that the relationship between the Adventurers Association and the Church of Light is very delicate. On one side, the appearance of the portal has challenged the church's authority. Over there, only monsters exist, not a merciful God. On the other side, as those skill crystals and potions spread, the church, with its large funds, bought many for its clergy. The miracles performed by these priests strengthened many believers' faith. Behind all this stands the Royal Adventurers Association, which neither opposes nor supports the church's actions but treats it as a large group of adventurers. Lhasa heard that the royal side also has a group similar to the protectors, called the Crows. They are only loyal to the royal family of Edia. However, what Lhasa truly wants is for more people to learn about the apostles and be prepared. In the face of the coming disaster, it's better if more people unite. He also has a better chance of surviving as one of the individuals. Of course, Lhasa wouldn't be foolish enough to tell the association about what will happen in more than 2 years. If he did, they would think he's crazy. His current status is too low, and few people would believe his end-of-the-world prediction. In contrast, sharing information about the apostles is safer because it's less shocking than the end of the world, and it's based on his own experience in the dungeon, with Maggie and Ivan present at the time. Lhasa, everything I told you today can be shared with the association. Ivan also thinks the same. Compared to these evil monsters, the internal conflicts among humans seem insignificant. Ivan, I think you should mention to the church what that monster said last time. It claimed its master was Udalres, Lhasa said. Also, during the last fight, I noticed that holy attributes can cause more damage to that demon. Ivan took out a notebook and a charcoal pencil, ready to write down. I suspect that last time's demon was newly born and only parasitized to meat, so it was still weak. If this demon kills all the team members at once, it might absorb their powers and become stronger, Lhasa said all his guesses. Ivan looked at him in surprise, recording as he spoke. Honestly, Lhasa, I wish your guess was wrong. But the more I hear, the more it makes sense. If that's true, where would the demon that killed all the team members go? The dungeon inside is already empty. I don't know. It involves the basic logic of how the dungeon works. The worst case is that it could enter other teams' dungeons. Lhasa admitted he had no clear answer. If that happens, this monster could grow endlessly and become a nightmare for all adventurers, Ivan said with a faint smile. Lhasa, tomorrow I will follow the priest to the holy city Astelia. I plan to become a holy guard. Lhasa was surprised. He had planned to ask Maggie to recruit Ivan, but before he could act, Ivan was already leaving. Thinking about it, he realized that recruiting Ivan might not be easy. Maggie is quite charming, but what about the goddess Afra? If Maggie's charm is 8, then Afra's could be 800. Ivan, I wish you a safe journey. Lhasa felt a bit upset inside, but at this moment, all he could do was offer some polite good wishes. Ivan smiled and said, Lhasa, I will be there most of the time. If you find anything new, I hope you can write to me. Just send the letter to the cathedral in the holy city. I will do that, Lhasa nodded. It's a pity I might be wandering around a lot and won't have a stable place to stay. Adventurers are often like that. I am starting to believe more and more what Todd said, that you and Maggie will become legendary adventurers someday. Ivan suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. He took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to Lhasa. It was a bit larger than the ones used by the Adventurers Guild, containing a clear white liquid. Lhasa, this is holy water from the church, and also from the dungeon. Consider it my farewell gift. I've always appreciated how you helped me kill that demon last time. Please accept this. Name, holy potion type, consumable rank, 2nd tier description. Drinking it temporarily boosts resistance to negative effects. Spraying it on undead or demon creatures causes holy damage. It can be used or sprayed up to 3 times. Lhasa came here mainly to look at skill crystals, hoping to find some good deals using his inside eye. However, he was surprised to discover something quite frustrating. The shop sells skill crystals in a blind box style. Each crystal costs the same, 15 silver coins, and there are no labels indicating what skill or effect they have. It all depends on luck. Lhasa used his insight eye to look at many crystals. Some looked very tempting, but the price was not attractive at all. He also admired the association. All these crystals contain basic, white-level skills. Besides different patterns, they are exactly the same. But these skills require certain attributes to learn. If an adventurer buys one but doesn't meet the attribute requirements, they won't be able to understand the skill. That money would be wasted, and they could only sell the crystal back to the association at a low price. The association is quite greedy, much more than Barnes, who is a fair merchant. Lhasa couldn't help but sigh. In the center of the trading area, there is a service desk with a squirrel holding coins carved on it. It's the official partner bank of the association, called the Golden Mouse Bank, which offers deposit and withdrawal services for adventurers. This bank's interest rates are much higher than normal banks, but it has a sneaky rule. Only the adventurer can personally withdraw money. This is part of why it has grown so big. Most adventurers don't live long, and if they die in the dungeon, the bank gets to keep their money. A bank clerk just now tried to sell Lhasa a deposit service. The interest was much higher than normal banks. Lhasa was tempted but politely refused. It's obvious that with the world ending in just over 2 years, who would bother saving money in a bank? When that day comes, coins might be useless, let alone banks. Inside, there was also a shop selling potions. They sold quarter-sized bottles, like the ones Todd used before. Each small bottle cost 5 silver coins. Lhasa looked at one with his inside eye. Name: quarter-sized life recovery potion type. Consumable rank: level 1 effect. Temporarily restores a small amount of health over a short time. Note: must be drunk all at once. Otherwise, it has no healing effect. The mental strength potions are similar. Potions are one of the few items produced in the dungeon that can be split into parts. However, they can only be divided into 4 portions. Dividing them further will make them useless. Full potions only appear in portals of yellow level or higher. The supplies from the Deer Forest Town Association probably came from Moon Lake City. If a team goes on an adventure together, 1/4 of a health potion is enough. But if someone plans to challenge a special achievement alone, it's best to bring both types of potions. Lhasa bought a small bottle of health recovery potion. Looking at the small glass bottle with the red liquid inside, he estimated it was about 10 milliliters. Lhasa carefully placed the potion near his chest. If it fell and broke, he would be very angry. After wandering for a while and realizing it was almost noon, Lhasa decided to go back and see Maggie. 3 days had passed since their second adventure, and Maggie's recruitment efforts were still not going well. To Lhasa's surprise, before he could find Maggie, she came to the association to look for him. Lhasa, I found a bowman." Maggie cheered happily when she saw him. She ran over to him quickly. "Great. Maggie, where is he?" Lhasa was also happy. Although he failed to find someone himself, Maggie successfully recruiting someone was a big surprise. "He's waiting downstairs." "You've met him before," Maggie said with a smile. Lhasa became even more curious. He didn't know many adventurers, and only Todd used a bow. Could Maggie have brought Todd in? He followed Maggie downstairs and immediately saw a figure in the hall, dressed in worn-out clothes and hunched over. Lhasa was surprised. He recognized that person. It was the elderly Ohak adventurer they met in the hall when they set out with the Mazov brothers. "This old man has been looking for a team. He used to be a hunter, which fits our recruitment criteria," Maggie explained. Lhasa had been wondering why someone would want to join his small, new team. Now he understood. The adventurer was a novice who was too old for other teams, so they just teamed up. "Sir, we've met before. You helped me a lot back then," the elderly adventurer said fluently in common language. "Just call me Lhasa," I said, "old man of the Ohak tribe." I couldn't stand being politely called that by an elder. I asked, "What should I call you?" "Mr. Lhasa. As you see, I come from the Snow Howl clan in the northern snow plains. You can call me Odoin, or if you like, just call me a wild man." The old man named Odoin Snow Howl seemed used to others from different tribes insulting him, but I wouldn't really call him a wild man. I also didn't bother correcting his way of addressing me. Duflin and the Ohak tribe often mix up first and last names. For example, Maggie's last name is Treg, but she often calls herself Miss Maggie instead of Miss Treg. "Mr. Snowhowl, have you been unable to find your team?" Odoin shook his head with a sad smile, which made his wrinkles more obvious. "I followed your advice and went to the tavern. I asked many groups there, but I didn't get any luck. Eventually, the tavern owner politely asked me to leave." His story resonated with me, as I had experienced almost the same thing before. I looked at Odoin more carefully. His face and back looked very old, but his muscular arms and large hands didn't seem weak from age. The longbow on his back looked a bit worn, but bigger than Todd's. His quiver held about a dozen large wooden arrows. I decided to see how good his archery was. "Mr. Snowhowl, let me see your skills. Come with me to the training ground." Odoin showed a confident smile. "Mr. Lhasa, you won't be disappointed." We arrived at the training ground. I picked up a rotten apple from the ground and placed it on a S head. Odoin went to a distance, took down his longbow. Seeing his stance and aim, I thought he looked like an experienced hunter. But his first shot only just grazed the apple, causing it to wobble slightly. Please give me another chance, Odoin said, worried that he might lose his chance to join the team again due to this mistake. Lhasa nodded. In his heart, he had already decided to hire this hunter. After all, most monsters are much larger than this rotten apple, and Lhasa didn't have many other candidates to choose from. Odoin focused and shot his second arrow. This time, the rotten apple was pierced through by a wooden arrow and fell off the head. Lhasa, look. This old man is very skilled, right? Maggie clapped happily. Mr. Snow Roar, let's go to the tavern for a drink and chat, Lhasa said, feeling quite satisfied. He could tell that after shooting 2 arrows, Odoin's breathing was still steady, and he didn't blush or pant. His stamina was clearly better than it looked. The White Stone Tavern. Seeing the shabby old man push open the door, the tavern owner, Willis, immediately frowned. Just as he was about to ask someone to chase him away, a young man and a Dufflin girl followed behind, and his expression softened. This tall and short pair had been coming here often recently, even ordering the number 9 meal twice. They were regular customers. Lhasa ordered 3 of the most cost-effective number 1 sets. When the waiter brought the trays, the 3 of them ate and talked. Mr. Snow Roar, I'll explain our team's rules first, Lhasa said, turning a roasted potato with a fork. In the dungeon, all actions are led by the team leader. The treasures inside the chests are distributed by the leader, but at least each member will get 1 item. Maggie, who was eating a pie, looked at Lhasa in surprise. She hadn't heard him say these things before. Is the team leader Mr. Lhasa? Odoin asked. I accept your arrangement. I can tell that neither of you are bad people. He took a sip of meat soup. It was the best meal he had had in days, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed. Just call me Odoin. I haven't heard the surname Snow Roar in decades. All right, Odoin. Actually, I'm curious too. It's rare to see someone your age go on adventures, Lhasa said, voicing his question. When he first met Odoin at the association hall, he found it strange. Elderly people rarely risk their lives for big money. Most seek a peaceful life. For Vitality Potion, Odoin sighed. My wife, Amanda, was seriously ill. The doctor advised us to give up treatment, but Renata and I both want to try more. Renata's teacher said maybe we could try the Vitality Potion from the dungeon. By the way, Renata is my daughter, and she is now taking care of Amanda. I asked around in town, and a bottle of Vitality Potion costs dozens of silver coins, which I can't afford from hunting alone. The fastest way to make money now is to go on adventures. Also, if I happen to find a Vitality Potion in the dungeon, that would be even better. I didn't expect Maggie's guess to be correct. Lhasa looked at Maggie. She didn't seem proud of being right, but rather looked a bit regretful. After hearing Odoin's words, Lhasa felt both admiration and some regret in her heart. This teammate probably won't stay with me for long. Once Odoin has enough silver coins, he will likely leave the team and stop this line of work. Odoin, have you tried talking to the church priests? Many of them can also cast healing spells. Lhasa remembered Ivan performing a healing miracle. It's no use, Mr. Lhasa. There is no church station in our village. I asked at the town's church, but Amanda can't handle the bumpy road. Hiring a capable priest to come to the village costs about the same as buying a Vitality Potion, Odoin said with a bitter smile. Uncle Odoin, don't worry. If you come with us a few times to the dungeon, you'll save enough money. Our team is very strong, Maggie said, sensing the atmosphere was getting heavy. Lhasa thought for a moment, then used her inside eye to check Odoin's information. She believed he had a good impression of her. Name, Odoin Snowhowl Template. Ordinary NPC race. Ohak class. None current status. Tired basic attribute strength. 6. Base 5. Ohak racial talent 2. Old age -1. Agility. 7. Base 8. Old age -1. Spirit. 3. Faith. For constitution. 4. Base 5. Old age -1. Special attributes. Max 10. Perception. 5. Willpower. For charisma. 1 current equipment skills talents and specializations hunter's instinct. Slightly increases damage to beast-type monsters. It seems there are different types of NPCs. Maggie is a hero NPC, an important character known in the game, likely to appear in game cutscenes or promotional images. Ivan, being an elite NPC, probably has a name, a position, and can give quests to players. Odoin might be a common NPC, like a regular townsperson. Lhasa wasn't too disappointed. Maggie, being rare, is hard to find. Most hero-level NPCs are now legendary adventurers and probably won't join his team. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Odwin, welcome to join the Red Star team. We plan to leave for the dungeon tomorrow or the day after. Today afternoon, you can get a feel for the training ground. Thank you, Mr. Lhasa, Odwin said with a genuine smile. In the afternoon, Lhasa went to the Stone Fist blacksmith shop. Hey, your sword sheath isn't ready yet. The leather supplier just delivered the materials this morning. The fastest I can finish it is tomorrow, said Barn, glancing at him with a rough voice. The fire in the forge made his face look copper red. Lhasa wasn't here for the sheath. He had 2 small bottles, 1 holy potion and 1 quarter health potion. Both are valuable and fragile. He remembered Todd's belt with potion bottles, which was safer than holding bottles in his arms. Barn, do you have a custom belt that can hold many small bottles? Lhasa asked. Barn put down his hammer, grumbled, and went into his storage room. When he came out, he held a belt. Lhasa checked. The belts looked similar to Todd's, with 3 to 5 compartments for potion bottles. This kind of belt is common for adventurers. Pick one you like, Barn said. Lhasa looked for a while and chose one with the most compartments and different sizes. 35 copper coins, Barn said. Lhasa didn't bother bargaining and paid directly. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered Odwin's wooden arrows and turned back. Barn, what kinds of arrows do you have? He asked. Do you know how to shoot arrows? Barn asked curiously. For my team, this is the only type of iron arrow I have, and it's the most common. I'll sell it at the arrow pouch. Barn took out a bag and showed it to Lhasa. Lhasa counted about 20 arrows in the bag. They looked sharp enough and should be enough. So he paid and bought a bag. Lhasa left the blacksmith shop, and Barn's voice still echoed behind him. Remember to come pick up your sword sheath tomorrow. Training ground. Maggie threw a wooden board into the air, while Odwin aimed and shot. Lhasa arrived just in time to see this scene. He handed the bag of iron arrows to Odwin, who looked surprised. Mr. Lhasa, I haven't even entered the dungeon, and you've already spent so much on me, Odwin said with guilt on his face. Odwin, just use these iron arrows to deal with the monsters inside, Lhasa said casually. He didn't mind much. The bag wasn't expensive. Now that the archers are recruited, he couldn't expect Odwin to use wooden arrows. After this run, Odwin will have to pay for his own supplies. Lhasa had already tied his belt and placed 2 potions on it. Thinking carefully, his current gear was almost the same as what Todd had on his first adventure. In terms of combat ability, with Maggie, he was not much worse than Todd and Nurkin. He decided to go tomorrow morning. A wave of confidence rose in his heart. Maggie, Odwin, let's meet at the guild entrance tomorrow morning. Deer Forest Town, Adventurers Guild, in front of the teleportation portal. Red Star Squad, 3 people, enter the portal. The guild staff recorded on a paper. Lhasa and the others took their adventurer IDs. This is my first time being so close to a teleportation portal, Odwin said, looking at the swirling fog inside, amazed. It's incredible, he added. Maggie smiled. Uncle Odwin, there will be even more amazing things after you go in. Who knows if it's a forest, cave, or something else this time. Lhasa wasn't nervous either, just more experienced now. He looked at Odwin and thought Todd probably looked at him and Maggie the same way before. The 3 stepped into the portal. Suddenly, Lhasa's system voice sounded again in his mind. Entering the white teleportation portal. Random white difficulty underground dungeon generation in progress. The current dungeon has been selected. Entering the dungeon. Rotting swamp. Swamp? Lhasa felt uneasy deep inside. Sure enough, as the fog cleared, he only felt muddy ground beneath his feet. A foul smell hit his nose, reminding Lhasa of the stinky water that comes up from storm drains after rain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a gray, wetland area. Many small puddles covered the ground, and there were many rotten, broken trees lying around. Dark shapes hovered in the air, circling above. Great, this is my least favorite terrain, Maggie cried sadly. It seemed they were still near the edge of the swamp. The ground they stood on was solid land, but it was covered with a layer of rotten mud. Let's find the boss quickly and defeat it. I don't like this place either, Lhasa said, looking at the sticky black mud on his shoes. He felt uncomfortable too. You're right, Lhasa. Let's finish this fast, Maggie said as she took a step forward. Suddenly, with a dull sound, Maggie sank into the black mud, only her hands visible as she struggled. Lhasa and Ajuin hurried to pull her out. Maggie was covered in thick mud, giving off a bad smell. She looked like a small mud figure. This girl really can't be saved, Lhasa thought as he took a step back. Maggie spat out some disgusting stuff, looking exhausted. As long as Ajuin's face looked normal, Lhasa wondered what he had been through before. After spitting, Maggie looked drained and weak. She said tiredly, "If all dungeons are swamps, I'll never be an adventurer again." Lhasa started thinking about how deep the swamp might be. Maggie was about 1.4 meters tall. When she stepped into the mud just now, she sank completely. If the whole swamp was like that, she probably couldn't walk the rest of the way. Lhasa took out his long sword. The sword, including the hilt, was about 1.2 meters long. The three of them didn't have anything else to help explore, so they had to make do with this. He was just glad he didn't use his custom-made new sword sheath. If this old sheath broke, so be it. I'll use my sword to check the way. Follow behind me, Lhasa said carefully, testing how deep the swamp was ahead. Maggie followed behind Lhasa. That last attack really left her with a mental scar. For the first time, she envied the height of the Ohak tribe. At the back of the group, Ajuin was a newcomer who had just entered the dungeon for the first time. Surprisingly, he was the most relaxed. Although he hunched his back, his race's advantage made him nearly as tall as Lhasa. "How are we going to fight like this?" Maggie asked worriedly. She was afraid she might rush forward like a rocket and then plunge into the swamp deep inside. "Maybe Ajuin and I should handle it," Lhasa replied helplessly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound like a mosquito approached from the air. "What is that?" Ajuin asked confused. Lhasa looked up. The black shadows from before were flying toward the three of them. As they got closer, Lhasa saw it was a huge flying insect monster, a mix between a mosquito and a flea. It had sharp, needle-like mouthparts, and its red abdomen was swollen into a ball. Lhasa's eyes showed information about these monsters. Monster name: Explosive Blood Fly Monster Type. Insect Challenge Level E. Thinking of its blood red, ball-like swollen abdomen, Lhasa knew they had to keep these creatures away. Ajuin, quickly shoot arrows at their bellies, Lhasa ordered urgently. Ajuin immediately drew his bow and shot. His archery was good. The arrow pierced the belly of the closest blood fly, causing it to explode in a burst of blood mist. Fortunately, there weren't many, only 4 or 5. After Ajuin shot 2 arrows, they easily defeated them. Throughout the fight, Lhasa and Maggie watched from the side, unable to help much. Lhasa looked at Ajuin like he was a treasure. He was just glad to have recruited such an archer. Without him, Maggie and Lhasa might have been bombarded by those blood flies. The blood mist looked scary and unsettling. It might not be deadly, but if it soaked them, it would definitely have negative effects. "Lhasa, are you planning to go to the portal alone later?" Maggie whispered. Lhasa nodded. The reward for the special achievement was too tempting. He really didn't want to give it up. As for clearing other difficult dungeons first and then challenging solo runs, the stretch from Deer Forest Town to Moon Lake City takes about half a month round trip. This leaves Lhasa only 2 years to grow stronger. "Then what if you encounter such monsters?" Maggie asked worriedly. "Don't worry, Maggie. This time, I'll buy a skill that can attack from a distance," Lhasa replied. He didn't expect to become a sharpshooter in just a few days, but buying a first-level skill and practicing for a few days shouldn't be a problem. Ajuin, behind them, didn't understand what they were talking about, but he kept alert and looked around carefully. The three continued walking without a clear direction, just exploring the area ahead whenever they saw what looked like monsters. Lhasa's old sword sheath was covered in a thick layer of black mud. They walked through the deepest parts, which only reached past their knees. As for the long swords that couldn't reach the bottom, they didn't dare to go closer. Ahead, there was a cluster of white objects around a rotting tree. When the three approached, they couldn't help but frown. It was some white maggot-like creatures, about the size of cats or dogs, slowly wriggling in the swamp. Monster name: Bloodfly Larvae Monster Type. Insect Challenge Difficulty E. Why is this swamp full of disgusting bugs? Maggie's face, covered in black mud, showed her disgust. Lhasa sighed, drew his sword, and started stabbing the maggots one by one, killing them. Looking at his sword, Lhasa felt a bit guilty, as if he was using King Gojian's sword as a stick to stir up dirt. These monsters were really weak, but they were also truly disgusting. Still, stabbing them with a sword was better than Maggie hitting them with a hammer and smashing them apart. A cold shiver ran through Lhasa as he imagined Maggie fighting these maggots with a hammer. In this swampy area without a clear path, the three could only keep searching for groups of monsters to fight one by one. Seeing Ajuin pick up an arrow, Lhasa remembered they had already encountered 3 waves of exploding blood flies, and many of Ajuin's arrows had fallen into the deep swamp, making it impossible to risk retrieving them. He somewhat regrets not buying Ajuin more iron arrows, not knowing if there are still many blood flies behind. Mr. Lhasa, I just used the wooden arrows I brought myself. The bag of iron arrows you gave me, I plan to use only in critical moments, Ajuin said with a smile. Still, the old man is thrifty, Lhasa thought to himself. Curious, he asked, your common language is very fluent, not at all like other Ohak people. Did you learn it on purpose? Yes, Uncle Ajuin speaks the common language much better than Nurkin, Maggie chimed in. Actually, I have lived in the kingdom for decades. I've been here much longer than on the northern snow plains. When I left my tribe, there were no teleportation gates on this continent, Ajuin recalled, his wrinkles deepening. When I first came here, I knew nothing about the common language. After so many years, I speak it better than my tribal language now. Teleportation gates have been around for over 40 years. How old are you exactly? Lhasa asked, unable to hold back. 62 or 63? I've forgotten, haha, Ajuin pondered. I think I left my tribe when I was 15. Do the Ohak also have a tradition of traveling and exploring? Maggie asked curiously. Hee. Ohak people are not as carefree as you Duflin. According to tradition, I should have been born in the northern snow plains and died there, Ajuin said with a smile. I left my tribe to find Amanda. Wow, because of love? Maggie became even more interested. Lhasa, still exploring the way, couldn't help but listen more when he heard this gossip. Ajuin's face looked lonely as he recalled. Back then, the Eldia Kingdom and the tribes were at war. Now it's called the Northern War. Amanda and I were both young and fought on opposite sides. I remember I was chasing her. We ran too far away from the battlefield and fell into an ice hole together. My leg broke and her arm was injured. When she came over with her sword, I thought I was about to meet the storm god Kersha. Amanda hesitated for a moment, then took my weapon and helped me up. When she came closer, I realized she was a woman. We spent 3 days trapped in the ice cave before finally escaping. Those 3 days and nights are forever etched in my memory. When I returned to the camp, the chief had already signed a peace treaty with the king of the kingdom. I almost thought I was considered a deserter. Ajuin's voice was slow, making it easy to get lost in his story. Lhasa remembered the cognitive dissonance effect, where 2 young strangers are forced to survive together in a cold cave, which can easily lead to feelings of affection. After returning to the tribe, I dreamed of her many nights. One day, I decided to find her. I only knew her name and that she lived in the northwest part of the kingdom. Hearing this, Maggie's eyes widened. She asked, just knowing those 2 pieces of information, it's too hard to find someone. How long did you search? Lhasa was also very surprised. An outsider who didn't speak the language, knowing only a name and a vague direction, and still coming to a strange kingdom to find his dream girl. Such a difficult journey. If this were in another life, it could be a great movie. It's amazing that such a love story happened nearby. About 10 or 20 years. I learned the common language gradually over those years. I remember at first, many children followed me, calling me a wild man. I thought they were saying hello, Ajuin said with a smile. I'm not a good soldier, but I am a talented hunter. I survive by hunting and doing odd jobs, earning money while wandering, trying to find out about her. Many times I wanted to give up and go back north, but each time, some news kept me going. When I found Amanda in the village, she was injured on the battlefield and hadn't married anyone. When we first met, neither of us recognized the other. I even thought she was someone with the same name. It wasn't until I mentioned the ice cave that she remembered those 3 days. At that moment, I felt all these years had been worth it. Later, we had a simple wedding in the village. I went hunting, she worked on the farm, and we lived a peaceful life. Next, Renata was born. She is a smart and sensible child. By her teens, she was very skilled with a bow and arrow. Although the journey was difficult, the ending was very happy, Maggie sighed. Maybe past memories made Ajuin suddenly think of his current troubles. His smile faded gradually. Mr. Lhasa, if we succeed in passing through the dungeon this time, how much money can we make? Lhasa looked at his face and understood his worries. He said seriously, usually about 10 to 20 silver coins. Uncle Ajuin, don't worry. If you adventure with us 2 or 3 times, you'll definitely have enough money, Maggie comforted him. Ajuin felt a little better after hearing this. The 3 of them then reached a place with many small puddles. These puddles looked shallow, but Lhasa tested them and found he couldn't reach the bottom. If you fell in, it would be hard to get out. Look, there are lots of bubbles on the water's surface. Maggie pointed to the nearest puddle. As she spoke, a white figure suddenly emerged from the water, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging at Maggie. Maggie reacted quickly, blocking the attack with her shield. Monster name: Swamp Worm Monster Type. Insect Challenge Level E. Lhasa looked closer. It was a giant worm, about 10 to 20 centimeters thick, with a white body covered in wrinkles. Its head was a huge mouth with tiny teeth arranged in concentric circles, enough to terrify anyone with a fear of tight spaces. Its body, standing out of the water, was a bit taller than Maggie, and it was unclear how long it was underwater. Lhasa stepped forward, swung his long sword, and with a flash of cold light, the swamp worm's half-body with its mouth was cut off and fell to the ground. Dark green blood poured from the wound, but it didn't die immediately. The remaining torso was still writhing. Clearly only a small part of it had been cut. However, without its mouth as a weapon, the worm could hardly threaten Lhasa and the others anymore. It seemed this type of worm monster mainly relied on surprise attacks to scare people, and it wasn't worth using combat skills on. Lhasa shook his head. As his strength increased, the challenge of this dungeon seemed to get easier. He was calm and confident, moving with ease. However, I still don't know the situation with the final lord, so I can't let my guard down. The 3 continued forward, choosing a path that avoided most of the low-lying areas. For the unavoidable spots, Maggie used bait to lure out swamp worms, while Lhasa quickly defeated them with a sword. After walking for a while, they sat on a small raised platform to rest. Lhasa took out some food from his bag and shared it with the others. As Maggie ate, she shifted her body from side to side. Ajuin also asked curiously, Mr. Lhasa, do you feel itchy anywhere on your body? Lhasa, who was chewing dried meat, looked at them strangely. Besides the black mud on his legs, he didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere else. Thinking for a moment, he used his insight eye to check Maggie and Ajuin's physical states. Current status: slow blood loss. At this, Lhasa lost his appetite. He immediately told the others to stand up and turn around to check. When they did, all 3 were shocked. Maggie and Ajuin had 4 or 5 water leeches, about the size of a palm, attached to their backs. Monster name: Jumping Blood Leech Monster Type. Insect Challenge Level E. Seeing these slowly wriggling leeches, all 3 felt a shiver down their spines. When they were moving through the swamp earlier, they had been focused on their surroundings and enemies, completely unaware of when these creatures had climbed onto Maggie and Ajuin's backs. Even more unbelievable was that, despite Maggie wearing chainmail and rough cloth underneath, and Ajuin being in tatters, these jumping blood leeches could still reach through multiple layers of protection and her blood from a distance. It really shows that monsters don't follow normal logic. Lhasa carefully stabbed the blood leeches on them with his sword to kill them. He also asked them to check themselves, and they found one just now attached to his leg. I really miss those goblins now. These bugs are disgusting and sneaky, Maggie said with a grimace. Lhasa agreed deeply. Compared to straightforward fighting, constantly guarding against hidden dangers in the swamp takes much more mental effort. From now on, let's all watch out for any abnormalities on ourselves, Lhasa said. He also planned to occasionally use his inside eye to check on the others' conditions, just to avoid being caught off guard again. After taking a short break, Lhasa prepared to look around and decide which way to go next. In the distance to the front right, there were some objects that looked like upright pillars, along with a semicircular white shadow. The other directions were just normal swampy land. Lhasa decided to go and check that area first. The 3 of them headed toward the stone pillars. As they got closer, they were more surprised. From afar, they didn't realize how big and tall the 4 pillars were. When they approached, they saw they were even larger than expected. The pillars were about 4 or 5 meters tall, and buried in the swamp, they could be much longer. At the top of each pillar was a sculpture of an unknown monster, with bat-like wings and faint red glow in its eyes. Carved into the pillars were strange symbols, but they didn't match any known language on the continent. The 4 stone pillars surrounded a central swampy area. When they got closer, the 3 saw clearly what the white semicircle in the middle was. It was the skull of a giant humanoid creature. The skull was over 2 meters in diameter, with dark, empty eye sockets. Its jaw was embedded in the swamp. Lhasa, who had seen many battles, immediately felt sure that the Lord was here. But he wondered, was the owner of this giant skull a huge giant? Lhasa first used his sword sheath to check the terrain around. Fortunately, the muddy area inside the stone circle was only ankle-deep, shallower than the places they had passed before. Imagining fighting the Lord in swamp over half a meter deep, it would be hard to dodge attacks, let alone organize a proper attack. Maggie and Ajuin kept watch on the giant skull, since it was the most suspicious thing here. Lhasa, bugs are flying out of the skull's eyes. Maggie suddenly shouted. Lhasa quickly looked over. It was a swarm of blood flies. Ajuin immediately shot an arrow, but this time, the number of blood flies was much higher than before. Ajuin was momentarily overwhelmed. Then, another group of white maggots burst out of the eye sockets of the skull, flowing like a tide toward the 3. These bugs, when looked at individually, were very weak. Any novice adventurer could handle them. But in large numbers, they looked terrifying. No one wanted to drown in a swarm of disgusting maggots. They are not very fast. We move while fighting. Lhasa swings his long sword, killing more than 10 bloodfly larvae. Maggie feels the worst among the 3. She has to use a hammer to smash these creatures. Her face shows anger and sadness. The feeling of hitting these bugs with the hammer makes her feel sick inside. Fortunately, after smashing them, these bugs turn into black powder and disappear. If they had splattered juice on Maggie's face and body, she might have fainted on the spot. Before finishing with the bugs, some black-green bugs appeared again inside the skull's eye sockets. They are about the size of a palm, bend their bodies, and bounce across the swamp. They are jumping blood leeches. Lhasa now understands that the giant skull is the nest of these bugs. If he doesn't deal with it, more bugs will keep coming out. He hesitated and said, Maggie, I will handle these bugs. You go over there and use the fire rocket hammer on that skull. Right now, Maggie's strongest skill is her combat technique. Maggie looks at him with tears in her eyes, feeling both admiration and sympathy. Lhasa silently thinks, I will make it up to you, Maggie. Now Lhasa realizes the truth of the saying. Small changes can lead to big changes. No matter how weak the bugs are, there are too many of them. He swings his sword countless times. His arm feels sore, but the bugs still chase after them relentlessly. Ajuin is busy dealing with the bugs that try to bother Maggie. Maggie approaches the skull and touches her head, vowing to buy a helmet when she gets back. After gathering energy, the fire rocket hammer is activated. The brave and fearless Dufflin girl rushes forward. A cracking sound like a wall breaking echoes as one side of the skull's bone wall cracks open. Then, the broken skull seems to be pushed up by something. A strange creature that looks like a snail appears before the 3. The giant skull is its shell. Its slimy body is covered with many indentations, and new bugs keep hatching from inside. It has 2 pairs of antennae on its head that slowly turn, and countless small claws are underneath its body. Lhasa's eyes quickly displayed information about the monster. Monster name: Bloodworm Queen monster type. Lord/insect challenge level D. Finally, the dungeon boss has appeared. This boss's appearance is also very unsettling, but when it appeared, Lhasa felt very excited. Fighting the army of bugs that hatch from it would be useless. Only by defeating the boss in front of him could he truly leave this swamp. Lhasa saw that the Bloodworm Queen's health bar was much longer than those of the other bugs. Maggie, help Odwin deal with those bugs. I'll go find that snail boss, Lhasa shouted and quickly ran toward the Bloodworm Queen. He could feel mud splashing up behind him. Maggie shook her dizzy head. Whether her head was too hard or her skull wasn't as strong as expected, after hitting it, she only felt a little dizzy and had no other discomfort. The Bloodworm Queen moved slowly. Its claws stirred up the mud underneath. Its skull shell on its back was broken by Maggie, revealing pulsating flesh inside. Getting closer, Lhasa realized that the creature's antennae weren't four antennae but four white worms that had previously ambushed them in a puddle. The parts that should have been eyes were replaced by the worms' mouths. This thing looks really strange. Lhasa couldn't understand how the game, Dungeon and Portals, could pass censorship so easily, especially since it's rated 13. Feeling someone approaching, the bloodworm queen lowered its head. The four worms lunged at Lhasa, and the queen opened its mouth. Thick, sticky liquid dripped out, with many blood leeches writhing inside. Lhasa's agility was far beyond what these worms could attack. He dodged sideways, then swung his sword, cutting down two worms cleanly. Seeing the blood leeches bouncing toward him, Lhasa's eyes sharpened. He raised his sword with both hands and launched a combat skill at the bloodworm queen. Spiral. Many leaping blood leeches were torn apart by the swirling attack. Lhasa's sword, moving straight ahead, also pierced a blood hole in the boss's head. Lhasa took a quick glance and saw that after the blood insect queen ate this attack skill, her health dropped by a quarter. This monster's defense seems weak, not on the same level as the new apostle. In his first real fight using an attack skill, Lhasa was very satisfied. It allowed him to move quickly and deal good damage at the same time. Its destructive power might not be as strong as Maggie's rocket hammer, but it can be used instantly and is more flexible. To Lhasa's surprise, inside the blood hole he had just broken, countless thin, thread-like worms wriggled and slowly repaired the wound. Even stranger, the blood insect queen's long health bar was still slowly recovering. How could this be? Lhasa was full of doubt. He quickly checked the status of his 3 team members. Current status, slowly losing blood. Lhasa was startled. Since the last time he was ambushed by blood leeches, everyone was very careful this time. Even though there were many bugs around and they kept dodging, they didn't take much actual damage, and the jumping blood leeches didn't have a chance to cling to them. As for the other bugs, they couldn't blood. At this moment, he noticed a faint red mist in the air, slowly flowing into the skull on the queen's back. Is this a problem with the whole place? Lhasa felt uncertain. He looked up at the 4 tall stone pillars, where bat-like monsters' eyes flickered with faint red light. Ottoan, attack the tops of those stone pillars with iron arrows, Lhasa immediately ordered. Ottoan might have been confused, but he still followed the command. The arrow hit the top of one of the stone pillars, making a crisp, ding sound. The attack had no effect. Lhasa's heart sank. To attack the blood insect queen, he had to be inside the space surrounded by stone pillars. If he stayed outside, he could only rely on Ottoan's arrows, but such attacks wouldn't do much damage to the large lord. After thinking carefully, Lhasa realized that the entire area was a carefully designed trap. The boss arena, surrounded by stone pillars, slowly drained the adventurer's blood, turning it into the boss's health. The blood insect queen's attack method was also to hatch countless worms to harass the adventurers, distracting them and preventing them from focusing on her. The real key to winning is time. The longer the battle lasts, the weaker the adventurers become, while the lord grows stronger. When the adventurers are sufficiently weakened, even the normally low-level bugs can become deadly. We must kill the lord as quickly as possible so that its blood recovery can't keep up with the blood loss. Meiji, fight with me. We need to finish it off fast and can't let it drag on. Lhasa called Meiji over. Odin, use all the iron arrows on it. At this point, there's no time to worry about the bugs hatched by the blood insect queen. Meiji understood his meaning. She ran over, immediately bending her knees slightly and gathering power for a combat skill. Meanwhile, Lhasa, attacking the lord, noticed the blood insect queen's pincers moving quickly and its body slowly sinking. Is it trying to escape into the swamp? Lhasa quickly activated his spinning spear attack again. Meiji also gathered her strength and charged straight at the lord. The blood insect queen was knocked over by Meiji, her side exposed, with her head aligned with Lhasa's sword tip. He launched the spinning spear attack once more. His long sword pierced through the lord's menacing head without resistance. Blood and pus splattered all over Lhasa. He could even feel many tiny bugs wriggling on his back. At this moment, the lord's health bar was less than 1/3. Lhasa's sword was still stuck inside the lord. He didn't pull it out, but activated his combat skill again. This time, a fierce whirlwind churned inside the blood insect queen, lifting countless bits of flesh and blood. Lhasa plunged himself into the monster's body, feeling the internal organs wrap around him. Although it was very unpleasant, he didn't hesitate. With insufficient mental power to activate his skills, he pulled out his sword and kept swinging. Meiji used her last rocket hammer attack, smashing directly into the exposed abdomen of the blood insect queen after she flipped over. The queen's health was nearly depleted. Lhasa, as if driven by rage, kept stabbing his sword into the monster's body. He still had 2 potions on his belt, and if it came to the worst, he would have to use these last 2 cards. Over there, Meiji was wildly swinging her iron hammer. Odin's iron arrows also flew over. 2 or 3 pierced the monster's body, while more shot crookedly toward the other side. Finally, under the fierce attack of the 3, the bloodworm queen silently died. Its body slowly dispersed, but the broken giant skull on its back remained in place. The 3 sat in the swamp mud, catching their breath. The bugs bothering them also disappeared with the queen's death. You have cleared this dungeon. Your character level has increased to level 5. Your health is fully restored. Lhasa felt like he had just run a marathon, then taken a long nap in a sauna the next second. The statues on the 4 stone pillars around them suddenly looked normal again, as if the eyes of the bat monsters had closed. He checked the status of Maggie and Odwin. Both had minor injuries, probably from blood loss inside the magic circle formed by the stone pillars. However, during Odwin's final attack on the bloodworm queen, his old wooden bow broke directly, and the bowstring hit his face, leaving a blood mark. Overall, this adventure was quite relaxed except for the last fierce fight with the boss, which was a bit chaotic. Now, it was time to claim their rewards. Lhasa looked at the treasure chest that suddenly appeared in the swamp. All 3 stood in front of the wooden treasure chest. Seeing Odwin's face full of anticipation, Lhasa smiled and said, "Odwin, you go open it. Maggie and I have already experienced it, Mr. Lhasa." Seeing Odwin still wanting to be modest, Lhasa didn't bother with words and pushed him to the chest. Odwin crouched down, trembling as he opened the loot chest. He might have heard many people talk about this moment before, but when he was truly in it, he still felt very excited. A flash of white light appeared, and 6 items emerged on the ground. Lhasa stepped forward to examine them one by one. There was 1 familiar item, a leather armor, and 5 others he had never seen before. First was a short sword. Equipment name: common short sword, equipment grade. White crystal equipment, requirements: strength greater than or equal to 5, physical attack boost, D, special attribute, sharp, durability, 100%. Equipment name: wooden longbow equipment grade. White crystal equipment requirements: strength greater than or equal to 5, agility greater than or equal to 6, physical attack boost, D, special feature, long-range shooting durability, 100%. This one is for Odwin, since his broken bow is completely unusable. The third item is a helmet. Equipment name: infantry helmet equipment grade. White crystal equipment requirements: strength greater than or equal to 7, physical defense boost, D, special feature, durability 120%. Lhasa looks at Maggie nearby. This one is definitely for her, as it matches her head-butting skills perfectly. In the future, when Maggie hits enemies with her head, Lhasa won't feel so uncomfortable. The fourth item is a dagger with a slender, cone-shaped blade. Equipment name: cone-shaped dagger equipment grade. White crystal equipment requirements: strength greater than or equal to 4, agility greater than or equal to 5, physical attack boost, D- special feature, piercing durability, 100%. Selling this won't earn much. Lhasa saw a similar one in the association's trading area, priced at 6 silver coins, which is the cheapest among white crystal equipment produced in dungeons. That's the purchase price from the association. The resale value would be even lower, probably less than 5 silver coins. Lhasa shakes his head. It would be better to craft another leather armor, which would sell for more. The last item is very unique in appearance. A crystal skull about the size of a walnut. Its surface is smooth and rounded, naturally formed, with no visible carving marks from blades or axes. Name: crystal skull type. Currency grade: none. Description: a universal currency in the demon world, used for trading with NPCs there. This item actually looks quite interesting. Lhasa recalls the vitality gemstone fragment he obtained last time. The two seem to be usable together. One can be used as material for a demon blacksmith, and the other to pay for processing fees. However, the demon blacksmith's location is unknown, probably inside some dungeon. So far, in the 3 dungeons he's experienced, he hasn't seen any NPCs like that. Lhasa shakes his head. This is another promising item for the future. He clears his throat softly, drawing the attention of Maggie and Odoin. Leather armor and a longbow. I'll give them to you, Odwin. The remaining 4 items, Maggie and I will share. Odwin immediately said he only needed 1, but Lhasa still insisted on his idea. Initially, Odwin had been just watching and not participating much, so Lhasa planned to give him at most 1 item. But from the moment they encountered the exploding blood flies, Odwin played a significant role. Without his ranged attacks, Lhasa and Maggie would probably have been chased away by those blood flies in the air. Lhasa decided to be a kind boss. Your wooden bow is broken, so you can use this one for now. As for the leather armor, it's up to you. Wear it or sell it for some money, Lhasa said as he handed the items to Odwin. Thank you, Mr. Lhasa, Odwin said gratefully, bowing to him. Lhasa, give me that helmet. You can sell the rest. With the money, you can buy 2 skill crystals, Maggie said, picking up the helmet. Lhasa shook his head and handed her the dagger. Take this, Maggie. At least next time, you won't need to use a hammer to deal with those bugs. Maggie accepted the dagger without hesitation and said, when you go to the guild to buy a skill crystal, take me along. I have quite a few silver coins in my pocket. Lhasa put the crystal skull into his pocket. He guessed that the most valuable item in this treasure chest was probably this one. He planned to keep it for now, just in case he encounters a demon blacksmith someday. After clearing the level, Lhasa also realized a serious issue. This time, the experience points gained were just enough to level up. This was after completing a special challenge last time, with 20% already accumulated. The experience needed for each level is clearly increasing, which makes sense in all games. Otherwise, all players could become sword gods in a small town. In the game, the white teleportation portal is just a beginner's village. At this rate, by the end of the next adventure, he might not have enough experience to level up again. The recovery state after finishing an adventure is a big help from the system, allowing Lhasa to fight monsters freely in the dungeon without worrying about leaving injured. It seems he needs to be more careful next time, Lhasa thought. After dividing the items, the 3 of them entered the blue teleportation portal to return. The moment they emerged back at the guild, all the mud on their bodies disappeared. Apart from the items in the treasure chest, nothing inside the dungeon could be taken out through the portal, including dirt and dust. Originally, Maggie, covered in black mud and looking tired, immediately looked refreshed and energetic. Finally, we're out of that terrible swamp. It's so much better to be back in town, she said happily, stretching lazily. Maggie, what would you do if one day the portal sent us to a filthy place full of monsters? Lhasa joked. In her past life, she had played similar games where each version had a nasty, malicious map filled with restrictions on movement and poison pools. Every player couldn't help but curse the designer's parents. Who knows, maybe one day the portal will lead us to such a dungeon. The thought made him shiver. Then I'll just climb to the side and watch you all swim with the monsters, Maggie replied irritably. Lhasa remembered how he had directed her to crash into that giant skull in the swamp earlier. Thinking about it now, he still felt a bit guilty and said, Maggie, I'm sorry for making you suffer today. Later, I'll treat you to some stew with venison. But Maggie ignored him and walked straight toward the guild staff coming to greet them. A single sentence floated over from that side. Lhasa, if you still insist on going into the dungeon alone, just invite me to dinner when you return victorious. The Stone Fist blacksmith shop. After returning through the portal, Lhasa came here. He looked at the new sword sheath in his hand. It was made of pine wood, wrapped with tough cowhide, and had some metal buckles on the surface. It looked simple but practical. How is it? Not bad, right? Barn sat in his high chair, twirling his messy beard. Lhasa took out his silver-inlaid sword, compared it with the sheath, then inserted and withdrew the sword several times. After satisfied, he nodded and paid Barn some copper coins as the final payment. Barn, how much can you sell this sword for? Lhasa then took out the ordinary short sword he got from the recent adventure. Barn took it and checked it carefully, then said, brand new. Looks like you guys made a lot of money again. I can give you at most 10 silver coins. Lhasa put away his long sword. The price he paid was about the same as what the guild charged on the second floor. He thought it might be better to give the sword to Maggie someday, so she could negotiate the price. The extra coins they earned could be used for a few more drinks. Barn didn't complain. He looked at Lhasa and asked, "Did that noisy girl, like a sparrow, die inside?" "She's fine. She might come to see you tomorrow," Lhasa said as he packed up and prepared to leave. But Barn seemed to start talking more. "When I first saw you two come here to buy those things, I thought you wouldn't make it back alive. Is that how you judge the equipment you sell?" Lhasa asked back. Barn waved his hand casually. "Those are just things that adventurers threw away. Calling them junk is no problem. I wouldn't be alive today without that junk," Lhasa said with a smile and left the blacksmith shop. At night, in the Whitestone Tavern. Tonight, the tavern felt a little strange. In the middle sat four big, loud men. They spoke roughly, their voices loud, and the tables around them were messy. But the tables around them were empty. It was the Blacktooth Squad. Lhasa frowned slightly. The Blacktooth Squad was quite infamous in Deer Forest Town. It was always the same four people plus an unlucky new member. They tricked newcomers who just arrived in town into joining their team. Once inside the dungeon, they would threaten the new members to act as cannon fodder, using them to trigger traps. As for the treasure chests, the newcomers never even got a chance to see them. Most of the newcomers who went in with them never came out alive. A few managed to escape at the last moment through the teleportation portal. But when these lucky few tried to get justice from the guild, they found out the guild didn't care about such small matters. Lhasa and Maggie knew about this because they had lived in Deer Forest Town for a few years and had heard about the Blacktooth Squad's reputation. For adventurers from outside, it was easy to become their targets. Lhasa found a table and sat down. Maggie was probably still talking to a guild clerk about their recent adventure, but she probably wouldn't get much money this time. The dungeon was more normal than the previous two. Adjuin was likely selling that leather armor at the guild. Lhasa casually ordered some food. When the waiter brought the meal, Lhasa ate while listening to the loud conversation from the Blacktooth group. These four men spoke very loudly, not caring about the others in the tavern. If someone had passed outside, they probably could have stopped to listen. They were talking about gossip among the noble families on the continent, but these guys were really outspoken, often discussing inappropriate topics. They had just been debating which queen among the four clans had the biggest. The prize was awarded to Duflin's side because she was short and looked bigger. Then they started talking about an upcoming royal wedding on the continent between the Eldia royal family and the Ohak tribe chieftain. "Captain, I heard that the young lady from the Ohakak chieftain's family is very pretty. Many call her the flower of the north, the Snowfield princess," one member of the Blacktooth group said, licking his lips. "What flower of the north? What a lousy princess. I think she's just a wild girl," the leader of the Blacktooth group said dismissively. "Yeah, my big brother says these wild girls all look like mammoths, and they're as strong as oxen," another teammate added. "If you ask me, the beard on this North Flower's face probably has more hair than Prince Granchit's head," said the last person, and the whole group burst into laughter. Their leader pounded the table and shouted, "I bet when the prince sees this wild princess in bed, he won't be able to get it up." They then started imitating the awkward scene between the prince and the princess in bed, like a low comedy. Everyone in the tavern couldn't help but laugh. Even Willis, the bartender, holding his stomach and laughing so hard he could hardly stand. Lhasa shook his head. In a poor, remote place like Deer Forest Town, these people could joke about noble families. But if they were in a bigger city, the Blacktooth group would have been dead long ago. Here, it's a feudal society, and there's no such thing as free speech. Suddenly, the oak door of the tavern was pushed open, and a group of people entered one after another. The laughter in the tavern stopped abruptly. Many people quietly gathered their things and slipped out the back door. At first, a group of knights in silver heavy armor entered. Their breastplates were engraved with a golden roaring lion. They looked impressive and noble, giving off an air of superiority. But they seemed to be just guards. The real main characters came in next. On the far left was an old man wearing a black cloak. His build was similar to Odwin's, but stronger. His face, weathered and scarred, was partly hidden under the cloak. He carried a huge stone hammer on his back. On the far right was a middle-aged woman with a strong build and short, neat brown hair. She had two curved knives at her waist, and a purple crystal shimmered in the center of her chest armor. Lhasa was surprised. That was equipment only used with purple teleportation portals. Could these two be legendary adventurers? Between them was a young man about 23 years old. He wore a silk robe embroidered with a golden lion, and his sleeves were decorated with pearls. When he took off his gold-trimmed hood, everyone in the tavern gasped. He had short, fiery red hair. Compared to his hair color, no one paid attention to his face anymore. Everyone on the continent knew what red hair symbolized. It was a sign of the royal family of the Eldia Kingdom. Decades ago, the last group of people who disrespected the royal family were hanged on the city walls of Sawan and left to dry in the sun. The young man with red hair looked around the tavern with cold eyes, finally stopping on the Black-Tooth squad. "Was it you who insulted my fiancée just now?" he asked. Lhasa's fork, which he had been holding, also froze. "Is this the fantasy version of Speak of the Devil?" As the red-haired young man spoke, everyone in the tavern realized who he was. Glanthat Edia, the king's eldest son, had arrived in Deer Forest Town. The four members of the Black-Tooth squad had just been laughing loudly, but now they were terrified. A few silver-armored knights stepped forward and held them down. After the red-haired young man spoke, the four of them didn't even dare to struggle. Everyone else in the tavern watched silently, not daring to breathe loudly. The four members of the Black-Tooth squad were dragged outside the tavern, while Glanhite, dressed in fine clothes, drew his long sword and walked out surrounded by guards. Seeing the sword sheath embedded with various gems, Lhasa suddenly felt that the one he just took from Barn was indeed too plain. Outside the tavern, first came a loud shout from the prince, followed by several screams from the four squad members. Inside the tavern, it felt as if the cold air of the snowy plains had filled the room, causing the spectators to shiver. When Glanhite Edia re-entered the tavern with his bloodstained sword, only a few people remained inside. Those who had just cheered and laughed with the Black-Tooth squad quickly packed up and sneaked out through the back door. They didn't know the prince's temper and were afraid that if they were too slow, they might end up under that beautiful sword too. The prince's guards didn't stop them, only watching coldly. Now, besides the tavern owner Willis, who couldn't escape because he was too slow, and the staff serving inside, only Lhasa remained calmly eating after watching the show. First, he hadn't been involved in the chaos, so he felt no guilt. Second, if the prince truly loved violence and wouldn't spare anyone, the back door of the tavern would have been blocked long ago, and running away would be useless. From what he could see now, Prince Glanhite probably only intended to punish the offenders. One guard stepped forward and told the tavern owner something. Willis hurriedly nodded, beads of sweat on his chubby face almost spilling out. Lhasa could feel the prince's gaze linger on him for a second, but he didn't mind and continued eating his potatoes. According to the kingdom's tradition, unless the prince called him over to talk, he didn't need to go forward and bow. After a while, the nervous waiters brought out the food. Smelling the aroma, Lhasa knew they had ordered many servings of meal no. 9. Just then, the tavern door opened again, and Maggie bounced over. "Wow, Lhasa, there are so many soldiers outside," she said, her nose twitching slightly. "Who ordered the roasted deer? It smells so good." Lhasa signaled to Maggie with his eyes. She then noticed the situation outside and quickly sat next to him, no longer shouting loudly. But for some reason, when the tavern owner Willis heard Maggie's words, his face suddenly changed. He nervously pulled over a waiter, trying to find out something. However, as the sound of a plate being swept to the ground was heard, a knight stepped forward and grabbed Willis as easily as catching a chicken. Prince Granshit wiped his mouth with a silk scarf and showed a look of disgust. On the other side, the female legendary adventurer looked at Willis teasingly. "I've never had such bad venison before." Willis was trembling all over. He tried hard to force a smile. "Honored, Your Highness, that on the menu is just a marketing ploy. Then what kind of meat did you stew?" Granshit frowned in disgust. "Beef, lamb, and a little mouse meat." Willis's voice grew softer. Because the tavern was very quiet, Lhasa and Maggie heard him clearly. Both of them looked at him with disbelief. It was like they were caught in the act themselves. Then, the town's sheriff arrived. His face was more worried than Willis, who was lying on the ground. Faking goods like selling sheep's heads for dogs' meat isn't a serious crime, but offending such a noble as this is another matter. After bowing and nodding to the prince and his group, the sheriff looked at Willis, who was like a lump of mud on the ground. His eyes showed killing intent and hatred, as if he wanted to punish him severely. At this moment, Granchet looked at Lhasa and Maggie and asked, "Do you often come here to eat?" Lhasa and Maggie bowed and replied, "Yes, your highness," Maggie added. "We also often order the stewed venison." "Then you are also victims," Granchet nodded. He then looked at the tavern owner on the ground. "Is this how you treat your customers?" "Your highness, I will do my best to compensate them until they are satisfied," Willis said tearfully. Lhasa and Maggie didn't expect things to develop this way. "Thank you for your fairness, your highness," Maggie praised loudly. "You are the most enlightened prince I have ever seen." Lhasa quickly added some praise. It wasn't wrong to say that, since he had only seen this prince. Blanksight smiled, probably the happiest moment since he entered the tavern. "Goodbye, young adventurer," he said, leaving the tavern with the knights and 2 legendary explorers, only leaving behind several plates of the new meal. "Even though it's not deer meat, it still smells so good," Maggie licked her lips. "Throwing it away would be such a waste," Lhasa agreed. The sheriff dragged Willis over to Lhasa and Maggie. Lhasa had never seen the town sheriff before. He hadn't appeared during fights in the tavern or when thieves showed up at the dock. The fastest way to find him was at the gambling table. The sheriff cleared his throat and said seriously, "Adventurers, since His Royal Highness has given orders, I will judge this matter. How many servings of stewed deer meat did you eat at the Whitestone Tavern?" Maggie reached out to gesture, but Lhasa quickly stopped her. "We ate a total of 20 servings, Sir Sheriff," Lhasa replied calmly. Maggie looked nervously at the tavern owner, who already looked exhausted. The sheriff then looked at Willis, who threw a pouch of money onto Lhasa and Maggie. "There are over 40 silver coins inside. I hope you're satisfied," Willis said weakly. "Isn't it a pity to lose those?" Lhasa pointed at the steaming plates of meal. "Feel free," Willis waved his hand. Lhasa and Maggie immediately went over to the delicious-smelling food. Suddenly, the sheriff's voice came from behind. "Mr. Willis, how many deer meat meals do you think I ate here?" After enjoying the meal, Lhasa and Maggie lay on the grass. "It's such a pity that Ajuin isn't here," Maggie said, rubbing her round belly. She had just finished 3 servings of stew and wondered how her small body could hold so much. Lhasa also let out a full burp. This was the most he had ever eaten since crossing over, like a free buffet. They counted the coins Willis gave them, 46 silver coins. They had made a big profit. "I really wish there was a prince in Deer Forest Town every day," Lhasa said lazily. "Why do you think Prince Glanheight suddenly came to Deer Forest Town?" Maggie, who knew quite a bit about Deer Forest Town, replied. "This place isn't a major traffic hub. Normally, only adventurers come here, not high-ranking officials or nobles. I also find it strange. He came so suddenly," Lhasa said, feeling puzzled. "Usually, if someone of that level came for inspection, the town officials would have been informed. Anyway, the biggest impact of Prince Glanheight's visit on Lhasa and Maggie was that they had a good meal and gained some unexpected income. "Mr. Lhasa, so you're here. I was just looking for you at the tavern, but it was closed for some reason," Ottoin's voice came, looking quite happy. "You missed a good show, Uncle Ottoin," Maggie told him what had just happened. Ottoin was stunned, but he quickly calmed down and didn't seem too regretful. "Ottoin, we now have some extra money. We can lend you some to buy vitality potions," Lhasa said. Ottoin shook his head. "Mr. Lhasa, you've helped me a lot already." He shook the pouch of coins in his hand, the sound of silver coins clinking inside. "After running around with you, I feel confident about the future." Maggie was right. If I make a few more trips, buying potions won't be a problem. Seeing how persistent he was, Lhasa thought for a moment and gave him 2 silver coins. "As the team leader, I can't let my team members be so poorly dressed. Take this money to buy some clothes and book a room at the inn. That way, it'll be easier for us to find you later." Early morning, Lhasa and Maggie walked through the town streets toward the Adventurers Guild. News of Prince Glanheight's visit to Deer Forest Town spread overnight. Almost everyone was talking about it. Various rumors started circulating around the streets. Some said the prince was inspecting the people's conditions, while others said he was heading north to meet his fiancée. Compared to that, the closure and reorganization of the Whitestone Tavern attracted less attention. When they entered the guild hall, Lhasa was surprised to see fewer adventurers there today. I learned from listening to the staff that earlier this morning, Prince and his group went to the cottage training ground, and many people gathered to watch. The few people still working here look a bit resentful. It's like a village suddenly having a star visit. Everyone wants to see the excitement. Lasse smiled and shook his head, then walked upstairs with Maggie to the trading area. They arrived at a stall selling skill crystals. Lasse started choosing, aiming to find a ranged attack skill that suited him. Skill name: Lightning Shock skill type. Magic skill rank. Level 1 learning requirements. Spirit greater than or equal to 8 skill effect. Uses a magic medium to cast, consumes some mental energy, and shoots a lightning bolt at the enemy, causing a small amount of magic damage. It can also briefly stun low-level monsters. Skill name: Purifying Fire skill type. Miracle skill rank. Level 1 learning requirements. Faith greater than or equal to 9 skill effect. Uses a miracle medium to cast, consumes some mental energy, and ignites a holy fire on the enemy, causing a small amount of magic and holy damage. The effects are good, but unfortunately, both require a casting medium. Lasse also looked at the small stall selling equipment, but didn't see any staves or similar items. It said that among the rarest items produced by the White Portal are casting and miracle mediums. Skill name: Piercing Shot skill type. Combat skill rank. Level 1 learning requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 8 skill effect. Uses a bow or arrow weapon, consumes some mental energy, and increases the damage of the next ranged attack, adding an extra piercing effect. This one also doesn't work. Lasse is confident in his archery skills, but he fears that if he fires a piercing arrow, it might just pass through empty air, leaving the monster unharmed. Lasse kept browsing through several more options. The screen in front of him displayed endless information, making his eyes a bit blurry. Still, he didn't find anything useful. Maggie, who was worried about Lasse's funds at first, was now carefully choosing as well. Without her cheat abilities, she was just here for fun. She could only recognize the patterns inside the crystals, but the specific effects were all guesses to her. After watching for a long time and feeling dizzy, Lasse was about to give up when Maggie suddenly picked up a crystal and held it out to him. "Lasse, look at this. I think it's perfect for you." Lasse took it, and inside the crystal was a pattern of purple flames. It looked like a magic fire that needed a spell medium. He glanced at it with little hope. Skill name: Soulfire skill type. Magic skill rank. Level 1 learning requirements. Spirit greater than or equal to 9 skill effect. Uses some mental energy and 1% to 20% of health to ignite flames on one enemy within range, causing magical damage. The more health used, the stronger the effect. If the target has a soul, it causes a small amount of erosion. Lasse's eyes lit up immediately. It really was a magic skill that didn't need a medium. Although it costs health, he had no choice now. "Maggie, this is exactly what I wanted. You're really my lucky star," Lasse said happily as he took out silver coins to buy it. "Of course, I'm even better at identifying magic than you are," Maggie said with a playful smile. "Lasse, do you want to buy another? I can offer a friendly investment." "No, I'll just practice this one first." Lasse was already satisfied to find a ranged skill he could use. His mental power was limited. Even if he had 100 skills, he could only use 3 or 4 in a fight. It was better to master the 2 he already had. His mental attribute was now 7 points. After the last adventure, he gained 2 free points, all added to his mental power, just enough to learn this skill. Lasse entered the system, allocated the points, learned the skill crystal, and then looked at his attribute panel again. Name: Lasse Gret Race. Eldia Occupation: None level. 5 current experience. 10% current health. 100% current mental power. 100% current status. Normal basic attribute strength. 9, base 8. Equipped with silver embedded longsword 1. Agility. 9 spirit. 9, base 7. Eldia race 2. Faith. 0 constitution. 7 free attribute points to distribute. 0 special attributes. Max 10. Perception. For willpower. 2 charisma. 3 current equipment silver embedded longsword. Yellow. Standard leather armor. White. Skills spiral. Level 1. Soul Spark. Level 1. Talents and specializations basic swordsmanship. Has beginner level sword skills, increasing damage by 2% when using swords. Demon Hunter Alpha. 3% of damage dealt to demon-like creatures is converted to holy damage. Also, in the presence of some powerful beings, you become more striking. After reading this, Lhasa realized he was one step closer to the water bucket ship. Lhasa, have you learned that skill yet? Maggie asked as she watched Lhasa finish paying, noticing the crystal turn into light points and disappear from his hand faster than she expected. I have learned it, Lhasa nodded and replied. Why don't you need to adopt a meditation stance to understand the skill? Maggie looked at him with a surprised expression. She circled around Lhasa, suspiciously asking, is it the ability of that strange thing again? It's a pity that this girl didn't become a detective, Lhasa thought to himself. Maggie, I'll tell you its name. It's called the Game Controller, Lhasa said, knowing that telling her the name wouldn't make much difference, so he simply explained. Game Controller? That's a strange name. Maggie repeated a few times, feeling it awkward. This thing is really amazing. Lhasa, you need to be careful in the future. If those guys at the Royal City Academy find out, I'm worried they might capture you to use as a test subject. Regarding Maggie's worries, Lhasa thought there was no need to worry too much. There are many adventurers in this world, and countless strange abilities. As long as Maggie and he didn't tell others, people would just think they had a few special skills. All right, Maggie, I plan to try out my new skill. Do you want to come with me? Lhasa was quite excited. After all, he had been a warrior before, and now he could suddenly try casting magic. Who wouldn't be tempted? Maggie pointed to her bag on her back and said, I still need to help you, the team leader, sell some things. I really wish someone in our team would go shopping for bargains with me. There will be. Our next team member will be a bargain expert. Lhasa quickly comforted her. Leaving the association, Lhasa walked toward the training ground. The crowd that was watching the fun was just coming back. From their conversations, Lhasa knew that the prince had already returned to the inn. Of course, he wasn't staying at the Daffodil Inn, but at the town's most expensive Tulip Inn. Lhasa could imagine that even in the most luxurious rooms in Deer Forest Town, Glanhit would probably show a look of disdain. Cortez, who was supposed to collect entrance fees at the training ground, was nowhere to be seen. After looking around, Lhasa decided to go in first and pay later if needed. Prince Glanhit had let Lhasa enjoy a free dinner yesterday, and today it seemed he had also let him train at the training ground for free all afternoon. Lhasa approached A, recalling information about the Soul Spark. This magic doesn't require a casting medium, nor does it need to recite spells when used. It only requires selecting an enemy with your mind, charging briefly, and then activating. The only problem is that it consumes life force. Lhasa was no longer a game character. He didn't dare risk losing too much life force, which could affect his physical actions. In terms of human blood, losing more than 20% causes shock, and over 40% can threaten life. So, Lhasa decided to keep the skill's life force consumption within 15%, unless he was about to level up and fully recover. He pointed at the wooden and, using the condition of consuming 1% of his life force, activated Soul Spark. A small purple flame appeared on the, burning for a few seconds before completely extinguishing. Lhasa stepped forward and looked at the, noticing a small burn mark on it. It should be fine against blood flies in the rotten swamp, but when facing larger monsters, the effect is like a person being briefly burned by a lighter. Then, Lhasa tested the effects of 3% and 5% flames. He found that at 5%, the purple flames not only covered a larger area, but also lasted longer, enough to kill dungeon bosses. However, Lhasa didn't dare to try again, as these 3 attempts had already cost him 9% of his health. It seemed that the nutrients from last night's big meal were completely used up today. Lhasa leaned against a tree near the training ground, slowly recovering his stamina. Suddenly, a voice came from the tree. Your magic is somewhat interesting. Lhasa was startled. He had been there for a long time, but hadn't noticed anyone on the tree. Looking up, he saw the female adventurer who was with Prince Granchit. She jumped down from the tree and approached Lhasa, watching the chard with interest. From your expression, it seems using this magic puts some strain on your body. You can probably only do what you've just done? Lhasa didn't hide his answer. He honestly replied, it can be more powerful, but my body can't handle it right now. The female adventurer tilted her head and looked at Lhasa for a moment. Suddenly, she produced a bright red potion and threw it directly into his hand. Drink this, Then cast a more powerful spell on me, she said with a slightly teasing smile. Lhasa looked at the potion in his hand. The information from his insight skill almost made him gasp. Name, Blood of Creation type, consumable rank, Tier 3 description. When taken entirely for the first time, permanently increases Constitution by 2. When taken again later, it restores a large amount of health. Was this legendary adventurer so generous? Lhasa thought about how casually she threw the potion to him, not seeming to take it seriously. If he hadn't caught it, the potion would have smashed on the ground. She might not care, but Lhasa would definitely be heartbroken. Do you also have appraisal? That's impressive. The legendary adventurer looked at Lhasa as if he was examining a small cat that had learned to spin in place. Lhasa knew his expression had given him away, so he replied, Yes. Are you Prince Granitha's bodyguard? Only someone of royal status like a prince or princess could afford to have a legendary adventurer accompany them on a trip. Remember my name, Viola. Many also call me the Shadow Blade. The adventurer introduced himself. Then he pointed at the potion in Lhasa's hand. You should know what this potion does. Drink it now. Then use that magic I just showed you to unleash your strongest attack. Although Lhasa wasn't sure what Viola was planning, it was exciting to get a high-level potion for no reason. Lhasa quickly drank the Blood of Creation. A warm feeling spread through his body, and the fatigue from using magic just now disappeared instantly. He pointed at Viola. Should I start now? Are you that polite to monsters in the dungeon too? Viola said impatiently. Lhasa cast the Soul Spark with 15% of his health. He wouldn't be foolish enough to use 20% for maximum power. If he did, Viola might enjoy the show and walk away, leaving him to face the consequences. Suddenly, purple flames engulfed Viola completely, burning fiercely. But in the next second, complex runes appeared on her purple gemstone-embedded breastplate, and the flames weakened significantly. Just as Lhasa was marveling at the legendary adventurer's skill, a strong, tide-like killing intent locked onto him instantly. Lhasa was terrified to find he couldn't move. In the next moment, he felt a cold touch on his neck. The two curved knives at Viola's waist were less than a millimeter from his skin. No way. You told me to use magic. Am I going to die from this strange fishing enforcement? Everything happened too suddenly. Lhasa had expected that. The young adventurer Lhasa would cast magic at Viola, the legendary adventurer, who would remain unharmed. Then she would mock him a little, showing disdain for his low-level magic, and the special magic show would end. But he never expected that after casting the spell, she was indeed unharmed, yet he was now in real danger of losing his life. Lhasa's mind flashed with many images like a revolving lantern. Fear, reluctance, anger, all mixed together. This was the closest he had come to death since crossing over. Suddenly, he felt his body relax. Sorry, I lost control just now, he said. At that moment, Viola's voice came from his ear, and the intense killing intent instantly disappeared. Lhasa saw her figure return to her previous position. In less than a second, she teleported behind him, holding her twin blades to his neck, then teleported back to her original spot. Her speed was incredible. He couldn't imagine how fast her reflexes must be. Before he could fully recover from the near-death experience, Viola continued, Your magic isn't very strong, probably only level 1, but it has a strange ability. Hearing this, Lhasa remembered the skill description, mentioning that it could erode the souls of living beings. When he first cast magic on the training, which definitely had no soul, he didn't notice anything special. Could it be that this erosion effect triggered Viola's killing intent? When you used magic on me just now, I suddenly felt a sense of danger, like you posed a serious threat. I had to kill you, Viola said, sounding a bit confused herself. Anyway, here's a warning. Don't use this magic on someone much stronger than you, or you'll invite disaster. Her figure vanished like the wind, leaving only her words drifting through the training ground. Lazy for so long. I should go see that prince now. Farewell, Lhasa agreed. Lhasa was stunned. How did she know his name? On the way out of the training ground, Lhasa summarized what he gained this afternoon. Saved some copper coins as entrance fee, drank a level 3 potion, tested the Soul Spark effect on a legendary adventurer. All in all, besides sweating buckets from fright, it seemed he had gained quite a lot. This afternoon's experience was truly bizarre. Of course, what made Lhasa laugh and cry the most was that, After adding the 2 points of constitution from the blood of creation, all his basic attributes except faith had reached 9. He had truly become a water bucket. Now, returning to the inn, Lhasa lay down. Losing 15% of his health still affected his body. His face was pale, and he was very tired. He needed rest and a good meal to regain strength. When he woke up, it was around 8 or 9 p.m. He was awakened by Maggie knocking on the door. At this moment, Lhasa felt so hungry he could eat a whole cow. Since the Whitestone Tavern was closed, he could only eat something at the Cuckoo Inn to get by. The food there wasn't as good as at the tavern, but it was still better than what he used to eat at the dock. Ajuin was also here. He bought a linen outfit and booked a room at the inn that was the same as Maggie's and Lhasa's. After the food was served, Lhasa ate quickly and greedily. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Maggie, Ajuin, let's rest for one more day and then go to the dungeon. The other two naturally had no objections. Lhasa then said, for the next adventure, I have an idea. Maggie, you know I plan to find a chance to go to the dungeon alone later. So next time, I want to do a practice run in advance. Mr. Lhasa, what do you mean by a practice run? Ajuin was surprised to hear this. Next time I go into the dungeon, I will be at the front, responsible for fighting the whole way. You guys should try not to interfere unless I'm in real danger, Lhasa explained seriously. That's a good idea, Lhasa. I'll watch from behind, Maggie said happily. She was glad Lhasa wasn't planning to go alone next time. Seeing that the important members of the team agreed, Ajuin nodded and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lhasa. I'll keep an eye on you. I hope you all can enjoy tea and chat happily until I defeat the Lord, Lhasa said with a smile. This was his last attempt before officially trying a solo run. If everything went well, he could prepare to go alone into the dungeon and complete a special achievement. In the morning, sunlight shone on the river Loire. At the dock, Prince Granith waved goodbye to the crowd. The group boarded a ship heading north amid cheers from the people. Lhasa watched the lively scene. After a good night's sleep, his body had recovered a lot. From the chatter of the crowd, he learned that Prince Glanhite had secretly run away from the royal city. His goal was to visit the northern lands to see his fiancée. After the engagement, it seemed they had not yet met in person. That's why he appeared in Deer Forest Town. It's not a main route to the northern lands, but it is one of the possible paths. No matter what Prince Glanhite plans to do, during these days, everyone in Deer Forest Town was happy, except for the tavern owner Willis and the Blacktooth Squad. Many ordinary people probably saw these days as the best moments of their lives and would tell their children about them. Deer Forest Town slowly returned to its usual calm. Lhasa was busy preparing for tomorrow's adventure. He went to the second floor of the guild and bought a quarter dose of a mental strength potion. Now, 3 bottles of potions were neatly arranged on his belt, looking nice. Besides that, he also visited a general store and a tavern to see if he could find suitable fire-starting materials to match his fire magic. He asked around. There was strong alcohol, but it was too expensive, and Lhasa was a bit suspicious of the alcohol content in medieval drinks. He did find something useful at the general store. This kind of kerosene can't be used for cooking, but it's very effective for starting fires. The store owner showed Lhasa a small bottle of black, sticky liquid. Could this be oil? Lhasa looked closely, but he had never encountered real oil in his past life, so he could only guess. If you want it, it's 40 copper coins for a small bottle. It's rare, and no other shop in Deer Forest Town sells it, the owner said, adding more enthusiasm. Can I get 2 bottles for 70 copper coins? Lhasa whispered. Deal. The owner almost shoved the 2 glass bottles into Lhasa's hand. Lhasa then realized that this stuff might be hard to sell. The owner was finally happy to have a customer like him. He placed the 2 small bottles of kerosene on his belt. Now, all 5 pouches were used. Lhasa looked at himself with satisfaction. He had everything he needed. Now, he just had to wait for tomorrow's adventure. Entering the white teleportation portal. Generating a random white difficulty dungeon. The dungeon has been selected. Entering the dungeon, exotic animal circus, animal show area. As he stepped into the portal, the system notification sounded. This time, the name of the dungeon is really long, Lhasa thought. What is this circus about? The white mist gradually dispersed. The 3 members of the team found themselves standing on a large circular stage. There were no monsters on the stage, only black emptiness around it. Maggie walked around the stage for a while. This place looked about 1 or 200 square meters, and it was so empty that it made people feel uneasy. There's nothing here? I haven't seen a single monster, Maggie said with confusion. Odin looked at the black void around the stage. Mr. Lhasa, do monsters come out from there? Normally no. That is the boundary of the dungeon, Lhasa said, staring at the dark, ink-colored space. I don't know why, but I always feel like something is watching us from there. I also feel goosebumps. There must be something hiding and secretly watching us. Maggie's instincts were always sharp. Suddenly, a voice echoed and resonated within this space. Dear distinguished guests from afar, welcome to the Exotic Beast Circus. The lines were full of enthusiasm, but the voice was lifeless, even more stiff than the AI voices in short videos from Lhasa's past life. This voice is really uncomfortable. How can it speak in a universal language? Maggie tried to find where the voice was coming from but failed. Lhasa and Odin looked around cautiously. This dungeon seemed very strange. Please take your seats in order. An amazing circus performance is about to begin. Faintly, many figures of different sizes seemed to be moving in the void around the stage, as if there were real spectators sitting down. Next is the animal performance. We will randomly invite 3 audience members to participate in our show. Who will these lucky 3 be? Stay tuned. Excited music played, and several spotlights of different colors appeared above the stage. They shone back and forth across the stage, finally focusing on Lhasa and his team, as expected. We are honored to have 3 friends from the human world join us. They will come on stage to perform with our circus animals. Look, these 3 adventurers are already excitedly standing on the stage. We hope they enjoy every moment of the upcoming show. The circus director's voice grew more and more strange as it went on, and by the end of the elongated tale, it sounded a bit evil. Lhasa, why is this place so different from before? Maggie, who was usually brave, couldn't help feeling nervous after everything that had happened. Are you going to fight alone again? Don't worry, Maggie. No matter what, this is still the place connected to the white portal, Lhasa said, partly to comfort Maggie and partly to reassure himself. This underground city was very strange. Usually, monsters in dungeons couldn't communicate and would attack on sight. But this circus leader could speak common language, and no one knew where it was hiding. Strange creatures also watched the team from the empty space around the stage. Lhasa took a few deep breaths to stay calm. He kept telling himself, "This is the beginner village. This is the beginner village." Suddenly, on the other side of the stage, a large cage covered with black cloth rose up. Inside, there were sounds that seemed like growls from both humans and wild animals. Dear audience, our first act features animals from the Great Plains, blind mice. They are carefully bred by the circus trainers, look very cute, and are excellent jumpers. Let's give a warm welcome to our adorable blind mice, bringing joy to lucky viewers. The circus leader's voice rang out again. Strange laughter came from the audience in the empty space around the stage. The black cloth on the cage slowly fell away. With a loud clang, the cage opened, and 3 monsters stepped out. From far away, they might look a little like mice, but Lhasa could see clearly that these monsters were truly disgusting. Their pale skin was exposed, and their bodies were almost human-shaped, but their heads looked like mice. Their ears were large and fan-shaped, and they had several hard whiskers extending from their mouths. Their eyes had no pupils, only white, and their faces showed some human features. They still stood upright like humans, but their limbs were deformed. Their legs were short and thick, and their long arms touched the ground. Their toes had sharp black claws. Monster name: Human degraded form. Mouse-type monster class. Beastman difficulty level E. Were these monsters humans that had been tamed? Lhasa was surprised. The strange things in this underground city were becoming more and more numerous. The rat-like mutants, emerging from the iron cage, let out strange squeaking sounds. Their long, pointed noses twitched as if they sensed Lhasa and others nearby. They pushed off with their legs and leapt high, rushing toward Lhasa. Lhasa's current strength was far beyond what these monsters could hurt. He dodged and stabbed the largest one, killing it instantly. Our blind mouse father wants to give this adventurer a hug, but cold-hearted humans just draw their swords and kill it. The supervisor's voice echoed again, making Lhasa feel even more annoyed. Maggie and Ajuin knew these monsters weren't Lhasa's match, but they still felt worried. Maggie clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Ajuin raised his longbow, aiming carefully, but then remembered Lassa's instructions and slowly lowered it. The remaining two rat-like mutants saw their companion being killed by Lassa. Instead of retreating in fear, they grinned strangely and attacked even more fiercely. It seems these tamed humans have completely lost their minds. They are just monsters now, Lassa thought, his last bit of mercy gone. He swung his sword, cutting off a deformed arm of one monster, and kicked it over, unsteady in battle. Watch out on the right, adventurer. The blind mouse boy is coming close. The annoying narrator's voice seemed to warn Lassa. At that moment, Maggie shouted loudly, Lassa, it's on the left. Don't listen to him. He's misleading you. Lassa quickly finished off the struggling rat mutant on the ground with a single sword strike. He ignored the malicious misdirection from the circus boss and also paid no attention to Maggie's warning. The smaller blind mouse on the left lunged at him, its sharp claws scratching his leather armor. Since this was a solo challenge in the dungeon, Lassa decided to treat his teammates as if they didn't exist. When facing monsters alone, there are no friendly tips or guidance, just you and the enemy. Adding to the confusion, the circus boss was deliberately misleading him. The best approach was to ignore everyone and focus solely on the battlefield. A fine appeared on the white crystal embedded in his leather armor's chest. Lassa moved closer to the rat mutant that had ambushed him. When it tried to leap high, he swung his long sword, cutting off its head. The head flew through the air and, before hitting the ground, vanished along with its pale body. Poor family of blind mice. Facing the human slaughterer, they are so fragile and helpless. It seems we must go all out. Otherwise, our adventurer friends might underestimate the monster circus. The leader's voice sounded, and on the stage, the iron cage and black cloth slowly moved into the void as if being pulled by something. A new performance was about to begin. In the void around the stage, faint cheers from the audience could be heard. Lassa was alert, looking around carefully. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound came from above. He rolled to the side to dodge, just in time. When he looked again, he saw a metal knife stuck in the ground, with its wooden handle still trembling. Looking up into the air, he saw several steel wires crossing above the stage, at least 3 or 4 meters above the ground. On the wires, 7 or 8 monkey-like monsters rode unicycles, holding metal knives and forks in their claws. Loud, exciting music filled the stage, and spotlights shone on these monkey monsters. Dear audience, now we present a thrilling high-altitude unicycle act, performed by our tiny circus stars. Their riding skills are flawless, and their throwing ability is extraordinary. The narrator's voice stretched out, then added, We wonder how our brave adventurers will handle these gifts from the sky. In Lassa's eyes, information about these monkey monsters flashed. Monster name: Human Degeneration, Ape-type monster race. Orc challenge level: E. These monsters still retained many human features, with faces resembling small children, sparse hair on their bodies, and a short tail. Their sawls were nailed to the unicycle pedals, and as the vehicles moved back and forth, dark red blood dripped from their feet. They made strange, oh-ah, sounds and threw knives and forks at Lassa and others below. Maggie quickly raised her shield. Next to her, Ottoin dodged while asking, Mr. Lassa, can you handle them? No problem, Ottoin. I have my ways. Lassa snapped his fingers at one of the ape-like degenerates. A purple flame appeared on the creature holding a fork, preparing to throw it. It let out a loud cry and lost its balance, falling from the wire along with its unicycle, turning into dust. Other ape-like creatures saw this and hurriedly put away their knives and forks. They started riding back and forth on the wire, trying to escape Lassa's magic attacks. Lassa sneered. The biggest advantage of the Soulfire spell is that it appears directly on the target when cast, requiring no aiming. It hits whoever is targeted. A small amount of Soulfire, costing only 1% of health, was enough to deal with these little monkeys. Another flame ignited. An ape-like creature struggled to keep its unicycle on the wire. The burning pain made it grimace, and before the flames went out, it fell to the ground. Mr. Lassa is really impressive. This kind of fire magic is much better than my bow and arrow, Ottoin praised. He didn't know Lassa had this trick. He had been about to shoot with his bow, but saw Lassa snap his fingers easily and take down the monster high above. Hee hee, I carefully chose this spell for him, Maggie said proudly, puffing out her chest. But it's the first time I've seen him use it, and it worked so well. Compared to the relaxed attitude of the 3 team members, the circus leader's voice was a bit frantic. Adventurers, do you know how many years the beast tamer lady spent training these creatures to ride unicycles? Oh, poor little monkeys. You just threw some things below, and now you're suffering like this. Maggie rolled her eyes. Lhasa, if that guy talking comes out, I won't be able to resist hitting him with a hammer. Don't worry, Maggie. We'll make sure he learns what happens when you run your mouth. Lhasa replied while dealing with the ape-like creatures in the air. Under the effect of soul fire, these monsters had no resistance. One after another, they screamed and fell to the ground. Lhasa was glad there were only 7 or 8 monsters on the wire. If there had been 20 or 30, he wouldn't have enough health to keep fighting. His health was now at 92%, and his mental strength was at 60%. During this break, Lhasa took out a quarter of a mental strength potion from his belt and drank it. The cold, bitter liquid slid down his throat, making his mind clearer. The upcoming battle would be even harder. He would need to use both magic and combat skills to succeed. The hanging wires gradually retracted and disappeared. Dear audience, I wonder if you enjoyed the exciting performance just now. A chorus of boos came from the virtual audience. The narrator chuckled awkwardly. Then his tone grew more enthusiastic. Next up is the most terrifying creature from the ancient forest. It used to be a nightmare for many forest animals, and now it has appeared here. At the edge of the stage, a head first peeked out. It was a human face with only eyes and no other features. Slowly, the rest of its body wriggled out as well. Below its neck, it had no arms, and its shoulders were empty. Below the abdomen, it had a long, snake-like body. It's here. It has appeared on stage. This is the proudest creation of our animal trainer. Let's shout its name. The jungle eyeglass python. But it was definitely not a snake. Lhasa stared tightly at the monster on stage. It was a twisted, disgusting creature that looked like a human. Its arms had been cut off, and its broad shoulders turned into snake-like neck folds. Its legs were fused together and stretched 4 or 5 meters, forming a snake's tail. What a terrible eyeglass python. Faced with this pure malice against humans, Lhasa felt only anger inside. Monster name. Human degeneration. Snake-type monster category. Beastman challenge level. D-. The snake-like degeneration moved slowly across the stage. It didn't have smooth, shiny scales like a normal snake. Its way of moving wasn't a graceful slither, but more like a person who lost their hands, awkwardly dragging themselves along the floor. It looked very uncomfortable. Neither Ottoan nor Maggie frowned. This malicious creature made them feel disgusted. Lhasa stepped forward quickly, swinging his sword straight down. He expected to see flesh and blood, but instead, his sword hit what felt like thick leather. The snake degeneration only left a shallow white scar on its body. The monster didn't care about Lhasa's attack. Like a cobra spitting venom, it slowly stood upright. Its cloudy eyes fixed on Lhasa. Lhasa tried to stab again. The sword pierced the creature's skin, which trembled and absorbed the force. But his attack still had no effect. At this moment, the skin on the chest of the snake-like creature begins to split open from the sides. Sharp ribs on both sides drip with green venom, and the open chest cavity looks like a bloodthirsty mouth. Is this the snake's venomous teeth and mouth? Lhasa watches the creature change, deep in thought. Our jungle monster is about to start feeding. Amid the sinister laughter of the circus ringmaster, the snake-like creature begins its attack. In the center of the stage, inside the open chest of the snake-like creature, a burst of red poisonous mist sprays out, spreading toward Lhasa. Relying on his 9-point agility, Lhasa steps back to dodge. He is now thinking about how to fight this monster. Lhasa's sword can't handle this snake monster. Maggie also looks worried. I don't think my bow and arrow will work either. Ajuan observes Lhasa swinging his sword at the creature's body, but it's all in vain. Lhasa, watch out for its tail, Maggie shouts, but it's too late. Lhasa feels something wrap around his legs, then he is tripped. The snake-like creature's human legs, like a snake's tail, tighten around him. Its bloodthirsty mouth gets closer, and Lhasa even smells a strong scent of blood. Oh, poor adventurer, today you have become prey, a sarcastic narrator comments. Let me see, how many of you have fallen into this snake's mouth? Anyway, You won't be the last. Dear audience, the wonderful scene of cannibalism is about to begin. Please don't hold back your applause and cheer for our snake. Some applause indeed sounds from the imaginary audience in the void. Lhasa is being wrapped tighter and tighter by the snake-like creature, and the crystals on his armor show more cracks. Miss Maggie, we need to help him. Ajuin prepares to draw his bow, but Maggie stops him. Wait a little longer. I believe in Lhasa. Maggie grits her teeth as she speaks. Ajuin notices Maggie's trembling fingers clutching her hammer. He puts down his bow and arrow, silently praying while watching the battle unfold. Lhasa is not actually at his limit. After his physical attributes increase to 9, the creature's entanglement is not deadly to him. In fact, he deliberately allowed himself to be brought close to the monster. Looking at the increasingly close, bloodthirsty mouth, Lhasa took out a small glass bottle containing a thick, black liquid. Let me grant you freedom. The glass bottle filled with kerosene shattered inside the snake-like creature's chest cavity. Suddenly, purple flames ignited and, with the help of a fuel agent, quickly engulfed the monster's upper body. The tail, which had been tightly wrapped around Lhasa, suddenly loosened. The snake-shaped body of the creature twisted painfully on the stage. The air smelled of burnt meat, very strong and choking. Lhasa stood steadily on the ground. He had just used the soul spark, costing 5% of his health. Considering previous losses, he took out a red potion from his belt and drank it all. As expected of Mr. Lhasa, even such a monster is no match for him, Odoin said happily. Maggie, who had been tense, relaxed her body. She looked at Lhasa and said, "Of course, Lhasa is our team leader." On the stage, the snake-like creature's movements became smaller and smaller. Lhasa stepped forward and saw that the creature's human head was staring at him, tears in its eyes. Lhasa didn't think the monster was begging for mercy. If a real human was tortured and transformed by monsters into this state, and was forced to eat their own kind, the most important thing would be to find relief quickly, not to cling to life. He drove his long sword through the creature's chest cavity, and aimed at its abdomen. As Lhasa drew his sword, the monster also died completely. Its eyes held a hint of gratitude and peace. The stage suddenly fell into silence. The annoying circus ringmaster didn't speak. The recently dead snake-like creature was not the lord of this dungeon. Lhasa's fight was not over. Suddenly, the audience in the void erupted with a loud booing. The exciting show they expected was not performed, and they were probably all angrily shouting to get their tickets refunded. Very well, you have defeated all our animals. The results of years of careful training by the adventurer and the beast tamer have been destroyed by you. A narrator's voice finally appeared again, but this time it sounded very unfriendly. It seems these simple tricks are no longer enough to satisfy you. You have successfully angered us. A member of the monster circus has decided to step in and fight you, it said, its voice rising with excitement. Dear audience, now we come to the final part of the show. Please welcome the animal trainer from the exotic beast circus, Ms. Gray Rhinoceros. A few cheers came from the audience, indicating that many people had lost interest in the circus performances as Lhasa's side kept winning. With heavy footsteps, a figure stepped from the audience seats onto the edge of the stage. It was a gray rhinoceros standing on 2 legs. If the previous deformed humans were twisted versions of people into animals, this rhinoceros was an animal trying to look like a human. It wore a tight black suit with a red tie, bit down on a cigar, and held a leather whip. Its large body made it look a bit funny. Lowly human, do you know how much effort I put into training those little animals? The gray rhinoceros spoke. Its voice was rough and unpleasant, reminding Lhasa of old witches in cartoons. Lhasa ignored it and held a long sword, facing this humanoid-looking rhinoceros. In size, this gray rhinoceros was similar to the tallest pig-headed creature Lhasa had met in his second adventure. But that pigman was bulky, while this monster had short, thick limbs and a head that looked too big for its body. Monster name: Animal Trainer Gray Rhinoceros, member of the Exotic Beast Circus. Monster type: Lord/Beast Challenge difficulty: D. It seemed that the previous deformed humans were creations of this creature. This rhinoceros can speak common language, but its voice is really hard to listen to, Maggie said in surprise. Although the gray rhinoceros had small ears, they were sharp. Hearing Maggie, It got angrier, its green eyes full of rage. Rude little human. Speaking is not just your human privilege. Lhasa didn't attack first. He didn't know what abilities or moves this creature had, so he decided to observe first. The gray rhinoceros was impatient. It swung its whip and shouted loudly, "Human, you will pay for your recent violence. Try this." It spat out white smoke rings. When these rings touched the air on stage, they quickly turned red and grew larger, eventually forming fire hoops flying toward Lhasa. It's a fire hoop game. The gray rhinoceros lady is about to perform a live demonstration of how to train a human to jump through fire hoops. We hope our brave adventurers are quick and agile enough not to get burned. The mischievous supervisor starts shouting again. Lhasa wouldn't be foolish enough to jump through all those hoops of fire. He dodges and maneuvers on stage, getting closer to the suited rhinoceros. From her build, he can tell that this leader isn't very quick or nimble. "Stay away from me. Human, I smell something bad on you," the gray rhinoceros beast tamer yells, swinging a whip. Lhasa narrowly avoids the cracking whip, which makes loud noises in the air. The fire hoops on stage are multiplying and spinning faster. It's time to use his combat skills, Lhasa thinks. The gray rhinoceros trainer seems to hate Lhasa for killing the degenerate creatures. The fire hoops circle around Lhasa, spinning faster and faster, with flames that don't seem to die out. "Mr. Lhasa, do you think you'll be okay?" Odwin, who watched the previous fights, now has more confidence in Lhasa. "It's fine. He still has combat skills he hasn't used," Maggie says confidently. She remembers when she fought the Bloodbug Queen with Lhasa. She knew Lhasa's skills could make him teleport. Seeing Lhasa struggling to escape on the stage, the gray rhinoceros makes a sharp, unpleasant laugh. "Human, you're now like a panicked mouse. If you obediently jump through each fire hoop, I might be merciful and give you a little rest." Lhasa ignores the taunt. He raises his sword, aiming at the cigar in the rhinoceros's mouth. "Use combat skill, Spiral." Lhasa lunges straight forward, his body passing through 2 or 3 flying fire hoops. His sword creates a gust of wind. The surprised gray rhinoceros can't dodge in time, and its head is pierced by the sword. But this creature's tough skin is only slightly better than the previous snake-like degenerate. Lhasa's only leaves a blood hole on its face, and its health bar drops by less than 1/8. This beast's physical defense makes Lhasa frown. Unlike the snake-like degenerate, the gray rhinoceros leader clearly has some intelligence. It won't just open its mouth and throw oil or stones at itself. The cigar he was smoking was torn apart by the whirlwind and fell to the ground. The Rhino Lord's face and black suit were both bloodstained. He shouted angrily, "Humans, your brutality is unbearable. I will turn you into the lowest." He swung his whip slowly, until it finally turned into a spiral. "Look over here, human. I am your master. Kneel before your master," the gray rhinoceros said slowly. Lhasa wanted to attack, but he found his body wouldn't obey. The voice of the Rhino Lord sounded like a spell, echoing in his ears. He tried to resist the monster's command, but his knees were trembling and getting closer to the ground. "That's right, you lowly. Kneel before your master." The beast tamer's voice grew deeper, clearer in Lhasa's ears. Lhasa pressed a button on the game controller on his hand to access the system. Current status: confused. The monster cast a strange spell on me. Lhasa felt anxious and knew he had to find a way to break the spell. Maggie and Ajuin had been cheering for Lhasa's attack, but suddenly, Lhasa kneeled on one leg, clutching his head in pain. "What's wrong with Mr. Lhasa?" Ajuin asked Maggie, both experienced adventurers. "Oh no, Lhasa might be under that rhino monster's magic control. I don't know if he can hold on," Maggie said, holding her hammer and wanting to rush to help, but worried her impulsiveness might ruin Lhasa's plan. She stomped her foot in frustration. "Uncle Ajuin, I'll count to 10. If Lhasa doesn't fight back by then, we'll go help him," Maggie said bravely. Ajuin nodded. The circus ringmaster, seeing the situation look good, started pretending to be sympathetic. "Oh, poor adventurer. He's helpless before Lady Rhino's magic. Looks like our circus will have a new little animal. Maybe we should congratulate this adventurer and welcome him to the exotic beast circus." "That noisy guy." Lhasa cursed silently. He remembered all his abilities. There must be a way to make this rhino stop casting magic. Suddenly, He remembered what the legendary adventurer Viola had said. If the effect of the soul spark's erosion could affect even an unprepared legendary adventurer, then the less powerful gray rhinoceros lord in front of him should be even more vulnerable. Meanwhile, Maggie had counted to 8. She felt she was about to rush forward, but forced herself to stay still and keep counting. Lhasa raised his remaining controllable finger, aiming at the approaching rhinoceros monster. The soul spark, costing 10% of health, was released. A large purple flame ignited on the rhinoceros. It tried to endure the burning pain and maintain the enslaving magic in its hand, but suddenly, deep inside its body, an invisible, intangible soul seemed to tear apart with a sharp pain. This pain was more intense than all the suffering it had ever experienced. It felt as if every cell in its body was being torn into pieces. "Human, what have you done to me?" It screamed, kneeling on the ground, sweating coldly, with tiny green eyes filled with fear. In front of it, Lhasa, whose enslaving magic had just been broken, stood up and looked down at the howling creature on the ground. Maggie and Ajuin couldn't help but cheer at the sight. Even the enslaving magic couldn't control him. The narrator said regretfully, "Audience, please believe, Lady Grey Rhinoceros won't let this cunning human succeed for long." At this moment, the void around the stage was silent. Perhaps many spectators had already left in dissatisfaction. Lhassa's health was still at 90%, but his mental strength was running low. He could still use 2 more spiral thrusts and 1 soul spark. The flames earlier caused great pain to the rhinoceros lord, but its health bar only dropped slightly, about 2/3 remaining. Its thick rhinoceros hide was still too tough. Neither combat skills nor magic alone could seriously injure it. But what if he combined the 2 skills? Suddenly, an idea came to Lhassa's mind. He reached for the remaining bottle of kerosene on his belt, but he didn't plan to pour it on the rhinoceros. In Maggie and Ajuin's puzzled gazes, Lhasa unscrewed the glass bottle and poured the thick, dark liquid onto his sword. The gray rhinoceros, just recovering from its pain, had just stood up and was shocked to see a purple flame ignite on its chest. This time, the flame was smaller than before. "Humans, do you think that will work again?" "This time, I will definitely," it said, but before it finished, it saw Lhasa rushing toward it with a sword. "You're useless. You can't break through my defense," the gray rhinoceros roared. But Lhasa's goal was only to draw the fire to his sword. Lhasa could feel the handle getting hotter as the purple flames grew stronger. He swung his sword a few times. This was like a kind of fire magic on the sword. What is this human doing? Oh no, Lady Rhinoceros must dodge his attack. The narrator's voice became worried, and the rhinoceros leader on stage also felt death approaching. It wildly swung its whip and shouted bravely, "Human, stay away from me." But Lhasa only raised his sword again and used his special move. Maggie and Odwin saw a purple flame shoot out instantly. Along with the rhinoceros's scream, a large spray of blood appeared. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning protein. The tame rhinoceros on the ground had a large blood hole in its chest, and blood was pouring out. "I haven't lost," it struggled to say. Its health bar was less than 1/3. Lhassa's hands holding the sword were red hot, and the flames on the sword hadn't gone out. He endured the burning pain in his palms and clenched the sword tighter. He performed a spiral again. The purple flames shot straight at the rhinoceros leader. The hot sword pierced through its flesh and sank deep inside, the flames scorching its internal organs. With a scream, its health bar emptied. The rhinoceros leader fell to the ground. Lhassa's sword also dropped to the ground. His palms were blistered from the heat. His health was down to 73%, and his mental energy was completely gone. He collapsed, gasping heavily and unable to move for a moment. Mr. Lhasa did it. He defeated the leader alone, Odwin shouted happily. Maggie nodded forcefully while wiping tears from her eyes. Our gray rhinoceros lady has fallen. The narrator's voice from the circus ring also sounded weak and tired. It seemed everything was over. But Lhasa felt strange inside, because normally at this point, he should hear a system notification in his mind. He looked confused at the corpse of the gray rhinoceros lord. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. "Humans," the fallen gray rhinoceros gasped for breath. It stood up again, but this time on all fours. Its nose puffed out hot air, shedding its human disguise and transforming into a beast. It charged at Lhasa. Lhasa, exhausted, had no time to dodge. He could only watch as it charged toward him like a heavy tank. This monster even had a last burst of strength, trying to take Lhasa's life before dying. So moving. Even in its final moments, the gray rhinoceros lady launched a deadly charge at this despicable enemy. The narrator's voice trembled. Lhasa, Maggie and Ajuin shouted in surprise at the scene. Both reacted immediately. Maggie quickly launched her rocket headbutt to try to change the rhinoceros's direction. Ajuin, without any special skills, ran in front of Lhasa, trying to block the charging lord with his body. Ajuin. Lhasa was speechless, looking at the old man blocking his way. Mr. Lhasa, I was also very strong when I was young, the Ohak elder said with a smile. But Lhasa knew his physical strength was only 4. If hit directly by the rhinoceros, he might be seriously injured or even die. Although he hadn't known Ajuin long, Lhasa already considered him a true teammate. The charging gray rhinoceros was hit by Maggie's attack. Its huge body toppled to one side, but the momentum of the charge still pushed Ajuin toward the other side of the stage. The old man staggered several times before stabilizing himself. He clutched his chest, took a few deep breaths, and then smiled at Lhasa. After Maggie recovered, she immediately climbed onto the rhinoceros's head and wildly smashed with her hammer, eyes red. The current dungeon has been cleared. Finally, the system notification sounded. Maggie, it's dead. Lhasa straightened up and spoke to Maggie. Maggie looked at the now still rhinoceros beneath her feet, about to say something. Suddenly, a soft applause sounded from the void. The three of them immediately looked alertly in that direction. What a wonderful show, a charming female voice said as a graceful figure stepped out of the void. It was a black cat dressed in a white suit, wearing a small hat, moving elegantly. Its voice was lazy, with a faint smile on its face. The only thing that marred its appearance was a fierce scar on its face. When standing, it was about the same height as Maggie. It looked at the disappearing rhinoceros corpse and said regretfully, "Looks like I'll need to find a new animal trainer again." A colorful parrot flew out from the air and landed on the small hat of the black cat. "Commander is here. Commander is here," the parrot chirped loudly. From its voice, it was the narrator who had been talking since they entered the dungeon. "I am Rexy, the leader of the Beast Circus. Adventurer, your performance surprised me. I look forward to meeting you again." The black cat bowed to Lhasa and the others, but its eyes were fixed on Lhasa with clear intent to harm. "Next time, I will personally take your life." It slowly returned to the void, and within the thick blackness, it seemed like other figures could be seen, probably other members of the Beast Circus. "You have caught the attention of the Beast Circus. Your first red portal adventure will be a related dungeon for the circus." Whether it was the appearance of the black cat or this system message, Lhasa was caught off guard. This dungeon was truly different from start to finish. This circus is full of talking animals. If they performed in a town, they would definitely be very popular. Maggie recalled the elegant black cat and felt it seemed more like a refined lady than herself. That's not necessarily true. These animals harbor deep-seated hatred for humans. If they performed in a town, they might cause bloodshed, Lhasa said, not having a good impression of the circus. Maggie remembered the degenerated humans she had seen before and shivered. Lhasa looked at his bloodied hands. After this challenge, his experience points still weren't enough to level up, only reaching 65%. Without the health regeneration from leveling up, he can only do what Todd does, send some money to the church. "Maggie, go open that treasure chest and bring the items over. I'll examine each one," Lhasa said, pointing to the chest in the center of the stage. Maggie nodded and quickly ran over. Soon, she returned carrying several items. The items inside the chest didn't seem large, and she carried them easily. "Mr. Ajuin, I don't want these spoils. I watched your fight the whole time and didn't contribute much," Maggie said, looking at the items in her hands. "Me neither. Lhasa, you can have everything this time." Maggie placed 5 items in front of Lhasa and took a step back. But Lhasa disagreed. "If it weren't for you two supporting me, I might have been killed by that rhino. It's because of your help that I could fight confidently. I'll keep 3 of the spoils. You each take 1. They both tried to refuse, but Lhasa kept a stern face. "This is my decision as the leader of the Red Star team. Do you want to oppose me?" Hearing this, Ajuin could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Maggie also closed her mouth reluctantly. Lhasa endured the discomfort in his hand and examined each item carefully. There were 5 items in total, including 2 skill crystals. Skill name: Shield of the Body skill type. Combat skill rank. Level 1 learning requirements. Constitution greater than or equal to 10 skill effect. Uses some mental energy to activate, reducing damage taken by 15% for a short time. Also, half of all damage to targeted allies is borne by the skill user. Skill name: Rapid Shot skill type. Combat skill rank. Level 1 learning requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 9 skill effect. Requires a bow or crossbow. Uses some mental energy to temporarily increase shooting and reloading speed. Neither of these skills seemed useful to Lhasa. He explained the effects to Maggie and Ajuin. Maggie immediately took the first crystal without hesitation, while Lhasa handed the second to Ajuin, knowing he probably wouldn't use it himself, but might sell it. The third item was a pair of leg guards. Equipment name: Iron Greaves equipment grade. White crystal gear requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 8 physical defense boost. D special attribute: Light durability. 100% this is something I can actually use. Lhasa immediately equips it himself. The greaves look heavy, but once worn, they don't feel burdensome. It seems the light attribute really works. The fourth item is a stick topped with many sharp wooden spikes. It looks somewhat similar to the goblin weapons from our first adventure. Equipment name: Spiked wooden club equipment grade. White crystal gear requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 6 physical attack boost. D special attribute: Blunt force durability. 100% this one doesn't seem very useful. I might consider selling it for some silver coins. The last item is the most special, a small stone statue about 10 centimeters tall, carved with a figure wearing a cloak. Its face is blurry, and its hands and feet are replaced with twisted tentacles. Name: Small cult stone carving type. Special item grade. None description: A statue depicting some ancient being. Its purpose unknown. What is this thing? Even the system doesn't know what it's for. Lhasa turns the statue over in his hands, but can't figure out anything special about it. The other special items I've found before, like the life gem fragments or the crystal skull, at least had some guessed purpose. This statue really leaves me puzzled. Could this also be some kind of Demon World collectible? Maggie gets a bit excited, since the last Demon World collectible gave Lhasa many strange abilities. I don't see any use for it, Lhasa replies. Like Todd said, it's probably just something to sell to collectors among the nobles. He's not expecting every portal to yield useful items. If a noble likes it, selling this statue for some silver coins isn't a bad idea. He picks up the still warm silver inlaid longsword from the ground. Checking its condition, he sees the durability is down to 60%. Lhasa sighs inwardly. This sword has been through a lot, cutting stones, chopping worms in the swamp, and today, it was even burned by fire. With Maggie supporting him, Lhasa walked through the teleportation portal back to Deer Forest Town, carrying his belongings. When they stepped out, all 3 of them were surprised to realize it was still morning. Usually, they returned in the afternoon or evening. But this dungeon was special because the arena was fixed on that stage, so they didn't have to search the entire map for the boss, saving a lot of time. Lhasa handed the spiked wooden stick to Maggie to sell, then hobbled over to the small church in town. The nun at the door saw how he looked and said unexpectedly, "Sir, are you here to see Ivan? He left here a week ago." Lhasa recognized her from when he previously visited the Mazov brothers. Her attitude toward the brothers was very different then. "Hello. I am here to see the priest for treatment." The nun led him to an altar decorated with many candles and said seriously, "To receive the priest's blessing, you need to buy a scented candle so the goddess can better hear the prayers of her followers." She glanced at Lhasa's face, blushing slightly, and whispered, "Normally, it costs 5 silver coins each, but since it's your first visit, 3 coins will do." Lhasa was a bit surprised. He could tell that this so-called first-time discount was just a quick decision by the young nun, but he didn't mind accepting such a kind gesture. After paying for the candle, Lhasa was led to a simple, elegant room inside the church. "Sir, Pastor Valentine is inside. Just take the candle in and give it to him. May the blessings of Goddess Aphra always be with you," the young nun said, blushing again, and added, My name is Timura. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I am also learning healing miracles. Thank you, Sister Timura. Just call me Lhasa, he replied. Though a bit confused, he appreciated her kindness. Inside the room, Lhasa handed the scented candle to the bespectacled priest and showed him his hand injuries. Young adventurer, your efforts to defeat monsters are seen by the goddess, the priest said with polite words. Goddess Afra's blessings will help you recover soon. As the priest recited the prayer, Lhasa's hands emitted a warm white light. The pain eased significantly, and he felt less tired. It's clear that the team needs a healer. While experiencing the church's miracle, Lhasa thought that recruiting someone from the church would be very difficult. Most followers follow the church's rules, unless they are rebellious. But if they are that rebellious, how strong can their faith really be? A few minutes later, the tired priest looked at Lhasa and said, That's enough for today. Young adventurer, I hope you can spread the goddess's light to the most hidden corners of that world. Lhasa thanked him and looked at his wound. It wasn't fully healed, but it was mostly better. His health points had also recovered to 89%. From today's experience, it's clear that different people can cast the same miracle with very different results. The priest's miracle was much weaker than Ivan's, both in casting speed and final effect. Lhasa shook his head. There is indeed a big gap between ordinary NPCs and elite NPCs. When Lhasa wandered outside and returned to the inn, he found only Maggie there. Maggie, did Odwin go to sell that skill crystal? Lhasa sat down and ordered some food. No. He saw someone at the guild and hurriedly chased after him. Maggie said mysteriously. Do you know who that person is? Lhasa saw Maggie couldn't hide her excitement and knew she was teasing. Lhasa, tell me first when you plan to go into the dungeon alone, Maggie said, tapping her finger on the table. Maybe in 3 days. I want to rest well and prepare everything before going. Lhasa replied honestly. Good. That's best. Maggie nodded approvingly. When Odwin chased after that person, I also took a look. That person is probably his daughter. Lhasa, who was about to drink his soup, paused. His daughter isn't at home taking care of Amanda? Could it be? Maggie shook her head. Amanda should be fine. From her daughter's appearance, it seems she has also become an adventurer. Although Lhasa was a bit confused, he thought that Odwin would probably tell him about these things himself later. It was pointless to guess here. While eating, he told Maggie about what had happened in the church. Maggie looked a little strange after hearing this. She carefully examined Lhasa and then said something that almost made him choke. Lhasa, do you think that none has a crush on you? Lhasa replied annoyed. I'm not bad-looking, but I don't think a pure and reserved nun would fall for me at first sight. Maybe she just likes your type, Maggie whispered back. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Lhasa silently ate his food, while Maggie looked out the window. Fortunately, Odwin came over at this moment, with a girl from the Ohak tribe standing beside him. The girl looked about 25 years old, a few years older than Lhasa. She wore a linen long dress, had short silver-gray hair, and a tall, slender figure. Unlike other Ohak tribe members, who are usually broad-shouldered, she was as slim and delicate as women from the kingdom. She also carried a wooden bow on her back, similar to the one Odwin had previously discarded. When she approached, Lhasa realized she was at least 1.9 meters tall. Her posture was like those runway models from his past life, and her long legs were truly eye-catching. If Maggie's charm was 8, then this girl's charm was probably at least 9. Mr. Lhasa, this is my daughter, Renata, whom I mentioned before, Odwin introduced, pointing to the girl. He was surprised to see how young Odwin's daughter was. Lhasa had always thought that, given Odwin's age, his daughter would be in her 30s. But considering Odwin's search for Amanda, he guessed that after they married and had children, she would be in her 30s or 40s. Hello, Mr. Lhasa, Miss Maggie. Thank you both for taking care of my father during this time, Renata said with a gentle smile, bowing slightly to Lhasa and Maggie. She was truly a refined lady. Lhasa glanced at Maggie. After Odwin and Renata sat down and they talked for a while, Lhasa finally learned the full story. Odwin had been an adventurer for some time, but no news had come back to his family. His daughter, Renata, couldn't wait and ran out to find him herself. After hearing some news about Odwin, Renata temporarily joined a small team and went into the dungeon, earning some silver coins. It's clear that a 60-year-old man and a young, beautiful girl face very different challenges when looking for work. Ottoan wandered around the guild and tavern for several days, but gained nothing except scorn and insults. In contrast, Renata, who arrived in Deer Forest Town less than a day ago, successfully joined a team made up entirely of female adventurers. Mr. Lhasa, Renata, and I calculated that if we sell that skill crystal, we could get about 30 silver coins. With some savings from home, we plan to visit Moon Lake City first, Ottoan said. I'll be heading to Moon Lake City soon too, Lhasa replied. After passing through the teleportation portal in Deer Forest Town, Maggie and I are preparing to go to the Yellow Portal in Moon Lake City. Uncle Ottoan, if you don't have enough money, you can adventure with us again, Maggie added. I heard from my father that Mr. Lhasa plans to go into the dungeon alone, Renata said curiously, looking at Lhasa. Before Lhasa could answer, Maggie spoke first. Yes, he wants to test himself. Lhasa felt a bit speechless. How did he become a foolish, arrogant person in Maggie's words? If it weren't for that special achievement, he wouldn't have gone into the dungeon all alone and helpless. Mr. Lhasa looks several years younger than me and is much stronger, Renata whispered. I thought I'd be very calm going into the dungeon this time. But when I saw those monsters, I couldn't help but tremble. Everyone gets nervous on their first adventure, except for people like Maggie, Lhasa comforted her. Maggie glared at him in displeasure. I originally wanted to become a monster researcher. My teacher once suggested I become an adventurer and observe monsters in the dungeon, Renata said. I thought it would be easy, but this adventure changed my mind. Yes, those monsters are completely different from the animals we hunted before. They're much more dangerous, Ottoan also sighed. By the way, today in the dungeon, Mr. Lhasa handled all the monsters alone. Renata's light blue eyes immediately looked at Lhasa and said, Mr. Lhasa, you are really amazing. Now I believe what Miss Maggie said. Both the father and daughter sincerely praised him, making Lhasa feel a bit embarrassed. Actually, there are many adventurers who are more skilled than me. In my opinion, most adventurers choose this job to get rich, Renata asked again. Mr. Lhasa and Miss Maggie probably don't do it just for that, right? If it was only for money, there wouldn't be a need to work so hard like Mr. Lhasa. Lhasa was about to say he was just doing it for money, but Maggie quickly interrupted. Lhasa is adventuring to save the world. Lhasa was really taken aback by her words. He coughed and waved his hand. Don't listen to her nonsense. But Renata and Ottoan clearly believed Maggie's words and looked at Lhasa with understanding expressions. If there had been on the inn's floor, Lhasa would have definitely crawled into it. Actually, my goal is to challenge the Black Portal, Lhasa said seriously. At the same time, he stepped Maggie's foot under the table. Renata and Ottoan were distracted by Lhasa's words and didn't notice Maggie grimacing in pain. That forbidden door. Renata's eyes lit up. That's a very important goal. I heard that since the last team went in 8 years ago and never came out, no one has dared to try again. Before that, we planned to pass through the Yellow Portal in Moon Lake City, then the Red Portal in the Holy City Asteria. Before Maggie finished speaking, Renata asked with some doubt, why go to Asteria? Isn't the closest red portal to Moon Lake City in Shisai City? Hearing her question, both Lhasa and Maggie were stunned. They had always thought their plan was very perfect. I think the map shows that Asteria is a bit closer, Lhasa said, scratching his head. That's straight line distance. It turns out Mr. Lhasa can be confused sometimes, Renata chuckled. Actually, Moon Lake City and Asteria are separated by mountains and swamps. Crossing over takes a lot of time. But if you go to Shisai City, you can take the flat roads and water routes, which might be faster. After reaching Shisai City, where is the nearest purple portal? Lhasa saw that Renata was clearly more knowledgeable than herself and Maggie, so she decided to humbly ask for advice. There are 3 purple teleportation gates on the whole continent, located at the heart of the Green Forest in Andakale, Dragon Crown Fortress, and the holy land of the Ohak tribe in Ice Wind Valley, Renata explained confidently. Her gentle voice made her words very convincing. If it's just about the purple teleportation gate, Ice Wind Valley is the closest. You can reach it by following the Lu River north. But since you will also challenge the Black Gate at the Royal City and go to Dragon Crown Fortress later, it might be more convenient to go there first. Maggie looked at her map carefully and then said with admiration, Wow, Renata, you're really amazing. How do you remember so many things? I like reading in my free time, especially academic studies related to teleportation gates, Renata smiled. If everything goes smoothly, your journey will take at least a year. But that also includes the time spent at the gates. Isn't it just a day at the teleportation gate, and then back? Maggie asked. That's only for the White Gate's dungeon. When you reach the Yellow Gate, it takes about 3 days. The Red Gate takes about 5 days, and I heard that the Wind Whisperers of the Duran tribe stayed inside the Purple Gate for a month, Renata explained calmly. Lhasa was surprised. How long would they need to stay at the Black Gate? But each dungeon is different, and Renata's times were just estimates. Lhasa then thought of a problem. Neither she nor Maggie knew how to cook. The idea of eating only dried meat and bread for a month inside the dungeon was hard to accept. Did those legendary teams have professional chefs? Ajuin watched his daughter and Lhasa chatting happily and couldn't help but smile. He knew that although his daughter was a mixed blood, she still had many traits of the Ohak tribe, from her hair color to her height. Because of this, she was not accepted by her peers and was often excluded, so she spent most of her time reading. It was a good thing, he thought as he looked at the 3 people at the table, feeling a bit scheming. If you complete this journey successfully, it will be an epic adventure, and bards across the continent will sing your story. Renata imagined the scene and then said sadly, I really wish I could go with you. That is an unknown area that every monster researcher is curious about. It's okay, Renata. Once we buy the Vitality Potion in Moon Lake City, Amanda will get better, Odoin comforted his daughter. Then you can continue your research. Renata didn't want her feelings to affect the mood of the others at the table. She smiled and said, yes, as long as Mom gets better, everything else is not a problem. Then she seemed to remember something and said seriously, Mr. Lhasa, my father and I plan to leave Deer Forest Town this afternoon and go to Moon Lake City. Lhasa had guessed earlier that Odoin wouldn't stay with the team for long, but the farewell still caught him off guard. Are you leaving so soon? Maggie also felt a bit sad. She had just had a very happy chat with Renata. Odoin nodded. There is a boat leaving this afternoon. Mr. Lhasa, Miss Maggie, we came to say goodbye. If you go to Moon Lake City later, you will pass by a small village called Reed's Village. We live there. Please come visit us when you can. Thank you again for your help. Please come find us when you arrive. We live by the lake, so it's easy to find us. Renata bowed and thanked Lhasa and Maggie. Lhasa and Maggie watched them leave with mixed feelings. When they returned to the inn, both felt a bit tired and unmotivated. Renata is really a nice girl, Maggie said sadly, lying on the table. Now there are only the 2 of us left in the team. You still have to go to the dungeon alone later, so I'll be all by myself. Lhasa also thought that leaving Maggie here alone for several days wasn't good. He needed to find something for her to do. Maggie, you have a lot to do. Think about it. Didn't you get that skill crystal today? You haven't used it yet. Maggie suddenly perked up. That's right. I almost forgot. What else? Second, after I come back through the portal in 3 days, we need to prepare to leave. You should spend these days finding out whether we'll take a boat or a carriage. Make arrangements. Maggie sank back into her chair, feeling frustrated. These are the things I hate doing the most. You are the vice captain, so only you can handle such an important task, Lhasa continued to persuade. All right. Is there anything else? Maggie waved her hand. Maggie, you need to change your shield. You can't go to Moon Lake City with that broken one, right? Lhasa thought for a moment and remembered another matter. That counts too. No, wait. Do I feel like you're always trying to find things for me to do? Maggie squinted, suspiciously watching Lhasa. Maggie, you're now a mature adventurer. During your free time, find something to do and improve your skills. Isn't that what you should do? You can't rely on the captain for everything. Lhasa said earnestly. All right. Just focus on preparing for your next adventure. You don't need to worry about me, Maggie said irritably. At Koshi's training ground, Lhasa was testing Maggie's new combat skill. Maggie, have you activated your skill? Lhasa looked at Maggie, who was 10 meters away. No, Lhasa. Come a bit closer. I can't use it from this far, Maggie replied. Lhasa stepped closer by 2 meters. How about now? Maggie let out a soft shout. Suddenly, Lhasa felt like there was some kind of connection forming between them. It seemed her shield skill had been activated. Over on the training ground, the owner, Koshi's, leaned against a tree, watching their funny actions with interest. Lhasa, why don't you try cutting yourself with a sword? After activating her skill, Maggie was surrounded by a faint glow, looking like a small nightlight. Lhasa looked at her silently. then drew his long sword and gently cut his arm. Blood immediately seeped out. "Maggie, how do you feel?" Lhasa asked. Maggie shook her head. Lhasa knew that with such a small wound split in half, and Maggie having a damage reduction buff, she probably wouldn't feel anything special. In critical moments, the system's judgment was key. His current health was at 99%, probably just a decimal point not showing. His status was protected. Now let's look at Maggie's. Name: Maggie Luga Template. Hero NPC Race: Dwarfling Class. None current status. Damage reduction 15% 1. Basic attribute: Strength, 10 Agility, 6 Intelligence, 6 Faith, 3 Constitution, 16, Base 14, Dwarflin Racial Talent 2, 2. Special Attributes: Attribute Cap 10, Perception, 3 Willpower, for Charisma, 8, 3. Current equipment: Small Iron Hammer, white. Infantry Helmet, white. Metal Chainmail, white. Conical Dagger, white 4. Skills: Rocket-Headed Hammer, Level 2, Shielding Stance, Level 1, 5. Talents and special skills: Lucky Little Person, gains extra positive bonuses on certain checks. Social Butterfly, increased success rate in communication and negotiations. Sturdy Fortress, takes 5% less damage from various attacks. Star of the Future, faster attribute growth. Blunt Weapon Master, deals 18% more damage when using blunt weapons. What's going on? Her attributes have increased again, and she has gained a new talent. Lhasa now suspects that Maggie might actually be the one with the system. He originally thought that once he leveled up, he could finally win against Maggie in a contest, but now he sees she's secretly leveling up too. Is she really just an NPC hero? Although Lhasa feels a bit uneasy, he reminds himself that Maggie is his teammate. The better she is, the better it is for everyone. Lhasa shifts his focus back to testing Maggie's combat skills. They find that as long as the skill activates successfully, even if Lhasa runs more than 8 meters away, the protective effect still lasts during the skill's active time. With this skill, Maggie has become a qualified tank. Next to them, Kothes watches their practice with interest and suddenly asks, "Are you guys about to leave the town?" "Master Kothes, how did you tell?" Lhasa respects the instructor who taught him swordsmanship. Kothes leans against a tree and says calmly, "I've seen for a long time that you two aren't the type to settle here and make a living. Of course, most people who come to this town are like that. Looking at what you're wearing, I guess you've been here several times. I think you're about to set off for a new place." He looked at the dungeon gear on Lhasa and Maggie. "Have you been to a dungeon?" Maggie asked. Her shield effect had ended, and the faint white glow around her disappeared. Kothes shook his head. "Don't laugh at me. Since I got hurt, I haven't dared to go into battle. I'm in my 40s now, and I just want to run this place steadily and make a little money. Did you know? A few days ago, Prince Grantit came to my training ground. He was here, just a little to the right of where you are now, practicing swordsmanship. I could tell right away it was court swordsmanship, fancy and changing. He even talked to me a few times and praised how I set up the training area." Kothes kept talking about what happened that day, going on and on. Now Lhasa understood why he wasn't at the training ground that afternoon. He had gone home to share the good news. As for why he spoke to Lhasa today, Lhasa guessed that ever since the prince visited the training ground, this instructor had been telling every adventurer who came about that day, like a gossiping old woman. "This is the first time I've seen a royal family member. It might also be the last," Kothes finally said with a sigh. "This is also my first time seeing the royal family of Edia," Lhasa replied, but he thought it probably wouldn't be the last. To Lhasa's surprise, his second meeting with a royal member came so soon. 3 days after finishing the adventure, after a nap, he left the inn and saw a middle-aged man with light red curly hair standing at the inn's door. "Are you Lhasa Gret?" the man, who seemed to be a royal, asked. He looked about 30 or 40, wearing dusty light armor, with a playful smile on his face. The passers-by around him couldn't help but glance at his hair color, but he didn't care. If Grantit was a noble and dignified prince, this man looked like a carefree, roguish noble. "Are you looking for me?" Lhasa asked, studying him carefully. "I am Inova Edia from the Grey Crow team. I'm here to deliver some things on behalf of the Cavan County Adventurers Guild. The record keeper in Deer Forest Town sent a letter earlier, sharing important information, and you played a part in that," the man with red hair indicated. "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Lhasa took him to the dining area of the inn. It was past breakfast time, so there weren't many people around. I remember there was a tavern here, Inova said after taking a sip of the inn's tea, frowning. Something happened earlier, so the tavern is closed now, Lhasa thought to himself, secretly annoyed. This was the work of your own kind. Inova took out a ring from his pocket. It had a yellow crystal on it. He spun the ring on the table like a coin. This is your reward. You're still a beginner adventurer. Although your information is very valuable, because of your current level, the guild can only give you this. Lhasa saw him getting excited and decided, following Neshinwala's advice, to first tell him the information he had exchanged with Ivan. Sir, I have some new information I want to share with you. Inova stopped playing and raised an eyebrow. Oh, go ahead. Lhasa carefully recounted what he had discussed with Ivan. At first, Inova looked indifferent, but as he listened, he sat up straighter and his expression grew serious. He put away the ring and said seriously, Lhasa, who have you told these things to? Except for that church official, you're the first person I've told, Lhasa replied. Things are more serious than I thought, Inova said after a moment of thinking. We need to go to the guild right now, the office of the Adventurers Guild in Deer Forest Town. Several thick stacks of documents were on the table. Inova directed some staff to check records of all teams from the past few months. Lhasa watched silently from the side. He knew they were looking into Demit's records of entering the teleportation portal. After a while, Inova came over holding a form. As I told you, this guy Demit uses the teleportation portal way too often. Lhasa glanced at the staff members who were flipping through the documents and said softly, Inova, investigating Demit further might be pointless now. The most important thing is to mobilize the guild's resources and catch those adventurers who are at risk. Lhasa, go on, Inova said, sitting next to him, signaling the staff to step back. Lhasa saw that only 2 people remained in the room and quietly said, Inova, I think the biggest difference between the guild and the church is that their organization levels are not the same. The church can manage its small guard teams uniformly. If they find an apostle problem, they have many ways to prevent it. Inova nodded thoughtfully and then continued Lhasa's point. But the guild is different. The number of adventurer teams is too large to manage strictly. Lhasa glanced at the messy files on the desk and said, yes, and investigating past data would be a lot of work. Inova, I want to ask if the guild plans to make this information public to all adventurers. Inova sighed and shook his head. Impossible. If this information is released, all the adventurer teams will fall apart, and they will start to suspect each other. It goes against the guild's most important principle. What principle? Lhasa asked out of curiosity. Inova said softly, encourage as many people as possible to become adventurers and to explore the portals. As for why this principle exists, you'll find out when you become a legendary adventurer. I can't tell you before then. Are you a legendary adventurer? Lhasa looked at him in surprise. The guy looked so casual. Could he be one of those top figures too? I'm not a legendary adventurer, but I am a member of the royal family. Inova pointed to his hair. Back to the previous topic. Do you have any ideas to help the guild? Lhasa nodded and said, for example, if a king wants to know which farmer's beans are the biggest, the best way isn't to have officials check each bean, but to reward the farmers with money and encourage them to come forward. I understand what you mean. That's a good idea. It might miss some, but it will be much more efficient. Inova thought for a moment and approved. This way, we can identify most potential apostles recently and control them. As for future prevention, it depends on the gate registrars. They can watch for teams that enter and exit the dungeons unusually often, Lhasa continued. Inova gently tapped the table with his finger joints, then smiled and said, Nasha Valley was right. With your kind of mind, you would definitely be a good senior clerk at the association. My goal is to become a legendary adventurer. Then I can learn those secrets about the association's principles, Rosa said jokingly. Hee, you're an interesting young man, Rosa. I believe that day will come, Inova said while lying back on his leather chair. I'll inform the higher-ups in the association about this today. They are very likely to adopt your idea. I thought you were part of the higher-ups yourself. Aren't you a royal family member? Rosa asked. Since joining the association, everyone working there had always been very respectful to him. When he gave an order, it was immediately carried out. It was completely different from when Rosa came alone before. Inova, who was sitting in an awkward position, closed his eyes and said slowly, I'm just a distant branch of the royal family. This time, I came to Deer Forest Town on a squad mission and to help the association with some errands. After saying that, he threw a ring to Rosa. Take this. It's a space ring, but it has been modified by scholars. It used to have a red crystal. Now it's a yellow crystal. Rosa quickly caught it carefully and looked closely. Item name. Space ring, youth modification version. Item grade. Yellow crystal equipment requirements. None special ability. Provides 2 cubic meters of extra-dimensional storage space. Durability, 85%. Normally, space equipment is only produced in difficult underground dungeons with a red difficulty level. This ring is a prototype made by a renowned scholar of the Association for research purposes, Unveiling explained. So its storage space is much smaller, and using it carries some risks. No one knows how long this thing will last. He then chuckled mischievously. Do you dare to use it, Rosa? Better than nothing, Rosa said without hesitation, putting on the ring. The system didn't show any problems, so he wasn't afraid. However, this scholar from the association was quite reckless. His experiment was like turning a sports car into a horse-drawn carriage. Back in his previous life, that would definitely be a funny Nobel Prize nominee. This ring's functions are reduced, but you can still use your mind to add your own mark to prevent others from stealing its contents. You can take your time to study it when you go back. Unveiling waved his hand, seeming to intend for Lhasa to leave. As Lhasa turned to head toward the exit, the royal messenger suddenly remembered something. Wait, Lhasa, I have a question for you. He hesitated for a moment and said, if you have a student who just won't learn no matter how you teach, but they insist on learning, what would you do? His question was quite strange, and Lhasa casually replied, can't someone else teach them? Unveiling seemed to get the answer he wanted and muttered, yes, someone else should teach her. Seeing how distracted he was, Lhasa shook his head and left the association. Back at the inn, Lhasa couldn't wait to start studying his new equipment. He looked at the space ring on his finger. Before he could activate it with his mind, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Do you want to set a password to activate this space equipment? Lhasa suddenly lost interest. As expected, having a system that is too powerful can take away some fun. He casually set a familiar password from his past, then tried to store the inn's cup into the ring using his mind. The system's cold voice sounded again. You do not own this item and cannot store it. Is this to prevent theft, or to stop me from stealing? Lhasa couldn't help but think to himself. There was no choice but to try with his own belongings. Lhasa took off the sword sheath and tested a few times, quickly learning the method. With the system, doing these things was as easy as using answer keys for homework, boring but efficient. At that moment, Lhasa saw Maggie walk into the inn and immediately had an idea. Little Maggie, this is the moment to witness a miracle. Maggie, come over here, Lhasa called out, wishing she would appear by his side in an instant. Maggie approached with a suspicious look. Usually lively and energetic, this time she was walking very slowly. Lhasa, what are you thinking about again? Her guarded expression made Lhasa feel a little sad. Next, I, the greatest magician of the kingdom of Irdya, will perform a live show for you. How to make this sword disappear. Lhasa was struggling to hold back his laughter, but his face remained serious and stern. He pointed at the silver-inlaid sword on the table, muttering strange spells, while secretly confirming in his mind that he had stored it in his system. In the next moment, the sword disappeared. Maggie's mouth was wide open, as if she could fit a light bulb inside. She stared at the table in shock. Lhasa, how did you do that? That's a magician's secret, Lhasa said, shaking his head. But Maggie suddenly crossed her arms and said, I know. You must have learned a new magic from the Adventurers Guild. Oh no, I forgot this world has magic. Performing magic tricks in a world with magic makes me feel so foolish. Lhasa felt a bit disappointed, but he still wanted to keep some mystery. No, Maggie. I didn't learn any new skills. Really? Then do it again. Let me see carefully, Maggie said, opening her eyes wide on purpose. This time, Lhasa chose to take the sword from another dimension. He was confident that Maggie, with her small brain, wouldn't guess the answer so quickly. Seeing the sword reappear on the table, Maggie rested her head on her hand and thought hard for a moment. I got it. Lhasa, it's that ring on your finger. Maggie suddenly smiled proudly. You weren't wearing it before. Now, Lhasa had to applaud Maggie's cleverness. This is the legendary space ring, Lhasa said, taking it off so Maggie could examine it closely. Maggie carefully looked at it, comparing it to how Inova casually tossed something earlier. It was clear that there was a big difference between nobles and commoners. Even if Lhasa became rich someday, he wouldn't be able to do such things. Wow, it feels like a dream. If it were a month ago, I never thought we'd have such a treasure, Maggie said with emotion. Indeed, just a month ago, Lhasa was worried about making a living. Now, he was playing with equipment worth a lot of gold coins. Deciding to take a risk and go on an adventure was definitely the right choice. How much can this hold? Maggie blinked and asked, is it as big as a room? Do you remember those wooden boxes in the warehouse? It's about the size of 2 or 3 of those, Lhasa calculated in his mind. The space was about 2 cubic meters, so it probably couldn't hold too many things. That won't hold much stuff, but we both have very little luggage. Maggie gestured to the size of the wooden box. Then she remembered what Rosa had said about Inova. Rosa, did you say that person claims to be part of the Grey Crow Squad? Rosa nodded. Have you heard of the Grey Crow Squad? Maggie asked suddenly. They are the ones who hunt down adventurers. Huh? Hunt adventurers? Rosa was surprised. She suddenly felt a chill when she thought about how she had just spent so much time in the same room as Inova. Rosa, you really should read more books or talk more with other adventurers, Maggie said, rubbing her forehead. The Grey Crow Squad is an elite group directly under the king. There are about 200 or 300 members. They specialize in stealth and assassination, mainly targeting adventurers who break the law or threaten the royal family. So, it's like a secret police force from another world? Rosa understood now. It seemed she had just been talking to a spy. Thinking further, Inova said he came to Deer Forest Town on a mission. It looks like that mission was to eliminate a certain adventurer. He only asked me to help the guild deliver some items. Who he wants to kill has nothing to do with us, Rosa said stiffly. He couldn't help but recall what Inova had said, hoping he hadn't mentioned anything taboo about the royal family. For such secret agencies, it's best to stay far away. No normal person wants to be constantly on edge, watching out for these kinds of people. That's true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told you his identity right away, Maggie thought for a moment. She also felt it was probably just a false alarm. The Adventurers Guild really isn't reliable. They send someone to deliver items, but don't even find a normal person. If Rosa had known what the Grey Crow Squad really represented, he wouldn't have obediently gone with Inova. In the afternoon, Rosa started preparing supplies for his solo adventure. The last batch of potions he bought was all used up. Now only the sacred potion given by Ivan remained on his belt. When he arrived at the potion stall on the second floor of the guild, Rosa was surprised to find that the prices had all increased. Wasn't it 5 silver coins for a small bottle last time? Why is it 7 silver coins today? Rosa asked, puzzled. Dear customer, our supplies come from Moon Lake City. Prices there have gone up, so we have to raise ours too, the stall owner explained. This official shop of the association has no room for bargaining. Lhasa could only grit his teeth and buy another quarter dose of health potion and a quarter dose of mental strength potion. It's a big loss. After the price increase, he could have bought 3 bottles before. But there's no way around it. These potions are very helpful for adventures. Going alone, he really can't do without these supplies. Lhasa put the potion bottles on his belt and headed toward the general store. The last time he bought kerosene, it worked very well. He planned to buy 2 more bottles. When he arrived, the shop owner recognized him immediately. He looked uncomfortable and asked, Customer, are you here to buy kerosene again? Yes, 2 more bottles, please. Just as Lhasa was about to take out silver coins, the owner awkwardly said, Sorry, those 2 bottles are the last we have. Honestly, these don't sell well in Deer Forest Town. If it weren't for you buying them last time, I wouldn't know when I could sell these 2 bottles. Feeling frustrated, Lhasa returned to the inn. His shopping experience that afternoon was so bad it made him doubt whether going on the adventure tomorrow was a good idea. When he got back to his room to rest early, someone knocked on the door. It was Maggie, holding a bunch of things. Lhasa, I'm lending you this equipment for now. Remember to return it tomorrow. She was holding a metal chainmail, a soldier's helmet, and a conical dagger. When Lhasa took them, he felt the warmth still lingering on the armor. Here, I have this for you too, Maggie said, pulling out a small glass bottle from her pocket. It's the quarter-dose health potion Lhasa bought today. Maggie, I already bought one today, Lhasa quickly declined. But Maggie forcefully pressed it into his hand, saying a little sadly, If you don't use it this time, remember to return it to me. It's precious. Maggie, what about you tomorrow? Why can't I wear a dress? Maggie asked, crossing her arms. Sometimes I want to look like a lady. A warm feeling rose in Lasse's heart. He said seriously, Maggie, I will definitely come back tomorrow. Of course, you still owe me a meal. I've been keeping that in mind, Maggie said, then turned and walked toward her room. Lasse was about to go back to sleep when he heard Maggie softly say in the next room, Lasse, make sure you come back safely. Early morning, Lasse dressed in his gear. He wore an infantry helmet, a chainmail shirt, and iron greaves on his legs. His outfit now looked more like a soldier's than an adventurer's. He had 4 potions on his belt, and his space ring held some miscellaneous items, including special objects he had found during previous adventures. Bathed in the morning light, Lasse left the inn and headed to the Adventurers Guild. At the front desk, a young girl from the Saren race looked at him with surprise. Red Star team, just one person? Yes, just me, Lasse replied, withdrawing his adventurer ID card. The blonde girl couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After confirming he wasn't crazy, she spoke formally. Sir, you arrived early today. You're number 2 in line. Please wait here for a moment. Lasse's mood returned to the nervousness he felt during his first adventure. Before, he had teammates to help him, but now he was truly alone. Just as he was about to take a deep breath to calm his restless mind, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned around to see Innova Idia. The person had a mischievous grin on his face, jokingly saying, Hey, Lasse, coming to adventure today? Where are your teammates? Lasse took a small step back and replied, I'm alone this time. Innova didn't mind Lasse keeping his distance. He looked like he had just woken up with messy reddish curls, wearing casual clothes, and holding a piece of bread. Challenging alone? Trying to hoard the loot? That's not very wise, Innova said, brushing bread crumbs from his mouth and casually flicking them onto the floor. His rough manner didn't quite match his noble background. Just testing my strength, Lasse said calmly. Oh, so you're trying to be like that monk Yuden. Young people these days are impressive, Innova said with a chuckle. Seeing that Lasse wasn't paying much attention to him, he waved goodbye. Well, good luck on your adventure. Don't die inside. I look forward to seeing you again. Lasse politely returned his farewell. After Innova's interruption, Lasse felt much calmer inside. This was my 5th adventure. With my current strength, I can definitely handle the monsters in this beginner village, Lasse thought to himself. He looked at the chainmail armor on his body, recalling Maggie's words from last night. Over there, a girl from the association was calling out to Team 2, the Crimson Star Squad. Lasse steadied his mind and stepped toward the teleportation portal. Entering the white teleportation portal, generating a random white difficulty dungeon. The dungeon has been selected. Entering the dungeon, abandoned cemetery. Before Lasse appeared a large, overgrown field surrounded by broken iron fences. Outside the portal, Deer Forest Town was bright and sunny, but inside the dungeon, the scene was different. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it looked like evening. Lasse approached what looked like an entrance, an old, rusty iron door. Dead vines hung from the frame. Inside, the ground was filled with crooked tombstones, and in the center of the cemetery, there was a large, bald, crooked tree. This place and its atmosphere looked perfect for a horror movie. Lasse looked around, feeling a bit uneasy. He wondered whether he was a reckless young person in an American horror film or a wise monk fighting demons in a Hong Kong movie. Right now, the cemetery only had tombstones and weeds. He hadn't seen any active monsters yet, but he had to stay very alert. After all, he was alone and had to rely on himself. He walked to a cracked tombstone and glanced at it. The name and epitaph were written in a common language that he could understand. Grave of Alan Ackman. For freedom, those who crashed into high walls. Lasse looked at a few more tombstones. They were all damaged to different degrees, but all inscribed in the common language. Grave of Jeswin Risa. The greatest hero and the most cunning sorcerer in Storm City, Donald Clinton, buried with Bill Trump. An unaccepted, doomed couple, touching love in their old age. The area was silent, only the rustling of the breeze and the sound of weeds swaying as Lasse walked past. Next was a brand new tombstone, with clear writing on it. Grave of Lasse Greet. Poor soul, fate has caused your death here today. Lasse was startled and looked at the ground. A skeletal hand covered in rotten flesh reached out from the dirt, trying to grab his ankle. In the distant depths of the graveyard, a loud, harsh animal scream echoed, making the usually quiet place sound very disturbing. Around Lhasa, more things started to emerge from the ground one after another. These humanoid monsters crawling out of the graveyard had many rotten wounds on their skin, some even exposing white bones. Their features were twisted and deformed, and tiny maggots crawled inside their eye sockets and nostrils. Monster name: Limping Zombie Monster Type, Undead Challenge Level E. Lhasa looked at the slowly approaching zombies around him. They were badly damaged, missing arms or legs, and moved slowly. They had no weapons, but their fingernails glowed faint green, indicating they could infect others if they caught him. After a few seconds observing their behavior, Lhasa sneered. If this were a normal zombie movie, I might be scared of you. But unfortunately, I am an adventurer in a fantasy world. Lhasa drew his silver-inlaid longsword. With a flash of silver light, he cut off the head of a limping zombie, and white smoke hissed from the severed neck. Suddenly, Lhasa remembered that his silver-inlaid sword and the holy potion on his belt were especially effective against undead monsters. It seemed this dungeon was quite suitable for him. The zombies still slowly approached. Those with intact vocal organs muttered low growls. Their makeshift circle was so ragged that relying on their poison nails to attack Lhasa was like a fantasy, impossible. Lhasa moved calmly among the zombies, swinging his sword and taking down one after another. Like in those zombie movies, their heads were the weak spot. Cutting off their heads caused these undead creatures to lose their life force and turn into black ash. When all the zombies around him were cleared, Lhasa's breathing was steady, and not a single drop of sweat appeared on his face. For him now, fighting these monsters was easier than warm-up exercises. Once again, a loud scream came from the depths of the graveyard. Lhasa looked ahead, and more zombies trembled out of the dirt. Could it be that there is a monster deep inside the graveyard awakening the corpses? If that is the case, there is no doubt that the howling monster is the Lord this time. Inside the abandoned cemetery, Lhasa sheathed his long sword. It was already the third wave of zombies. The closer he got to the source of the howling, the more awakened, limping zombies he saw, which confirmed his suspicions. By the third wave, the risen undead were already holding some weapons. Although they still weren't a match for Lhasa, it suggested that the deeper into the cemetery he went, the stronger the zombies became. Fortunately, the monster suspected to be the Lord didn't howl very often. If it had kept shouting like it was about to lose its voice, Lhasa would have been surrounded and buried alive by countless zombies. Lhasa kept moving forward. After walking a bit, he heard the familiar monster's cry again. This time, it seemed closer, and Lhasa could tell it sounded very much like a wolf's howl from his memory. The monsters crawled out of the cemetery again. This time, the ones standing up had almost no flesh left on their bodies, only bones exposed. Two blue flames flickered inside their skull eye sockets. Monster name: Skeleton Soldier Monster Type, Undead Challenge Level D. Their shields and swords were covered in rust. It looked like a single hit could cause tetanus. When these monsters moved, their joints creaked, and they were faster than the limping zombies before. Lhasa dodged sideways to avoid a skeleton soldier's slash, then tried to kick it. The skeleton staggered a few steps before collapsing into a pile of bones. Within seconds, the two blue flames on the skeleton's skull reignited, guiding the bones to reassemble into a skeleton soldier. The revived skeleton moved more slowly, and the flames in its eye sockets were smaller. Lhasa understood. These skeletons could be revived, but they would weaken each time, and there was a limit to how many times they could come back. He then swung his sword and cut off the skeleton soldier's skull. Without its head, the skeleton no longer attacked him. Instead, it crouched on the ground, groping around, trying to pick up the head that had rolled aside. It looked both strange and funny. Lhasa stepped on the still rolling skull and inserted his long sword into its burning blue eye socket. The action was like putting a hot iron into water. The blue flames flickered violently and then went out completely. White smoke rose from the skull's eye socket. This divine enchantment is really useful, Lhasa thought with relief. Otherwise, dealing with these reanimated skeleton soldiers would take a long time. He continued to eliminate the skeleton soldiers one by one using the same method, moving toward the sound of monsters. After walking a bit further, he reached the giant, withered tree in the center of the graveyard. The brown trunk was scarred with many cuts, and in some places where the bark had peeled away, the exposed wood was carved with strange symbols and patterns. The twisted branches of the withered tree pointed toward the gloomy sky. Carefully looking, Lhasa saw many ropes and nooses hanging from the branches, gently swaying in the wind. Below the tree, a strange statue caught Lhasa's attention. It was a stone statue about 1.5 meters tall, carved with 3 large snake heads. The faces looked fierce and cruel, making the statue seem very lifelike. The detailed scales on the snake bodies were perfectly rendered, so realistic that adventurers might mistake it for a real monster if they didn't look carefully. The 3 snake heads were different. 2 on the sides had their mouths closed and were spitting out snake tongues, while the middle one had its mouth wide open, showing sharp fangs and venomous teeth. The inside of the mouth was also carved with muscles and mucus textures, making it look quite terrifying. There was a hole about 10 centimeters wide in the throat area. This delicate statue seemed out of place in the overall dilapidated graveyard. Lhasa activated his insight eye to examine it. Special facility. Snake monster altar usage instructions. Can only be used once. Offer a small amount of random attributes to the multi-headed snake deity to receive the deity's blessing, gaining 2 permanent random attributes. Lhasa was pleased to find such a special structure inside the dungeon. He wasn't sure if the snake god was generous or just careless, but exchanging 1 point for 2 points was clearly a good deal. However, the system didn't explain how to use this snake monster altar. Lhasa circled around it and finally looked at the giant snake's open mouth in the center. It seemed that this was the only place to try. I compared the size of the hole, and Lhasa hesitantly reached his left hand inside. He was really worried that in the next moment, the snake's head might snap shut, causing him to lose his left arm. If the system hadn't shown him the benefits of this statue, Lhasa wouldn't have thought anyone would do such a thing to a statue that looked so evil. As he put his arm inside, Lhasa's face nearly pressed against the giant snake's head. He looked at the realistic scales with their dark gray shine and felt a bit uneasy. Suddenly, his arm inside the hole was pierced with a sharp pain. When he looked closer, he saw the snake's eye, which was glowing red. He heard a faint, unclear whisper from a creature nearby. The language was unfamiliar to him, and it included hissing sounds like a crawling creature, making him feel a cold shiver down his spine. The system's voice rang in his mind. You have offered 1 point of charm to the great multi-headed snake god. You have received the blessing of the snake god. Perception 1, willpower 1. Lhasa pulled his arm out. There were 2 small wounds on his forearm, but they didn't look deep. His health still showed 100% in the system. As he withdrew his arm, the snake statue also changed. The mechanism made a sound, and the snake's head in the middle closed its mouth. The glowing red eyes turned back to grayish stone. Unexpectedly, the attribute that was affected was hidden, and the bonus was also hidden. His charm, which was already low, became even less. Lhasa sighed, hoping that perception and willpower might have some special use. Looking at the snake statue again, Lhasa felt it looked more and more pleasing. If every dungeon had a few like this, he would surely become a loyal follower of the snake god. After leaving the snake altar, Lhasa continued deeper into the graveyard. The sky was now dark with thick clouds, and the air grew damp. Suddenly, the terrain changed. A valley appeared, flanked by low earthen slopes filled with countless small tombstones. The entrance to the valley was hidden behind a huge tombstone. Lhasa saw the inscription on it, Grave of the Goblin Ogre. There were many smaller words below, but they were blurry. He could vaguely read that it described some evil deeds done by this ogre, and that a Goblin warrior had finally killed him. At this moment, howling wolves came from the valley behind, and the soil beneath the large tombstone in front of them began to move. This time, the noise was much louder than before. Lhasa jumped back quickly and drew his long sword. Is this so-called Goblin ogre about to come back to life? Monster name: Goblin monster type. Undead challenge level: D. The creature standing in front of Lhasa was over 2 meters tall. Its swollen body made it about 1.56 meters wide, and it looked similar to a hated creature from a famous game in Lhasa's past life. Its body was covered in layers of fat, with torn wounds oozing green pus. Its large belly was bulging, with something writhing inside. Could this be Goblin? It's almost as tall as two Maggies. Lhasa was stunned. The tombstone earlier said this monster had eaten over 30 of its own kind. Seeing its appearance, Lhasa could imagine the despair of those small dwarves when it grabbed them and shoved them into its mouth. But now, it couldn't eat its own kind anymore because its entire head, including the neck vertebrae, was embedded inside its chest. The original neck area had turned into a top of blood-stained hair. The Goblin warrior who had killed the ogre had used a hammer to turn this monster into a different kind of headless corpse. Based on the challenge level, this monster's strength was probably similar to the alien goblin from the first adventure. Interestingly, both are giant-like creatures that suddenly appear among small races. The Bloodworm Queen's challenge level was also D, but she had a magic circle for support at that time. The Goblin monster had no weapons in its hands, but it wore over 20 small iron hammers on its waist, which looked like the same style as Maggie's previous weapons. These hammers were souvenirs left after it ate its own kind. It opened its arms and lunged toward Lhasa. Lhasa jumped back to dodge. He was curious. This monster seemed to have no eyes, no ears, and no nose. Or rather, it had all of them, but they had gone inside its stomach. Without sight, hearing, or smell, how could it determine its position? Taking advantage of its missed attack and falling to the ground, Lhasa rushed forward and slashed at the monster with his sword several times. Since the creature had no head, Lhasa didn't know where its vital points were, so he tried attacking different parts of its body. The wounds on the ogre's body, where the long sword had cut, hissed with white smoke, but they didn't seem to cause much harm. The creature didn't even tremble. Soon, Lhasa realized that this monster couldn't tell directions at all. Goblin, the strange creature lying on the ground, struggled to get up. It randomly grabbed a few hammers from its waist and threw them around. Seeing the jingling metal objects on its waist, Lhasa had expected this scene, as one of his previous temporary teammates, Nurkin, had a similar skill. However, Lhasa didn't expect this creature to attack indiscriminately. After narrowly avoiding a spinning hammer, Lhasa launched an attack on the ogre's large, bulging belly. Spiral, the long sword, wrapped in a swirling wind, pierced a 20-centimeter hole into the ogre's stomach. It seemed that this area of the monster had particularly low defense. After hitting, Lhasa swung his sword horizontally, widening the wound on the creature's belly. Then he stepped back, not wanting to get hit by a flying hammer at close range. At this moment, the seemingly heavily injured monster made a move that completely surprised Lhasa. It began tearing at its own belly with its large hands, as if the wound caused by Lhasa wasn't enough. With its rough movements, the contents of its abdomen started spilling out from the large wound. First, a mass of rotten intestines, with a strong foul smell that made Lhasa step back a few more paces. Next, spherical objects appeared. When Lhasa looked carefully, he realized they were heads of Goblin. Some were corroded by digestive fluids, leaving little flesh or skin, while others still retained their features. Lhasa guessed what would happen next. He quickly ran to the other side of the hill to hide. Sure enough, after throwing the hammers, the Goblin ogre began groping for the heads on the ground. If being hit by those small hammers was physical damage, then these heads caused physical, magical, and mental damage. Each head, when picked up by the ogre, would open its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. When thrown and smashing on the ground, they burst apart, spreading a cold, dark red mist of blood in the air. Lhasa noticed a thin layer of frost forming on the ground where it was hit. If someone had been struck there, they would likely have been slowed down by the cold debuff. Fortunately, the ogre didn't know Lhasa's location and was just blindly throwing things. According to the inscription on the tombstone, it had only about 30 skulls. 2 skulls had fallen onto the dirt mound where Lhasa was hiding, creating 2 deep holes. The strength of this ogre was clear from that. After a storm of attacks, the Goblin ogre stopped throwing skulls. Lhasa peeked out from behind the mound and saw many dark red pits on the ground. The creature, having nothing left to throw, stood there blankly. Its belly was almost empty. Where's the food? I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat. I'm so hungry. A silly-sounding voice came from inside its belly. Lhasa held his sword and moved closer. When he looked carefully, he saw a mouth talking above the empty belly. This was the head of the ogre, which had been smashed into its chest with a hammer. The head seemed to sense someone nearby and sniffed the air. I smell meat. Where is it? Where's the meat? The ogre moved slowly and heavily. As it moved, the head was pulled downward by gravity and eventually fell out of the belly. I'm so hungry. Give me meat to eat. The head was much larger than a normal Dufflin's. It rolled around, shouting, with its small yellow-orange eyes fixed in Lasse's direction. It was disgusting. Lasse frowned and stepped on the still-moving ogre's head. The ogre's body moved toward him, trying to retrieve its head. As the saying goes, a creature is known by its name, and you truly are a strange monster. Lasse stabbed his sword into the ground, piercing through the creature's head. Not far away, the fat ogre's body finally lost its strength. It wobbled and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Meanwhile, the large tombstone that told the story of Dufflin the ogre shattered at this moment, revealing a small valley behind it. Lasse took a few deep breaths and headed toward the valley. That is the place where the Lord is located. Lasse entered a small valley. In the middle, surrounded by low dirt mounds, a huge monster was lying on the ground. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Lasse as he slowly approached. It was over 4 meters long, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulders, and looked like a mix between a wolf and a dog. It had a long, pointed snout, narrow eyes, and round ears like a dog. It stood up and howled loudly. Its mouth stretched all the way to its neck, looking strange and frightening. Monster name: Summon Corpse Dog. Monster type: Beast, Undead, Lord. Challenge level: D. As the dog howled, zombies started breaking out of the dirt on both sides of the. Is this creature a summoner? Maybe its main body is weak, like the Queen of Blood insects? While Lasse was thinking, the summoned corpse dog suddenly attacked him. It kicked off the ground with its hind legs, its yellow-brown body rushing toward Lasse like lightning. This lord is very fast. Lasse instinctively rolled to the side to dodge, but the dog's front paw still scratched his shoulder, leaving a bloodstain. This was his first injury since entering the dungeon today. Lasse had been feeling pretty good after defeating the Dufflin ogre, but seeing this lord's attack made him tense up again. The summoned corpse dog extended its rough tongue covered with tiny spines, licking the blood on Lasse's wound. Its eyes became more savage. Its neck vertebrae made a sickening cracking sound. Its head shifted from upright to horizontal, and its jaws opened wider than normal, with sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva. With a low growl from its throat, it lunged at Lasse again. Lasse knew that if he got bitten this time, survival would be unlikely. The creature's speed was too fast for normal dodging. He activated his combat skill. As the summoned corpse dog lunged, Lasse's body shot forward in a straight line, avoiding the attack and stabbing a bloody hole into the dog's hind leg. At this moment, lightning streaked across the already cloudy sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder. A storm was about to arrive. In the valley, Lasse faced off against the summoning hound, while the awakened zombies slowly descended from the hillside. The hound's vertical pupils showed a cunning look. It seemed to know that victory was tipping in its favor. Lasse kept an eye on the lord in front of him and calmly thought about the current situation. In this narrow valley, fighting further would definitely result in being surrounded and attacked by zombies and the summoning hound. The tombstones on the hillside would also provide the lord with endless minions. He needed to change the battlefield. The narrow entrance to the valley was the best place to fight. Lasse slowly retreated toward the back. When he nearly reached the entrance, he suddenly sped up. The summoning hound also sensed his plan. Using its muscular hind legs, it shot forward and lunged at Lasse. Lasse accelerated, jumped out of the valley, and snapped his fingers. Purple flames erupted on the hound's body. Perhaps because the monster had hair like steel needles, the flames burned more fiercely than expected. The hound's attack was momentarily delayed, and a large patch of its fur was scorched. Its blood-red eyes were full of hatred for Lasse. Lasse had just chosen the soul fire that costs 5% of his health. Seeing it work well, he kept snapping his fingers. The summoning hound panicked and ran into the valley, but the purple flames kept flickering on its body. More fur, weaker fire. This was true. At this moment, the lord's health bar had dropped by a quarter. Lasse took out a health potion and a mental strength potion from his belt and drank both in one go. He wasn't worried about any reaction from mixing the two, since these were good items from the dungeon and couldn't be judged by normal rules. Just as Lhasa was about to press the attack and pursue, a cool sensation hit his nose. He looked up at the sky, feeling a sinking heart. Countless raindrops were falling from the horizon. The storm had finally begun. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The steady rain washed over everything on the wasteland, creating a chaotic gray curtain. Lhasa was soaked through. With his current stamina of 9 points, he didn't need to worry about catching a cold. But in this weather, using fire magic to attack enemies would probably be less effective than before, maybe even less than 1%. The originally battered and exhausted zombie-reviving dog, burned by the soul fire, grinned as it trotted down the valley. The rain washed over its coarse, needle-like fur, making it shiny and slick, with only a few scorched areas exposing raw flesh and blood. The dirt slopes on both sides of the valley became muddy in the heavy rain. The zombies were also covered in mud. The bad weather made the situation on the battlefield worse. The evil dog looked at Lhasa near the valley entrance and lunged again. The recent magic attack had caused it great pain. It now wanted to bite and crush every bone of the annoying human in front of it, then torment him before eating him piece by piece. Lhasa timed his attack perfectly as the dog lunged at the valley entrance. He used a spiral stabbing attack. His long sword shattered the rough tongue of the evil dog and then stabbed into its throat, leaving a blurry patch of blood and flesh. Just as Lhasa was about to pull out his sword, the dog bit down the blade in his mouth. This monster was trying to take the sword without fighting for it. Its terrifying jaw strength prevented Lhasa from pulling out his sword, and its front paw reached out of the valley to try to grab him. Hesitating would only make things worse. If he kept fighting the evil dog here, he might not escape. Heart aching, Lhasa let go and stepped back, drawing the dagger given to him by Maggie from his belt. The victorious dog shook its head and threw the silver-inlaid sword into the muddy valley below. After being hit by Lhasa's attack, the evil dog's health bar was still at March 5th. But now, Lhasa's two main attack methods couldn't be used anymore. His magic required holding his sword, and using fire magic in the storm was pointless. The situation was very bad. Lhasa quickly thought. He couldn't rely on the silver sword anymore. Trying to retrieve it would be almost certain death. The only thing he could trust was the holy potion Ivan gave him on his belt. But smashing the bottle might not do much, especially with the quick reflexes of this lord. He needed to find a place to limit the dog's movement and buy some time, hoping to survive the rain. Lhasa made up his mind. He looked around and saw the huge dead tree in the center of the graveyard. The ropes hanging from the dead tree swung back and forth in the storm. In the abandoned cemetery, the storm showed no signs of stopping. Lhasa was soaked from head to toe, and his wet clothes felt heavier. The summoned corpse dog occasionally howled, continuing to call forth the skeletons from the graveyard. Lhasa moved toward the center of the cemetery, with the yellow-brown furred beast close behind. Many limping zombies followed, their slow movements made even more sluggish by the stormy weather. The fight with the Lord had turned into a long, drawn-out battle. Lhasa hoped to wait until the storm ended so he could use the soul spark again. The corpse dog relied on the many zombies to block Lhasa's retreat, trapping him in a horde of undead. As he neared his planned battlefield, it was time to lure the monster over. Lhasa shouted angrily at the corpse dog and used 1% of his health to summon a small purple flame on the beast. The flame was quickly drowned by the rain. Lhasa didn't expect this magic to burn the beast's master. It was just meant to provoke the monster with an erosion effect. Sure enough, the injured soul-affected beast growled with hatred and lunged at Lhasa again. Lhasa dodged around a dead tree, where a noose trap was set, prepared specifically for this beast. This lord-like monster had animal-like intelligence, much smarter than the previous bloodworm queen, but not as clever as the beast-tamer gray rhinoceros or the 3 pig-headed men. After a few minutes of chasing, the corpse dog's claws struck Lhasa's back. Luckily, Maggie's metal chainmail protected him. The furious beast was entangled in ropes and snares, which had been set as leverage points for its claws and fangs. Struggling fiercely, the ropes tightened around the beast, turning it into a tangled mess. Lhasa saw his chance. He took a sacred potion from his belt and, without hesitation, smashed the bottle into the beast's mouth. The glass shattered, and the amber holy water spread inside the beast's mouth and down its throat. White mist immediately billowed from the corpse dog's mouth. Its throat seemed to be burning like a raging fire, hissing loudly. It let out a scream and struggled even harder. When he got closer, Lhasa noticed that the monster's neck was hanging a small silver bell. Could it have a master? The ropes on the branches couldn't hold it for long. Without much time to think, Lhasa rushed to the backside of the reanimated dog, holding a conical dagger, and stabbed forcefully at its belly and waist. Dark red blood splattered all over Lhasa's face. The blood of this undead creature was thick and cold, with no warmth. Lhasa didn't know how many times he had stabbed it. When he heard the sound of the ropes breaking, he didn't hesitate. He withdrew quickly, knowing well what trouble greed could bring. At this moment, the reanimated dog looked very miserable. Its mouth and throat had no good flesh left, and its abdomen and lower back were bloodied and torn from Lhasa's stabbing. The storm gradually subsided, and some sunlight peeked through the now partly clear clouds. The dog, having broken free from the ropes, glared at Lhasa with hatred and slowly retreated. It seemed to realize how dangerous this human was and decided to wear him down with the safest plan. In Lhasa's eyes, after the fight, the reanimated dog's health bar was down to the last fifth. Due to the continuous damage from holy water, it was slowly decreasing. Because of the injury to its throat, its howling had become distorted, sounding strange and a bit sad. Zombies in the wasteland kept rising one after another. Their numbers grew, gradually forming a circle of encirclement. The reanimated dog, having just fallen for Lhasa's trap, was now very alert. Lhasa tried to use the soul fire to stimulate it, but it only stared at him with blood-red eyes, showing no intention of attacking. Looking at the Lord's last bit of health and the shrinking zombie circle, Lhasa sighed secretly. It was time to use his final trump card. His experience was at 65%. If he defeated the Lord, he would definitely level up, gaining a chance to fully recover. That meant, even if his health was about to run out, as long as he killed the Lord, he could survive and walk out in full health. Trade injuries to deal damage, using the soul fire that consumes the most health to burn the dog completely. This was Lhasa's last card. He swung his dagger and charged directly at the reanimated dog. The Lord over there saw the sneaky human suddenly run toward him. The small dagger in his hand was not much bigger than the fangs of a vicious dog. His red eyes showed confusion. He did not retreat, but barked at Lhasa as a warning. Lhasa's waving dagger was just a distraction. His charge forward was only to get closer so he could cast magic. The soul spark, costing 20% of health, was activated. Purple flames instantly covered the head and front limbs of the summoned zombie dog. The burning flames and the pain from tearing the soul made the monster scream loudly. It rolled back and forth on the damp wasteland, trying to put out the flames on its body. Lhasa suddenly lost 20% of his health and became weak. He kneeled on one knee, trembling as he pointed at the summoned zombie dog. He activated the second, most powerful soul spark. The Lord of the Dogs had turned into a huge purple fireball. It struggled to lunge at Lhasa. Lhasa, who was casting magic, was also in poor shape. He had no strength left to hold himself up and was lying on the ground, barely lifting his head and squinting at the situation with the zombie dog. The Lord's health bar was down to the last bit. It, wrapped in flames, lunged at Lhasa, trying to take this helpless human at the last moment. Lhasa used his final bit of strength to cast the third soul spark. Just as the zombie dog's front paw touched Lhasa's forehead, his health bar was emptied. The Lord collapsed weakly onto the ground, and the purple flames, along with black powder, disappeared. It looks like I won. Lhasa's consciousness gradually blurred. A system notification sounded in his mind, but he had already fallen into unconsciousness. You have cleared the current dungeon. Your character level has increased to level 6. Your status has been fully restored. Unlocked the exclusive profession system. Unlocked information about the special achievement too. With the Lord's death, all the awakened zombies disappeared. After the rain, the sky cleared. The sunlight finally pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the land. In the empty, abandoned graveyard, Lhasa lay on the overgrown ground, falling asleep. Raindrops on leaves slid down and dripped onto his face. The once dangerous dungeon was now quiet and peaceful. A girl's sigh echoed softly over the wasteland. Sleep well, my loyal Misha. Lhasa had a very long dream. In the dream, he returned to modern society, sitting in a warm home. Outside the window, it was drizzling and pedestrians were walking with umbrellas. He was sitting at a desk with a very high-end computer, leaning back in an ergonomic chair, typing on a colorful backlit mechanical keyboard. On the 4K monitor, a popular game CG was playing. It showed a cute young girl in heavy armor, talking to her soldiers. Lhasa was watching happily. Suddenly, the screen turned her head and looked at Lhasa, smiling sadly. "Come back safely, Lhasa." Lhasa suddenly woke up from the dream. In front of him was the graveyard where he had fought. "How long have I been asleep?" Lhasa thought. He remembered fighting the Lord during the day, but now it was quiet night in the graveyard. He stood up and looked at the wooden chest under the withered tree. His memories were a bit fuzzy after waking up. The fight with the zombie dog seemed to have happened a long time ago. He decided to open the chest and then go back. He wondered if Maggie was already asleep at the inn. Lhasa thought to himself and walked to the chest. After a flash of white light, 4 items appeared on the ground. Just as Todd said, after clearing the level alone, the rewards in the chest would be fewer. Lhasa picked up each item to check. The first was a skill crystal. Skill name: Summon the Dead skill type. Magic skill rank: Level 1 learning requirements. Spirit greater than or equal to 8. Faith less than or equal to 0 skill effect. Needs a casting medium to activate. Consumes some mental energy and summons a low-level undead to fight. The undead disappears after the duration ends or if it takes fatal damage. Note: only one summon can exist at a time. This is a simple version of the skill used by the zombie dog. The requirements are quite strange. I've never seen a skill that requires a certain attribute to be below a specific value before. But Lhasa is a materialist warrior with 0 faith, so he can use it. He wasn't sure what kind of undead would be summoned. If they were all weak, like lame zombies, then summoning them would be a waste of mental energy. The second item is a piece of iron greaves I previously crafted, and Lhasa thought it would be perfect for Maggie to use. The third item is a bracelet with a broken skull pendant. Equipment name: Damaged skull pendant. Equipment grade: White crystal stone. Requirements: Spirit greater than or equal to 9. Magic enhancement. D special ability: Magic medium. Can only be used to cast dark and necromancy magic. Durability: 100%. Lhasa's eyes lit up immediately. This is a magic medium. Such items are very rare in white-level dungeons. Whether he uses it himself or sells it, it could be worth as much as 2 ordinary white crystal stone items. In the guild trading area, it was almost priceless and hard to find. From the description, it's clear that it can be used with the recently acquired skill crystal. Suppressing his excitement, Lhasa looked at the last item, a scroll made of sheepskin with unknown writing and drawings. He had never seen anything like it before. Name: Misha's memory fragment. Type: Special item grade. None. Description: a scroll containing a part of Misha's memories. When you hold it and enter a yellow teleportation portal, you and your team will enter a special dungeon. This dungeon is slightly more difficult than normal yellow-level dungeons. Completing it will reward you with rich and unique prizes. Who is Misha? And what makes this dungeon so special? Lhasa was confused. It seemed like something promising for the future. He decided to wait until he reached Moon Lake City to see when he might use it. He quickly stored the scroll and a few other items into his space ring. Then he checked the system to see his biggest gain from this adventure: the exclusive profession system. Exclusive profession: fuse 2 profession badges as materials to create a unique, special profession. Current badges fused: 0. Note: you must meet the attribute requirements for the profession to choose the corresponding badges for fusion. What the heck? After all that effort, he had only unlocked a furnace as a prerequisite. Lhasa felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped he could become a professional adventurer right away. Instead, he needed to gather 2 more profession badges first. But then he thought, although it's a bit troublesome, there are also benefits to this. Because he could choose the right profession badge according to his wishes, he could roughly determine the direction of his exclusive profession. For example, if he wanted to become a mage-type profession, he could select the corresponding badge. It's unlikely he would melt 2 remote attack badges and end up with a warrior-type profession. If he were to unlock a specific profession directly now, that would be fine if it suited him. But if he suddenly received a frontline tank profession, he would end up competing with Maggie for a spot. Lhasa checked the achievement system again and looked at the special achievement 2. Special achievement 2. Complete the yellow teleportation portal alone once. Achievement reward. Unlock the adventure squad system. Is this turning into a simulation game? It's another feature whose purpose isn't clear yet. We'll have to wait until it's unlocked to see what it does. The 2 free attribute points gained from this level up, Lhasa decided to save them just in case. They might be useful later for profession badges, equipment, or skills. He found a silver-inlaid longsword in a small valley soaked by heavy rain. Its durability was only 46%. Looking at the cracks on the yellow gemstone on the sword's handle, Lhasa could only sigh. After sheathing the sword, he headed toward the light blue teleportation portal to return. He briefly told the guild clerk about his adventure. He only earned 40 copper coins this time, which was better than nothing. After chatting with him, Lhasa learned it was already 9 p.m. He had spent too long in the dungeon. Now he was very hungry and couldn't wait to get back to the inn for a big meal. As he stepped out of the guild, he saw a little girl in a yellow dress sitting at the door. Looking closely, it was Maggie. She was still waiting for him to return. Maggie's back looked a bit lonely. He wondered how long she had been waiting there. Just as Lhasa was about to go over and pat her head, Maggie suddenly seemed to realize something and turned to look at him. The moment she saw Lhasa, her face first lit up with a happy smile, then immediately turned angry. She quickly stepped forward and hit him a few times hard. "Lhasa, you guy, how long did you stay inside?" Her voice was choked with emotion, making Lhasa feel a pang in his heart. "Maggie, I took a nap inside," Lhasa said shyly. "Were you waiting at the door all this time?" "Yes, I was waiting here all afternoon. I haven't even had dinner yet," Maggie said with a bit of annoyance. "I'll treat you to a good meal," Lhasa quickly offered. He carefully looked at Maggie in her dress. Before, she usually wore rough cloth clothes as a porter or adventurer gear. This was the first time Lhasa saw her in such a dress. The light yellow dress highlighted her charming figure, making her look even lighter and more graceful, like a small yellow flower gently swaying in the evening breeze. Apart from her plain chest, everything else looked good, Lhasa silently thought. Maggie seemed to notice his gaze. She pinched the hem of her dress and spun around once. "How do you like this dress, Lhasa?" "I didn't know you looked so good in a dress," Lhasa said sincerely. Maggie gave him a polite bow and happily said, "For saying that, I guess I can forgive you." They both headed toward the inn. Watching Maggie jump and skip ahead, Lhasa couldn't help but smile slightly. Since his parents passed away in that other world, he hadn't felt such warm companionship in a long time. At the Rhododendron Inn, Lhasa and Maggie were having breakfast. After returning yesterday, Lhasa handed over the borrowed equipment and the new iron greaves to Maggie. The unused health potion on her belt was refused by Maggie. "Just consider it a gift for returning your leg armor," Maggie said. Last night, they ate late, so neither of them was very hungry now. The inn's food didn't appeal much either. "Lhasa, are you planning to leave Deer Forest Town right away, or do you want to rest for a few days?" Maggie took a few shallow bites of her bread, which looked like it had been bitten by small animals. "Of course, the sooner the better. I'm in good shape now and don't need much rest," Lhasa replied, having only sipped a little soup. After a late dinner and immediately going to bed, he wasn't hungry in the morning. "Then we can set out this afternoon. I haven't been idle these past 2 days. I've spent all my time gathering information." Maggie pointed with her finger and said, "There are 2 ways to get from Deer Forest Town to Moon Lake City. One is by boat, but it takes 4 or 5 days to find a suitable one." Lhasa remembered that a few days ago, Ottoin and the others had traveled by boat. "The other way is to follow the caravan and ride a horse-drawn cart. There are seats available this afternoon. Let's take the cart then. We'll pack up in the morning and leave in the afternoon," Lhasa said without hesitation. "Maggie, I heard that something recently happened in the area where the carts pass through. It might not be very safe. But because of these rumors, the ticket prices have also dropped a lot," Maggie hesitated and said. "We're pretty good adventurers now, and there are no monsters around here. What could possibly happen?" Lhasa was not worried. He was confident in his skills, and ordinary bandits definitely couldn't match him. Hearing Lhasa's words, Maggie immediately gained confidence. "You're right. We are monster killers. Are those bandits even scarier than monsters? How much cheaper is it to take the cart compared to the boat?" Lhasa was curious about how much money his skills could save. Boat tickets depend on the class. A good cabin costs 12 silver coins, while the cheapest, in the lower deck, costs 4 silver coins. Maggie took out a small notebook and roughly jotted down this information. It was clear she had done some research. For the cart, ordinary people pay 5 silver coins. The driver said that if we are experienced adventurers with proper credentials, the caravan leader might only charge 2 silver coins, but we would need to help guard the night and deal with possible dangers. Maggie, look, our skills are worth at least 3 silver coins now, Lhasa said with a smile. Maggie giggled along. That's right. When we become legendary adventurers, maybe someone will pay us gold coins to be their bodyguards. You're so ambitious. Lhasa looked at her with some helplessness. Maggie, once you become a legendary adventurer, why would you still want to be a bodyguard? Why not? Didn't Lord Granthit have 2 legendary adventurers protecting him? Maggie argued. Lhasa was speechless. If one day the royal family paid him and granted him a noble title and asked him to be a personal guard for the princess, he really wouldn't be able to refuse. After chatting for a while, the two of them went together to find the caravan leader. Looking at the short, chubby, and bald middle-aged man in front of me, Lhasa introduced himself. Is your adventuring team just the 2 of you? The bald man named Freeman looked at them with suspicion. He owned 3 or 4 shops in Deer Forest Town and went shopping every few days. He was a well-known figure in the town's business circle. Please allow me to show you my strength, Lhasa said, raising his right hand. He wore a skull pendant and pretended to recite a spell, but he was actually reciting some old poems from middle school. Maggie and the merchant boss both found it impressive. A goblin wearing a skull mask appeared in front of Lhasa. It held a pointed stick and turned its head, looking for someone to attack. The merchant was startled by Lhasa's display and immediately changed his attitude. Dear adventurer, welcome to join our caravan. We hope everyone has a happy journey. When the time comes, don't worry, we understand the rules, Maggie said, then hit the goblin with a hammer until it turned into black ash. The ruthless attitude of the person in front made Freeman more polite. 2 of you. We plan to leave around 2 in the afternoon. Please make sure to bring your luggage. We will reserve comfortable and spacious seats for you. After the discussion, Maggie suggested that Lhasa and she go to the dock. Lhasa, your new magic looks pretty impressive. Maggie leaned on the wooden railing at the dock, as the autumn wind from the Luo River gently moved her hair. This magic is much weaker than I expected. It only summons useless little creatures, Lhasa said, leaning against the railing. Since coming out of the teleportation portal, he had learned a new skill. He thought he could summon a limping zombie or something similar, but after several tries, he only summoned small cats, dogs, or goblins. If it were like the zombie dogs from the Resident Evil series, that would be fine. But Lhasa's summons looked dull and slow, with little fighting ability. Compared to that, goblins were more capable in battle. Anyway, Freeman was scared by that, Maggie said, satisfied with her magic. She whispered, you better not let the church people see this magic. Of course not. I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Lhasa knows that although most people in the church are reasonable, some fanatics would not hesitate to see him as a heretic. Today, he showed this move mainly because his other 2 skills didn't work well. Both of those require targeting enemies, and he couldn't just use a spiral to cut open the merchant's boss. After saying this, both of them quietly looked at the Loa River. The water surface rippled gently in the breeze, making people feel calm. Maggie, I'm not used to leaving here suddenly, Maggie said with a sad tone. I've been here for 2 or 3 years. Besides Snow Peak Valley, this is the place I've stayed the longest. Maggie, we're not saying goodbye forever. Lhasa looked at the distant outline of Deer Forest Town and said softly, when we become famous and successful, we'll come back to see this place. Maybe by then, the people here will be proud of Deer Forest Town because of us. Maggie turned to look at him. That's a promise. If that day comes, we'll come back together. Deal, Maggie. They lightly bumped fists. By then, you'll be the legendary adventurer Maggie Tour, Lhasa teased. And you'll be the hero who saved the world, Lhasa. Maggie made a funny face. They looked at each other, and both burst out laughing. Back at the Cuckoo Inn. Maggie, I need you to give me all your luggage so I can put it into my space ring, Lhasa said seriously. Even your underwear? Maggie asked, blushing. Though it was hard to keep a straight face, Lhasa nodded. Yes, as long as you want to put it in the ring. This ring only allows my own things. You're not going to do strange things with them, right? Maggie took out her clothes from the room. Forget it. You'd better carry them yourself, Lhasa said, about to turn away. Hey, don't go. Lhasa, I trust you. Maggie quickly grabbed him and shoved her clothes into his hands. From here to Moon Lake City, all my luggage belongs to you. After they finished packing, Lhasa found the space inside the ring was full. Turns out, the youth version of the ring isn't enough. He wondered when he would get to use the real, full version of the space ring. When afternoon came, Freeman called Rosa and Maggie to get into one of the carriages. The carriage was 1.4 meters wide and 2.5 meters long. Once inside, Rosa saw that two other people were already sitting there, and they looked like adventurers. Besides the space for 4 people, the carriage was full of various goods, making it quite crowded. It was also awkward because the 4 of them sat facing each other, with no room to stretch their legs, and they had no phones to play with, so they just stared at each other. Hello, I am Rosa Gret, the leader of the Red Star team. Rosa greeted the 2 adventurers opposite her, unable to bear the tense atmosphere. Hello, Rosa. I am Pedro Stewart, the leader of the Morning Sun team. Just call me Pedro, said the burly man with a beard, smiling and shaking Rosa's hand. This is Susie, the vice leader of the Morning Sun team, and my wife. Pedro pointed to the short-haired woman sitting beside him, who also smiled politely. So, they were a married adventurer pair. I'm Maggie, the vice leader of the Red Star team, but I am not Rosa's wife yet, Maggie said, mimicking Pedro's words. Her childish voice made Susie smile. Not yet? Looks like it will happen someday. Maggie blushed a little and quickly waved her hands, explaining a few things. Are there only 2 people in your team? Pedro asked curiously. No. We have another teammate waiting for us in Moon Lake City, Rosa replied, knowing their team was surprisingly small. That's not many. Looks like you're on the elite route. Our team has 2 more people in the back of that other carriage, Susie teased. Rosa wondered why their team didn't all sit in one carriage, but since they just met, she didn't ask too many questions. The couple looked to be in their 40s, but judging by their build, both seemed healthy and in their prime. Suddenly, voices came from outside the carriage. Rosa peeked through and saw 2 women dressed as nuns talking with the caravan boss. Someone else wants to join the team, Pedro said. That's good. It will help everyone look out for each other on the way. After a while, Freeman poked his head into the carriage, smiling happily. Everyone, the church has sent a carriage to follow us. We should be safe on this trip. How much longer until we leave? We're all getting impatient, Susie said bluntly. In this cramped space, no one wants to stay longer than necessary. Almost ready. Once the cargo is loaded, we'll set off, Freeman replied. He took out 2 newspapers from behind and handed them to Irene and Maggie, who were leaning against the carriage door. This is the latest Dungeon Weekly. The guild in Moon Lake City is the only place selling it. Maybe you can read it to pass the time. The 4 inside the carriage could only nod helplessly. The Dungeon Weekly is a publication issued by the guild. It features the latest news about adventurers and interviews with well-known explorers. Only guilds near yellow or higher-level portals can buy it. Wow, the Dragonfire team has also gone through the purple portal, Maggie exclaimed excitedly as she opened the paper. Dragonfire team. Lhasa leaned in to look curiously. It turned out to be a team of Duflin adventurers, led by someone from the Iron Furnace clan. Now every race has its own legendary adventure team. It's really diverse, Susie said, noticing the headline. But those barbarians aren't good enough, Pedro snorted. With their brains, they can only reach the red portal at best. It seemed Pedro also held a deep prejudice against the Ohak tribe. However, Pedro's wife didn't seem to share this racial bias. She frowned and said, Pedro, what if we encounter some strong Ohak members? Now even the king has married into their tribe. Why are you still fighting them? Hearing his wife's reply, Pedro wanted to argue, but when he looked up, he saw Lhasa and Maggie still reading the paper. He muttered quietly, Hey, the next story is about the Ohak tribe. Their princess is leading a team into the purple portal. Maggie continued reading. She paused and then said, Isn't she Prince Glanatha's fiancée? Nowadays, princes and princesses are eager to become adventurers. I really don't understand why, Susie said with a shrug. They could just live comfortably without all this trouble. They might be seeking excitement. After all, once you have everything, you can feel very empty. Lhasa remembered wealthy kids who liked extreme sports in his past life. He thought common people couldn't understand what these nobles were thinking. Our king has only 4 children. The eldest princess, Danisa, has become a famous adventurer. Prince Granhit is also interested in adventures. Only the little princess and little prince are still behaving well. When discussing this, Pedro became interested. If I were king, I would lock up these restless ones in the castle. On this topic, the middle-aged couple across from them both agreed that the royal family's education was flawed. They felt sad about the prince and princess turning into adventurers. Suddenly, there was noise outside the carriage. Lhasa looked through and saw a man who was even fatter than Bifurman arguing with the caravan leader. Both were red-faced and angry. After a while, Bifurman stuck his head into the carriage, looking unhappy. Everyone, that pig Willis has joined our team. We don't need to worry about him. Let him fend for himself. We're leaving soon. He spat on the ground and cursed. You pig who should be in. Why hasn't the sheriff made you go bankrupt? Not long after he left, the coach driver's shouts came from the front of the carriage. The journey finally began. Lhasa was traveling far from home for the first time. The initial excitement was quickly worn away by the bumpy ride, leaving only discomfort in his backside. In his past life, he had ridden a broken-down bus in the countryside, where a sharp turn could make everyone dizzy. Now, riding an interdimensional carriage, he realized there are always better and worse places. There are higher and lower levels. He didn't know how many times his head had hit the wooden ceiling of the carriage. If he kept riding for a few more days, he might develop iron head skills on his own. What surprised him most was hearing others chat inside the carriage. The road they were traveling on was one of the better-maintained roads in the kingdom, but there were worse ones. Lhasa, have you never ridden a carriage before? Maggie looked at him as if this was normal. This is my first time. Lhasa was already regretting eating too much at noon. His stomach was churning, and he was struggling to hold back the urge to. In this small train carriage, if he vomited, Pedro on the opposite side would suffer a lot. Lhasa, you should talk more or read the newspaper to distract yourself. That might make you feel better, Pedro kindly suggested, noticing Lhasa's poor expression. You're right, but with all this bumping, I definitely can't read the newspaper, Lhasa replied. Are you guys heading to Moon Lake City to prepare for the yellow teleportation gate? Exactly. We have 2 young guys in our team. They no longer care about the white teleportation gate in Deer Forest Town and keep shouting about going to Moon Lake City, Susie pointed at herself. As old-timers, we can only go along and risk our lives. Susie, why do you talk like that? Pedro frowned. They're young and full of energy. Once they experience some hardships, they'll realize how small they are. Lhasa didn't expect such a strange team, where the captain and vice-captain had to completely accommodate the ideas of the younger members. Susie shook her head and sighed. We shouldn't have let them take this path in the first place. Pedro then put his arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Susie, young people nowadays don't think about living peacefully. Once they go through more things, they'll become mature and steady. The sudden intimacy between the middle-aged couple made Lhasa and Maggie in the carriage feel awkward. They could only look down at their shoes or stare at the wooden ceiling of the carriage. Seeing their discomfort, Susie broke free from Pedro's embrace and said, By the way, I just read an interesting article in the newspaper. It said that after an adventurer killed a lord, a monster appeared. It disguised itself as a treasure chest, and then killed the adventurer who tried to open it. Such a monster? Someone must be making that up, Pedro said in surprise. We've opened many chests before, and we've never seen anything like that, nor heard of it from other teams. In fact, we've encountered something like that before. Maggie and Lhasa exchanged glances and then spoke together. She briefly shared her first adventure experience, but left out the names of some teammates. Incredible. I think all adventurers would fall for it, Pedro said, feeling still scared after hearing the story. Susie looked at Lhasa and the others with admiration. Being able to kill such a monster shows you're much stronger than the 2 young guys in our team. Lhasa didn't expect that the information they provided to the guild had already been published. But considering Inova's earlier words about the guild's rules, it was normal to share such information with all adventurers. The 4 of them then started talking about their own adventures. This is a common topic among adventurers. Because of the random dungeons, each team experiences different underground worlds. Maggie finished sharing her clumsy experience in the swamp, while Susie talked about a centipede-shaped monster lord encountered by the Dawnbringer team. Casual chatting really helps. Lhasa, who had been feeling carsick, now felt much better. After some time, the carriage stopped. Outside, the coachman's voice came through. Everyone, get out and rest. We'll leave again at dawn. That was the most beautiful thing Lhasa had heard all day. The four of them stepped out of the carriage onto the grass, stretching their bodies. Sitting inside for so long made them all uncomfortable. It was now completely dark. There were no streetlights in this world to light the road. The caravan members had already built a fire on the ground to warm their food. Lhasa counted. There were 6 wagons in the caravan. 4 belonged to the caravan leader, Freeman, and 2 more had joined later. Lhasa and Maggie also went to the fire, pulling out bread to toast. Inside the church's wagon, 2 nuns approached. Lhasa recognized one of them. Timora, the young nun who had guided him when he was receiving priestly treatment. Timora also recognized Lhasa and nodded to him. But from her face and expression, it was clear she hadn't had an easy journey either. The caravan guard sat around the fire, chatting. From their talk, Lhasa learned that the trip to Moon Lake City would take about 4 days and nights. The real danger was on the 2nd and 3rd days. Once they reached the villages and towns, the journey would be mostly safe. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the back of the wagons. Curious, everyone looked over. When they saw who it was, both Lhasa and Maggie lowered their heads, feeling guilty. It turned out that Willis, the owner of the closed Whitestone Tavern, was also there. Lhasa and Maggie had previously taken about 40 silver coins from him. Now, it was a strange coincidence that they met again. Maybe we should hide in the carriage to avoid him, Maggie whispered, glancing at Willis who was in a bad mood. Don't worry, we have Grandship behind us. He won't do anything, Lhasa said confidently, though he thought it was better for everyone to stay close in this wild place. Willis probably wouldn't pick a fight over such a small matter. Sure enough, Willis recognized Lhasa and the others as he approached. He was already red-faced and angry about something from before, his body trembling with frustration. He just glared at Lhasa harshly and then turned away. Lhasa thought to himself that Willis was quite patient. He probably couldn't have tolerated it. But he also wouldn't do something dishonest. There were 5 people on the coach of the tavern owner. Besides Willis, there were his 2 old friends. One was the driver, and the other 2 were bodyguards hired by Willis, who were also adventurers. One of the bodyguards was quiet and reserved, while the other, named Leon, was friendly and greeted everyone. He even played a short tune on his flute, though it was not very good. Since there was little entertainment, everyone around the campfire clapped and cheered for him. After eating and drinking, Freeman came over, looking a bit proud. It seemed he had won an argument with Willis and was feeling happy. Dear adventurers, please help divide the watch. One group will guard during the first half of the night, and the other during the second half. My guards will also join. He took out a large metal bell and hung it on a wooden stick in front of the fire. Pointing at the bell, he said, if there is an emergency, ring the bell. At this moment, Leon, the adventurer with the short flute, also came over. Everyone, I'd like to join too. That way, everyone can rest a bit easier. Freeman nodded and said, Willis, you found a good bodyguard. Sir, don't worry. When we reach Moon Lake City, I'll treat you to a drink. Leon smiled and thanked him. When he put away his flute, Lhasa noticed a skull tattoo on his wrist. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. After some discussion, the adventurers decided that Lhasa would take the first watch. He was with Leon, the short flute player, Pedro from the Dawnchild team, and another young boy. Of course, there are also guards from the merchant caravan and the church. When traveling, everyone tends to be cautious. Apart from close friends, others might have bad intentions. So, it's rare for everyone in the same team to all sleep at once. The others are sleeping around the campfire. At least a few brought sleeping bags, like the 2 nuns from the church. Most people, like Maggie, just covered themselves with a blanket. It is late summer or early autumn, so it's not very cold. The campfire is making a lot of noise, even in the quiet wilderness, which is quite loud. Lhasa looks around. Everything is dark. The night has swallowed everything. Pedro and a young boy sit down next to Lhasa. Lhasa, this is my son George, Pedro introduces. Lhasa is surprised and asks, are the other 2 team members not with you? Pedro laughs and says, that's right. Our team is like a family. The team's name is based on when these 2 boys were born. He tries to pat the boy called George's head, but George impatiently dodges and instead moves closer to Lhasa. Hello, sir. I heard you saw that treasure chest monster and even defeated it, George says politely to Lhasa, who is a few years older. This is probably a common attitude during teenage years. Pedro awkwardly scratches his head nearby. Now Lhasa understands why the middle-aged couple was so invested when discussing princess and prince education earlier. Yes, that monster was clever, but it's not hard to kill, Lhasa says calmly. When they first encountered it, they were so clumsy because Maggie and I were both new and didn't know much. If we faced it now, it would be easy. If I had been there, I'd probably have been scared stiff. Beating it with fewer team members shows your team is much stronger than ours, George says with admiration, looking at Lhasa. The boy seems interested in Lhasa's adventures and keeps asking questions. Since Lhasa is bored while on guard duty, they sit together and chat. Pedro sees he can't join the conversation, so he walks aside and stares into the distance, lost in thought. After a while, Lhasa learns more about the Dawn's Child team. Originally, this team was formed by Pedro, his wife, and 3 other members. Later, some team members got injured and had to leave, while others died in the dungeon. Pedro's 2 sons grew up and started insisting on joining the team. Their parents tried to stop them, but it didn't work, so they let them join. At first, it seemed like a family-run business, but it turned out to be a family enterprise. After a night, everything was peaceful except for some small bugs bothering them. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, the caravan set out again. According to the driver, their goal was to reach the Red Sunset Valley before dark. Maybe because they talked all day yesterday, everyone in the carriage was quiet today. Lhasa decided to take a nap. Surprisingly, after less than a day, he had gotten used to the bumps of the carriage. He guessed it was partly due to his physical traits. In a daze, he heard Maggie's voice. Lhasa, I heard the driver say that if we go to Reed Grass Village, we'll arrive by tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lhasa woke up immediately. Then we can ride the carriage for one less day. He turned to look and saw Maggie with a mischievous smile. Hee, you couldn't wait to take a boat yesterday, and now you're hurting, huh? Lhasa playfully patted her head and said, I just want to start the adventure early, so I don't waste time in the small town. You're always full of reasons, Maggie pouted. When we go to find Ajuin, do you think we should buy some supplies? Maybe we can buy some health tonics when the time comes. Lhasa wasn't sure what to bring to visit someone in this strange world. As they were talking, the carriage stopped again. Finally, I can stretch my legs. Pedro and Susie got off the carriage and stretched lazily. Is this the Red Sunset Valley? Maggie looked around curiously. Lhasa also got out of the carriage. In the night, the place where the carriage was stopped was fairly flat. On the side of the road, there were 2 rows of tall maple trees. The name, Red Sunset Valley, comes from the beautiful scene created by the maple trees in autumn. On both sides of the valley, there are steep, woofing mountains. Under the night sky, the mountain walls blocked the view of the sky. This place really seems suitable for ambushes, Lhasa thought as he looked around. The caravan members had already sat down to have dinner. A man named Lion carried a steaming pot of meat soup over. The strange smell made many people's mouths water. A guard from a caravan asked for some, and others, seeing him happily drinking, also couldn't help but swallow nervously. 2 young boys from the Morning Sun team also went over to ask for some, but Pedro and Susie stopped them. After arguing with their parents for a while, the boys went to the side, feeling upset. Lion saw this, but didn't mind. He poured himself some more and generously shared it with the guards. When he was about to walk toward Rosa and Maggie, Willis behind him snorted in annoyance. Lion, are you my bodyguard or their cook? Come over here now, Willis scolded. Lion had to go back. After he left, Maggie whispered to Rosa, that Lion guy's expression just now looked really scary. Rosa also noticed this. When Lion turned his head, a cruel look flashed across his face. For some reason, Rosa felt that something was about to happen. Soon, everyone finished eating and lay down to rest. Lion took out a small flute and played a different tune this time. By the fire, snoring sounds started. The guards seemed to sleep earlier than usual tonight. Rosa stood by the bell, watching the dark forest. The valley looked like a terrifying monster ready to swallow anyone in the night. He remembered Lion's tattoo of a skull on his hand and tried to recall where he had seen it before. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It was the flea market street in Deer Forest Town. The suspicious-looking wanderers selling teleportation gear also had similar tattoos. Second-hand gear with bloodstains, overly friendly strangers, and the valley's terrain perfect for ambushes. Oh no, they had already fallen into the enemy's trap. Rosa quickly asked the guards nearby where Lion had gone. Rosa, he said he needed to go to the woods to get some air. He hasn't come back yet. Pedro hurried over and said. The feeling of unease grew stronger. Let's ring the bell, Rosa said. Just as he was about to reach for the bell, an arrow suddenly shot through the air, piercing Pedro's arm. The night attack had begun. The melodious sound of a flute reached the entrance of Hongxiao Valley. Looks like everything is ready on Lion's side, a bandit said with a wicked grin. The barricades are in place. They can't escape now, another subordinate reported. Raymond, wearing a metal mask, let out a cold laugh. His voice sounded like a mix of a morning crow and a night owl, very strange. Another group of reckless outlaws, instead of dying in the underground city, decided to stay here and risk their lives for money. Raymond used to be a professional adventurer. One day, his originally lazy brother returned home dressed in adventurer gear, tossing a bag of silver coins to their parents. Raymond couldn't help but follow him. That was the last regret of his life. At first, everything seemed smooth. The two brothers fought monsters together, earned rewards, and returned to the tavern to celebrate, dreaming of one day conquering the purple portal and becoming a hero knighted by the king. Until they entered the yellow portal, and casualties in their team increased. Raymond started to feel afraid, but it was too late. That adventure became a nightmare for him. Not long after entering the underground city, the winged monster lord captured him. He was tortured for 3 days and nights. Being captured might have allowed him to beg for mercy, but what if it was that kind of monster that caught him? They had no other purpose but to enjoy torment. At first, Raymond could cry out in pain, but eventually, his voice grew hoarse and silent. Dying then might have been a relief. But his brother and team finally arrived to kill the monster and rescue him. By that time, Raymond was badly battered, with no good flesh left on his body. Those cursed priests and healers somehow pulled him back from the brink of death. However, when he woke up, Raymond was a broken man. He had lost one eye, his nose, tongue, and reproductive organs. His skin was scarred like severe burns. His face was a hideous sight. He could no longer be an adventurer. When he saw the portal, he would tremble all over and even lose control of his bladder. He could no longer be a normal person. His face was so terrible that not only women, but even his own family couldn't bear to look at him. From then on, he hated monsters and hated adventurers even more, especially the young people who, like his past self, were blinded by their passion. One day, when his brother's adventuring team entered a portal and never returned, Raymond felt a strange sense of relief. His parents accused him of being cold-hearted. It was he who led him onto that dark path. They should have stopped him back then, instead of being blinded by a bag of silver coins. Thinking this, Raymond killed them. He escaped to Black Peak Mountain and joined a group of outlaws. Using his experience from past adventures, he became their leader. Later, a strange person wearing a metal mask appeared among them. The bandits called him the Black Peak Mountain Butcher. Looking at the faint firelight nearby, Raymond took down the huge sword on his back and pointed its tip at the fire. The bandits knew this was a signal to attack. Quick, hide behind the wagon. Lhasa shouted loudly while ringing a bell. The first wave of arrows from the attackers had already hit 4 or 5 people in the caravan. Maggie was the first to jump up when she heard the bell. She raised her shield and moved to Lhasa's side. Her shield had been replaced with a metal kite-shaped shield from the blacksmith shop. The 4 members of the Dawn's Children team reacted quickly. They grabbed their weapons and looked for cover. The caravan guards were much slower. Many looked half asleep, rubbing their eyes, and some were lying on the ground unconscious. Liam's previous stew had a problem. Many of the guards had drunk that strange-tasting soup. Lhasa quickly understood the key point. He ordered the able-bodied guards to drag the injured behind the wagon. Knowing the enemy was outside but we were inside, every extra person alive was a help. The second wave of arrows flew in. 3 guards, slowed down by poison, died instantly. It's bandits. Thieves. They're here. Freeman shouted from behind the wagon. He was in the safest spot right now, but if everyone outside died, he would be trapped. Susie peeked out from behind the wagon to see where the arrows were coming from. There are about 20 of them. 5 or 6 with bows, she said, her blue eyes shining. And one very strong one holding a huge sword. That must be their leader. A first-level magic, clear sight. Upon hearing her words, Lhasa looked at the situation around the carriage. Including himself, there were 7 adventurers. 6 of the caravan guards were still alive, but 3 of them were exhausted after drinking meat soup. The church guards had 2 remaining. This means there were only 12 people on his side with some fighting ability. The situation was urgent. The leaders quickly exchanged rough information about their abilities. Susie and Danny from the Dawn Squad were both archers. One of the caravan guards also used a light crossbow. The others were responsible for close combat. They're about to charge. A guard suddenly shouted. Sure enough, under the cover of the archers at the back, the bandits started attacking from the woods. Hold the front. I have a charge ability. I'll go around and take out those archers, Lhasa said, assessing the situation. He decided to deal with the snipers first. I'll go with you. I have the skill to get close to them. Willis, another adventurer he had invited, spoke up. He hadn't said much since joining the team. Lhasa looked at him. The adventurer's outfit looked like a thief from those games he played before, dressed in a black cloak, with a mask covering his face, only revealing sharp eyes. Willis's face changed when he saw the tavern owner. He grabbed the adventurer and said, You can't go. You need to protect me. If they die, we won't get away either, the masked adventurer said coldly, pulling away from Willis. Willis remembered Lion from before. Now, everyone in the caravan knew he was a traitor. Willis's face showed a flicker of emotion, as if he had made a decision. He stepped back, talking with 2 assistants. Lhasa, be careful. Maggie cast a defensive skill to shield him. Don't worry, we've got this, Pedro said, holding a long sword. His arm wound had just been bandaged. Lhasa nodded. At this moment, there was no time to think about saving attribute points for later. He opened the system and allocated 2 free attribute points to strength and stamina. After adding them, both attributes reached 10. Unexpectedly, a system notification sounded in his mind, surprising him. Your current strength attribute has reached 10. Unlock a random strength-related talent or skill, Heavy Crush. Heavy Crush. When you attack an enemy with melee and their strength attribute is lower than yours, you deal extra physical damage. The damage depends on the difference in strength attributes. Note, your current base strength is 9, and the silver embedded sword adds 1 to your strength. When your strength drops below 10, you lose the Heavy Crush skill. Your current Constitution attribute has reached 10, unlocking a random Constitution-related talent, Resilience. Resilience. When your health is below 100%, you gain 2 temporary willpower points. It's surprising that reaching 10 in an attribute grants a reward. This unexpected bonus is quite a delight. Lhasa suddenly felt that his water bucket number looked especially good. But with a big enemy ahead, there's no time to study it carefully. Lhasa quickly glanced at the effects of the 2 talents. Then, together with the thief-like adventurer, he circled around the side of the cart. Red Star Squad, Lhasa. Nice to meet you. Lhasa briefly introduced himself. Runai Squad, Quinn. Nice to meet you. The adventurer nodded back. He held a short dagger. Then, the adventurer named Quinn's figure twisted as if blending into the darkness. I'll go first, Lhasa. A voice seemed to come from the night, making it hard to tell where it was. 1 level of combat skill, Shadow Step. Lhasa also spotted a bandit far away holding a bow and launched a spiral attack. At first, he thought that at this distance, the attack wouldn't do much damage. But when his sword tip touched the bandit, it was as if a giant beast had crushed him. Flesh caved in, and there was a cracking sound. The bandit fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness immediately. Is this the effect of Heavy Crush? Lhasa looked at his sword in disbelief. He was using a sword, but it felt like he was swinging a giant hammer. He stabbed out with his sword, intending to finish the job, but as the tip pierced the bandit's throat, it shattered like a watermelon. His entire head exploded into pieces. This talent is really terrifying. Lhasa, covered in red and white splatters, was stunned. Quinn just emerged from the shadows, using a short dagger to cut open a bandit's throat. He happened to see Lhasa finishing off another bandit. Your fighting skills are really brutal, he said with a hint of pity as he looked at the headless body of the bandit next to Lhasa. As long as I can take them down, Lhasa replied lazily, not bothering to explain further. The remaining 3 or 4 bandits with bows and arrows tried to shoot at them. Some were too scared by Lasse's fierce attacks and ran to the other side of the battlefield. Lasse ran up to a bandit who was still trying to draw his bow. With a simple but powerful strike, he swung his sword. The bandit's shoulder blade shattered, and he fell to the ground clutching his arm and crying out. Just as Lasse was about to end his life, an arrow shot through the bandit's throat. "Leave him a whole body," Quinn's voice came from the side. Together, they made sure all the bandits attacking from a distance were either killed or fled. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation was not good. The bandits, outnumbering the others, kept pressing down on the remaining members of the caravan. The leader, wearing a metal mask, was especially brave. His greatsword struck with great force, splitting a guard in half on the spot. Maggie held her shield to block him. Under the repeated swings of his great sword, her kite-shaped shield was badly damaged. An arrow shot from behind the wagon hit the bandit leader's shoulder. He grunted and stepped back. It was Susie's support, an advanced combat skill called power shot. Normally, an arrow like that would knock a normal person to the ground, but the bandit leader took the hit without much reaction. His body seemed much stronger than an ordinary person's. Pedro was surrounded by 3 or 4 bandits with knives. He shouted angrily, spinning his long sword wrapped in a gust of wind. 2 bandits fell to the ground, clutching their chests. This was a first-level combat skill called Whirlwind Slash. Seeing Pedro's skill, the one-eyed bandit leader's eyes flashed with cold light. He strode quickly toward Pedro, gaining speed until the air around him whistled. This was a first-level skill called Charge. "Dad, watch out," Danny from the Dawn team shouted loudly, trying to warn his father, but it was too late. The bandit leader collided with Pedro, knocking him into the back of the wagon with a huge impact. Pedro let out a muffled groan, feeling his chest surge with energy and blood, followed by a sharp pain in his back. Before he could stand up, a tall shadow appeared in front of him. The bandit leader, Raymond, looked down at the middle-aged adventurer with a commanding gaze, raising his great sword high. Poor fool, he thought. He also heard the shouts of the 2 young men earlier. For adventurers who drag their loved ones into danger, he felt even more anger. "Go to with your family," Raymond thought, and with a mighty swing, he brought down his sword. Suddenly, a small figure rushed toward him at high speed. It was Maggie's rocket-headed hammer. Raymond was knocked back several steps, nearly losing his balance. He looked at the dwarf with disbelief. "Dwarf, daring to ruin my plans. I'll deal with you first." After using her combat skill, Maggie instinctively raised her shield to protect herself. But Raymond's attacks grew faster and more fierce, each strike making Maggie's body sink. Raymond looked at the tiny dwarf girl, her shell-like shield battered and deformed, and his anger intensified. His hands suddenly glowed with white light. His great sword flashed with cold light, and his strikes became much faster and more powerful than before. First-level combat skill, Chain Slash. Maggie's shield finally couldn't hold up and was completely deformed. "Die, dwarf." Raymond could already imagine the next moment when this little one would fall under his sword. His single eye gleamed with excitement and cruelty. But today's hunt was not going smoothly. A burst of purple flames suddenly appeared behind him, burning his skin. Even more terrifying was a sharp pain deep inside his body. Raymond felt as if he had been thrown back into a nightmare 3 days long. Could it be that monsters from the dungeon have come? Raymond hurriedly dodged to the side, panicking as he looked around. It was not monsters, but Rosa coming to help. When he arrived, he saw Maggie struggling under the bandit leader's great sword and immediately activated her soul spark. "Rosa, be careful. This bandit leader is definitely not an ordinary person," Pedro, who had just escaped death, warned as he watched the scene. "He's probably also an adventurer." Far from the battlefield, the tavern owner Willis, covered in sweat, was carrying his luggage, followed by 2 old friends. "Since I found out that the guy named Lion was a bandit spy, I can no longer trust anyone in the caravan except my 2 longtime companions." They hurriedly carry the most valuable belongings toward the mountain pass. Faster, even faster. The fattest of them, Willis, moves his legs quicker than anyone else. The last time he used such effort was when he was escaping from patrol guards in West City. His companions behind him do not respond. "What's wrong with you 2? Willis turns angrily to urge them, but sees that both are already on the ground, blood quietly flowing from their bodies. "Where are you going, my dear employer?" A figure slowly steps out of the darkness ahead. This voice is very familiar to Willis. He remembers how he paid money to hire bodyguards from the guild, and this person had tricked him with sweet talk. Lion still wears a friendly smile, but a small bloodstain drips from his short knife. "Lion, we know each other. Please, spare my life. I can give you anything you want." Willis's body trembles like a leaf, and he forces out a smile that looks worse than crying. "You're dead, and these are still mine," Lion says, his knife just grazing Willis's sweat-covered face. "You're the biggest catch we've had on this trip." Lion's knife is very quick, and Willis doesn't even scream. The former tavern owner quietly dies a few meters from the mountain pass. Lion whistles happily, tidies up his loot, and prepares to check on his companions. This bandit leader is truly extraordinary. He was hit by Susie's powerful shot, Maggie's rocket hammer, and Rose's soul fire, yet he still stands firm. Most people would have died 3 times over. Rosa even saw him use 2 different combat skills. Could he have been an adventurer before turning to banditry? It no longer matters where he came from. The most important thing now is to kill him. The other bandits, although some wear teleportation gear, are only average fighters. As long as they take down this leader, the rest of the unruly gang will be easy prey. 3 or 4 bandits shout and run toward Rosa, swinging their swords to attack him. Rosa raises his long sword and activates his combat skills. With a twisting stab combined with a heavy crush, the target bandit was turned into a pile of broken flesh. The remaining bandits, stunned by what they saw, wanted to run, but their legs were too weak to move. Lhasa calmly walked forward and took them down one by one with his sword. Honestly, the heavy crush talent is a great skill for beginners. It deals both physical and mental damage, making it very effective against ordinary bandits. Lhasa took a moment to check his mental energy. He realized that for these simple bandits, basic attacks were enough. So, he decided to try a little luck with a random skill. He activated the magic to summon spirits. A dark blue shadow appeared in the air. Surprisingly, this time he summoned a pretty good-looking spirit. Maybe because Lhasa's killing of these bandits was too brutal, or maybe because the soul starfire he used earlier attracted attention. The bandit leader still had purple flames burning on him. He suddenly charged at Lhasa. "Lhasa, get out of the way," Pedro hurriedly warned. If he got hit by that, he might break all his bones. Lhasa immediately used his spiral stabbing attack on a nearby bandit. The bandit who was fighting Danny was suddenly cut down by Lhasa's sword, his body shattered into pieces. Danny, covered in blood, was still confused. He just heard Lhasa softly say sorry. The bandit leader, who had missed his attack, was even angrier. Seeing Lhasa kill another of his men, he sneered behind his metal mask and looked at the guards and adventurers in the caravan. He ran into the chaos, then let out a strange roar that echoed through the red sunset valley. This was a second-level combat skill, Fearful Howl. Everyone in the caravan covered their ears, showing fear on their faces. Many even staggered and couldn't stand steadily. The surviving bandits, unaffected, saw this as their chance. They started attacking the guards and adventurers who were trapped in fear. The bandit leader approached a young member of the Dawnbringer team. He looked a little older than Danny and was lying on the ground, trembling. The bandit leader's huge sword swung down. No one had time to help. The young person's blood dripped along the sword's blade. The leader then moved on to the next victim. You are affected by the fear of combat skills and battle howling, entering a state of fear. Your current willpower is 5, and you are exempt from this abnormal condition. Lhasa's mind flashes with images, and his eyes clear. He swings his longsword, first defeating 2 bandits who rush over, trying to ambush him while he's unconscious. However, he sees on the battlefield that the bandit leader's great sword has already beheaded Pedro. As the bandit leader uses a second-tier combat skill, the situation becomes worse again. The guards have been slaughtered, and only a few remain standing. The Dawnbringer team now has only Danny and Susie left. Lhasa quickly rushes over. The bandits trying to stop him all die under heavy blows. Maggie's willpower is slightly lower than Lhasa's. She also regains consciousness and swiftly rolls to dodge a bandit's attack. Behind her, the sound of a great sword slicing through the air is heard. Lhasa arrives just in time to block the bandit leader's great sword strike. The force from the long sword makes his arms ache. He notices that embedded in the bandit's great sword's guard is a yellow crystal. This enemy's strength surpasses Lasse's. Heavy blows have no effect on him. Seeing Lasse finally reach him and struggle under the great sword, the bandit leader hesitates no longer and launches a series of combat skills. Lasse tries to block with his longsword, but his hands are cut and bleeding, and the yellow crystal on his silver sword is cracked. It looks like he can't hold out much longer. Maggie's rocket-headed hammer comes flying to help him. The bandit leader, knocked back, looks at the two young adventurers, one tall, one short, and feels a strange surge of jealousy. You should just die quietly like ordinary newcomers under my sword, instead of repeatedly ruining my plans. Raymond glares at Lasse and Maggie, grinding his remaining teeth with a gnash. The state of fear and battle howling finally ends. Susie, who was supporting from behind with ranged attacks, realizes her husband and eldest son have already been tragically killed. She shouts Danny's name, telling him to retreat, and aims her bow at the bandit leader, preparing to shoot. Her hatred still burns fiercely, but suddenly a short dagger pierces her chest, draining all her strength. Her heartbeat and breathing slowed down heavily. Susie tries to turn her head to see the attacker's face, but only hears a familiar voice behind her. Pay more attention to what's behind you, my lady. It is Leon who has arrived. Bandit leader Raymond swung his great sword, forcing Lasse and Maggie back. He took a blue potion from his belt, trying to restore his mental energy. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared. A flash of cold light, a short dagger sliced Raymond's arm, and at the same time shattered the glass bottle of the potion. Quinn, who had been lurking at the edge of the battlefield, appeared. He had been moving between the bandits using shadow step, killing a few of them, and remained unharmed himself. The bandit leader let out a terrifying war cry. Quinn sensed danger immediately and quickly disappeared into the shadows. As the situation on the field changed, staying hidden any longer might cause his teammates to be defeated. Lasse, let's fight him together, Quinn said calmly, just like before. Lasse knew that Quinn was a thief and assassin type. He couldn't rely on him to withstand the bandit leader's attack directly. Instead, Lasse and Maggie had to create chances for him to strike. At this moment, they could only trust him and hope he had other tricks besides that short dagger. We'll hold him off, Maggie, Lasse said to the girl beside him. Lasse, it's been a long time since we fought side by side. Maggie's new shield was already broken, so she could only fight with her iron hammer. The bandit leader's attack was still fierce. Lasse and Maggie dodged and parried, barely able to fight back. Lasse guessed that the enemy in front of them probably didn't have enough mental energy left to use powerful skills. The potion Quinn shattered earlier was likely meant to restore his mental strength. But Lasse didn't dare to be overconfident. He was not in the underground dungeon near the portal, where battles could give him experience points to level up. Finally, Quinn, hidden in the shadows, made his move. He seized the moment, leaped high, and his short dagger easily sliced through the bandit leader's armor and flesh, leaving a large wound on his back. This was a first-level combat skill, piercing cold. The injured bandit leader nearly lost his footing. His great sword almost slipped from his hand. He turned around to find Quinn, but the thief had already skillfully dodged to the side. Lasse couldn't help but cheer for Quinn. He is currently the most reliable member of the caravan. Although mysterious, Quinn has performed very well, whether it was during the attack on the bandits with bows and arrows or now during the siege of the bandit leader. The three of them continued their previous actions. The bandit leader knew that Quinn was mainly responsible for the attack from the shadows, but he had no way to deal with him. He could only vent his frustration by swinging his greatsword at Lasse and Maggie. As Quinn used his deadly combat skill for the third time, the masked bandit leader finally decided to retreat. His back and arms were heavily injured by Quinn's short dagger, and his strength to swing his greatsword was diminishing. Just as Quinn was about to use a trick to take the bandit leader's head, a melodious flute sound came from nearby. Quinn was shocked to find his body moving on its own in strange ways. Lion stepped out of the shadows, playing a small flute, but his eyes were cold as he looked at Lasse and Maggie. It was a second-level magic called Rhapsody. You are affected by the Rhapsody spell, entering a frenzy state. Your current willpower is 5. Please make a saving throw against this abnormal condition. Lasse quickly pulled Maggie back to safety as he returned to normal. With the help of his companions, the bandit leader charged again, but his first target was Quinn, who was now controlled by Lion. Quinn's willpower was much lower than Lhasa and Maggie's. Under the influence of the rhapsody, his body was dancing strangely, but his eyes showed fear. Lhasa knew that if Quinn also died under that greatsword, he and Maggie would be doomed when facing the two professional adventurers on the bandit side. He immediately cast a magic called Soulfire at Lion, who was playing the flute. The purple flames interrupted Lion's music instantly, and the pain of tearing the soul made him grit his teeth and glare at Lhasa. Seizing the chance, Quinn looked at Lhasa with gratitude and immediately used Shadow Step to disappear into the shadows. Lion was left looking disheveled, with half of his hair burned off. He glared at Lhasa with hatred and said, "Raymond, let's take down this kid first." Suddenly, an unexpected scene occurred. A bird's cry sounded from the sky, and a dark blue shadow swooped toward the bandit leader. Raymond quickly turned around in panic, and what he saw was a bird face wearing a bone mask. It was that monster lord. Wasn't it dead? How could it be chasing here? He let out a frightened scream and hurriedly ran into the maple trees on both sides of the valley. This suddenly appearing monster was actually a ghost hawk summoned earlier by Lhasa using a spell to awaken the undead. Is this low-level undead so effective? Lhasa looked confused as the bandit leader desperately fled from the ghost hawk. Unaware, the ghost hawk he summoned looked very much like the monster lord who had tormented the bandit leader, Raymond, for 3 days. The moment the ghost hawk appeared, Raymond was instantly triggered by PTSD, recalling a past nightmare. Although Leon didn't expect this to happen, he reacted quickly. After cursing himself for being useless, he realized he couldn't defeat the 3 adventurers ahead alone, so he immediately started to run away fast. Lhasa and Maggie immediately chased after him. At this moment, Denny ran forward and shoved something into Lhasa's hand. "Lhasa, please, help me get revenge." Denny had lost 3 close family members overnight, but he knew he wasn't a match for the bandit leader and Leon, so he could only place his hope on Lhasa. Lhasa opened his hand and saw it was a quarter dose of a mental strength potion. He nodded at Denny. "I won't let them go." He drank the potion in one gulp and then launched his combat skill at the panicked fleeing Leon. Leon, sensing the pursuers behind him, gritted his teeth and activated his combat skill to escape. Lhasa saw Leon's figure become blurry ahead, as if merging with the shadows. Does this guy also know Shadow Step? Interrupting the spell, Lhasa was already skilled. With a snap of his fingers, he activated Soul Spark. Leon's physical strength was far inferior to his companion Raymond. As the purple flames just ignited, Leon let out a painful cry, and his attempt to activate his combat skill failed. Lhasa's long sword had already pierced out. Leon barely turned his body to dodge, but his entire left shoulder and arm were shattered by Lhasa's attack. Leon howled miserably. Losing a lot of blood, his face turned pale instantly. He fell to the ground, looking at Lhasa with fear. Previously, when Lhasa and Redmond fought, Lion watched secretly for a while. At that time, he didn't think this young man was very powerful. But now, when it was his turn, the person in front of him suddenly seemed extremely terrifying. Lhasa understood that Lion's strength attribute was probably not very high. This sneaky traitor likely had high agility or mental attributes, which triggered his heavy crushing talent during the attack. Seeing Lion in such pain, Lhasa felt a bit pleased, but he didn't want to torment him further. He swung his sword straight down, aiming to end his life. However, Lion begged for mercy while rolling to dodge. Lhasa's sword then hit his right arm, causing bones to. Lion writhed in pain on the ground, feeling like this adventurer was a demon from. "Lhasa, just kill him quickly," Maggie said, looking a bit uncomfortable. "Don't move. I'll give you a quick end," Lhasa said seriously, staring at Lion. Lion looked at the 2 figures in front of him, one tall, one short, and for the first time felt that demons really existed in the world. He twisted his body to avoid Lhasa's attacks. Lhasa smiled helplessly and moved his sword forward. In the Red Cloud Valley, the screams of Lion echoed loudly. Raymond felt like he was back to a few years ago, chased by a monster with wings and a bone mask. But this time, he was determined to escape from the monster's grasp. "I won't let you catch me again. You won't torment me anymore." This thought filled his mind, making him forget everything around him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the valley ahead. "Get out of the way," Raymond silently shouted, rushing straight toward the figure, intending to crash into him. "Oh, I thought I was late," the person said with a light laugh. He didn't make any move, but in the next second, Raymond's head was suddenly lifted high into the air. His headless body, still moving with inertia, took a few steps before collapsing. No blood sprayed out because Raymond's neck was covered with a thick layer of ice. "Huh, you're still wearing a strange mask. Let me see what you look like," said the person with a playful smile beneath his light red curly hair. He used his sword to pry open Raymond's metal mask, revealing a face that was hard to look at. It was covered in scars, with one eye socket empty. The nose was replaced by 2 holes, and the lips had been cut away, exposing only a few rotten teeth on the gums. "That's really ugly," Innova Ideal, satisfied with his curiosity, said with a look of disgust. He stood up. "Let's go see over there." He put away his sword and walked quickly toward the direction of the caravan. Lhasa picked up a small flute from the pile of broken meat on the ground. It was a keepsake from Lion. Maggie, who had just seen Lion's tragic death, looked upset and frowned. "Lhasa, why weren't you so strong when you fought that big guy just now?" Lhasa sighed and patiently explained his new ability. Honestly, Lhasa wanted to finish Lion quickly, but the traitor refused to listen. He kept moving to dodge Lhasa's attack. It was supposed to be a simple sword strike, but it ended up messy on the ground. He decided to look at the flute Lion left behind. Item name: Dreamy Short Flute. Item grade: Yellow crystal. Equipment requirements: Spirit greater than or equal to 10. Charm greater than or equal to 6. Magic attack boost. D. Special ability: a magic medium exclusive to bards, used only for casting mental magic. It can extend mental control time. Wearing it increases spirit by 1. Durability: 75%. So, Lion was a professional adventurer and also a bard? Lhasa wanted to confirm his guess. He used his sword to poke through the rotten meat and found a badge engraved with a harp symbol. Job name: Bard. Current status: Bound. Requirements: Agility greater than or equal to 8. Charm greater than or equal to 6. Spirit greater than or equal to 8. Note: your current attributes do not meet the job requirements, so you cannot forge this badge. Huh. Can badges bound by others also be forged? That opens up many possibilities. An unbound badge can sell for dozens of silver coins, but a bound one isn't worth much. This item isn't useful right now, so he stored it away as a collection. Lhasa put the flute and badge into his space ring. Meanwhile, Maggie had made a discovery. "Lhasa, look," she was shaking a cloth bag in her hand, and the clear sound of coins clinking could be heard inside. "Now we've really struck it rich," Lhasa said happily as Maggie and he roughly counted the coins. There were over 100 silver coins. Since these were ill-gotten gains from the bandits, Lhasa decided to treat them as his own loot. When they returned to the caravan, Freeman was already organizing the guards and drivers to clean up the battlefield. Actually, the fight was over the moment the bandit leader fled in panic. The remaining bandits either died at the hands of Danny and Quinn or scattered into the Yufeng Mountains. Around the campfire, there were bodies, bandits, guards, and adventurers alike. 2 nuns from the church came out of the wagon. Tamora, sweating heavily, was performing a healing miracle. Her prayer was a bit unsteady, and the miracle's effect was not very impressive. From her performance, she was clearly a beginner, but having someone to try was better than nothing. The injured members of the caravan were grateful to her. Lhasa now understood why the young nun had previously offered him a lower price. She was just practicing. Everyone in the caravan looked at Lhasa with respect when he approached. They had heard the screams from Lion just moments ago, and while they felt relieved, they also looked at Lhasa, the god of war, with both admiration and fear. "Thank you, Lhasa," Danny said as he approached. "My mother was killed by that traitor." Lhasa knew the boy had lost a lot and wanted to comfort him, but words seemed powerless. "Danny, you," Lhasa wanted to say to mourn and accept, but he felt it was too light. "Lhasa, I don't want to be an adventurer anymore," Danny said, his face as calm as still water. "Danny, no matter what, keep living well," Lhasa replied after some thought. "You're younger than me, and the road is still long. I now have a new goal," Danny said with firm determination. "I plan to join the Grey Raven squad and become a raven." He looked at the bodies of the bandits on the ground, his eyes full of hatred. "I want to eliminate all the among the adventurers. Lhasa looked at the young man in front of him. Last night, they had been talking about adventures. Back then, Danny was a naive boy eager to become a legendary adventurer. But after one night, his life had completely changed. Maybe the members of the Grey Crow squad had similar experiences, except for Inova. Keep going, get stronger, and then seek revenge on them, Lhasa said, patting Danny on the shoulder. Danny nodded and took a shovel to bury his 3 family members. The caravan leader, Freeman, also came over. Mr. Greet, thank you so much tonight. I will never forget how you defeated those bandits, Freeman said with a grateful smile. I won't charge you or Miss Dufflin for the ride. He moved closer and whispered so only they could hear. This is your special reward with Miss Dufflin. Lhasa now held another silver coin. As Freeman walked away, he started cursing under his breath. Where's that fat pig Willis? Coward. Is it over? Looks like I arrived a bit late. A figure suddenly stepped out of the woods. The others immediately drew their weapons, alert. But when they saw the light red curly hair, they relaxed a little. The royal reputation was still intact. Surely, these days, noblemen wouldn't come here to become bandits, right? Inova scanned the group, and his eyes lit up when he saw Lhasa. Hey, isn't that Lhasa? What a coincidence. The moment Lhasa saw Inova, he understood many things. This guy had said before that he came to Deer Forest Town on a mission. Now it seemed his target was the bandits in Red Cloud Valley. Lhasa pulled Inova aside, and they walked into the maple forest. After Lhasa roughly explained what had happened that night, Inova stroked his chin and said, I didn't expect you guys to finish my job. You came too late, Lhasa said irritably. If this unpredictable member of the Grey Crow squad had arrived earlier, the fight might have been much easier. But he wouldn't say that aloud. He took Inovara to this quiet corner because he was worried that if the noble troublemaker accidentally revealed something in front of the merchant group, they might find out that many people had died that night because of his late arrival. The scene would be very ugly then. Lhasa, are you interested in going to their hideout with me? Maybe we will find something surprising, Inovara said with a mischievous smile. Lhasa became interested but quickly asked, how do you know where their hideout is? That's a secret. I have my ways, Inovara replied. Wait for me 2 minutes. Lhasa decided to go tell Maggie first, so she wouldn't come back to find the merchant group gone. Hurry back, Inovara said. I'll wait here for you. When Lhasa returned, Inovara was already getting impatient. Hurry up, follow me. His pupils turned amber and glowed faintly white. This was a first-level combat skill, tracking. Inovara kept his eyes on the trail on the ground while quickly moving through the woods. Lhasa tried his best to keep up. Inovara suddenly stopped and pointed at a corpse on the ground. This should be the bandit leader you mentioned who ran away. Lhasa stepped forward and looked. Although the body was headless, its size and clothing clearly identified it as the bandit leader with the great sword. Thinking of this, Lhasa searched the body and found a badge with an axe and hammer symbol. Job title, Warrior Current Status. Bound requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 8. Constitution greater than or equal to 7. Note. Your current attributes meet the requirements. You can forge this job badge. Lhasa was pleased. This badge was exactly what he needed. His plan was to use a melee class like Warrior as a base and combine it with a magic-capable class. After choosing to forge, the badge disappeared from his hand. Inovara thought the kid was inexperienced and reminded him, that job badge has already been bound and used. You can't use it. I'll keep it as a collection, Lhasa said casually, then went to pick up the bandit leader's great sword. Equipment name, Decapitating Greatsword Equipment Grade. Yellow crystal equipment requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 10. Constitution greater than or equal to 8. Physical attack boost. See special trait. Heavy strike unique ability. Deals 15% more damage to humanoid enemies' durability. 75%. Alright, the good stuff is still ahead. Hurry up and follow me, Inova urged before starting to run quickly. Lhasa could only keep pace with him. As it became harder to catch up, he wondered why this guy was running so fast. Curious, Lhasa used his insight eye to look at Inova. Name, Inova Edia Template. Elite NPC Race. Eldia Class. Spy Current Status. Normal Basic Attribute Strength. 15 Agility. 25 Spirit. 12. Base 10. Eldia Racial Talent 2. Faith. For Constitution. 16 Special Attributes. Max 10. Perception. 6 Willpower. For Charisma. For Note. Other information cannot be displayed due to low current favorability. After seeing Inova's stats, Lhasa realized how impressive his hidden strength was beneath his carefree appearance. Except for faith, all basic attributes are in double digits, and his agility is as high as 25. No wonder he looked so relaxed, while Lhasa was struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Lhasa thought of something else. Inova was probably alone, not even riding a horse, walking on foot from Deer Forest Town to Red Sunset Valley. Even more frightening, he might have left later than the merchant convoy. The more Lhasa analyzed, the more he felt that this noble scion of the Grey Crow Squad was deeply mysterious. At this moment, Inova had led him to a mountain trail. It should be right up ahead. This part of the path is difficult to walk, so Lhasa, stay close, Inova advised. Lhasa carefully followed behind him. The mountain trail was steep and uneven, with a cliff on the side. One misstep could lead to a fall, but Inova ahead moved swiftly and confidently, as if walking on flat ground. Every time Lhasa looked up, Inova was already waiting a little further ahead. Just as Lhasa hurried to catch up with Inova, he stepped on a broken stone, lost his balance, and nearly fell off the cliff. Seeing this, Inova quickly used a special move, teleporting to Lhasa's side. He grabbed Lhasa's arm and pulled him back up. "Thanks," Lhasa said, still shaken. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made him break out in a cold sweat. "Lhasa, you still owe me a favor," Inova said casually before running ahead. After this experience, Lhasa was more careful when watching his step. Soon, Inova led him to a refugee camp where two bandits were taking a nap. "One for me, one for you. Let's finish this quickly," Inova said, gesturing. Lhasa nodded and rushed at one bandit, swinging his sword. The sword struck the bandit's chest, creating a large dent, and the bandit's heart was shattered. Looking back, Inova had already finished his fight. He was watching with interest. "Your fighting skill is interesting. You use a sword, but it looks like you're swinging a hammer," Inova said as he approached the bandit's body. In the camp, there was a metal chest with a lock on it. Inova examined it for a moment, then reached out and fiddled with the lock. It opened easily. Lhasa thought to himself that Inova's spy profession must include lockpicking skills. They looked inside the chest, and both froze. There was no treasure or jewelry, only blood-stained adventurer gear. The white crystals on each item were cracked. The homeless people from Deer Forest Town probably got their supplies from here. "I need to take these to the guild as evidence for this operation," Inova said seriously for once. Lhasa didn't think Inova was planning to steal these items, considering his status. He wasn't someone short on money. After a long night of work, Inova looked at Lhasa and said, "You must be exhausted. Drink this." He threw a purple glass bottle to Lhasa. This scene was almost the same as when they met Viola at the training ground. Lhasa caught the bottle quickly. Name, Vitality Potion type, consumable rank, 2nd level description. When taken, it slowly restores a small amount of health and mental energy. It can be used up to 3 times. Isn't this the potion O'Dane desperately wants to buy? Lhasa immediately stored it in his ring. "I'll drink it later," he said calmly. "Feel free to drink it whenever you want." Inova casually tossed out some silver coins, then glanced at Lhasa and suddenly moved closer. "Lhasa, I saved your life today, and you've gained a lot. Maybe you could help me out sometime, as long as it's within my ability and doesn't involve killing or causing trouble. I have no problem," Lhasa agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry, it will only benefit you," Inova said with a smile. "Will you come to Shisai City later? I'll stay at Moon Lake City for at most a month or 2, then my next stop is Shisai," Lhasa confirmed. His adventure plans had been set that day after Renata reminded him. "Good. When you arrive in Shisai, just come straight to my estate," Inova said, voice a bit more serious. "Remember, you promised me. If you back out, I won't forgive you. Don't worry, if I get to Shisai, I'll be the first to find you," Lhasa thought curiously. With Inova's strength, what could he possibly need help with that he can't handle himself? When Lhasa returned to the caravan, it was just beginning to dawn. Inova waved goodbye and left alone. With his speed, it was hard to say who would arrive first at Moon Lake City. Lhasa had worked all night and just wanted to find a place to rest, but he noticed the strange looks from the caravan members. When Maggie came over and asked, he learned that the others had seen him leave with that royal member for a while, especially Inova's enthusiastic attitude, which sparked their imagination. As the caravan prepared to leave, The leader, Flement, specially arranged 2 spacious carriages for Lhasa and Maggie. They didn't carry many goods, and since only the 2 of them were in the carriages, it was partly because many of the caravan members had died in battle, freeing up space. The disappearance of the tavern owner Willis and his 2 helpers also left 1 carriage empty. Lhasa lay in the carriage. His legs still couldn't fully stretch, but it was much more comfortable than the past 2 days. Maggie was lying beside him. Her short legs showed their advantage. She could stretch them out easily no matter what. Lhasa, you don't know. Just now, they asked me what my relationship was with the Grey Crow squad. Maggie chuckled and said, I told them we had dinner and chatted with Prince Grantshit. It really surprised them. Lhasa also couldn't help but laugh. Maggie, I think you're a true Dufflin, from the purest bloodline. Eating together at the same tavern, Maggie turned it into a friendly meal. When Grantshit asked a few questions, Maggie described it as a pleasant chat. As expected, Dufflins are naturally talented at talking a lot. Before the caravan set off, Lhasa also visited Danny to tell him how to join the Grey Crow squad. Of course, all the information came from Inova. At the bandit hideout, after Inova heard about Danny, his face didn't show much emotion. Probably, many others in his team are also unfortunate like Danny. Still, he shared some information with Lhasa about how the Grey Crow squad recruits and selects reserves. Because he was very tired, Lhasa fell asleep quickly on the carriage. The bumps didn't disturb him, and this was the most restful sleep he had on this trip. By noon, Maggie woke him up because they were close to the reedgrass village. Lhasa ate a little to fill his stomach, then followed Maggie out of the carriage. Surprisingly, Freeman came to see them off. After some polite words, Freeman showed a friendly smile, though it looked a bit sneaky. He tentatively asked, Do you 2 know why I am personally delivering this cargo this time? Lhasa and Maggie shook their heads. Freeman didn't say anything, and Lhasa thought it was usually the short, chubby boss doing this job. But considering how poorly he performed during the bandit attack, he didn't seem like someone who often leads trading runs. Freeman cleared his throat and explained, Actually, I usually stay in Deer Forest Town, and my trusted servants handle the caravans. But with the Golden Cup tournament coming soon, the Duke Kelvin's family will come to Moon Lake City to host the event, so this cargo must be carefully supervised, and I have to oversee it personally. After speaking, Freeman noticed that Lhasa and the others looked indifferent and didn't seem to understand his hidden meaning. He realized he needed to be clearer. He ran over to Lhasa and whispered, If you 2 brave adventurers happen to meet Duke Kelvin, and you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could say a few good words for me. Lhasa looked at Freeman's eager expression and didn't want to hurt his feelings. He nodded and said, If we do meet him, we'll definitely praise your goods. Freeman's face lit up with a bright smile. He shook Lhasa's hand firmly and then said goodbye to both of them. Lhasa opened his hand and showed a silver coin. Lhasa, since we probably won't see that Duke anyway, it's fine if we promise him something, Maggie said, watching the departing merchant caravan. She turned to Lhasa and added, You're right. If we don't meet him, it's not our fault. Lhasa's guilt faded quickly. Let's go ask how to get to Reedgrass Village. Nearby, there was a small village. Maggie found an old woman sunbathing and asked her for directions to Reedgrass Village. The 2 of them also found a donkey cart. The farmer was heading near Reedgrass Village too, so they could catch a ride. The donkey cart didn't have a proper cabin, just a simple wooden platform with some hay on it. Lhasa and Maggie sat on top, with the blue sky above. Lhasa secretly slipped a silver coin to the farmer. The friendly farmer became even more enthusiastic and kept talking about his farm and the nearby villages. By the way, you're adventurers, right? The farmer said as he guided the donkey. The annual Golden Cup tournament in Moon Lake City is about to start. It's a big event that all adventurers in Kelvin County don't want to miss. This was the second time today Lhasa heard about the Golden Cup tournament, and his curiosity was piqued. Sir, what exactly is the Golden Cup tournament? The farmer replied, I only know it's related to you adventurers. I don't know the details of the competition, but I do know the prize is a gold cup. I heard Duke Kelvin himself will present it. An adventurer competition? Could it be a one-on-one duel? Lhasa had many questions about this so-called Golden Cup tournament, but since he was heading to Moon Lake City anyway, he figured he'd find out everything once he got there. The donkey cart was much slower than a horse-drawn carriage, but Lhasa and the others weren't in a hurry. They enjoyed the peaceful view of the natural scenery along the road. That's the reed grass village over there. Just walk along the lake until you reach those houses, the farmer said, stopping his donkey cart and pointing in the direction. Lhasa and Maji got off the cart and said goodbye to him. Good luck on your adventure, brave explorers. The farmer smiled widely, waved his whip, and drove the donkey away. Oh no, Lhasa, we forgot something. Maji suddenly hit Lhasa's thigh hard. We haven't bought a gift for Amanda. That girl's strength was really surprising. Lhasa winced in pain and gently patted Maji's head. Who said I didn't prepare anything? I have a really good gift, just waiting to give it to them when we arrive. What did you prepare? I don't know about it, Maji asked, covering her head. Lhasa took a small purple bottle from his belt and shook it in front of Maji. This is my gift, he said. Walking along the edge of the bright blue lake, a small village with smoke rising from its chimneys appeared ahead. The low houses were covered with thatch, and some fishing catches hung on the wooden walls. It was almost noon, so there weren't many villagers on the main street. Lhasa and Maji looked around, searching for the house described by Odwin. Suddenly, a happy voice called out behind them. Mr. Lhasa, Miss Maji. They turned around and saw Renata. She was dressed simply in rough cloth, but her tall figure still caught attention. She carried a basket filled with vegetables covered in fresh soil. We kept our promise, big sister Renata, Maji said happily as she stepped forward. Lhasa also greeted her. Long time no see, Renata. I didn't expect you to come so soon, Renata said with a smile, glancing at Lhasa. It looks like Mr. Lhasa succeeded in his solo challenge. That guy has made quite a name for himself. I'll tell you more about it later, Maji said, taking Renata's hand. Lhasa glanced at the two girls in front of him. They had a big height difference, and from afar, they looked like a young mother with her elementary school daughter. Renata, did you manage to buy the vitality potion? Lhasa asked seriously, pushing aside his strange thoughts. Renata's smile quickly turned into a worried look. She said sadly, my dad and I checked in Moon Lake City before. The prices of potions there are skyrocketing now. Even if we sell what we have, we can't afford to buy one. Really? Prices are also rising in Moon Lake City. I spent more money than usual at the Adventurers Guild in Deer Forest Town just to buy a health potion, Maggie said. She was probably talking about the potion she gave to Lhasa. Yes, because the Golden Cup tournament hosted by Duke Kelvin is coming soon. Now, all adventurers in Moon Lake City are stockpiling potions to prepare, Renata explained helplessly. The guild there has completely sold out of potions. How is your mother doing now? Lhasa asked. I'm afraid she won't last until the tournament ends. Dad is planning to go back to Moon Lake City again to see if he can earn some money through the teleportation portal, Renata said sadly. Then she looked at Lhasa. Mr. Lhasa, I actually want to ask you for a favor. Can I temporarily join your team? You're probably heading to Moon Lake City too? Maggie, standing next to Lhasa, kept giving him looks. If Lhasa didn't give her that gift soon, she wouldn't be able to hold back her words. Actually, Maggie and I brought a small gift for you. We hope you like it, Lhasa said, taking the vitality potion from his belt and placing it in Renata's basket. Renata was stunned instantly. Her pupils widened, and she trembled as she picked up the light purple potion. After a few seconds, she calmed down. Mr. Lhasa, this gift is too precious. Maggie couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and said fiercely, What kind of people are you two? This is a token of our captain's kindness. If you refuse to accept it, Maggie and Lhasa will be upset. Renata, we have plenty of these vitality potions in our team. This is a gift for your father as a staff benefit, Lhasa said seriously, looking at the girl in front of him. Renata's light blue eyes clouded with tears. She wiped her eyes and smiled softly. Mr. Lhasa, Miss Maggie, I will accept this for my father. You've traveled so much today. Please rest at my house. She pointed to her basket and confidently said, Let me show my cooking skills at noon. Renata led Rosa and Maggie to a simple small house. Soon, Odwin came out. When he saw Rosa and Maggie, he was very happy and asked about them warmly. After chatting, Odwin told Renata to take care of them first, while he went to the village market to buy some wine and meat. When Odwin walked away, Rosa quickly said to Renata, While he's gone, let's give Amanda the vitality potion. Yes, yes, yes. That way, we can also surprise Odwin, Maggie agreed. They had spent some time with Odwin before and knew he was very stubborn. If they waited, he might argue about the potion, so it was better to act now. Renata chuckled and teased. Mr. Rosa, Sometimes you're very serious, and other times you're like a clever kid. Renata, just call me Rosa. You're a few years older than me, Rosa said helplessly. Ajuin's politeness had gone too far and influenced Renata. Do you think I'm too old, Mr. Rosa? Renata suddenly said softly. Rosa's heart skipped a beat. That was a tricky question. He quickly explained, I just think you're like a gentle young lady. Anyway, let's go see Amanda. Renata sighed in relief and led them into a room. On the bed lay a very thin old woman. She seemed to hear the door open and slightly opened her eyes, looking at Renata. Mom, these are my friends and my dad's friends, Renata briefly introduced. Carefully, she took out a light purple vitality potion. First, give her 1/3 to try, Rosa advised. Renata helped her mother sit up and slowly fed her the potion. It was obvious that Amanda's face gained some color and her breathing became steadier. She looked at Rosa and Renata gratefully, wanting to thank them, but then coughed a few times. Renata quickly patted her back gently. After checking on the old woman, Rosa said, Renata, Maggie and I are leaving now. Let her rest well. Just give her a little each day. They left the room. Behind them, Renata held her mother, who was feeling better, and quietly cried. Lhasa, look, we have given a beautiful love story a happy ending. Maggie sat in front of Ajuin's house, gazing at the lake, softly saying, Yes, Maggie, now we are like kind little fairies in a fairy tale. Lhasa picked up a stone from the ground and started skipping it across the water. Wow, Lhasa, how do you do that? I want to try too. Maggie, still immersed in the moment, saw the stone Lhasa threw glide across the lake and immediately felt eager to try. Want to have a contest? Lhasa tossed another stone and looked at Maggie with a challenge. I know you're better, but I still can't resist trying to compete with you, Maggie said, picking up a handful of stones. After about 10 minutes, Maggie, feeling defeated, gave up and dropped her stones. Lhasa felt a little proud inside. Maggie had beaten him in arm wrestling many times before, but this time he had finally taken back some pride. At that moment, Ajuin hurried over. Seeing his expression, Lhasa knew he had already heard about the potion. Before Ajuin could speak, Lhasa smiled and said, Ajuin, Amanda already drank the vitality potion. I won't accept any returns, Mr. Ajuin, but… Ajuin wanted to say more. Lhasa raised a finger and said, If you insist on paying, just give me a silver coin. One fixed price, no bargaining. Regrass Village, Ajuin's home. Lhasa and Maggie looked at the table full of delicious food and couldn't help but feel hungry. Renata, wearing an apron, introduced each dish. Mr. Lhasa, Miss Maggie, this is roasted river fish, freshly caught today from Lake Ruin, sprinkled with some flavorful spices. This is stewed chickpeas, paired with smoked ham, so the beans have a rich meaty flavor. This dish is meat soup with carrots and onions, also containing herbs and pepper grown in the village, perfect with sliced bread. This dish is… Maggie's throat suddenly rumbled. She held Renata's hand and said, Renata, can we start eating now? Lhasa and I. Renata blinked and looked at Lhasa. Lhasa just came in and smelled the delicious aroma of meat soup. His mouth was already watering wildly. He said, Maggie and I have been eating pretty simply these past 3 days. Not just simple. During these 3 days with the caravan, Lhasa hadn't had a good meal once. Every meal was just dry bread, almost like being in a dungeon. Go ahead and eat first. I'll check how the porridge in the kitchen is doing, Linata said, turning around. As soon as she turned, the two of them started eating hungrily. Lhasa wanted to eat neatly, but maybe because he hadn't eaten proper food in a long time, or because Linata's cooking was really excellent, he couldn't stop from the first bite. Plus, Maggie beside him was eating as if she was starving, like a ghost reborn. Lhasa was worried that if he tried to hold back, there wouldn't be much left on the table. Before lunch, Amanda had already woken up. Ottoin was talking to her. The effect of the vitality potion was immediate. According to Linata, Amanda's condition had improved a lot, except she still couldn't get out of bed and walk. Lhasa, do you think this meal is better than what we had at the tavern before? After eating and drinking enough, Maggie looked at her clean plates, which looked as if they had just been washed, and asked, Maybe because we've been eating only black bread and dried meat these days, Lhasa said with a lazy burp, leaning back in his chair. Linata brought over a steaming pot of oatmeal, which seemed to contain some vegetables and diced meat. It smelled even more fragrant than the meat soup earlier. Why do I feel hungry again? Maggie said, grabbing a bowl and walking over to Lena Ta. Lasse really couldn't eat anymore now. He and Lena Ta started talking about their plans for the rest of the journey. Lena Ta, we're planning to leave for Moon Lake City tomorrow. Do you know how to get there? Lasse asked. Sitting across from him, Lena Ta was drinking her oatmeal. She ate very politely and gracefully, holding a wooden spoon and taking small bites. When she heard Lasse, she looked up in surprise and said, Mr. Lasse, you're leaving so soon? Lasse nodded. I plan to go to Moon Lake City first to see if there are any suitable professional badges. His exclusive profession system had already fused a warrior badge. He just needed to buy one more to activate it. The carriage trip earlier had earned him quite a bit of silver coins, so buying a badge shouldn't be a problem. Renata seemed a bit sad. She stirred the porridge in her bowl with a wooden spoon but didn't take a single bite. Mr. Lasse, if you're in such a hurry, we can borrow a small boat from the villagers. Moon Lake City is just across Ruin Lake, she said softly, looking down. Thank you. That's very kind of you, Lasse replied. He could tell Renata wanted to keep them a few more days, but after fighting those bandits, his desire for the professional badge grew stronger. Since Moon Lake City is so close to Reed Grass Village, he could visit Odwin and the others again when he had time. In the afternoon, Lasse was bored and started skipping stones by the lake. This time, Maggie didn't come along, knowing she wasn't a match. Under the clear sky, he could see the buildings across the lake, probably Moon Lake City. Lasse was thinking about what to do once he reached Moon Lake City when Odwin's voice came from behind. Mr. Lasse, how about a little competition? Odwin smiled as he picked up a flat stone. Lasse raised an eyebrow and happily accepted. After a few rounds, Odwin narrowly won. Mr. Lasse, since I won, I hope you can agree to one thing, Odwin said seriously. Go ahead. Lasse guessed that the old man had a purpose. I want to leave the Red Star Squad, Odwin said with a hint of weariness. Adventuring with you all reminded me of my youth. I thank you, but now Amanda needs me. Odwin, your application is approved. Spend more time with Amanda, Lasse said, already knowing this day would come, but still sighing inwardly. Also, I want to recommend someone to join the Red Star Squad. I hope you will agree, Odwin added with a smile. Renata stepped out from behind the house, looking at Lasse with a mix of nervousness and hope. Welcome to the Red Star Squad, Renata, Lasse said as he stepped forward and shook her fair, slightly cool hand. In Lasse's eyes, Renata's attribute information flickered. Name, Renata Snowhowl Template. Elite NPC race. Half Eldia, half OHAC class. None current status. Normal basic attribute strength, 7. Base 6. OHAC racial talent 1. Agility, 12 intelligence. 8. Base 7. Eldia racial talent 1. Faith, 2 constitution. 6 special attributes. Max 10. Perception, 7 willpower, 2 charisma. For current equipment skills talents and specializations hunter instinct. Increases damage against beast-type enemies eagle eye. Improves critical hit rate and accuracy with. Ranged weapons monster scholar. Inside dungeons. Mental energy recovers faster at night. Maggie was delighted to hear that Renata had joined the team and happily started a family meal. Lasse finally realized that Renata is a top chef from another world, able to make simple ingredients taste better than in the tavern. Odin was feeding his wife porridge, and Amanda, who was recovering, began to feel hungry. After dinner, Renata approached Lasse. Mr. Lasse, we haven't sold the items we divided earlier, she said, showing a longbow and a skill crystal. Odin had obtained 3 items from 2 adventures with the Red Star team, selling a leather armor for silver coins. Seeing the items, Lasse's eyes lit up and said, Renata, these 2 are perfect for you. He immediately explained how to learn from the skill crystal. Maggie, standing nearby, said seriously, Renata, you can't fall asleep later. Lasse playfully ruffled her hair. Don't worry, Renata is much more reliable than you. Renata assumed a meditative pose, and soon the skill crystal in her hand turned into white light particles that merged into her body. She opened her eyes and carefully reflected on the experience, saying, that was amazing. It's like I suddenly gained a lot of mysterious knowledge. I need to write it down right now. She took out a notebook and pen and started writing quickly. Lasse shrugged at Maggie. The new team member is an archer, a cook, or a scholar. The next morning, Amanda's condition improved after drinking the vitality potion again. She could walk with Odwin's help, and her mind was clearer. After understanding what had happened, she found Lhasa and the others to thank them. After Odwin helped Amanda rest, when they returned, the three of them were already ready to go. Mr. Lhasa, please take care of Renata, Odwin said, looking at the long bow on his daughter's back. He suddenly realized something. We will take good care of Renata, Lhasa replied. The conversation sounded a bit strange, as if he was here to marry someone. Uncle Odwin, don't worry. Our small team is unstoppable, Maggie gestured with her fists. Renata will cook from now on, and Lhasa and I will handle the monsters. Renata pretended to be angry. Dad, I am also a good hunter. I can do what you can do. Odwin laughed loudly. He took the three of them to the lake, where a small wooden boat was docked. I'll take you to Moon Lake City, Odwin said, starting to row the boat. This lake is so big. Maggie reached into the water and stirred it. The name Moon Lake City probably has something to do with this lake, Lhasa said casually. A thin mist floated over the lake in the morning, and the air was moist. Loon, in the ancient language of the Theral people, means new moon, Renata explained while looking at the rippling water. Why did the elves name this lake? The ancient forest isn't far from here, Maggie said, starting to think the name Loon Lake wasn't very nice. It is said that in ancient times, the Theral people were the rulers of this continent. Their history is the oldest among the 4 tribes, Renata said. She didn't have any problem with the Theral people. In fact, many books she read mentioned their contributions to history. That must be made up, Maggie said stubbornly, pouting. Mr. Lhasa, we are almost at Moon Lake City, Odwin reminded. The three looked up. The outline of the castle on the other side of the lake was becoming clearer. Lhasa felt excited. A new adventure was about to begin. In Moon Lake City, Lhasa and the 2 others walk along the street. Compared to Deer Forest Town, this place is much busier. There are more pedestrians and many shops, far more than in Deer Forest Town. Let's find a place to stay first, Lhasa suggested, because his space ring was already full. He and Maggie had helped Renata carry a bag of luggage. I know a fairly cheap inn, Renata said, pointing in a direction. Her village was very close to Moon Lake City, and she had probably visited a few times since she was young. When they arrived at a place called Cozy Harbor Inn, the owner impatiently said, Sorry, because the Golden Cup tournament is coming soon. We only have 2 of the most expensive rooms left, at 2 silver coins a day. The Golden Cup tournament again. Lhasa frowned. That competition seemed to be everywhere. As the 3 prepared to look for another inn, the owner warned, Don't say I didn't tell you. All inns have raised their prices recently, and most are full. These 2 rooms here might not be available for long. Hearing this, Lhasa decided to book the rooms for just 1 night first. After paying 4 silver coins, they divided the rooms. Lhasa in one, Maggie and Renata in the other. They went upstairs and put away their luggage. Big Sister Renata, why did you bring a cooking pot and utensils? Maggie asked after leaving the inn. She had just helped Renata organize the room and opened her luggage, finding many different items inside. Renata looked surprised at Lhasa and Maggie. Aren't we going to cook in the dungeon later? Lhasa suddenly realized. Yes, he and Maggie were used to eating dry rations in the dungeon, so they forgot they could bring ingredients and cooking tools. They would be staying in the dungeon for many days in the future. Maggie also understood. She shook Renata's hand and said, Then it will be very helpful. Just thinking about eating a meal cooked by Renata makes me feel so happy. The 2 of them seemed more like mother and daughter. Watching Maggie cling to Renata and act spoiled, Lhasa had strange thoughts again. But we will need to carry a big bag with all these cooking tools and ingredients. Renata gestured with her hands. It might have to be this big. Renata, we have this. Lhasa showed her his space ring. Now I've taken everything out and put it in the inn room. But you need to give me your pots and pans first. Yes, just like when he wanted my underwear before, Maggie said seriously. Lhasa quickly covered her mouth. That was when you gave it to me yourself. It's completely different. Renata was confused and asked curiously, Mr. Lhasa, do you like girls' underwear? Lhasa looked annoyed at Maggie, who then hid behind Renata and giggled. I've decided to hold the first full meeting of the Red Star team now, Lhasa declared with the authority of a captain, pointing at a tavern ahead. One big topic will be my reputation as the team leader. After sitting down, Lhasa noticed Maggie sitting next to him. Maggie, you and Renata sit together. Lhasa pointed to the seat across the table. We need to look like we're having a proper meeting. I thought the deputy leader was part of the leadership too, Maggie muttered quietly. But she still got up and moved to sit beside Renata as Lhasa instructed. Renata, I don't know if your father told you, but our Red Star team has some rules, Lhasa said to the gray-haired girl across from him. Renata smiled gently. No matter what rules Mr. Lhasa has, I can accept them. The first rule is that you can't call me Mr. Lhasa. Lhasa tapped the table to emphasize. You can call me Lhasa like Maggie does. If you want to be less formal, you can call me Captain or Mr. Gret. Okay, Lhasa, Renata replied clearly this time. Lhasa nodded happily. This girl was much more sensible than old Odwin, who was stubborn. Renata is older than Lhasa, so she should change how she addresses him, Maggie agreed. When she said that, Renata's expression changed again. Her smile froze, and she said carefully, Lhasa, I suggest that from now on, Maggie can only call me Renata and not add sister at the end. The proposal is accepted. Maggie looked surprised, not realizing there was anything wrong with what she just said. The second thing is about the space ring on my hand. It is actually a shared property of the team, but as the team leader, I am responsible for taking care of it. Lhasa glared at Maggie. From now on, no more mentioning underwear. I swear in the name of Captain Lhasa that I will never talk about underwear again, Maggie said seriously, raising her hand to show her commitment. Although Renata didn't quite understand what had happened earlier, she found it funny to see the two of them talking so seriously about such strange things. Next, Lhasa explained the rules for distributing the spoils after passing the level to Renata. Renata nodded without hesitation and agreed. Finally, I officially appoint Renata as our team's logistics officer, Lhasa said to her. From now on, you will handle all logistics for the team. Before each adventure, I will give you 5 silver coins for shopping. Lhasa, what about me? Maggie quickly asked. You are still the deputy leader and HR manager. Lhasa pointed to the busy adventurers in the tavern. Maggie, you haven't finished recruiting members yet. Do you remember who our team still needs? Of course. Now that Sister Renata has joined the team, Maggie was about to speak when she suddenly felt a chill nearby and quickly changed her words. Now that Renata has joined, we only need a healer who can treat teammates and a mage. Healing professions are a higher priority, Lhasa corrected her. Anyway, in a few days, we will start using the portal. During this time, you can go to the tavern and the guild to look for suitable candidates. Don't worry, Lhasa, leave this to me, Maggie said confidently. With her successful experience in recruiting Odwin, even though it was by mistake that Odwin's daughter joined the team. Then I will go to the market this afternoon and also buy some arrows at the blacksmith in town. Renata quickly got into her role. Maggie suddenly looked at Lhasa and asked, We all have work to do. What about you? Renata looked over curiously as well. How can such a small scene be difficult for me? Lhasa said seriously, As the team leader, I have a lot on my shoulders. I need to visit the guild to see if there are any suitable professional badges, and also go to Lake City to do some field inspections and plan for the team's future development. Humph, talking so nicely, but you're just wandering around the city, Maggie rolled her eyes. Add one more rule to the team principles. Lhasa pointed at Maggie and said, The deputy captain must always show respect and politeness to the captain. Moon Lake City, Adventurers Guild. Since the yellow teleportation portal is not inside the city, but on a sandbank in Lake Ruin, the guild here is built along the lakeshore. After registering, adventurers need to take a special boat to reach the sandbank and enter the portal. To Lhasa's surprise, this guild is much larger than the one in Deer Forest Town, but fewer adventurers are registered here. Young adventurer, are you new to Moon Lake City? A staff member, who seemed free, asked with a smile. In half a month, the Golden Cup tournament will be held. Many small teams are resting and preparing during this time. May I ask, what are the details of the Golden Cup tournament? Lhasa had been hearing about this event a lot lately. The staff member looked at him with a surprised expression, as if wondering if he knew nothing about it. He glanced at Lhasa and explained, This competition was announced 4 years ago by Duke Kelvin. It starts in early September, just before the Fire Dance Festival. Up to 100 small teams can participate. These teams take turns entering the yellow portal in Lake Ruin, and the one who completes the challenge in the shortest time wins. So, it's a race. Lhasa understood quickly, but the rules seemed to leave a lot of room for manipulation. Can all adventurers join? Wouldn't that turn it into a stage for elite and legendary adventurers? Lhasa asked, feeling puzzled. The staff member chuckled and said, "The Duke's rule is that only adventurers with 2 or fewer emblems on their ID cards can participate. Even high-level adventurers aren't interested in the small rewards of this competition." He then whispered, "For someone like you, a newcomer, it's better not to join the excitement. There are a few small teams in Moon Lake City that have been waiting for the tournament. Their strength is already enough to explore the red portal. Thank you for your patience in explaining." "I will think carefully about it," Lhasa said, surprised at how friendly the guild staff was. "May I ask your name?" "Just call me Otto." "Anyway, I wish you good luck on your adventures," he said with a slight smile and returned to his station. Lhasa was a bit stunned because he had heard that name before. A few days ago, in the Red Cloud Valley, when he asked Inova about Danny, she said he could go to the Moon Lake City Association to find someone named Otto. Is it just a coincidence? Now Lhasa felt that this friendly staff member suddenly seemed mysterious. When they arrived at the association's trading area, it was much larger than in Deer Forest Town. The second floor sold equipment, and the third floor sold other items like potions, skill crystals, and profession badges. Compared to the quiet registration hall downstairs, the adventurers in the trading area were packed tightly. The association even arranged staff to keep order and control the crowd. "Don't bother thinking about it today. There are already too many people. Come back tomorrow," said a staff member impatiently. He was standing in front of Lhasa and some other waiting adventurers. Lhasa and the others were immediately disappointed. "This is so frustrating. There are only 2 weeks left before the competition, and this is how it is. I should have stocked up more supplies earlier," grumbled an adventurer beside Lhasa. "Let's go to East City and take a look. I heard that old Casimo is back to collecting junk again," suggested another adventurer. Lhasa listened to their conversation for a while and finally understood what was happening. In East City, there is a Baron Casimo. This nobleman periodically gathers rare items from adventurers. If he likes something, he pays a good price for it. Isn't this the kind of noble Todd mentioned? Lhasa suddenly remembered he still had a strange, useless statue in his ring. Since he had the chance to meet a wealthy and foolish noble, he couldn't miss it. He hurried to catch up with the 2 adventurers, and they made their way through the streets to East City. When they reached Casimo's mansion, both Lhasa and the adventurers were stunned. Wow, the line here was even longer than at the Adventurers Association. Various adventurers held all kinds of items and formed a long line in front of the mansion. At least here, there was no limit on the number of people. Lhasa, thinking he might as well try, joined the end of the line and took out the strange statue. After all, missing this noble might mean he wouldn't meet someone like him again for a long time. A few minutes later, more adventurers joined behind Lhasa. At the front of the line, an adventurer argued with someone who cut in, which eventually attracted the patrol guards of Moon Lake City. The sun was gradually setting, and the line still hadn't moved much. Lhasa stood there for a long time, feeling thirsty and regretting his decision. The impatient adventurers ahead started talking again. "I heard that the ominous Tove came out of the portal today," said a female adventurer. "She found her way back to the group? Why would anyone want to bring her along? That woman has caused so much trouble," said a male adventurer, confused. Lhasa, who was about to leave, overheard their gossip and stopped in his tracks, listening carefully. It's just greed for beauty. That Saren woman only needs to pretend a little to fool many fools," the female adventurer suddenly said. "If I weren't standing next to you, I'm sure you'd fall for her tricks too. Why are you talking about me?" "I won't fall for her," the male adventurer quickly explained. "Don't think I don't know. Last time that troublemaker walked into the tavern, you were staring at her with wide eyes," the female adventurer accused mercilessly. "Bringing up old stuff, huh? Just now at the Adventurers Guild, that handsome guy walking beside us, you were staring at him for minutes," the male adventurer shot back. They were chatting about gossip happily, but suddenly, they started arguing. Lhasa shook his head and turned toward the inn. As he passed through a small alley, a girl's voice called out behind him. "Sir, please wait." Lhasa turned around and saw a Saren girl. She was dressed in a black dress, with a lace shawl over her shoulders, decorated with gold thread along the edges. The dress was fitted at the waist, showing her slim figure. A black veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes, giving her an elegant and mysterious look. "Do you need something from me?" Lhasa had no memory of this girl. She slightly bowed, lifting her skirt, and performed a kneeling greeting. Her soft, Golden hair shimmered in the sunset. Sir, I would like to buy the statue you just held. Would you be willing to part with it? She asked. Her eyes were a strange rose-red color. As she looked at him, Lhasa felt a little uncomfortable. Lhasa wanted to sell it to her, but he wasn't sure how much to price it, so he hesitated for a moment. The girl from the Duran tribe noticed his hesitation and spoke again. Sir, if you don't want to trade with money, I can exchange items. You can tell me what you want, and maybe I have it. Lhasa looked at her outfit and asked cautiously, Are you an adventurer? I really need a professional badge right now. Actually, I have one, she replied, opening her fair hand to show 3 different badges with various symbols. As she extended her hand, Lhasa seemed to notice a faint red glow from a ring on her index finger, and the badges in her hand appeared as if they had materialized out of nowhere. Could this be a space ring with a red gemstone? But that wasn't important now. Lhasa's full attention was on the 3 badges. The first badge had a horse head symbol. Job title, Knight current status, unbound requirements, strength greater than or equal to 8, constitution greater than or equal to 10 note. Your current attributes meet the requirements. You can forge this badge. Lhasa dismissed this one, as he had already forged a warrior badge before. He needed a different kind of profession. The second badge had a crossed sword symbol. Job title, Demon Hunter current status, unbound requirements, strength greater than or equal to 7, agility greater than or equal to 8, faith greater than or equal to 8, race. Eldia note, your attributes do not meet the requirements. You cannot forge this badge. This one was also not suitable. Lhasa turned his attention to the last badge. Job title, Sorcerer current status, bound requirements, spirit greater than or equal to 9, faith less than or equal to 0 note. Your attributes meet the requirements. You can forge this badge. Seeing this badge, Lhasa's heart raced. Its attribute requirements matched him perfectly, and the name suggested a magic user. I want this badge, Lhasa said, taking the sorcerer badge from the girl. When he looked up, he saw her giving him a meaningful look. Sir, it seems you can see the information on each badge, she said. Lhasa froze, realizing he had been so excited about the badges that he forgot about this detail. I do have the appraisal skill, Lhasa explained. Everyone has their own secrets, said the girl as she took the small pagan stone carving from Lhasa's hand. For some reason, Lhasa always felt that this girl was a bit strange. He quickly said goodbye and hurried out of the alley. Behind him, the girl's face was partly hidden by a black veil, revealing a faint smile. That's a very special ability. I find you interesting, she said. Lhasa hurried back to the inn, finally feeling relieved. For some reason, although this mysterious girl from the Saran tribe seemed harmless, he always felt an inexplicable sense of danger. But when he looked at the warrior badge in his hand, he couldn't help but feel excited. Back in his room, Lhasa decided to melt down the warrior badge. The system prompt sounded. The profession badge has been melted down. It will combine the traits of the warrior and sorcerer professions to create your own special profession. Your new profession has been created, Soul Reaper. Suddenly, a green glowing lantern appeared in Lhasa's hand. Before he could examine his new item carefully, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. You have gained attribute bonuses, Strength 2, Agility 1, Spirit 2. Your current agility has reached 10 points. Unlock a random agility-related talent. Master of Balance. Master of Balance. You have improved your ability to control your body's balance. Moving through difficult terrain affects your speed less. Your spirit attribute exceeds 10 points. Unlock a random spirit-related talent. Mana Absorption. Mana Absorption. Each time you defeat a monster, you recover a small amount of mental energy. The profession change suddenly increased 3 attributes by 5 points. No wonder Todd had previously said that gaining a profession made a big difference. But Lhasa didn't expect that the system prompts wouldn't stop there. Your first level combat skill, Spiral, has evolved into a second level skill, Shadow, due to profession traits. Your first level magic, Soul Spark, has evolved into a second level magic, Soul Flame. Your first level magic, Summon Undead, has evolved into a second level magic, Summon Spirit of the Dead. You have gained a special profession skill, second level skill, Spirit Forge. You have gained a special profession skill, third level magic, Reaper's Scythe. You have gained a special talent, Soul Reaping. The system notification finally ended, and at this moment, Lhasa's mind was overwhelmed with information. A flood of details about his exclusive profession flooded into his thoughts. After half an hour, he finally digested the new knowledge and couldn't help but show an excited, almost crazy smile. This exclusive profession is incredibly powerful, with both stats and special mechanisms. When he reopened the attribute panel, the contents had changed significantly. Name: Lhasa Gret race, Eldia class, Soul Reaper level, 6 current experience, 7% current HP, 100% current mental power, 100% status. Normal basic attribute strength, 12, base 11, embedded silver longsword 1, agility, 10 spirit, 11, base 9, Eldia race 2, faith, 0 constitution, 10 free attribute points to distribute, 0 special attributes, max 10, perception, 5 willpower, 3 charisma, 2 current equipment embedded silver longsword, yellow, standard leather armor, white, iron greaves, white. Youth modification space ring, yellow, known skill shadow strike. Level 2 requires sword or spear type weapons, consumes mental power, performs a sudden straight line attack on a target, during which you cannot be targeted. It has armor and dark magic damage effects. Soul Flame. Level 2 consumes a certain amount of mental power and 1% to 40% of current HP to burn all enemies within range, dealing magical damage. The more HP consumed, the stronger the effect. If the target has a soul, it will absorb the soul. Magic Soul Summon. Level 2 requires a casting medium, consumes mental power, and uses the soul of a powerful monster or lord within a lantern to summon that creature to fight for you. The summoned creature has 60% of its original combat power. When its HP drops to 0, it disappears. You can cancel the summon at any time, transforming the creature into a basic soul stored inside the lantern. Only one summon can exist at a time. Soul Forging. Level 2 uses a certain amount of mental energy and consumes a portion of the Lord monster's soul inside the lantern. Injects the monster's soul into a specific weapon or material with a compatibility of 50% or higher, transforming it into a weapon with the traits of that Lord monster. Note that the transformed weapon can only be used by you. Soul Reaper Scythe. Level 3 requires a special magic medium, the Ghost Lantern, to activate. Consumes 50% of your maximum mental energy and 10 to 100 units of soul. Summons the Grim Reaper's Scythe to sweep all enemies within your range, dealing large dark damage and draining soul energy. The more soul units consumed, the stronger the effect. When consuming 100 or more units, there is a low chance to trigger an instant death effect. Talent Specialization's Basic Swordsmanship has beginner-level sword skills, increasing sword damage by 2%. Demon Hunter Alpha. 3% of damage dealt to demon-type creatures is converted into holy damage. Also, in the presence of some powerful beings, you become more noticeable. Heavy Crush. When attacked by a melee enemy with lower strength than you, you deal extra physical damage based on the difference in strength. Unyielding. When your health drops below 100%, you gain 2 temporary willpower points. Balance Mastery. Your ability to control body balance is improved, reducing the impact of special terrain on your movement speed. Mana Absorption. Gains a small amount of mental energy each time you defeat a monster. Soul Harvest. When you kill a monster, you seize its soul and store it in the lantern. You can cast specific skills that consume the stored souls. The lantern's current soul capacity is 100 units. Previously, all 3 of Lhas's skills were mutated and enhanced. Even the originally seemingly useless Summon Undead skill has transformed into a powerful new skill that can summon strong monsters at will. Lhasa can't help but imagine one day defeating a dragon, then summoning a soul, and instantly transforming into a dragon knight. But the dungeon guarded by a giant dragon must be at least a purple teleportation portal level. However, each new skill of this exclusive class is closely related to souls. If she doesn't go into the dungeon to kill monsters, those powerful skills seem completely unusable. In the end, she still needs to venture into the dungeon. Lhasa then looks at the green lantern that suddenly appeared after she took her new position. Equipment name: Ghostly Lantern. Equipment rank: Special. No specific rank requirements. Only usable by the Soul Reaper class. Special ability: acts as a magical medium, allowing the user to cast only their exclusive class magic and dark element magic. It can store the souls of monsters, with a current capacity of 0 out of 100. Durability, infinite. The main function of this lantern is to store monster souls. It can also serve as a magical medium. Now, the skull pendant that Lhasa has can be retired with honor. Lhasa is also considering how to place the lantern. It floats in the air, then attaches to his waist, and the green, ghostly glow disappears. Now, it's less noticeable. Lhasa's excitement about his new profession gradually calms down. He recalls today's afternoon encounter. The mysterious girl from the Thuran tribe might have discovered his inside eyes. He wonders if he can bluff her with the excuse of identification magic. In any case, trading the useless stone carving for a wizard badge is a good deal. Wait, Lhasa suddenly remembers something he had forgotten. The 3 badges the girl holds, 2 are unbound and usable, but he took the one that has already been used. From her perspective, his behavior looks very suspicious. A chill runs down his spine. Lhasa suddenly feels cold, as if someone is secretly watching him. In the evening, Lhasa finally sees Maggie and Renata returning to the inn, carrying 2 large bags. Lhasa, I tell you, we really found a treasure. Maggie rushes over excitedly, her face flushed and slightly sweaty. What good things did you buy? Maggie points at Renata and says, I mean Renata. She's a great bargainer. Those merchants couldn't compare to her. From now on, I'll bring her along for trades. It's not as exaggerated as Maggie says. I just looked at the market trends and product quality and negotiated friendly with the merchants, Renata says gently with a smile. Lhasa, you still have quite a few silver coins left from the 5 I gave you. Then I'll keep them for you first. You can use them slowly later, Lhasa says. He initially gave Renata the title of logistics officer because he thought her cooking was good, but it turns out she's quite capable. We bought a lot of vegetables and meat. When the time comes, we will have a big feast in the dungeon. Maggie opened the 2 large bags, and sure enough, they were all ingredients. Now, please accept them, our team leader and warehouse manager, Mr. Lhasa. Lhasa saw that these ingredients had been washed, which was definitely Renata's work. He was even more pleased with this logistics officer. After putting the 2 bags of ingredients into his space ring, Lhasa looked at Maggie, who was happily smiling nearby. Maggie, aren't you supposed to be recruiting new members? Why did you go to the market to find Renata? Hearing this, Maggie immediately frowned. Lhasa, don't mention that. I asked around, and everyone is preparing for the Golden Cup tournament. They don't plan to go into the dungeon these days. It's that Golden Cup tournament again. Lhasa sighed silently. Lhasa, why do you look so worried? Renata noticed that Lhasa seemed a bit off and asked with concern. It's a long story. Let's talk while we have dinner, Lhasa said, leading them into the inn. When the 3 of them sat down and ordered their food, Maggie hurriedly asked, Lhasa, what happened to you this afternoon? Did you fail to get the badge? I got the badge. I just succeeded in my mission. Lhasa showed them the lantern hanging from his waist. But the process was a bit rough. He recounted his afternoon experience to his teammates. He didn't plan to hide his special abilities from Renata, since she was one of the few people who knew him well enough to see all his attribute information at a glance. So, that pointy-eared girl exchanged your Demon World collection for a professional badge. In that case, we still gained something, Maggie analyzed. But those pointy ears are very sneaky. We should stay away from them in the future. Lhasa curled his lips. As expected, Maggie couldn't be relied on when it came to using her brain. Lhasa, the appearance of that girl is very strange. Was she in the team before? Renata frowned slightly. She also thought this Saren girl seemed a bit odd. Lhasa shook his head. I didn't see her in the team before. With her looks and dress, if she had appeared in the lineup at that time, she would have definitely attracted a lot of attention. Then it's very suspicious. How did she know about the stone sculpture you have? Moreover, she didn't check much before confidently believing it was what she needed and was willing to pay a high price to buy it, Renata said. This girl is much more reliable than Maggie. Reading more makes a difference, Lhasa thought with admiration. I'm most worried now that she might discover my ability. Will it be bad for us? Meanwhile, Maggie had already started eating. She was chewing chestnuts and said vaguely, we don't know her at all, and we have no grudges. There's no need to worry so much. If anything, we can just stay away from her in the future. Forget it. Let's eat first. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the guild early to see if I can get your professional badges sorted. That way, In the afternoon, we can use the teleportation portal. Lhasa was influenced by Maggie's optimistic mood and thought that maybe he was overthinking. Perhaps he would never meet that girl again. After all, only thieves worry about being robbed. There are no thieves who constantly guard against theft. Yeah. Tomorrow, I'll go with you. If we meet her again, I'll show her the strength of Duflin's iron fist, Maggie said, raising a piece of roasted meat with her fork, mimicking swinging a hammer twice. Both Lhasa and Renata were amused by her actions. After dinner, Lhasa returned to his room. The cost was 2 silver coins per night, enough to stay 5 or 6 days at the previous Dewan Inn. But there are benefits to paying more. This room was much more spacious than where Lhasa had stayed before. It also had some wooden furniture, and most importantly, a street-facing window that offered a view of the night scene of Moon Lake City. A cool evening breeze entered the room, making Lhasa restless. He closed the window, took out the severed head sword he had confiscated earlier from his ring, and placed it on the floor along with the silver-embedded longsword. On the system interface, the compatibility between the silver-embedded longsword and the soul forging skill was only 10%, while the severed head sword had 53%. After the battle in Red Cloud Valley, the durability of the silver-embedded longsword had dropped to 30%. This old companion that had fought alongside him couldn't last much longer. Once he obtained the First Lord Monster's soul, the silver-embedded longsword could retire honorably. Lhasa blew out the candle, lay on the bed, and his chaotic thoughts gradually calmed. He fell asleep. The first part of his dream was normal. He led his team through a purple teleportation portal and fought the Dragon Lord. Under his wise command, the team completed the dragon slaying. In his dream, he stood on the head of a giant dragon, with a long sword stuck in the dragon's forehead, and he was pulling out the dragon's soul. "Bow to you, my lord," the dragon humbly said before him. He rode the dragon, flying over the kingdom's land, causing surprised shouts from the people below. Maggie cheered behind him, while Renata used a pen to record his feelings about riding the dragon. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard. "Oh, has that badge been absorbed? It's getting more interesting." The dream suddenly took a dark turn. Lhasa fell from the dragon's back into the deep, dark sea. He kept sinking, swallowed by the ocean's depths. He struggled to swim upward, but was powerless. "Sir, let me see how many secrets you really have," the girl's voice said again. In the dream, Lhasa was caught by several white octopus tentacles. These smooth tentacles had no suckers but tightly wrapped around him, pulling him deeper into the sea. Looking down, he saw 2 huge pinkish-red eyes staring at him as he struggled. It turned out he wasn't caught by a giant octopus, but by the girl's fair hand. Just as he was about to fall into her eyes, a knocking sound interrupted him. "Lhasa, Lhasa, are you okay?" It was Renata's voice. Lhasa woke up from the nightmare. The room looked the same as before he went to sleep. He rubbed his eyes and opened the door. He didn't know what time it was. Outside, Renata was in her pajamas. She saw Lhasa open the door and sighed in relief. "Sorry, I was feeling uneasy. I thought something was happening here," she said softly. "I just had a strange nightmare," Lhasa said, still a little confused. He wasn't sure if he was still dreaming. A cool breeze slipped through the window, moving Renata's gray hair in front of her forehead. She stepped into Lhasa's room and closed the window. "Lhasa, we're leaving for the adventure tomorrow. You can't catch a cold," she said gently. "Since you're fine, I guess I was overthinking." "Good night, Lhasa." "Good night, Renata," he replied. Watching her walk back to her room, he closed the door and lay back on the bed. Soon, he fell asleep again. Early in the morning, Maji woke Lhasa up. After a quick wash-up, the 3 of them hurried to the Adventurers Guild. Lhasa led Maji and Renata straight to the trading area on the 3rd floor. They came early to buy profession badges. When they reached the badge stall, Lhasa noticed there were not many badges to choose from. It was obvious that the limited selection was due to the Gold Cup tournament. Fewer teams went to dungeons, but more people wanted to buy badges. As a result, the guild stock was running low. Lhasa used his insight skill to pick from the few badges available. Profession, Shaman current status. Unbound requirements. Spirit greater than or equal to 6. Faith greater than or equal to 8. Race, O'Haric. Profession, Thief current status. Unbound requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 8. Profession, Mage current status. Unbound requirements. Spirit greater than or equal to 8. Profession, hunter current status, unbound requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 8. Strength greater than or equal to 6. Profession, warrior current status, unbound requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 8. Constitution greater than or equal to 7. Lhasa explained each profession to Maji and Renata in detail, then gave his suggestion. Renata, you might consider becoming a hunter. Just go with your idea, Lhasa, Renata replied. She had often gone hunting with Odoan, so she was curious about what changes the hunter profession might bring. What about me? Maji asked. Lhasa thought a warrior badge or waiting a bit longer might be better. Lhasa secretly wanted Maji to choose a tank or shield-bearing profession, but he didn't want to go against her wishes. Maji looked down and thought for a moment before saying, Lhasa, this time, just by Renata's badge. I want to choose a profession that can protect you and Renata. Her words sounded a little strange, but Lhasa was happy with her decision. He patted Maji's head and comforted her. Maji, we will find a profession badge that suits you. Maybe the rewards from this adventure will include one, Renata said, taking the badge Lhasa bought from his hand. How do I use this? The book said that you just need to drop fresh blood on it. If the job change works, the badge will change. Let's hurry back to the inn and try it, Maggie said. Her spirits lifted as she urged Renata to test the badge. After buying the badge, Lothar had spent nearly half of his silver coins, but he knew that the power a profession gave an adventurer was well worth the cost. The three returned to the inn. Renata took the small dagger Maggie handed her and gently made a small cut on her fingertip. A drop of bright red blood appeared on her pale, slender finger, giving off a strange beauty. The blood fell onto the badge marked with a bow and arrow and quickly merged into it. The silver edge of the badge began to glow red, and Renata's face showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, the light faded, and the silver rim turned to gold. Renata opened her eyes. Did it work? Maggie asked quickly. Renata smiled and nodded. I feel like a lot of new knowledge just appeared in my mind. Lothar activated the Eye of Insight and looked at her. Name, Renata Snowhowl Template. Elite NPC race. Half Eldian. Ohar class. Hunter current status. Normal basic attribute strength. 8. Base 7. Ohark racial bonus 1. Agility. 14 spirit. 8. Base 7. Eldian racial bonus 1. Faith. 2 constitution. 7 special attributes. Max 10. Perception. 7 willpower. 2 charm. For current equipment wooden longbow, common. Skills quick shot. Tier 1 requires a bow or crossbow. Uses some spirit energy to temporarily increase shooting and reloading speed. Animal companion. Tier 2 uses spirit energy to summon a hunting dog or a hawk to fight alongside you. They disappear when seriously injured or when the duration ends. You can summon 1 hawk and 1 dog per day. Flaming arrows. Tier 1 requires a bow or crossbow. Uses spirit energy to make your next 3 shots deal extra fire damage. Tracking prey. Level 1 when activated. It continuously consumes mental energy to lock onto a specific creature and follow its trail. Talent specializations Hunter's Instinct. Increases damage dealt to beast-type enemies. Eagle Eye. Improves critical hit rate and accuracy when using ranged weapons. Monster Scholar. Increases mental energy recovery speed inside dungeons. Ranged Weapon Mastery. When attacking with ranged weapons, damage is increased by 10%. Compared to before, she gained 2 points in agility, 1 point in strength, and 1 point in constitution. She also gained an additional talent specialization, and her skills increased by 3. The changes are quite significant. Watching Renata still immersed in her new abilities, Lhasa said to Maggie, Maggie, take her to the guild's training ground this morning. I'll buy her some armor and get you a shield. The Adventurers Guild in Moonlake City has enclosed a large open area by the lake and turned it into a training ground for adventurers. Lhasa didn't wait in line at the guild, but wandered around some small stalls run by other adventurers outside. Many adventurers, after arriving in Moonlake City, entered the yellow teleportation portal. Their old white crystal gear was replaced and sold as second-hand items. After buying a standard leather armor and a metal round shield, Lhasa went to the training ground. Renata was practicing archery. She was likely using rapid shot, firing a series of arrows at high speed. Most hit the bullseye, and her speed and accuracy were impressive. Both Lhasa and Maggie applauded her. Renata, try using prey tracking on me, Lhasa suggested. Renata nodded, activating her combat skill. Her pale blue eyes flashed sharply, becoming very fierce. Lhasa immediately felt an invisible killing intent lock onto him. To test the skill's effect, Lhasa ran quickly around the training ground, dodging Renata's line of sight. After 10 minutes, he returned in front of Maggie and Renata. Lhasa, you were sneaking around so much. You looked so suspicious, Maggie said with a giggle, covering her mouth. I think I should send you, little mouse, to do this kind of work. Lhasa pretended to be angry and glared at her, then looked at Renata. How about it? Can you track my position? No problem. Even if you hide behind those targets, I can still see a glowing outline. The farther away you are, the more blurry the outline becomes. Renata gently twirls her hair and says calmly, if you're more than a kilometer away, tracking becomes almost impossible. Since it's just a first-level combat skill, I can't expect too much. The three leave the training ground, eat a hearty meal, then take a nap. Afterward, they pack their things and go to the association's registration office. After getting their numbers, the staff leads Lhasa and the others to a small dock behind the association by the lake. Soon, a boatman arrives with a small boat and invites the three to board. From the gently rocking boat, they can see the teleportation gate on the distance. It's more convenient in Deer Forest Town. You can walk a few steps to get in. Here, you have to take a boat, Maggie complains. Deer Forest Town was built after the teleportation gate appeared, Renata explains, but Moon Lake City has a long history, so it didn't move just because of the gate. When the boat reaches the Lhasa notices many guards standing around, maintaining order and patrolling. Lhasa had wondered if someone might secretly sail a boat or swim in without the association knowing. It seems the association was prepared for that. After verifying their IDs, the staff at the teleportation gate allows Lhasa and the others to pass. Lhasa looks up. The teleportation gate before them is much taller than the one in Deer Forest Town. Inside, yellow mist swirls, giving an impression that the fog might be toxic. The three step into the gate one after another, entering the yellow teleportation gate, generating a random yellow-level dungeon. The dungeon has been selected. Entering the dungeon, Whispering Forest, Lhasa suddenly remembered that he still had a fragment of memory in his ring. When he just entered, it didn't seem to trigger a special dungeon. Could it be that he needed to hold it in his hand and walk through the portal? The three of them looked around while moving in one direction. Renata held Maggie's conical dagger and marked the trees they passed. Lhasa, look at that. What is that? Maggie, who was leading, pointed at a white, spherical object on the ground ahead. The large white ball, about 70 or 80 centimeters in diameter, was packed tightly around the roots of a tree. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, closely packed together. Maybe these are eggs of some creature, Lhasa guessed. He signaled Renata to attack one of them. An arrow shot out and pierced a white sphere. Green liquid flowed out from inside. Then, like a bubble bursting, the entire white ball exploded, and 7 or 8 small black spiders, about the size of a palm, crawled out. They moved toward the three of them. Monster name: Juvenile Black Widow monster type. Insect challenge difficulty: E-. All these white balls were actually spider eggs. Lhasa and the others quickly stepped on and killed the spiders that crawled toward them. Oh no, Lhasa, the others are starting to move too. Maggie, who hated bugs the most, looked at the large mass of wriggling spider eggs. She couldn't imagine what would happen next. Leave it to me, Lhasa said, protecting Maggie behind him. He opened his palm toward the eggs about to explode. He activated the soul flame, costing 3% of his health. A purple flame surrounded the spider eggs and the newly hatched black widows within a cone-shaped area. They rolled and burned to ash in the fire. Lhasa cast magic twice in a row before finally clearing all the spider eggs. Smelling the burnt smell in the air, Maggie gave Lhasa a thumbs up. Thanks to our Captain Lhasa, the world has become a better place. In Lhasa's eyes, many green silk threads were gathering, being absorbed by the ghostly lantern at his waist. The flames had probably burned and killed 100 or 2 spiders just now. He wondered how many souls that would give him. Once all the green silk threads were absorbed, Lhasa eagerly checked the ghostly lantern. Current capacity, 2.2/100. Lhasa felt like he had been splashed with cold water. Such a small amount. Could it be because these little spiders are too weak? To fill the lantern, how many spiders would need to be burned? It seems only when a stronger monster appears can we understand the true mechanism of this soul. However, because of the magic absorption talent, most of the mental energy used to kill these spiders was also absorbed back. Lhasa, Maggie, have you noticed what's above us? Renata showed a worried look on her face. Are you talking about those white mists? Maggie looked up. Lhasa also noticed this when he first entered the dungeon. I suspect those aren't mists, but spider webs, Renata whistled. A light brown hawk appeared out of nowhere on her shoulder, rubbing its head against her cheek. Go, Asuna, Renata commanded. The hawk flew toward the treetops. Maggie, she even gives them names, Maggie said, looking at Lhasa. You weren't so careful when you summoned those little cats and dogs before. I need to think for a while to come up with a name, and that skill summons different creatures each time, Lhasa shrugged and explained. The hawk named Asuna let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky. But just as it approached the treetops, a shadow crawled out from the canopy, spitting out white spider silk that wrapped around the hawk. Asuna let out a cry of pain, flapping its wings to break free, but the silk started to corrode its feathers. Several large spiders on the treetops pulled and dragged it into the white mist, then countless spiders appeared to devour it. Seeing this scene, the three of them below looked serious. It turned out they had been under a giant spider web since they entered the dungeon. Lhasa, those spiders are much bigger than before, Maggie said, still trembling. It seems the theme of this dungeon is to kill these spiders. Lhasa looked at Maggie. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Maggie shivered and pulled Lhasa aside. After we go back, I need to learn a skill to set fires and burn mountains. Then I won't be afraid of these bugs anymore. Renata was not sad about the death of the summoned hawk. She took out a small notebook and started drawing and writing. Her focused attitude reminded Lhasa of the top students in his school days. We should keep exploring and find a good place to set up camp. Lhasa estimated it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon now. The ghostly lantern at his waist had started glowing since entering the dungeon, providing light. Lhasa, when we camp, watch out for the spiders above. Try to find a spot away from the trees. Renata put away her notebook and whistled. A black hunting dog appeared beside her. Abby, go ahead and scout the way. Renata patted the dog's head. The 1-meter-tall dog ran ahead of Maggie. Maggie, your skill is really useful. Maggie looked at Abby, who was alertly patrolling around, and said with envy, when you get a profession, you'll have many cool skills too. Lhasa noticed Maggie's thoughts. She probably felt useless now and looked a bit sad. Maggie, if we face danger later, I'll need you to protect me. Renata also sensed this. She leaned down and patted Maggie's shoulder. You'll have to stand in front of me then. Of course. Miss Maggie is our strongest shield. Maggie immediately pounded her chest to promise. Renata was really good at comforting people. Lhasa exchanged a glance with her, and she winked at him. Suddenly, Abby barked loudly. The three of them immediately drew their weapons and moved forward cautiously. Ahead was a clearing in the woods. The ground was covered with dense white spider eggs. A huge black spider, about 1.5 meters tall and over 2 meters long, was guarding there. Its thin black fur looked like spikes, and its 8 legs were as thick as an adult's thigh. Monster name, Mother Black Widow monster type. Insect challenge level, D-. I'll use fire magic to clear these spider eggs. Renata, you attack that Black Widow. Maggie, protect Renata. Lhasa quickly planned. The Mother Black Widow on the grass also ran swiftly toward the barking dog. The spider eggs behind her started hatching one by one. Lhasa moved to the side and cast a soul flame that used 5% of his health. The purple flames, carrying heat waves, swept over all the spider eggs in the clearing. The Mother Black Widow, still chasing the hunting dog, saw the brutal act against her offspring by Lhasa. Her 8 compound eyes immediately locked their hatred on him. It's hard not to be angry when someone harms her children right in front of her. As the spider mother turned around, Renata launched a fiery arrow attack. The flaming iron arrows shot out one after another, hitting the Black Widow. The fur on her body caught fire, helping the flames spread further, making the burning area larger. Seeing that most of the spider eggs on the open ground had been destroyed, Lhasa stepped forward with his sword and swung at the Mother Black Widow. This giant spider's strength was comparable to Lhasa's, so his sword strikes didn't trigger the crushing effect. Lhasa looked at the swollen abdomen of the Black Widow and suddenly remembered he hadn't tried his mutated shadow stab yet. He raised his sword and activated his combat skill. In an instant, Lhasa's figure became semi-transparent. Silver-embedded swords surrounded by dark energy streams formed a spiral-shaped energy vortex like a drill. Lhasa shot forward, leaving several afterimages in the air. The Mother Black Widow's abdomen was completely destroyed by dark energy. Her fierce eyes dimmed, and her body slowly turned into black powder and disappeared. Lhasa put away his sword, feeling a bit proud of that last move. After mutation, although the combat skill used a little more mental energy, his sprint speed was faster than before, comparable to Maggie's rocket headbutt, and the damage was greatly increased. Most importantly, the shadow stab could now target any enemy, making it useful not just for movement or evasion. Among many fine green soul threads, one thicker one was clearly visible, probably the soul of the Mother Black Widow. Lhasa's ghostly lantern on his waist gained 3 more units of storage. A large spider's soul could be worth dozens or even hundreds of smaller spiders. Lhasa, let's camp here tonight, Renata said, glancing at the orange-red sky above. The sun was about to set, and a faint crescent moon was visible on the other side. This grassland is nice. You two can start a fire here. I'll go clear out the monsters around, Lhasa said, taking the ingredients and cooking tools prepared by Renata from his ring and placing them on the grass. Maggie looked around at the grass beneath her feet. It looked clean and fresh now, but just a moment ago, it was covered with countless white spider eggs. The sight made her shiver. To distract herself, she quickly helped Renata with some tasks. Lhasa finished clearing the scattered spider eggs around the open space and picked up some dry branches from the ground to use as firewood later that night. When he returned, Renata was already cooking a fragrant pot of meat porridge. Maggie stood by the fire, staring at the bubbling grains and meat in the pot. She slightly opened her mouth, almost drooling, forgetting about the spider eggs on the ground. Lhasa, you're just in time. Dinner is ready, Maggie said, wiping her mouth and bringing out 3 bowls of hot meat porridge. Renata carried a tray with some butter-toasted bread slices. Abby, keep an eye on the surroundings, Renata ordered her black hunting dog. Lhasa watched his loyal dog on guard. He and Maggie shared the same thought. Renata's animal companion skills are really useful for traveling and staying safe. Does Abby not need to eat? Maggie petted the dog's tail. The black dog turned its head and sniffed her. They only use my mental energy, but only for a few hours. When the time's up, they disappear, Renata explained. We still have to stay alert ourselves tonight. After speaking, she divided the toasted bread slices between Lhasa and Maggie. The meat porridge was savory and fragrant, and the crispy, golden bread slices on top made a perfect combination of salty and sweet. It was simple but delicious. In the quiet night, the crackling of the fires sounded warm and cozy. In this dangerous underground city, Lhasa felt a strange sense of comfort. Renata's cooking is better than the tavern in Moon Lake City, Maggie said as she ate, licking her bowl clean. She looked at Lhasa with a mischievous smile. Maggie, I'll share some with you, the tall, beautiful cook offered, giving her half of her meat porridge. Renata, do you think you'll be full eating like that? Lhasa had noticed before at Odwin's house that this tall girl's appetite was smaller than expected. I usually get full after eating a little, Renata said with a smile. On one side was Maggie, who was 1.4 meters tall but could eat a whole cow, and on the other was Renata, who was 1.9 meters tall and ate only a little. The one who ate a lot didn't gain weight, while the one who ate less still had a good figure. It's not logical, really not logical. Rosa thought that if he had to explain, it might be because their 2 races have very different basic metabolic rates. After dinner, Renata started drawing something in her notebook. Maggie curiously walked over to look. Are you drawing that big spider from earlier? Renata nodded. Yes, I am. I'm a monster researcher. Whenever I encounter a new monster, I record its appearance and known information. Rosa also leaned in to look. The drawing was simple, but the main features were clear. Look, I named this spider the Mother Black Widow. It incubates those spider eggs. Renata turned to the previous page. The small spiders that hatch from the eggs look very much like black widows. I call them juvenile black widows or black widow nymphs. Renata's naming was exactly the same as what the system showed. Rosa looked at the short-haired girl in surprise. Thinking carefully, although outside the game these names were probably made up by the writers, within the game's story, monster names are usually given by scholars like Renata. The way the game's story and the real world connect like this is truly fascinating. Maggie's focus was different from Rosa's. Renata, did you also look carefully at those little spiders? Renata paused her drawing and replied, Of course. One just crawled onto your back, so I observed it closely for a while. Rosa, help me check. Maggie immediately became restless when she heard this, nervously looking to see if there were any spiders on her. But Rosa saw Renata wink playfully at him, a mischievous smile on her face. Renata, how did you decide to become a scholar? Rosa asked. According to common sense, given her family background, it was much more likely that Renata would become a hunter or a farmer. Renata closed her notebook, a look of memory on her face. When I was a child, my mother taught me to read and write, but we didn't have many books at home. When I was about 8 or 9, my teacher, Professor Margaret Thorne, came to Regrass Village. She was studying the ecology of Lake Loon and the types of fish there. At that time, she hit a dead end in her research. Bored, she started teaching the children in the village how to identify freshwater fish. The other kids secretly called her an old witch and a strange woman. The teacher thought I was patient enough to learn, so she paid to buy me many books from Moon Lake City. Teacher Thorne was very interested in the various monsters inside the underground city, but she was too old and couldn't fight. She knew I was learning hunting with my father and always encouraged me to explore the underground city and become a true monster researcher. At first, I just followed the path my teacher planned. But after I started adventuring, it became my own dream. I hope one day I can write a thick book that records all the information about the monsters in the underground city. That way, adventurers will recognize the monsters and know their habits and weaknesses right away. Renata's blue eyes sparkled like the lake water. She looked at Rosa and Maggie and sighed. If I hadn't met you, maybe I would have gone alone to the royal city, to the Ivory Academy, to visit my teacher. I wouldn't have had the chance to see these dangerous yet amazing creatures. Based on the names of these monsters in the system, Renata is definitely close to success. Renata, if your teacher is in the royal city, then when we go through the black portal, we can visit her easily, Maggie said. Then you can show her how many kinds of monsters you've seen. Exactly, Maggie. This is just the beginning. Rosa's ring needs to have some space left for my research, Renata said confidently. Don't worry. Once I get a space ring, I'll give you the first one. After all, you're the team's logistics officer, Rosa teased. Just as the three were joking and chatting, heavy footsteps sounded from the woods. Hound Abby also growled in that direction. It looks like we need to do some exercise after dinner before bed, Rosa said, drawing his sword and watching the figure emerging from the trees. Monster name: Corrupted Brown Bear Monster Type. Beast/Insect Challenge Level D. This was the first time Lhasa and his team saw a monster that wasn't a spider after entering the dungeon. The brown bear in front of them behaved very strangely. Its upright stance looked awkward, and its fur was covered in dirt. Its body had many round lumps. It slowly turned its head, with dead white eyes, and an unconscious open mouth that dripped foul-smelling saliva. Why does this creature look so much like a limping zombie? Lhasa kept a cautious eye on the monster. The system had just shown its type, and he had a bad feeling about it. Today, he had used his soul flame several times in battle. His health was still slowly recovering. The team only had a small bottle of health potion, not yet enough to use. Renata, try shooting it with a flame arrow, Lhasa suggested, wanting to test his suspicion. He chose another team member who could create fire damage. Renata pulled her bow tight, the iron arrowhead turning red. As she released the arrow, it burst into flames. The flames wrapped around the brown bear. The round lumps on its body burst open, releasing countless tiny black widow spiders that crawled toward Lhasa and his team. The bear, scorched by fire, made no sound. It only snarled and lunged at them. This bear was definitely parasitized by spiders. Lhasa raised his sword and launched a shadow stab at the creature. The dark vortex collided with the charging bear. The corrupted bear's head was badly damaged by Lhasa's attack. Half of it was cut off, but it still stood. Its claws swung toward Lhasa. Maggie rushed forward, blocking the attack with her shield, and also cast a protective spell on Lhasa. This monster was like a moving spider nest. It was incredibly strong, unafraid of pain, and its body constantly hatched small spiders from the eggs inside to bother enemies. Maggie, let's go to the fire and get a stick to use as a torch to attack it. Renata, keep using your skills, Lasse said. He wanted to burn it completely with fire magic, but since it was only the first day in the dungeon, it was better to save his health. Maggie put away her hammer, holding her shield to block the bear's attack, while using a torch to threaten the monster. Lasse moved around the side of the brown bear, stabbing with his long sword and roasting with a torch. Renata only used fire arrows once her skill cooldown finished. She is now the main damage dealer among the three. After a few minutes, the charred brown bear finally fell. However, countless small spiders burst out from its body like a tide. The monster bear seemed to have no internal organs at all, completely parasitized by spider eggs. Seeing the grass field filled again with young black widows, Lasse sighed silently and helplessly used the soul spark. Lasse, Maggie and I will stay on watch tonight. You should rest well, Renata suggested, noticing Lasse's pale face. Yes, Lasse, with us here, you can sleep peacefully. Maggie also knew that Lasse's body was strained after casting fire magic. Then I leave it to you, Lasse said. He couldn't pretend to be strong now and needed to rest and recover his health. Who knows how many spiders are waiting for them tomorrow? He took out a sleeping bag from his ring, crawled in, and closed his eyes. Just before sleeping, he heard Maggie and Renata discussing the night watch plan. The night passed peacefully. Lasse woke up just as dawn broke. Maggie was standing guard beside him and Renata, apparently responsible for the second half of the night. Renata's hunting dog, Ebi, had disappeared when its time was up. Lasse checked his status. His health had recovered to 96%. It seems that as his physique increased, his natural health recovery rate also improved. It would be great to have a healing teammate nearby. When he kills monsters, he can restore mana, and with a teammate helping to heal, he could become a killing machine that never stops. Renata, who had been curled up sleeping, seemed to hear the noise. Her long eyelashes fluttered twice before she opened her eyes. You're all awake? Maggie stretched lazily. Luckily, no spider monsters came to bother us last night. However, Renata frowned slightly and asked, Did you hear a strange sound last night? Like a woman whispering. Then he found it funny that he was now in a fantasy world where he had already fought zombies and skeletons. A ghost wouldn't surprise him anymore. Even if a famous ghost like Sadako or Kayako appeared, he was confident he could defeat it with his silver-edged sword. Maggie thought for a moment and shook her head. I didn't hear anything either. By the way, why didn't you wake us up after you heard it? Renata's eyebrows furrowed even more. Last night, I was nervous at first when I heard it, but the sound came and went, and no monsters appeared. I even wondered if I was hearing things. The strangest part was that it seemed to come from all directions in the forest. Anyway, we should be more careful today when exploring. Maybe that will lead us to the dungeon boss, Lasse said. He didn't think Renata was the paranoid type. Plus, the system had shown the dungeon's name when they entered the portal. Whispering Forest. Maybe that strange woman's voice is what they call the Whisper. The three packed their things and prepared to explore the forest. At this moment, the night sky had not fully faded. The eastern horizon was faintly white, glowing softly. Renata, can you see through the eyes of the summoned hawk? Lasse asked, noticing that the area above the clearing was free of thick spiderweb-like fog. Renata quickly understood Lasse's idea. She thought for a moment and said, Asuna and I can't share vision, but Asuna can send me some simple information. She whistled and summoned the hawk. Asuna, go up and look around, Renata said, gently touching the hawk's gray-white forehead. The hawk Asuna let out a sharp cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. This time, no spiderwebs blocked its path. It circled and flew high above. Renata didn't speak. She closed her eyes, seemingly organizing the information sent by Asuna. Lasse and Maggie waited quietly. After 2 minutes, Renata opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. Asuna saw a few wooden houses over there. Then let's go check that out first, Lasse said. Let Asuna help us confirm the direction from the air. Earlier, outside the dark forest, the three pig-headed leaders lived in wooden houses. It might be the same this time. Before exploring further, Renata summoned a hunting dog to help scout ahead. Renata, why did you name them Asuna and Abby? Maggie asked out of curiosity. Lhasa also noticed that although the summoned animals looked slightly different, Renata's names were always the same. Renata explained, "In Ohak mythology, a brave warrior killed a fierce dragon that lived in the Ice Wind Valley and saved the tribe. He married a princess, and they had twin daughters. So, the twins are called Asuna and Abby." Lhasa, who didn't know much about the world's myths, became interested as he listened to Renata's story. "Yes, you should know that the Ohak tribe has two main clans, the Frost Wolf clan and the Snow Eagle clan. According to legend, Asuna is the ancestor of the Snow Eagle clan, and Abby is the ancestor of the Frost Wolf clan," Renata replied. "Did you think of all these names yourself?" Maggie asked in surprise. Renata smiled and said, "Not really. My dad used to give names to our hunting dogs and small birds. I was too lazy to think of new ones, so I just used the names he had already given." "Other Ohak people might not like you naming animals like that," Lhasa said. "If someone in his past life had named a pet after famous emperors, they might have received a lot of strange looks online. So, from now on, especially when you meet my people from the Frost Wolf and Snow Eagle clans, you can't let them find out," Renata said playfully, giving Lhasa and Maggie a sly look. On the way to the wooden house, they didn't encounter any monsters. The three of them walked and ate bread dipped in strawberry jam, as if they were strolling in a forest park. Suddenly, Renata stopped walking. "I lost contact with Asuna," she said. "It should be dead." The falcon had been flying high, helping with reconnaissance, even above the treetops. How could it have been attacked? "Renata, what was the last message Asuna sent?" Lhasa asked. Renata thought for a moment and said, "It was from a huge figure above the treetops. Asuna was hit by something green and then fell onto a spider web. Could that giant figure be the Lord?" Lhasa had many questions. If the Lord had been hiding above the forest, attacking it would mean risking being surrounded by countless lurking spiders in the treetops. Asuna's sudden death left the three of them without the mood to joke. Fortunately, the cabin was not far from Rosa and the others. Just a little further, and they would arrive. "Come here quickly, my love. Stay close to me." A gentle girl's voice came from the forest ahead, calling out to Rosa. "Is this the voice Lanata heard last night?" Rosa looked at Maggie and Lanata, noticing they were also stopping to listen. "I'm waiting for you, my love. Come closer." The voice sounded again, and Rosa seemed to see a shy, beautiful girl waving gently at him. "You are affected by the whisper of a magical lover and are in a charmed state. Your current willpower is 5. Please make a saving throw against this abnormal state." The system prompt sounded in his mind. Rosa was startled and quickly checked his status. Current status: cursed. All basic attributes decreased by 2. "Maggie, Lanata, are you okay?" Rosa asked anxiously. This curse probably started just by hearing that voice. "If everyone in the team is affected, our fighting ability will drop a lot." "I heard an old woman's voice. She said some nonsense," Maggie said with a confused look. "I couldn't understand what she was saying at all." "That's the same voice I heard last night," Lanata said confidently. "It's probably a trick from a monster. Her words make no sense, and her voice is unpleasant, like an old witch." Rosa was even more confused. "What's going on? The voices they heard are different from what I heard." He looked at Maggie and Lanata's statuses. They seemed normal. Only he was cursed? Rosa shared this information with Maggie and Lanata. "Rosa, maybe because of your gender, that old witch wants to tempt you to be her husband?" Maggie said with a mischievous smile. "Luckily, Rosa has a strong will and wasn't charmed," Lanata added. "This makes sense. The monster's abilities probably target men and women differently." Rosa looked at his attribute panel. Because of the curse, his basic attributes had dropped to single digits, but the talents and skills he already gained were still there. "It seems the curse is only temporary." The uncertain girl's whispering voice came again. "What are you still waiting for? My love, come to me quickly. I just want to hold you." "Lhasa, what did she say this time?" Maggie and Renata once again heard the woman's voice, but to their ears, the strange, harsh sound didn't seem to say anything meaningful. "She told me to come quickly. She wants to hug me," Lhasa replied impatiently. "Oh dear, come and hug me," Maggie exaggerated playfully. Lhasa angrily hit her on the head. "Hey Lhasa, are you getting weaker?" Maggie asked, holding her head. "I'm cursed by this monster. Let's hurry up. I just want to kill it quickly," Lhasa said, holding a long sword and walking to the front, beside the hunting dogs. Ahead, they could see the outlines of several wooden houses. As they got closer, Lhasa noticed these buildings were not as good as the one the three pig-headed people lived in before. The previous cabin in the dark forest looked simple but cozy, with food cooking inside and chairs set out. Clearly a warm little home for the pigheads. But these wooden houses looked abandoned for a long time. They were old and broken, with collapsed eaves, damaged doors and windows. One house looked like it had been crushed by something huge. These houses were very close to the forest, even accessible from the treetops. It didn't seem like anyone lived here, but there were many monsters. Spider webs connected the houses, hanging with spiders of various sizes and colors. Inside the houses, there were sounds of skittering, indicating many monsters inside. The ground in this area was covered with thick, sticky spider silk. Lhasa observed for a while and saw at least 3 different types of spider monsters. Monster name: Venom Spitter Monster Type. Insect Challenge Level: D-. This is a spider with green fur on its back. Its mouthparts swell and sometimes drip green liquid. These spiders hide on the roofs of the houses or hang in the air. From their name, it's clear they can attack from a distance. Monster name: Web Weaver Monster Type. Insect Challenge Level: D-. This creature has white fur on its back. They are all crawling on a huge spider web between the wooden huts. The sticky spider web on the ground is probably their work. The green venom-spitting spider and the white web-spinning spider are about the same size as the black hunting dog next to Lhasa. The third type has a swollen, round abdomen and blood-red fur on its back. They are about the size of a kitten and are the most numerous, crawling on the ground. Monster name: Red-Bellied Exploder Monster Type. Insect Challenge Level: D-. Just by looking at the name and appearance, you can guess these red-haired spiders are like self-destructing trucks. In a small area, there are 3 types of spiders with different fighting roles: close-range attackers, red exploder spiders; long-range shooters, green venom-spitting spiders; and support/control, white web-spinning spiders. The terrain makes fighting even harder, full of traps and obstacles, which is very hostile. Renata, you take out those green spiders first, Lhasa ordered. I'll handle the red spiders crawling toward us. Let me try to burn them all at once, Maggie said, holding a torch. She tried to light the spider web on the ground, but only scorched a small edge. Forget it, Maggie. It's not that simple. Let's clear these first, then explore inside, Lhasa said. He cast a fiery spell called Soul Flame at the red exploder spiders approaching. As soon as the flames touched the red-bellied exploders, they burst like balloons pricked with needles. It seemed their bodies were full of bright red poison, and when they exploded, the poison splattered everywhere. Maggie quickly raised her shield to block for Lhasa. Renata then used her quick shooting skill. Her bow and arrow looked like she pressed an acceleration button. The arrows shot through the air toward the green venom-spitting spiders on the web. Most spiders were killed before they could fight back, pierced by the arrows. One spider, just before the arrow arrived, spat out a stream of green poison. The poison hit the arrow, and the iron arrow was instantly corroded away. From the effect of the venom, it looks like the same kind of spider that killed the aerial hawk in the treetops earlier. If someone gets hit by this green thick spit, even their armor might be burned through. All the red explosion spiders and green venom-spitting spiders within sight have been cleared away. The least threatening web weavers can only die one by one, filled with regret, under Renata's bow and arrow. Lhasa and Maggie stay put, becoming spectators, watching Renata shoot with skill and grace. As the last white spider disappears, Renata puts away her longbow. Her fair face is slightly red, and she wipes the sweat from her forehead, smiling. That was such an exciting shooting battle, mainly because our archer always hits the target perfectly and looks so brave, Lhasa praises. The monsters we faced before were either too big for Renata to kill with just a few arrows, or too small to waste an iron arrow on. The spiders near the wooden house are just the right size. Renata can kill one with a single arrow. With Lhasa and Maggie not performing well, this became Renata's best stage for showing off. Lhasa is surprised to find that the ghostly lantern on his waist absorbed the souls of the spiders Renata defeated. After the fight, the lantern already has 9 souls. If he kills a few more monsters, he can reach 10 souls and use the 3rd-level magic, Soul Reaper's Scythe. Let's send Abby to scout ahead, Renata says, patting her black dog's head. The hound moves slowly after stepping onto the sticky spider web. It approaches the wooden house door and sticks its body inside. After a while, Abby comes out of the house, barking at Lhasa and the others. There are some strange monsters inside, but they probably aren't dangerous, Renata translates. Let's go in and take a look, Lhasa suggests. He steps onto the web, feeling sticky like walking on a big puddle of syrup. Looking at his status, he notices he's cursed and also has a 20% reduction in movement speed. Maggie and Renata come closer, and it seems they are moving even more slowly than him. Lhasa realizes their speed has dropped by 40%. Thinking carefully, he concludes that this is probably due to his new talent, Master of Balance, which activates when his agility reaches 10. He guesses this web is also a complex terrain. The three of them enter the wooden house. Inside, they see several long, mysterious objects wrapped in thick spider silk, wriggling. They are not aggressive and look somewhat like mummies from the pyramid. What is this strange thing? Lhasa opened the inside eye to look. Monster name: Cocoon Groom. Monster type: Insect/Undead. Challenge level E. Lhasa, should we kill them? Maggie asked, holding a torch. Lhasa tried poking with his sword. The thick spider silk was tougher than he expected. Forget it, let's not bother with them. Let's go see other places first. To kill these monsters, Lhasa could either slash with his sword or burn them with soul flames. After trying for a while, he only got some souls, similar to the young Black Widow before. The small spiders were numerous, and burning them with a fire killed many at once. In short, fighting these cocoon grooms was not worth it. Ignoring them wouldn't make much difference. But the name of this monster gave Lhasa some guesses. Since there is a groom, there must be a bride. And in this dungeon, the only thing related to bride was the faint, drifting voice of a girl. When Lhasa first heard the girl whispering, he passed a charm magic check. Luckily, his health wasn't full at the time, and his 5-point willpower made him immune to charm effects. What if a male adventurer's willpower wasn't strong enough, and he was affected? Maybe now, inside the wooden house, those cocooned grooms, wrapped like zongzi, rice dumplings, are the fate of some adventurers. The three team members checked each wooden house one by one. They found that each contained a few strange, twisting cocooned grooms. Lhasa also shared his guess with Maggie and Renata. Lhasa, if a whole team is all men, wouldn't they all get affected? Maggie, after learning that the thick spider silk wrapped around the corpses, felt a bit uneasy when looking at these strange things. As long as their willpower is as strong as mine, there's no need to worry even if they're all men. Lhasa said this, but he felt differently inside. Even if this all-male adventuring team was immune to charm magic, they still faced a debuff that reduced all attributes by 2 points. It's hard to imagine the team fighting with such a debuff. Creatures that might normally be easy to handle could become tricky and deadly as the adventurer's attributes weaken. The three of them moved to the back of several wooden houses. There was an open space with no spider silk covering the ground. Empty land is neatly filled with some wooden chairs, all facing the same direction. At the end, there is a half-circle wooden arch decorated with vines and flowers, but the plants are all withered. Behind the wooden arch, there are a few stone pillars with some white fabric draped over them. From a distance, it looks like sheer curtains, but upon closer inspection, it's just a thin layer of spider webs. The arrangement of this place gives a very strong visual impression. Could this be the wedding site of the bride and groom? Maggie picks a dried flower petal, imagining how it used to be full of fresh flowers. It does look pretty similar. Rosa finds a sturdy-looking wooden chair and sits down. Seeing this, Maggie copies him and finds a chair to sit on, but her eyes are a bit careless. As soon as she sits, the 4 legs of the chair break with a snap, and Maggie ends up sitting on the ground. Rosa and Renata can't help but laugh out loud. Here, sit on this one. Rosa picks another fairly sturdy chair for her. Maggie, who just had her embarrassing moment, doesn't dare to be careless this time. She sits carefully, but the chair creaks loudly, almost making her jump up in fright. By now, the sun has risen to the middle of the sky, indicating it's almost noon. Rosa, let's start preparing lunch. Renata clears some broken chairs to the side and finds a shady spot to start a fire. Rosa takes out ingredients needed by Renata from his ring. Now, wood is everywhere, and breaking a couple of these chairs is enough for 3 people to cook and make fire. As Renata begins to work, There's a noise coming from the wooden hut nearby. Rosa turns to look and sees two giant spiders with strange shapes crawling from the treetops onto the roof, seemingly heading straight for them. Monster name: Thornsack Guard. Monster type: Insect. Challenge difficulty: D. These two giant spiders are about the same size as the previous Black Widow, but their appearance is very different. They have long 8 spider legs, holding their bodies high. Their abdomens are slender and curled forward, ending in a sharp spike, as if a wasp's tail has been grafted onto a spider. Seeing this, Renata prepares to draw her longbow, but Rosa calls Maggie over. "Renata, leave these two to me and Maggie. You can focus on making lunch." Rosa observes for a moment. There are only these two enemies, so it's not a big problem. Maggie also said, "Let's finish quickly and aim to be back before Renata finishes cooking. Make sure to call me when you need help." Renata hesitated, then sat back down by the pot. Over there, a spiny guard's belly tightened like a spring. As its muscles relaxed, a sharp poison spike shot out like an arrow toward Lhasa and the others. Maggie quickly raised her shield to block the incoming spike. She shouted to Lhasa, "Captain, give the orders. Take out the one on the right with a rocket head smash," Lhasa said. Then he attacked the left spiny guard with a shadow strike. Looking at how these two spiders fought, their long, thin spider legs supporting them were clearly their weak points. Lhasa chose to target them with his attack. A flash of sword light with dark energy cut through, breaking 3 of the spider's supporting legs on one side. Its once tall body lost balance and fell to the ground. This time, the attack wasn't as effective as before, probably because the basic stats were lowered. The other spiny guard was hit by Maggie's rocket head smash, which tore open its belly. Its tail spike, used for attacking, turned into mud. "Maggie, let's see who's faster in a race," Lhasa said, swinging his sword at the fallen spider's head. "Let's race. The loser will do the dishes when we get back," Maggie replied, pulling out her hammer and starting to hit. On the other side, Renata was frying a beef rib. She sprinkled some seasoning while watching Lhasa and Maggie fight. Seeing they had the upper hand, she relaxed and focused on cooking. After a while, Lhasa and Maggie came over. "Lhasa, I just won," Maggie said proudly. Okay, this time you win," Lhasa admitted. He just realized how much the curse debuff had weakened him. His skills were less powerful, and even his normal attacks weren't as strong as before. Even though his current strength was higher than Maggie's in theory, he was still 2 seconds slower just now. Renata handed them the prepared lunch, 2 pieces of bread with beef and some sauce inside. It looked a bit like a hamburger from Lhassa's past. Maggie took a bite, and the juicy meat spilled onto her cheek. Lhasa took a vegetable slice from his ring and added it to his burger, making a complete beef burger. "Lhasa, can I have some vegetables too?" Renata saw his action and became interested. Me too, Maggie said eagerly. After taking some vegetables, the two of them mimicked Lhasa by placing them between bread and took a few bites. "This makes it taste even better. It seems our captain has a talent for cooking," Renata said with a smile. Lhasa scratched his head, wondering if he accidentally invented a new kind of burger from another world. While the 3 of them enjoyed their meal, the voice of what seemed to be a bride appeared again. "My love, why are you threatening our bridesmaid with a sword? You have truly hurt my heart." As the girl's whisper faded, Maggie couldn't wait to ask, "Lhasa, what did she say this time?" Lhasa looked at her with a bit of annoyance. "That monster just said that after they catch us, they'll eat you first because you're the biggest eater." After lunch, the 3 members of the team sat on chairs to rest. They had been in the dungeon for a full 24 hours and hadn't seen the Lord yet. In the old dungeons with white portals, the team would usually gather their loot and head back to the tavern to celebrate. "Lhasa, what should we do next?" Maggie asked. Renata also looked at Lhasa. Her falcon could only be summoned again tomorrow, and the forest stretched endlessly in all directions. They needed to decide on a direction to explore. "I have an idea. I want to try it myself, but it's a bit dangerous," Lhasa said, staring at the distant wooden house and treetops. Maggie and Renata looked where he was pointing and immediately understood what he wanted to do. "Lhasa, what if you fall?" Maggie asked worriedly. "I can control my balance well now," Lhasa replied. "But before that, Maggie, I have an idea I need to test, and I need your help." Lhasa led Maggie to a wooden house. "Maggie, you first use your body as a shield for me." A glow began to surround the Duffling girl. Lhasa then cast a soul flame on the cocoon, consuming 2% of his health. The goal was definitely not to burn these low-level monsters to death. He checked his health points in the system and felt a little happy. Sure enough, his health only dropped by 1%. Earlier, Lhasa had an idea. Could he combine the Soul Spark and Shield effect so Maggie could help share the damage? This way, they could both recover health together during rest, and Maggie's combat skill would also give a damage reduction buff. Now, trying it out, it really worked. Lhasa couldn't help feeling proud. He had truly figured out the game mechanics. "Maggie, do you feel anything?" he asked. Maggie shook her head. "Just a little tingling all over, nothing else." The 1% health loss only applied to Lhasa's health. Given Maggie's higher constitution, her health bar should be much longer. Plus, with 15% damage reduction, the damage on Maggie would probably be less than 0.5%. "Later, when I get to the roof, you might help me share a lot of the damage," Lhasa warned Maggie in advance. "It's okay, Lhasa. I'm tough," Maggie said casually. Lhasa walked up to the collapsed wooden house and started climbing. Maggie and Renata watched from the side. This scene made Lhasa remember when he was a kid, sneaking over walls with friends to climb trees and steal fruit from neighbors' yards. The wooden planks beneath his feet creaked, making Lhasa wonder if they could support his weight. Carefully, he took a few steps on the roof of the wooden house. It was much easier than he expected. His body instinctively kept his balance and controlled his center of gravity. Honestly, the agility bonus from the 10 points was really useful. The roofs of several wooden houses were close enough that Lhasa could jump easily from one to another. He moved along the rooftops until he reached the nearest tree canopy. Below, Maggie and Renata could still see him. "Renata, use tracking on me," Lhasa shouted down to them. Renata made a hand gesture at him. Then a silent killing intent locked onto Lhasa. Maggie's shield effect lasted for a certain time, while Renata's tracking would also drain her mental energy continuously. Lhasa sped up, moving between the tree canopies. Standing at a high point, he finally realized how bizarre these spider monsters were. Everywhere he looked, the tops of the trees in the forest were connected by white spider webs. Upon closer inspection, he could see many spiders of different sizes moving through them. But none of these were the target he sought. He needed to find the Lord. Looking into the distance, Rosa finally saw a huge figure. Based on the distance, this figure was larger than any other spider monster he had seen so far. There were many small spiders surrounding it, clearly showing its importance. Rosa moved between the treetops, getting closer. After resting, his mental strength was still at 90%. After killing the 2 bridesmaids, his soul energy increased to 11 units. Rosa planned to get close and then use a shadow strike. If he confirmed that this giant spider was the Lord, he would give it a big surprise. "My love, why have you come so high? Our wedding won't be until tonight." The girl's whispering voice sounded again. "Of course, I can't wait to see you," Rosa thought silently. After dealing with the poison spitter and web weaver that tried to bother him along the way, Rosa was getting closer to his target and could now see its shape. This monster's upper body was a withered human female corpse, pale and bluish skin, hunched posture. She wore a blood-stained white dress, with a thin layer of white spider silk draped over her head like a wedding veil. Her hands were thin and bony, with purple-black fingertips. Her lower body was a huge spider, with 8 thick legs covered in tiny spiders. Countless white spherical spider eggs clung to her back and abdomen. Monster name: Whispering Bride. Monster type: Insect/Undead/Lord. Challenge difficulty: C. Note: she has married countless times, but still remains a. Finally, I found you, Lord. Rosa immediately used his combat skill, Shadow Strike, to appear in front of the Whispering Bride. Standing before her, he realized how enormous she was, probably 4 or 5 meters tall. He had to look up to meet her eyes. He wondered how the treetops below could support such a giant. The corpse's thin lips began to move. "My love, you are so impatient." Countless tricolored spiders and a few spiked guardians crawled out from the treetops, surrounding Rosa. "Come on, the more, the better. Because I can't wait to see you off." Lhasa couldn't stand the ugly monster calling his loved one over and over again. 20% health loss activates Soul Spark. The purple flames instantly turn Lhasa's view into a sea of fire. "My love, how dare you torment my offspring like this?" I will wrap you in spider silk and drain every drop of your juice. The monster's true form finally reveals itself. Its voice no longer sounds sweet and charming, but turns into the strange, grating voice of an old witch, like Maggie's. The whispering bride twists her 8 spider legs in the flames. The spider eggs on her back are burned and burst one by one. A power returns to Lasse's body. It seems that with the Lord injured, the cursed state has also been lifted. But it's not over yet. Lasse glances at the countless spiders surrounding him. Activate Tier 3 magic, Soul Reaper's Scythe. A tall, ghostly figure of a death god appears behind Lasse. It wields a scythe made of bones. With a scream of spirits, it swings the scythe, sweeping everything around Lasse. Dark purple ripples spread out from Lasse as the energy attacks shatter the bodies of all the spiders and monsters within range. Countless greenish silk threads rise up and gather into the lantern at Lasse's waist. The whispering bride screams painfully. Its body has just been heavily damaged and can no longer keep its balance, beginning to fall from the treetops. In the woods, Maggie and Renata follow closely above the treetops where Lasse is. They can hear the monsters on the trunks starting to stir and gathering toward Lasse. Suddenly, a large burst of purple flames explodes overhead, illuminating the forest with a faint purple glow. The thin web-like mist in the sky is burned into ashes by the flames. It's Lasse's fire magic, Renata says. Maggie also suddenly feels a small part of her energy being drained. She becomes more anxious, unsure of what Lasse is doing up there. Both of them feel frustrated and powerless, but they can only hope for good news from Lasse. Then, a piercing scream comes from above. It sounds like the voice of that old woman from before. Next, there is a cracking sound of breaking branches, and a huge dark shadow falls from the treetops, causing the ground to shake. Maggie and Renata looked at the spider monster on the ground with surprise. Its body was blackened, with only 5 of its 8 spider legs remaining. Its upper human body was also badly damaged. Lasse's voice came from the treetops. It's the Lord. Don't let it escape. Maggie froze for a moment, looking at the clumsy, ugly bride in front of her. She muttered, "So this ugly thing wants to hug Lasse? It looks even uglier than I imagined." She began to gather energy for a powerful rocket punch, ready to strike the monster hard. However, the struggling monster lord reached out with its thin, withered finger and pointed at Maggie, muttering something. A thick white spider web suddenly fell from above, wrapping Maggie tightly as she prepared to attack. Seeing this, Renata quickly stopped tracking the prey with her magic. She pulled an iron arrow from her quiver. Her mental energy was low, so she had to save it and use a normal attack first. She aimed at the upper body of the bride and shot several arrows in quick succession. Lasse, on the treetop, cast a 3rd-level spell. Her mental energy was completely drained after the spell, but thanks to her magic absorption talent, her energy recovered to 54%. The Soul Reaper's scythe had just killed many spiders in an instant, and now it had absorbed 8 units of souls from the lantern. When the Lord fell, Lasse glanced at its health bar, only 1/3 remaining. The Soul Reaper's scythe she cast only used 10 units of soul energy. If she cast a more powerful spell that consumed 20 or more units of souls, she might be able to kill the monster lord instantly. As expected of a 3rd-level spell, it was a powerful weapon against enemies like these yellow teleportation portals, truly a crushing. Now the lord fell into the forest below. Lasse had to climb down from the treetops to continue the chase. The bride below had already been hit by several iron arrows from Renata. She looked at Renata not far away, waved her hands, and muttered a spell. A green poison arrow formed in the air and shot toward Renata. The young archer quickly hid behind a tree trunk. The poison arrow hit the trunk and splattered in all directions. Some splashed onto her leather armor, causing a sizzling, corrosive sound. She looked down and saw a small hole in her armor, exposing her fair skin. Meanwhile, Maggie finally broke free from the spider web, still covered in some bits of silk. Time for Miss Maggie to show her strength, Maggie angrily shouted, just as she was about to attack the Lord. Meanwhile, the whispering bride finished a strange, difficult spell, and 3 spiders, red, green, and white, appeared beside Maggie. Maggie quickly jumped back to avoid the explosion from the red-bellied spider, but 3 iron arrows shot swiftly, killing the enemies in front of her. This was Renata's quick shot. The Spider Lord, whose attack was blocked, suddenly saw Lasana land steadily nearby and run toward them. Its eyes showed fear and hatred. It shot a white spider silk from its abdomen, sticking to a tall tree in the distance, and then its huge body escaped along the silk. This was no bride. It was clearly a spider trying to run away. Lasana almost cursed when he saw this. He immediately ordered the hunters in the team, Renata, chase it. Renata knew she couldn't let the Lord escape. She activated her tracking skills. Follow my lead, she shouted, running after the fleeing Lord. Lasana and Maggie also hurried after her. The sky was getting darker, nearing evening. If they delayed any longer, it would be very hard to track the monster Lord once night fell. If they let it escape, they'd have to wait until daylight to search again. The Whispering Bride, injured and exhausted, might hide in a corner of the forest, making Lasana and the others search for her for a long time. All three of them had one thought: take it down while it's weak. It's heading toward the wooden hut. Renata relayed real-time information about the Whispering Bride to Lasana and Maggie. This surprised Lasana. He thought the Spider Lord would run into the treetops, since that was its territory. Climbing up there would be tough for the team. Inside the hut were only cocoons like mummies, with the bride inside. Did she expect to fight the adventurers using them? No matter what the monster was thinking, it was good for Lasana that it ran in that direction. The three of them ran quickly to the front of the hut. The sticky web was still on the ground. It stopped. It's inside that wooden hut. Renata pointed to a hut with a big hole in the wall. Later, we attack with all our strength. Don't give it a chance to escape, she said. Lasana then moved toward the web. With his balance skills, he was the fastest and entered the hut first. The scene inside made him feel extremely sick. He saw the Whispering Bride bend down, its spider legs grabbing a writhing cocoon containing the groom. Its charred head was biting into the wrapped contents, with blood and juices flowing down its sharp teeth into the spider's body. Its two arms also reached into two other cocoons, feeding on the blood and flesh inside. Cursed. As it moved, Lhasa saw the Lord's health bar slowly recover. It turned out these grooms were its reserve blood supplies. Seeing Lhasa chase after it, the Whispering Bride immediately dropped the groom and tried to escape again. But before it could shoot out its spider silk from its abdomen, Maji's fiery hammer struck it, cutting off its escape route. Maji, move aside. I'll burn it to death. Lhasa saw the Lord's health bar, hit by Maji's attack, drop suddenly to just 1/7. He decided to give it a quick end. At this moment, Maji's shield effect ended, but it didn't matter. He knew he could level up and heal soon. He activated 15% Soul Flame. Vivid purple flames instantly engulfed the Spider Lord and the poor grooms inside the cocoons, purifying and burning them all. Maji and Lenata watched the blazing fire inside the wooden house. Maji, do we really need a mage in our team? Lhasa's magic is powerful enough, Lenata said, seeing the Spider Lord turn to ashes. Lenata, Lhasa only knows 2 spells, and the other one can only summon cats and dogs, Maji replied with a shrug. I have a lot on my shoulders. Lhasa's attention was focused on the system prompt ringing in his mind. You have cleared the current dungeon. Your character level has increased to level 9. Your status is fully restored. Your exclusive class level has increased to level 3, gaining 2 skill points. Class skill tree unlocked. The bestiary system has been unlocked. Information related to main quest 3 has been unlocked. Feeling fully restored after leveling up was incredibly satisfying. Lhasa couldn't help but think happily. Sure enough, moving to a higher level map made experience points jump again, and leveling up 3 times in a row felt so wonderful. The skill point information displayed by the system later surprised Lhasa. He had thought that the skills gained upon taking the job were all he would get, but now it seems there are many more profession skills waiting to be unlocked and upgraded. Lhasa planned to return to the inn and carefully study the remaining information about the bestiary system and main quests. After a tough battle, the first thing to do was open the treasure chest. Lhasa stepped out of the wooden hut. The sky was now completely dark. Maggie and Renata held torches and stood in front of a metal chest. Lhasa, have you ever seen a monster guarding a treasure chest like this? How can we tell if it's dangerous? Renata asked. It's okay, Renata. I just threw small stones at it, and the chest didn't react, Maggie said. Lhasa nodded and added, and the shape of this chest looks normal. By the way, Renata, do you want to try opening it? Renata shook her head. Let Maggie do it. I already have a profession badge, so I hope this chest has a profession suitable for me. Hearing this, Maggie's eyes lit up with hope. She looked at Lhasa with a pleading expression. Then I'll leave it to you, Maggie, Lhasa said kindly. I also think your profession badge is inside. Maggie excitedly rubbed her hands and opened the metal chest. A yellow light flashed, and 7 items appeared on the ground, including a profession badge. Lhasa, it's a badge. Come look, Maggie exclaimed, excited to see the badge. Finding a badge wasn't surprising, but what mattered was whether it was the profession Maggie wanted. Lhasa took the badge and looked at the pattern on it, a shield. His breathing quickened. Profession name, Guardian. Current status, unbound. Job requirements, strength greater than or equal to 7, constitution greater than or equal to 10. The name clearly indicated its purpose. Lhasa turned to see Maggie staring at him with hope in her eyes. He had wanted to tease her a little, but suddenly remembered her disappointed expression from earlier, so he didn't want to make a harsh joke. Maggie, luck is on your side this time. Lhasa told her the profession details. Her eyes shone even brighter. I want this one. You can take the rest, Maggie said happily, already pulling out a dagger to bind the badge immediately. Seeing her anxious look, Lhasa couldn't help but remember the day he received the wizard badge from that mysterious girl. He hurried back to the inn, eager to get his profession. In their team, only Renata remained calm, while everyone else was excited about obtaining their badges. While Maggie was busy tinkering with her badge alone, Lhasa checked the remaining 6 spoils one by one. The first was a special trading crystal skull, which he stored directly in his space ring. The second was a yellow skill crystal. Skill name, Lava Ground. Split skill type, combat technique. Skill rank, 2nd level. Learning requirements, strength greater than or equal to 8, spirit greater than or equal to 7. Skill description, uses blunt weapons to activate. Consumes some mental energy. When jumping high, strikes the ground with the weapon, causing small area physical damage and ongoing fire damage. Using this combat technique will also reduce weapon durability. Isn't this the fiery skill Maggie has been dreaming of? However, earlier, Maggie's mental attribute seemed a bit low. He wondered if she would meet the requirements after officially taking on her role. Lhasa also stored this in his ring, planning to surprise Maggie later. The third item was a large vial of blue potion, much bigger than the mental energy potions Lhasa had used before. Name, small mental energy recovery potion type. Consumable rank, 2nd level. Effect, temporarily restores a small amount of mental energy over a short period. Note, can be divided into up to 4 doses. This is a good item. Currently, the most expensive consumables in Moon Lake City are these potions. Lhasa planned to buy some small glass bottles, divide the potion into 4 parts, so each team member could have one, with an extra bottle as backup. Looking at the potion's name, it probably indicates there are even stronger mental energy recovery potions, which might only be obtainable through the red teleportation portal. The 4th item was a dark green longbow, engraved with black spider patterns, with a yellow crystal embedded in the center. Equipment name, Corruption Venom Longbow. Equipment rank, yellow crystal. Equipment requirements, physical attack boost, C, special traits, long-range special enchantment, toxin special ability, user's toxin resistance 10% durability, 100%. This was naturally handed over to Renata. Lhasa handed the bow to the archer girl in the team and briefly explained its effects. Renata touched the dark green bow with her fingers, and her face showed happiness. Lhasa had never seen the toxin resistance attribute before. It was easy to understand, but in normal gameplay, such a defensive trait on a weapon would usually be removed. The 5th item was a yellow skill crystal with a picture of a small spider. Skill name, Web Technique. Skill type, Magic/Summoning. Skill rank, 2nd level. Learning requirement, spirit greater than or equal to 9. Skill description, needs a magic medium to activate, consumes some spirit power, and summons a web to trap the target enemy. The larger the target, the shorter the trap lasts. This was a skill used by the Whispering Bride when fighting Maggie before. It trapped Maggie for nearly a minute. But Maggie was small, so if an adventurer used it against a larger monster, the effect might be much weaker. Lhasa's 2 magic mediums couldn't cast this spell. He figured he should sell the skill crystal now, while its price was rising to get some money. Lhasa looked at the last loot, which was a pair of wrist guards. Item name: Agile wrist guards. Item rank: Yellow crystal. Equipment requirements: None. Special abilities: 1 agility, 10% attack speed. Durability: 100%. Although he could use them himself, such attack speed gear didn't seem right for a non-shooter. Lhasa put the wrist guards into Renata's hand. Lhasa, this is the last one. Aren't you going to keep one for yourself? Renata asked. Lhasa pointed at the lantern hanging from his waist. I already have what I need. When they just defeated the Lord, a much thicker green ghost was absorbed directly by the lantern. The system also gave a notification. Captured the Lord's soul, Whispering Bride. Note: can be used for soul forging and summoning. After dividing the loot, Lhasa looked back. Maggie was holding her activated class badge, standing there dazed. Lhasa called her a few times, but she didn't respond. He and Renata quickly went over and patted her shoulder. Maggie finally snapped out of her daze. Wow, I almost thought she had become as foolish as Fan Jean after passing the Imperial exam. Maggie looked at the two of them innocently and asked, Lhasa, Renata, what's wrong? Actually, it should be us asking. Lhasa looked at her speechlessly and said, Maggie, you should have already started your new job, right? Maggie rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded vaguely. Lhasa directly used her insight eye to check her status. Name: Maggie Luga. Template: Hero. NPC race: Dwarf. Class: Guard. Current status: Normal. Basic attribute: Strength 11, Agility 6, Spirit 7, Faith 3, Constitution 18, Base 16, Dwarf. Racial talent 2, Special attributes: Max 10, Perception 3, Willpower 5, Charisma 8. Current equipment: Small iron hammer, white. Infantry helmet, white. Metal chainmail, white. Conical dagger, white. Skills: Rocket head hammer, level 2. Shield as cover, level 1. Rapid rescue, level 1. Consumes some spirit. Teleports in front of a teammate under attack within range, up to 3 times a day. Guardian force field, level 2. Can only be activated when equipped with a shield. Consumes a lot of spirit. Creates a shield around herself to block damage for a short time. The effect depends on the shield's quality and durability. Talents and specializations: Lucky little person. Gains extra positive bonuses on certain checks. Social butterfly. Increased success rate in communication and negotiations. Iron wall. Reduces all damage taken by 10%. Star of the future. Faster attribute growth. Blunt weapon master. Deals 18% more damage with blunt weapons. Shield maintenance. The shield slowly recovers durability. Strong body. All resistances increased by 10%. It seems her new job is fine. Maggie's basic attributes gained 1 point in strength, 1 in spirit, and 2 in constitution. Her skills and talents also increased by 2, all related to protecting teammates. The level 2 skill Crystal Lava Fissure in Lhasa's ring now matches Maggie's spirit attribute exactly. Could Maggie be overwhelmed with too much information in her mind? Is she feeling a bit dizzy now? Renata guessed. That's possible. When she first understood the skill crystal, she also fell asleep. Lhasa recalled the situation and thought that with Maggie's brain capacity, too much information could easily overload her. Lhasa looked at the sky, estimating it was around 8 or 9 p.m., and said to Renata, let's take her back first. She should be fine after a good sleep. Renata nodded, holding Maggie's hand, and followed Lhasa toward the blue teleportation portal. After passing through the portal, the three of them took the association's small boat from the sandbank back to Moon Lake City. Their adventurer ID cards were also taken by the association to be engraved with new emblems. Near the Adventurers Guild, there are 2 taverns called Victory Moment and Old Sam's Barbecue. The sign of Victory Moment shows a half-open golden treasure chest. Many adventurers go there before starting their adventures, hoping for good luck. Old Sam's Barbecue offers high-end food. Its chef is said to have worked at Duke Kelvin's residence. Adventurers often visit this place after their adventures, when they have the most coins, to satisfy their taste buds. Both taverns are competitors, but are also well integrated into the life of Moon Lake City's adventurers. However, as the Golden Cup tournament approaches, adventurers usually spend their money on better gear. Right now, both places are doing just okay. Lhasa and the others entered Victory Moment Tavern. When the waiter brought the menu to their table, Maggie, who had been a bit dazed, suddenly became clear-headed. I want this, this, and this. She pointed at the fancy names on the menu. Seeing her finally recover from her overload, Lhasa took out the yellow skill crystal from his ring and handed it to her. Clumsy one, your most desired fire combat skill is here. Really? Let me see what kind of skill it is, Maggie said happily, eager to learn it immediately. Lhasa quickly stopped her. Take your time to study it at the inn. For now, enjoy your dinner, Lhasa said, worried that this little fool might mess things up again. While waiting for their food, Renata took out her notebook and recorded information about the spider monsters in the dungeon. She also kept asking Lhasa about what the Spider Lord looked like at the beginning. Lhasa briefly described the appearance of the Whispering Bride. Lhasa, when you first saw the monster's upper body, were you disappointed? Maggie teased with a sly smile. With you two beautiful ladies by my side, how could I have high expectations for those monsters? Lhasa replied with a smile. Oomph, you've learned to sweet talk too, Maggie said, not falling for it. Next to Maggie, Renata, who was taking notes, blushed slightly and paused her writing for a second or two. At that moment, a waiter brought over some food. Since there weren't many customers in the tavern now, he enthusiastically introduced the house's signature dishes. Everyone, this is our special dish, the Dragon Feast, he said, pointing to a platter of roasted meat. It's the favorite of legendary adventurer Bear Claw and Taka, who once finished 3 servings in one go. He bowed slightly to the 3 of them and loudly said, "Please enjoy your victorious moment." Other waiters nearby also shouted the same phrase together. This familiar yet awkward scene made Lhasa feel a bit confused. Wasn't this a bad habit from chain restaurants in his past life, now copied here? Though the waiters' shouting slogans made things a little embarrassing, the food in this tavern was pretty good. The signature roasted meat paired with refreshing beer made the hungry team enjoy their meal thoroughly. After eating and drinking enough, Lhasa returned to the inn. Now, it was time to carefully study the new system. He first opened the newly unlocked bestiary system, and a series of system notifications rang in his mind. Character bestiary unlocked, Maggie Trava. Character bestiary unlocked, Todd Crest. Character bestiary unlocked, Jamie Crest. Monster bestiary unlocked, Goblin. Lord Monster bestiary unlocked, Mutant Goblin. Monster bestiary unlocked, Mushroom Man. Lhasa quickly looked through the monster bestiary. Besides knowing that the boss of the second dungeon was not called the 3 pig-headed brothers, but the Dark Forest Guardian, the other information didn't seem very helpful to him. Of course, if this bestiary was given to Renata, it would be very useful because it detailed the monster's appearances, habits, fighting styles, and weaknesses. This monster encyclopedia is truly Renata's lifelong goal. Lhasa opened the character encyclopedia again. The first entry was Maggie, with a character photo. The image of Maggie matched her appearance in the famous CG from Lhasa's past life, wearing bright heavy armor, with a determined look in her eyes. Lhasa quickly glanced over it. The entry recorded some of Maggie's battle history. When he reached the last part, a shocking line appeared before his eyes. Maggie Luega died protecting civilians during the royal city's defense, killed by the demon Lord Number 3, the Purgatory Lord Dilsaboro. Will Maggie die? Lhasa's heart suddenly clenched at these words, and it felt like his breath paused for a second. The girl who always supported him and was by his side. Could she really die on the battlefield someday? It was like being doused with a bucket of cold water. The joy from returning victorious from the dungeon vanished instantly. He had been casually browsing the encyclopedia, but now he reopened Maggie's entry and carefully read each word. After a few minutes, Lhasa finished reading. His tense heart relaxed a little. According to the encyclopedia, Maggie started her adventure in the 516th year of the kingdom's calendar, in October, and officially became the leader of the kingdom's Night Order in December of the same year. Now, it was early September of the 516th year. Because of Lhasa's time travel, Maggie became an adventurer 2 months earlier than she otherwise would have. No matter what, Maggie's fate had already changed because of Lhasa's influence. I will definitely stop that evil demon lord from killing Maggie, Lhasa secretly vowed. From the information in the encyclopedia, Lhasa also learned the approximate time of the portal reversal, January of the 519th year. That leaves 2 years and 3 months until now. There's so little time left for him and his team to grow stronger. Whether they can change this fixed fate depends on these 2 years and more. Lhasa took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his mind. He then clicked on other characters' entries, starting to carefully review each one. Todd, Jamie, Nurkin, the Mazov brothers. Compared to Maggie's long entry, the information about others was much shorter. Like ordinary NPCs such as Todd Jemmy, they are often gone after just a few lines of dialogue. Lhasa also fully understood the main function of this illustration system, to show the fates of these characters within the original game story. In a world line without Lhasa as a traveler, what would happen? Jemmy would die in his first adventure, killed by a goblin lord. Todd, after Jemmy's death, would open a trap chest in a daze and then be eaten by the treasure monster. Nurkin would face the treasure monster alone and ultimately meet his end. Demit would secretly sneak into the dungeon while Ivan wasn't looking and transform into an apostle. After a month of searching for Demit, Ivan, feeling discouraged, would go to the holy city Astelia and become a priest. Ajuin, unable to find a team, would enter the dungeon alone and die inside. His father would go missing, his mother would pass away from illness, and Renata would go alone to the royal city to seek her teacher. Fleeman's caravan and the Dawn's Children team would all die in a bandit night raid, and Inova, arriving late, would face a field of corpses. After reading these entries, Lhasa felt numb. He quietly exited the system, lay on his bed, and cleared his mind. Overall, in that world line without Lhasa as a traveler, these people either died early or faced many hardships. Lhasa thought about how his arrival had caused a butterfly effect, changing many people's fates. But the information he can see now is only for characters who have a certain level of affection for him. The higher the affection, the more complete the unlocked information. Characters he is less familiar with, like Prince Glanhite and the legendary adventurer beside him, haven't unlocked their entries yet. Demit's information, Lhasa had only seen in Ivan's character profile. After gaining some understanding of the illustration system, Lhasa opened the exclusive profession system. When he cleared the dungeon earlier, the system had told him he unlocked a skill tree. Compared to the illustration system, this is a real tool that can improve his combat power. The skill tree interface is still completely dark, with only 2 circular patterns in the center flickering faintly. Lhasa used his mental probe to check, and he could see their information. Spirit Rebirth. Inside the dungeon, the ghostly lantern will automatically gain a small amount of soul over time. Note: activate by spending 1 skill point. Evil Spirit Armor. Gain 10% dark resistance. Note: activated by spending 1 skill point. Lhasa pondered for a moment. The effect of spirit regeneration was still very useful to him now, much more appealing than the resistance he currently lacked. After spending 1 skill point to activate spirit regeneration, the corresponding pattern lit up completely, and 2 new circular patterns around it began to flicker. This is truly a classic skill tree design. Lhasa sighed quietly and started examining the 2 new patterns. Strength Training, 1 to Strength Attribute. Note: activated by spending 1 skill point. Mind Training, 1 to Spirit Attribute. Note: activated by spending 1 skill point. Alright, these are just basic attribute boosts. Lhasa knew that in most games, such skill trees often include several filler prerequisite skills. He decided to activate Strength Training directly, at least to increase the cap for his heavy crushing talent. After using both skill points, the previously flickering patterns turned dull and gray. Now, Lhasa still had 6 free attribute points, which was quite a lot. Normally, he would allocate 3 points to Strength and 3 to Constitution. But after tasting the benefits of the water bucket pack last time, he couldn't help but wonder, if all his basic attributes reached 20, would he gain new talents or special skills? Thinking of this, he decided to put all 6 points into Strength, aiming to develop into a strong man with 20 points first. After assigning the points, his attribute information looked like this: name, Lhasa Gret race, Eldia class, Soul Reaper level, 9 current experience, 16% current HP, 100% current spirit, 100% status, normal basic attribute strength, 19, base 18, equipped with silver longsword 1, agility, 10 spirit, 11, base 9, Eldia race 2, faith, 0 constitution, 10 unallocated free attribute points, 0 special attributes, Max 10, Perception, 5 Willpower, 3 Charisma, 2. After finishing the allocation, all. His strength was concentrated in his body. Lhasa felt himself grow a bit stronger, as the oppressive feeling from the bestiary system was now reduced by more than half. There is also a new item in the system, which is the updated Main Quest 3. Main Quest 3. Clear a red difficulty dungeon once. Quest Reward. A digitalized body. This reward made Lhasa's eyes widen. He could vaguely guess what a digitalized body meant. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Maggie. Lhasa, I've successfully understood the skill crystal you gave me. She beamed happily. He didn't expect her to come at night just to tell him that. But seeing her smile, Lhasa remembered a girl named Maggie Tuga on the illustration. Maggie, if you knew that one day I might be killed by someone, what would you do? Lhasa asked. I would punch that person hard, so he wouldn't even get a chance to touch you, Maggie said, making a fist. Me too, Lhasa replied softly. You're starting to talk weird again. Tomorrow, you have to come try my new fighting skill, Maggie said happily and ran back to her room. Early morning, at the lakeside training ground of the guild, Maggie was practicing her new fighting skill. She held a small iron hammer and jumped high, though Dufflin could jump just as high. The skill, Lava Ground, split. As Maggie's hammer hit the ground, a circle of orange-red flames burst out, and the moist sand turned dry and cracked. Not bad, not bad. This is much better than just smashing with your head, Maggie nodded in satisfaction. All right, keep practicing a few more times. That hammer is close to breaking, Lhasa said, noticing new cracks on the crystal of Maggie's small hammer. If it breaks, just buy me a new one, Maggie said casually. Her words reminded Lhasa of something. He still had a skill crystal for webbing technique that he could sell. Activating this skill requires a magic medium, but Lhasa didn't plan to buy a staff just for this skill. Most importantly, Lhasa had the soul of the Whispering Bride. When the time comes, he could summon her with a magic soul and bring out the main user. Isn't that better than casting webbing technique himself? After thinking carefully, I realized that now is the best time to exchange this skill crystal for usable silver coins, especially since prices are rising. First, I'll go to the guild to sell something, Lhasa said. Seeing Maggie having fun, he greeted her and then headed to the trading area. While waiting to enter, he heard someone call his name from behind. Hey, Lhasa. Long time no see. Lhasa turned around and saw Quinn, who was still wearing his night outfit in the daytime. They had fought side by side in Red Cloud Valley. Quinn was with 2 women. The woman on the right looked capable, carrying a long sword, and had features somewhat similar to Quinn. The woman in the middle was clearly their leader. She was about 30, dressed in a gray robe, wearing a pointed wizard hat, with a black eye patch over her left eye, and some scars on her face. She had broad shoulders and looked like a female pirate dressed as a mage. After Quinn introduced them, Lhasa learned that both women were members of the Runai team. The woman with the sword was Quinn's sister, Ellis, and the woman in the middle was the team leader, Rosie. Lhasa, thank you for saving my brother's life in the valley, Ellis said seriously. I don't have a proper gift, but I hope this can help with your adventures. She took out a green potion and handed it to Lhasa. Item name, Antidote Potion. Item type, Consumable. Item grade, 2nd level. Item description, clears toxins from the body and cures current infections. Can be used 3 times. It was a potion Lhasa hadn't seen before. Judging by the current market, Quinn's sister was quite generous. Actually, with Quinn's skills, he could have gotten through without me. Lhasa said this not out of modesty. According to the system's character profile, Quinn had quickly escaped after a fight in Red Cloud Valley when things looked bad, using Shadow Step, and no one stopped him during the chaos. Ellis glanced at Quinn and said, his skills are pretty basic. I know him better than anyone. The team leader of Runai, who hadn't spoken yet, noticed the yellow skill crystal in Lhasa's hand and became interested. She asked, Lhasa, are you planning to sell that skill crystal? Rosie's voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded bold and friendly, making people feel good. I'm here to exchange some silver coins, Lhasa honestly replied. Can I take a look with my appraisal magic? Rosie asked again. Quinn also chimed in. Lhasa, our captain's appraisal magic is very powerful. What if this crystal is useful to you? I know better than you whether I can use it. Lhasa muttered to himself, but they seemed to mean well, and he was also curious about how proper appraisal magic worked, so he handed the crystal to Rosie, who was wearing a robe. However, Lhasa didn't expect that the appraisal magic of the person in front of him wasn't very traditional either. Rosie took off the black eye patch on her head, revealing her prosthetic eye. Her pale blue iris was inscribed with many runes. As she looked at the crystal, the runes on her prosthetic eye began to slowly turn. Lhasa finally understood how the team got their name, Rune Eye. A few seconds later, Rosie turned her head to look at Lhasa. Lhasa, this is a magic skill. I'm very interested in this crystal. Would you be willing to sell it to me? She whispered. I can pay a little more than the guild offers, so you can earn more, and I won't have to be the fool who spends too much. Of course, let's find a place to talk, Lhasa said willingly. Selling to whom doesn't matter, and he liked this small team quite a bit. They went to a tavern and sat down, ordering a few beers. That will be 60 silver coins. The guild's buyback price is about 50, Rosie said as she handed Lhasa a pouch full of silver coins. Lhasa took it and asked curiously, Rosie, can you tell what kind of magic that is? Because of his system's inside eye, he knew exactly how the spider web magic worked, but he was curious how much information the rune eye, which didn't have a system, could reveal. This magic can summon a spider web to trap enemies, Rosie said after taking a sip of her beer. Lhasa, you should be able to tell that my profession is a mage. To be honest, I just happen to lack a magic that can temporarily control enemies. Before, we just held back those monsters, and the captain used magic to kill them, Ellis said with a smile. The captain has been complaining about not finding the right magic. Generally, monsters are manageable, but I worry about them facing the dungeon lord. Rosie gently strokes Quinn's head. The members of the Rune Eye team are my most important family. I hope they all stay safe. Previously, one of our teammates fell in the dungeon, and this child is here to take his place. This team leader really has the look of a big sister. Lhasa asked, Rosie, did you get that eye in the dungeon? Lhasa, this is a family heirloom of Rosie, Quinn said mysteriously. You've been in Moon Lake City for a short time, so you haven't heard of my sister's reputation. Lhasa, our Rune Eye team is quite well known in Moon Lake City. Many adventurers call me Sharp-Eyed Rosie. Rosie brushed her hair back and slightly smiled. As for my full name, it's Rosie Sistun. Lhasa's eyes widened suddenly. Count Sistun, the adventurer who shined brightly during the Northern War and was awarded a medal. His story inspired many young people to become adventurers. I didn't expect Rosie to be his descendant.